heard that you if I heard that you if I heard that you Music playing on the radio, driving slow. Smooth sailing wheels turning, where do we go? I feel like I'm never coming home. I feel like living and letting go. Whoa, got this feeling once again. There's a way out, baby, there's a way out. Chase the dream until the end, until the sunset, baby, till the sun goes down again. Got this feeling once again. There's a way out, baby, there's a way out. Chase the dream until the end, until the sunset, baby, till the sun goes down again. Got this feeling once again. There's a way out, baby, there's a way out. Chase the dream until the end, until the sunset, baby, till the sun goes down again.
Getting high when in your house. Darker times we felt left out. Is this really what it's all about? You decide how it turns out. I'm feeling much better now I'm out here. You're all off my mind, now I can think clear. I'm feeling much better now I'm out here. Does this really matter? Now I'm thinking clear. Think you're gonna try to write it out. Hold on, are we really falling back? While spinning all around. Oh God, I won't even make it out. I'm feeling much better now I'm out here. You're all off my mind, now I can think clear. I'm feeling much better now I'm out here. Does this really matter? Now I'm thinking clear. I'm feeling better. I'm feeling better.
We're shining, different than light or diamonds. It's just who we are, no stopping us. Supernovas don't burn out. Just listen if you feel like there's something missing. We live only once, so live it up. Time won't come back around. We don't need 4-leaf clovers, luckily, to be could lead to be. Living in the time of our lives, this could go a little too right. Illuminate the room like 1,000 stars, running like a river through ya, feeling you can't describe. No time to waste, so try not to wait too long. No door
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Boys, we're back in Riyadh for another year, but wow, we've got a tournament in front of us, so who's your favorites?
I think I'm going Thieves.
You thinking Thieves? I'm thinking Greece.
Man, this whole year's been underdog stories. What about like a Carolina?
The boys ain't even here, man.
They not even here. What? Which is crazy, because like last year is like average, the highest KD over his finals.
I don't know, we got repeat champions all over the place. I think some fresh blood, like a challengers team's got to hit us this year.
You better be rocking full sandals if you want to be the best challenger team in the game.
I think like the team with the best haircuts are gonna win.
Tournament's all up for grabs. Let's find out who's the favorite after day 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the entry point to the premier main stage of EWC. It's the STC Arena. And as soon as you walk in, if you're a player, the first thing that you see is the key crusher. This is not where you want your key to be, because if you find yourself in this situation, you will realize quickly that all your dreams are about to be crushed. But let me show you where you want your key to be. As we walk to the main stage, you see the trophy that every squad wants to lift up, where nothing is granted and everything is earned. This is the main stage in which you have to give everything that you got if you want to become a EWC champion.
Hello, one and all, and welcome to the Esports World Cup 2025. We are coming at you live from Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for a $1.8 million Black Ops 6 tournament. It's going to be a ridiculous week with so many of your favorites, and I got two of my favorites joining me on the show. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, joined by Rosalie Parker, a.k.a. Alley Cat, and Nameless. And I want to start with you, Nameless. It's our second time out here in the desert. How's Riyadh treating you for round two?
Oh, it has been awesome. Obviously, there's extreme heat, but it's a great time. The boulevard is beautiful. We had so much fun yesterday, and now it's time to get into the games. There was some thick competition last year. It's going to be incredible once again.
Allie, this is considered the final event for Black Ops 6, and with a massive prize pool on the line, we got some fresh challengers taking the stage tonight.
Oh yeah, we get an absolutely special tournament here as we have multiple challengers teams and an extra special one that gets slotted in so they get a lucky chance at trying to fight their way into conversations for Rostermania heading into next year.
All right, I'm taking a look here. We have 5 of our squads, the amateurs that made their way through. Orchid is amongst them. Omen is there. 5 Fears. You got P7 Esports. But the big names I'm looking at are the people who have raised trophies this year. Twice it was 100 Thieves. Twice it was FaZe Clan. But most recently, Optic raised the trophy.
Yeah, they're coming in as one of the favorites. They have been incredible since adding Mercules to the team. I mean, the kid is just sensational, man. And they have rallied behind him. And coming into this event, they're looking to get a championship. It should be some thick competition. And we got some groups we're going to show you in a bit.
Absolutely. So let's talk about the format here, Allie, because as most people started in Call of Duty, we had pool play or some form of group play before the bracket. Here in Riyadh, we have our 16 teams split up into 4 groups in a GSL-style bracket. This is very familiar for the StarCraft 2 folks, but for the CoD folks, it's basically a mini double elimination tournament.
Yeah, so inside each one of our groups, we have a little mini bracket. It's going to be between these 4 teams. Essentially, you win 2, you're good, you lose 2, and you are out. So first day, it's going to be kind of similar of a double elimination, but after that, and that's when things get really spicy.
Yeah, when you're Esports World Cup, you know you're going to have to win a lot of matches in order to win that tournament, right? So these guys are going to go through the gauntlet today to make it out of their groups, and then as Ali said, we'll get down to 8 teams. And of note, it is single elimination when we get to the bracket.
That's right. If you fail to get out of groups, you're walking away with either $20,000 or $40,000 depending on your placement. But the real money is when you get to the bracket with $600,000 going to first place.
Yeah, that's a lot of dollars right there. I mean, you look at it, $600K for first, and then the prize dispersion as well. I mean, top 4, you're making it out really nice. You know, some of these challengers teams that are coming in, this is a lot of money up for grabs for these young, talented players.
Life-changing money for some of these amateurs. But for the pros, they're playing for more than just their Black Ops 6 appearance. A lot of them are playing for their team in the club championship. And if you tuned in last year, you saw the Falcons walk away with the top spot. This year, we have increased it to $27 million. $7 million is the number 1 spot if you win the club championship.
I mean, $7 million for one. I mean, you got $4 million right behind that at second place and go down the list. So obviously, a lot of these organizations, a lot of these clubs are going to be looking at that first prize pool, but you're not feeling too shabby if you're ending up somewhere on that left side of the column.
Now, we know Movie Star Koi has a bunch of teams in action, but the 2 squads I see on the left of my screen, Heretics and Falcons, are already in the top 6. They're over 1,000 points. You earn 1,000 if you win the tournament.
Yeah.
So who has a chance to climb this leaderboard?
I mean, you got to think Heretics have an awesome chance. I mean, sitting down there with 1,000 points, they have been incredible throughout the year of Black Ops 6. They're hitting their stride. And then Falcons, going to need a good placing. I mean, they came away last year with obviously winning the club championship. So their Call of Duty team going to have a good placing to catch up to Vitality. Also, I just want to say, we walked by the Heroes Club yesterday. Super cool.
So cool.
They hit their own private area in the lounge.
And everything.
Yeah, it's really cool. So these teams want to win that.
They're doing it right here at EWC. We are not alone, though, here on this stage. We have talent all over the place, including my guy, Blaze. Here he is.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to EWC. We are at the key wall of our contenders. Now, every team competing has a key in which they are looking to protect as they hoist that trophy at the end of the weekend. But we have 2 special keys on the board because FaZe Clan are our defending champions of EWC 2024. But at the bottom, Falcons are our club champions of EWC last year. These are two special keys that are going to be looking to get collected by our teams competing out there. But you know, when it comes down to FaZe and Falcons, they're going to be looking to not let anyone crush those keys.
Thank you, Blaze. And as you heard, if you lose, your key gets crushed.
Yeah.
So last year, it was up to FaZe. Who are they going to decide to put their 3 keys in the trophy? And if you won this tournament, who are you going after? What key do you want to crush first?
Yeah, listen, obviously if I'm playing, that means my boy Jeremy Studd will be playing. And production knows what would happen if we played. So they went ahead and they gave me a key. Engraved on the back says Jeremy Studd. This is going straight into the hydraulic press. After this segment, it's getting absolutely
in the
crushed.
trophy.
As
in the
it
hydraulic
should.
press.
Hydraulic press that, baby. We will be crushing keys throughout the week. Reminder, though, here on day 1, you have 2 lives in the double elimination tournament. Let's jump into the groups, though, and show you who is playing who, because in Group A, it's looking like an easy path for our boys from Optic. If you see their first opponent, it's the worst of the amateur squads. They're coming in with the 5th challenger seed. The other 2 squads, you have G2 Esports, formerly known as Minnesota Rocker, and Cloud9, both looking to improve upon a lackluster 2025.
Yeah, on the top side of this bracket, obviously Green Wall fans are feeling really great with their first matchup, but I gotta say on the bottom half, that G2 Esports and Cloud9, that could easily be a Game 5 series for me. I think we'd be in for a banger.
Yeah, those are 2 immensely talented teams, right? And you look at Cloud9, they make a roster change, getting rid of Capsule, and now you bring in Gwyn. That is a player who individually sensational, right? So in terms of talent on those teams, it's very high.
It fits his playstyle so well as well to get onto that Cloud9 roster. So again, I'm really looking forward to that match.
Win on a new lineup. Let's
I'm
see
excited.
if he is able to drop the bombs he was doing earlier in the year. In our second group, though, we got to take a look at Group B, because this one, I don't know, is it going to be tighter? We take a look. Vancouver Surge is going to draw Orchid. Then you have 100 Thieves playing Gentlemates. In my eyes, this is clearly Vancouver Surge and 100 Thieves bracket to lose.
Yeah, if anything, you're looking at this group and you're just excited to see Surge and Thieves go up against each other. This is a tale as old as time. Surge finally getting their leg back versus 100 Thieves recently. So again, another really good match to look forward to.
Yeah, and you got Gentlemates also. They made a change. They're getting rid of Fellow, bringing in Diamond Con, a new look, a new face.
An old look. Let's be real.
It's been a tough year for them, but hey, we'll see a new Gentlemates this weekend.
Hey, it's a new week and anything can happen here in the desert. Over in Group C, we take a look at Boston Breach at the top of this one. Yeah, I was shocked by that as well. They're going to be joined by Team War, and then we're very familiar with Movie Star Koi, but only under the name Toronto Ultra. This event, they're part of the larger organization Movie Star Koi. Yeah. They'll be playing for those points in the club championship, as will the Falcons, who are currently in the top 3.
So yeah, I mean, you're looking at Movie Star Core and Team Falcons. Both these teams making a change, and Team Falcons, I mean, they have come pretty close near the end of the year. So for them, I think this is a good opportunity versus Movie Star Core, formerly Toronto Ultra, who is on a little bit of rocky waters. They haven't been the same team that they started.
They got a new guy, right?
Yeah, that match is a banger. TJ is now on Falcons. Should be a lot better as a team. I mean, a good dynamic there. He's a great search player. And then you look across the board at Movie Star Koi in Toronto, bringing in Abe. And now there's a shift in roles on the team. Kleenex going to be having that AR out. I can't wait till we talk about that team. We'll get more in detail.
Wait, can we dive into that real quick? Kleenex, like my favorite SMG, is not running just an SMG this week.
He's going to be a flex this weekend, more than likely. You look at this team now, Joe Deceives and Abe running the SMG right next to each other. Could be what they need. Could be the dynamic shift that they need to pick up the pace.
It's going to be a fun one with 6 matches coming your way. You are going to see it all. And in Group D, we have a great showdown. In this one, it's going to happen in the qualifier match later tonight. FaZe Clan versus Heretics is the community's prediction, but Omen is looking to cause some problems as the top amateur squad here. They are going up against FaZe Clan. How do you feel about their first round draw?
It's obviously not an easy draw pulling FaZe Clan because you genuinely do not know which version of them you're going to get with the way that this year has looked for them. But for the side of Omen, I mean, you're looking at Mac and Vivid maybe to kind of be the leaders for them. They've been in this situation before. They've both performed fairly well versus FaZe Clan before in the past.
It's just so tough.
It's a tough
Your
draw,
number
but you
one
have
seeded
to sell the story.
challenger team, and you got to play the defending EWC champs out the gate. Super tough, but if you want to make a statement, that would be where to do it.
Let's take a look at our power rankings coming into the event. This is our Aramco power rankings, and it's not just for favorites. I also asked you, who are the contenders in this event and dark horses? Let's start, though, with the favorites. Optic, 100 Thieves, FaZe. Who do you give the top spot?
Yeah, in terms of favorite for this tournament, I'm going to go with 100 Thieves. I think this year they have just been so strong throughout this year in Black Ops 6. I think at Champs, left a sour taste in their mouth. And, if we learned anything from last year, a team that bombs out at Champs can figure it out.
Yeah.
with a couple weeks of practice, and I think 100 Thieves will do so. And then alongside that in the favorites, we also have Optic and Atlanta, teams that have hoisted trophies this year.
Yeah, of course. And I think my favorite thing about the favorites is that all of them, it just kind of depends what version we get from them. You know, they seem to have lackluster weekends every once in a while, and so it truly is a mix-up. But I do want to also shout out on their Dark Horse side of things, Cloud9. I mean, the addition of Gwyn, we touched on it earlier, it really fits the play style, and throughout the entirety of this year, it feels like Cloud9's been close. They're an aggressive team. They push teams to the limit. This might be the time for them to maybe get something through the hoop.
Yeah, those are 3 teams that I think can play at a real high level.
Yeah.
Just looking at the changes that they've made, right? We could see them maybe get a placing that people were not expecting from many of them.
Will we see an amateur team outplace any of the pro teams from 2025 this weekend?
I think we will. I think you look at Gentlemate's team, could potentially just straight up bomb out. You know, some of these teams that didn't make any changes.
Yeah.
Like even when you look at G2 Esports, didn't make a change. And towards the end of the year, they have not been playing well, right? So we could see them bomb out as well.
One thing that our players could rely on this weekend, though, is a coach. And it's time for our Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib Doctor's Notes as we break down one of the big topics in the community right now. I think my big note is that the personalities that are loudest on Twitter are wrong with their take on coaches. I think coaches enhance the competition and elevate the skill level. And you used to play back in the day with the 5th man behind you. What was it like?
It was awesome. I mean, these guys are in the trenches with you. You know, like you're practicing, they're in the comms while you're practicing, right? So when I look at it in a final event like EWC and some of these young challenger teams coming in, to have their coach behind you is awesome. Going to make them play at a higher level. And once again, those guys are in the trenches with you. When I was competing and I had my coach behind me, whether it was Rizma or whether it was Hilton, they bring a different element to the team. And they're not commanding the comms, they're just assisting in it. So I think people did blow it out of proportion a little bit, and I think it will lead to a higher level play.
Shout out to Rizma. Ali, final question on this topic. Which teams are going to see a better performance with their coach directly behind them? And who do you think doesn't need the 5th man?
I mean, of course, you immediately go to the teams that have former professionals as their coaches. I even look at Team Falcons. They get better. They have some younger players on that team. You're going to have Clay in comms, being able to chill you out, lead the pack a little bit. But even teams like Vancouver Surge, who have been struggling to kind of make the finals and finish it out when it comes to some of our tournaments, having Ray on the comms, I feel like it's going to overturn a lot of our teams.
I have a hot take.
Hit me.
And I think the team that benefits the most from having a coach, absolute most, is FaZe Clan.
What? How is there going to be room for Crowder to even chime in? Those guys are always talking.
And that's my point. Their comms, they swear that their comms are great. They're convoluted. They are too hectic. And I think having Crowder behind them, whether it's RJ or Crowder, will smoothen that out, and they will play a lot better.
All right, that is a hot take from Nameless. Those are our doctor's notes, but here is your schedule. As I mentioned, 6 matches coming your way. But Ali, out of our first 4, these are all opening rounds of the bracket. Who do you like? What's the best matchup here?
This is tough. I look at FaZe Clan versus Omit just because FaZe Clan's had such a weird season, it feels like. And then you look on the side of Omit, obviously that's the #1 seed when it comes to the challenger teams. All eyes are going to be on how they perform today.
And of course, Nameless in our SNB match of the day. We got to give a shout out to 2 teams who are rocking a brand new face on this competition floor. That, of course, will be the Falcons taking on Movistar Koi, formerly known as Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, I think this is the best match on the docket for Alpha on the day. As you mentioned, roster changes on both sides. You look at Falcons, we haven't seen them in a bit. Extremely excited to see Exnid here also in Riyadh performing in front of the crowd. That's going to be awesome. And then over on the side of Movistar, bringing in Abe, a young talent. He's had a lot of gas. Going to see him alongside Joe Deceives.
This stage is about to light up, so let's jump into it with our first matchup discussion. Optic is ready to take the stage. We got to talk about their competition because Hixie is leading the way for 5 Fears. The Challengers players are hungry. They are looking to score big and do it early.
Yeah, this is a really tough pull on the side of 5 Fears. You know, this is a position that you didn't even expect to be in, and now you find yourselves in an ample opportunity to maybe try to make a case for yourself moving forward. And you have to go up against the best team in the game right now in Optic Texas, and that's not going to be easy, but thankfully a lot of these players have been in the league before, so they are not shy to go up against
slow motion karma. That's how I needed my day to start. Thank you, production.
100%. As the Optic boys walk on in, trying to assert some dominance, they are feeling special right now. But to talk a little bit about 5 Fears, you know, as Ali mentioned, well, we'll talk about Optic first.
Let's hit these guys because these are the champs, right? This is the favorite in a lot of the community's eyes coming in. They raised the most recent trophy.
I mean, obviously, you have to shout out Mercules right away. I mean, unbelievable player, best player in control right now that we have so far. And he turned this team from, middle of the pack, really struggling. They were hot potatoing their roster for the entirety of this year.
Yeah,
and right near the tail end, right at the right time, they find the puzzle piece they were looking for. And who would have thought it was in a rookie who just subbed in one match, was able to perform, able to show what he was capable of. And now he is what everybody is cheering when this team takes stage.
Yeah, this team is sensational. Bringing in Mercules, I think he's the best control player in the world. And since bringing him in, they've been dominant in that game mode. And that's typically going to show who is putting in the most work when a team is dominating in control, as we've seen with FaZe throughout the year, or Thieves. And now it is Optic's time, and they're looking to win.
Optic going back-to-back, and we caught up with Big Bruce before the match. Here's what he had to say.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here with the one and only Dashy, as he is getting ready for his first matchup of the weekend. And Dashy, man, how are you feeling to be back at EWC?
I mean, we're obviously feeling really good, especially coming off the champs win, and get ready to play a little bit loose, you know what I mean? Just kind of let the guns fly, and looking forward to the weekend.
There you go, okay? And so, and looking forward to the weekend, is there anything that you guys have done differently this time around from last year when you came to EWC?
I feel like our prep was a little bit different this year. Last year was kind of just like a new experience. Not that we weren't going hard, but we were just, you know what I mean? Just kind of just curious,
Yeah.
How was the tournament going to go? How was the event going to be? And the hospitality here has been great the past 2 years, and we're just looking forward to playing some Call of Duty.
Yo, the hospitality is really
it's
good
great.
here. I got to ask you, have you ate anything good since you've been here in Riyadh?
Definitely the chicken shawarma at the catering. That is for sure like the number one thought in my head. And then the pastries, I always say the Arabs, they do the best sweets, bro.
Yo, I ain't had a bad pastry since I got
it's
here.
Impossible, I think it's impossible here.
Now, we're going to see if your tournament is going to be just as sweet, okay? We just saw you hoist a big trophy recently. How awesome would it be to hoist a big trophy on this main stage in front of this crowd?
Listen, I mean, I'm down. I'm down to win this one as well. Obviously, the last champs was obviously the biggest tournament of the year, but this one is, it's up there, and it'd be great to win it and to solidify ourselves as the best team in BO6.
Hey, you heard it right here from Dashy, folks, looking to solidify him and Optic as the best team in BO6.
Dashy looking great there with the haircut. Looks like he's been working out.
Looks great.
The real question for Optic, though, who do you put behind him? Do you put Karma, a man with 3 rings, on the mic? Or do you put JP, who's probably watched and seen the most footage of any coach there in the Optic camp?
It's an interesting one.
That's an ant question, I feel like. I think I would go JP just because I really respect his analysis and the way that he breaks down the game. But Karma, obviously, being with 3 rings, I mean, that's a former professional.
Karma search calls, I think I go with Karma.
Yeah, I think it just all depends on what the players want, right? If you want somebody who's very active in comms, then yeah, bringing in Karma would probably be ideal. But if you want somebody who's just going to be able to reference the strats that you went over and things of that nature, then maybe JP, right? So we'll see kind of where their minds are at when they do take the stage. But I think the most important thing that Dashy said in that interview was kind of trying to assert themselves as the best team of the year, winning another tournament. It would be, without a shadow of doubt, the best performance in the year.
It would be impressive if they can pull it off. They have a pretty decent opponent to do it. Let's take a look at 5 Fierce, because this is a challenger squad that didn't think they were going to be here. With the Royal Ravens out of the competition, they got the 5th invite. Capsule, Pixie, Exceed, and Fire trying to make the most of it.
Yeah, this is a team where all the players have dabbled in the league, right? And now they're going to be able to play up against the pro teams once again. And then looking at, you're seeing Exceed right now. He's been very vocal about hoping for expansion, trying to get onto a team, saying that he is due. So this is an opportunity to showcase himself. And then I think another interesting storyline you're seeing here is Fire 40. When he came into the league, got put on a bad team, didn't play well, but he was an immensely talented young player who's went back to Challenger, try to reinvent himself. So I'm excited to see these players and sort of what they've done working on themselves over the last couple of years.
Now, we heard a little special tidbit from one of the British casters. They said that Hixie is tired of being seen as just an objective player. TP kind of had that role in the past. People looked at him and said, you got to be the hill guy. You got to be doing the flag capturing or running the point. Hixie's saying he wants to focus on slaying. Can he keep pace with the likes of Shotzi, Hoop, that are going to be in his lobby?
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I almost, Hixie has been a player that I flagged over the past couple of years that is very good. I mean, we forget he subbed into a tournament as well and ended up winning
In the
entire
champs,
thing.
yeah.
So for Hixie, I definitely respect his decision. I look at this lineup, though, and I realize like how difficult that's going to be. You're looking at Exceed. He's been a player with a lot of energy in the past couple of years. Capsule, he's been a leading SMG of all of the teams that he has been on. So for Hixie to try and stand out inside of this roster, it's going to be difficult.
What is Fire about, though? Because that's the one guy that hasn't been in the big league since I've come back.
Yeah.
Is he a threat, and where has he been over the last few years?
Yeah, listen, Fire's a guy where, people kind of try to turn him to a meme in the community, but he's a guy who's immensely talented, right? When he went to LAN, didn't have the best performances. So he's a player that we know can perform, can shoot with the best of them. It's just, has he worked on that confidence? And I think that if he can play like he does online on that stage, then he has a chance to put up some big numbers.
5 Fears coming in with all smiles, and there's always a smile on this man's face. Let's listen in with Capsule.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here with the one and only Capsule playing for 5 Fears this event. Cap, we was just talking a second ago. You saying this is your first EWC. How does it feel to be here?
Feels amazing, man. The place is nice. I've never been overseas before, so this is like a new thing for me. And honestly, like the whole atmosphere, all the players like near each other, actually like with each other is great.
Yeah, that is awesome, man. So first time overseas, here we are playing some Call of Duty. We love to see where Call of Duty can take us around the world. Now, in your group, recently, C9 dropped you. They're going to be in your group as well. Are you excited to kind of play them this weekend?
I can't wait to play those guys. I'm being honest. I'm trying to load into them right now. I'm trying to play right now.
Oh, man. Coming overseas for the first time, the team that dropped you is in your group. You're almost on like a little Hitman arc right now, okay?
And I'm trying, man. I only got a week, but I'm here to shake some things up, man.
There you go, shaking it up. Now, when it comes down to your team, okay, talk to me about the squad. What do you love most about playing with 5 Fears?
I feel like overall, I feel like they have a set game plan. Coming into the team is usually difficult, especially on short notice. But I feel like they have a set game plan, and they're like, let's do these things, and then after that, you can do whatever you want, basically. So
there you go.
As long as I do like step one, I can do it. I can freestyle after.
And I was gonna ask you, where do you fit into that game plan for you?
Yeah, I feel like they try to play simple Call of Duty, so I feel like it's not really that hard. So after we get I have to do step one, and then I can do whatever. I'm free to do whatever. So
there you go, man. You ready to shake things up?
Yeah,
Jack of all trades, overseas. You ain't gonna let this trip go to waste.
No, I'm ready to play.
All right, y'all. Y'all heard it here from me and Capsule. He is ready to play. That does it with us.
5 Fears coming in to try and cause an upset. Capsule ready to take the stage, and our players are waiting to do the same. While we wait for the stage to get ready and everyone to get in place, Ali, break down this competition for me and what it means for the Challengers players, because you do get 2 lives in this group stage. It's double elimination. But how meaningful would it be if you can hand Optic an upset in the opening round?
Wow. I mean, it's just so reminiscent of old school CoD. Challengers getting the opportunity to go up against the professional teams, and for them to go up against Optic Texas, who are the best team in the game right now, it's a huge feat, but also it is so exciting. As Capsule said, I'm ready to spawn in right now, because if they perform well versus Optic Texas right now, they're trying to solidify spots for next year. With the way that Roster Mania has been looking like it's going to be during this off season, all of these Challenger players are ready to fight tooth and nail to try and solidify one of those open slots.
And where is a weakness in Optic's gameplay at all? Because after the tournament, I listened to Purge and Cammy from Boston Breach. They said Optic was by far the best respawn team in the game.
Yeah.
We see 3 respawns in a best of 5.
Yeah, the search wasn't too bad either, Chris.
No.
If you look at their most recent performance, not many weaknesses, I'll be honest. But when you talk about this Optic team, they've been steamrolling everybody. You have to get off to a hot start. How many times we've seen them, they win that first map, it just snowballs into a quick 3-0 for Optic, right? So I think if you are 5 Fears and you're playing the first match of the tournament, things are just getting started here early in Riyadh, you have to get out to a hot start.
Hit them while they're jet lagged, baby. Let's take a look at the maps and modes for your first best of 5. Remember, 3 wins, and you are moving on to the qualifier match later tonight for a spot in the playoff bracket. And Ali, I see vault twice with Hacienda coming in as that first search.
I mean, obviously, you look at this layout. Optic Texas very recently had expanded their map pool, and already I'm thinking Vault and I'm thinking Shotzi and how painful that might be for 5 years in the series. And then I also look at that map number 4. Shotzi and Hook have a time on Skyline. Not even them. Mercules loves to spawn in on that map. So in the respawns for this series, it is looking heavily favored towards Optic Texas.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, teams are just going to have to figure out how to approach Optic on when they pull out the extra ARs on Vault Hardpoint.
Yeah.
I mean, when we get to the Money Hill and you see Shotzi having out that extra AR, they are just dominating people. So an extremely tough map set, and the SMGs are going to have to be on point when we get to the Skyline.
You've had 3 weeks to prepare. You've got a coach with you live. Take advantage of it if you are taking the stage. Now we are heading to a quick break while the stage gets ready. When we return, we hope to see all 16 teams competing live at EWC.
Atlanta FaZe, champions of the world.
Without competing, I don't know what I'd do, so we can definitely win.
He knows there's someone playing off the flank and he finds the kill.
Seeing people win is probably my least favorite feeling.
Before JD can find a second, though, on 4 in a row. What a snap and turn on to Nasty. Oh my goodness, even Fellow gets involved. And it's him, Cell, Draza, the whole squad. FaZe, they've done it.
We've won a lot, but it's never enough for a team of our caliber.
Looks like it's going to be good. The movement is there, and that is incredible. It's all on Zip. Last one up, and he is gone.
And hopefully win EWC would just be the cherry on top.
Confidence attention now, and Mortu's in the spot, playing his life, and this man is gone.
My name is Mars Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Mac and Vivid of Omit, and we have got some fun questions to get through. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Absolutely.
Come on, man. All right, here we go. Number one, who is more likely to trash talk the other team?
Probably me.
You think so? I think it depends, like what like you verify trash talk as. Like in like team comms of like you're just talking trash, like just talk trash with them, probably him. But like out of game or after a match, probably me.
Who's more likely to pull off a crazy clutch play or a highlight reel moment?
No, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Who's the bigger jokester when the cameras are off?
I'll probably say me.
Yeah, I'd say Mac.
You big prank guy, like just
Not
make the
prank,
boys
just
laugh.
pretty like carefree.
Yeah, right on, man. Love that. Who's more likely to oversleep and be late to practice or even a match?
I want to say neither of us.
I don't think either of us would.
This is good. This is a good thing. Everyone sort of says that, which I think at this level, it shouldn't be. That shouldn't be a thing. But honestly,
I don't
great.
think either of us.
Who grinds the game harder?
Me.
Reese.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Who's more likely to ignore a strat and go rogue in game?
I feel like it'd be you. I feel like
Probably
you get
me.
like a little like
Yeah, probably
inkling,
me.
like nah,
Yeah,
that's
probably
not
me.
right. Like let me
Yeah,
just
probably me.
do what I think is right.
Who shows more emotion after a big win?
I don't know. I feel like we're both like somewhat on the same level.
Yeah, I feel like on like our team together, specifically in this one, we've probably both been around the even, but like traditionally or throughout our careers, I feel like I've had more emotion after wins than you have, besides like big win, like when you won your chip or stuff like that. But like
I'll give
in
that to you.
general.
Who's more likely to rage quit after a game?
Yeah, I think it's.
Are you the bigger rager?
Nah. I don't really quit that much. Like I'll get mad, but like I'll keep it in. Like I'll just keep going. I don't really.
You're not messing with the stats.
Yeah.
Yeah, right on.
I'll keep it rolling.
Who carried who in the last tournament?
I mean, I guess
We
it'd be
gotta
him.
pull up the stats. We gotta pull them up.
Okay, last question. Who's more likely to say, we're still in this, when you're definitely losing?
It's not me. I'm sitting there like, damn, this is over.
I'm our last hope, I guess. Keep that in mind.
That was the last one. So, guys, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming here. Good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Have fun. It's been a wild year for Optic, as they struggled to maintain their form for most of the season. Kenny and Pred departed, Skies and Hook joined, and then a promising rookie arrived named Mercules. The change wasn't sudden, but something was different this time. By champs, they were able to best everyone that came before them, earning their back-to-back victory. Let's get straight to it, shall we? It wasn't a good season. It wasn't. But you turned it all around in the end. How the hell did you do that?
This guy right here, man. It's just weird because like the roster that we had is just like a championship roster, and no one obviously would have expected that. And then luckily, you know, we made changes, this and that. But then Hector made a call and got Mace, and ever since then, we've been a totally different team.
Yeah. What is it like playing with the guys? It's been an
easy playing with them, bro. All four of us like have some of the best gun skill in the league.
Yeah.
Talent-wise, everything. So.
Do you feel like you have a target on your back now coming into this event?
Definitely. I feel like everyone is always going to want to beat the champs winners. This is probably like the same thing this tournament. Everyone just wants to win. And if they play us, they're going to be going 100%. So.
Last question, fellas. What would winning EWC mean to you?
It'd mean a lot to me because I feel like in the CoD world, I've pretty much accomplished like everything you could when it comes down to majors, rings. I feel like this is like the missing piece that I have is EWC.
It mean a lot to me too. This would be my second tourney win. Would be back-to-back.
You went from a Challengers player to the Toronto Drama, in and out helping for those guys, joining Optic, winning your first tournament with them, which was champs, and now you're here in Saudi Arabia competing at the Esports World Cup. How the hell do you describe what your life has been like over the last few months?
Yeah, no, it's changed a lot, but like at the end of the day, I'm still just playing CoD.
You're a pro now, truly a professional now. Life's changed a lot, you're working more, but at the end of the day, you're still playing CoD and you're looking good.
Still having fun. Yeah.
Right on, man. Boys, thank you very much for your time. I've been Mars Ross. This has been Shotzi and Mercules. See you in the next one.
It is definitely him. I'm more of a just run and gun, see who's on my screen. If he's there, he's probably gonna die.
He will take his time, make sure he guarantees that he has a good gunfight that's worth, you know, a higher chance of winning it, and I'll go a little crazy. So I'd definitely say him for sure.
I would like to say myself, but it is him. I feel like he's a smarter person, so you know, we'll go with him.
Definitely be me. I feel like he has it in him, but I feel like he's a little bit less vocal. But me, I'm saying anything that comes to mind. I'm trying to think of everything that's happened.
I'm might have to go with him as well because, you know, my heart's always racing. I'm always trying to find someone, get in the moment. He's always trying to just, you know, think about the situation, go more methodically about it.
Definitely be him. He's so silent, just taking all the gas from his teammates. So I'd definitely say him for the coolness.
I might have to say both of us, but if I gotta pick one, it's him. I just think he's just a good overall player, team player, likes to gas up his teammates, so we're gonna say him.
I feel like he would definitely be the person to give credit. But if I'm doing the thing, I'm gonna take all the gas I can get. I'm gonna be screaming on top of my lungs. So I'd definitely say him to give gas in a big play like that.
You're looking at him. I mean, I guess that's kind of what they pay me to do. Just get as many counter kills as possible. So I'm gonna say myself.
I'm gonna have to say me. I think I got huge potential to drop a big amount of kills. So I'd say for in between both of us, I think we both can do it. I think we both do it a lot, but I would have to say me to drop a big number of kills.
It's definitely him. You know, he's definitely in the moment, just super calm, and he's like, you know, relax, we got this, even in a high pressure situation.
Is definitely me. I feel like if I have something in my head, if I have something planned, all I tell my teammates is just trust me, trust me. Both of us, I'd probably say me.
I don't know if you can even say anyone in the world's better than myself in aiming, but yeah, we're gonna have to say me.
I'm gonna have to give it to him. He plays on a high sense. He's snapping on everything.
I think it's gonna be me. Like, I mean, no one can kill me, so like, it's gotta be me.
I'm gonna have to give it to myself. I feel like what I do on the map, how fast I am, and the plays that I make, it's 50-50, but I'm gonna choose me because it's me. I would have to say just your personality. I feel like when you are in the game, when it matters the most, I feel like you are the most energetic and you want it so bad, and I feel like I can see your passion seeping through you when we're in those big moments. I just appreciate to be able to sit there with my guy and be able to see you want it so bad.
You know, I just think that he's a super personal person. He can talk to anyone, can hold a conversation. Just feels like he just has a good heart overall, and just a good person to be around.
Dreaming of a space ready for my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamed before these darker days. I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than a flag I can't control. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going, I just keep going. I just keep dark against the sky. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. Run it back to me. Don't run it back to me. Keep me high, take me up. Keep me high, Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet.
Just 1 month removed from Canada, Black Ops 6 returns to an international stage.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup, where 16 teams from all over the globe, 11 heavy hitters and 5 up-and-coming stars have just landed in Riyadh, and they're looking to be the best in the world.
Yeah, they're here for a few things, actually. Let's talk about it. In fact, when we're talking about this level of money, we need to get up close and personal. The prize pool, $1.8 million, and they won the lion's share of it, plus club championship points, and of course the trophy that you're about to see.
The stakes have never been higher, and we have so many stories that are about to unfold on the stage. We got favorites, underdogs, retaliation, and of course, retribution.
Champions, challengers, they all want this. Let's bring them out onto the stage, starting with 100 Thieves.
Up next, we got Gentlemates.
Please welcome Vancouver Surge.
It's Team Orchid.
Movistar Koi.
Please welcome Cloud9.
Boston Breach.
It's Team War.
Please welcome G2.
Next up, it's Omet.
Team Heretics.
Welcome, B7 Esports.
Your defending EWC Club champions, Team Falcons.
They conquered Riyadh in 2024. Can they run it back this year? It's FaZe Clan.
Now it's time to welcome the first two teams to compete on this stage, loaded with raw talent and zero pressure. 5 Fears.
Their opponents, they went big in Canada, and now the back-to-back are here. It's Optic.
Call of Duty Black Ops 6 at the Esports World Cup live starts right now.
What a wonderful introduction to the tournament. 5 Fears and Optic. Our first match of the day. It's going to be Miles and Jeremy Studs taking you through this one. Jay, it is, I cannot wait to get into this. It feels like a lifetime before we got to get this game going.
Oh yeah, it's obviously been quite some time. We are all waiting for this first match to start, but we got a David versus Goliath matchup right off the rip. Obviously, if you're Optic, a couple weeks ago, you were basically playing perfect Call of Duty. On the opposite side for 5 Fears, the only reason why they find themselves at this tournament is because Carolina couldn't figure out the paperwork. So with the heavy underdog, usually there's no pressure on you, and sometimes that might be the recipe for success.
Got the I's, cross the T's, find out how it goes. But right now, for 5 Fears, high potential, not a lot to lose for Optic. They're coming into this competition as clear favorites with a good reason. That man on your screen there, Mercules, call him what you will, the Miracle Maker, the Messiah. He has absolutely transformed that roster, getting them another ring, getting them a massive championship MVP performance from him. On the other side of the stage, though, Jay, 5 Fears, again, a surprise to see them here, but they've been gifted an opportunity from the CoD gods. What will they do with it?
Yeah, now you got to make the most of it, man. Players like Capsule, who's been in and out the league, he's been a shining light all throughout the Challengers season. When you talk about the top SMGs always performing versus the best squads, and then you talk about players like Hixie, who you know what he was able to do back in the day, joins a roster like Ultra, was able to win a tournament, get second. Like, he just had so much consistency in his gameplay, but he just hasn't really put it together so far this season. But the guy that I really want to focus on is all the way in the end, Fire 40. This is a guy who was in the league a couple years ago, hasn't really had his opportunity back to get into it, but ever since he's changed his role from an SMG to an AR, he's been one of those guys that has takeover ability.
Well, they're going to find out who will be taking over first and foremost. Vault Hardpoint, map number 1, folks. We'll be getting to this one shortly. On the other side of the stage there, Optic, they'll be decked out in the blue trunks. In the orange trunks, 5 Fears, as we are loading in now, ladies and gentlemen. Hacienda Search and Destroy after that one, but we'll get to that when we get to that. First and foremost, first to 250 here on Vault Stud. It's going to be a lot of fun. Of course, we are... everything's pretty stock standard as far as the rule set goes. Nothing's too crazy, nothing changing. That's all been figured out. We thank everyone for their patience and their thoughts on social media, but almost time to get this underway. The fist bumps will be done, and Vault Hardpoint is our first map.
Oh yeah, this is a big map, number 1, because obviously if you're talking about Optic, they show no breaks in their armor. They basically are playing perfect Call of Duty at the right time, and there's nothing you can really do when you talk about the vetoes versus this team, so you got to come out swinging if you are 5 Fears. This was their map pick. Into Vault we go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Optic in the blue. 5 Fears will be our orange team, and off to P1 we fly. Opening salvo of fire is going the way currently of 5 Fears. A welcome set of trades there as Mercules brought down, and that's going to be 3 dead. 5 Fears, Jay, early time.
Oh, that's perfect right there out of 5 Fears. Everyone rallies through the middle of the map. You find the effective trades. You dominate the map control. Now you're soaking up some good time here at P1. Shotzzy now trying to find an angle through underground. Finds a double, and that's already 3 dead. So Optic get the break early on.
Trying to get a third from down low. Capsule's 2-piece upstairs. Connects with a stun on Tadashi. Cleans up as well. Capsule from Time. Staying alive. A little bit better than that. 5 Fears still going. Hixie unable to clean up the kill there on a hook, and he's down and out.
Yeah, now it's already a perfect start here for 5 Fears because they have the control for the spawns that they want, and they're still slaying around this mid-map. Optic haven't really had a good team push, but you got players like Shotzzy who hit routes, thinking about the long game. Now just going to play his life, allow his teammates to get near him.
Slow and steady now through the back line. On the connect, clean up, immaculate. Shotzzy now to hard point. gets the break. 3 dead in the feed. Wonderful work from Optic.
Oh, but the spawns are not being blocked, so 5 Fears at least have one player with an opportunity to make a play. Hixie's information is already going to be gained by Hook. He's going to get taken care of, and now you got Mercules creating an extra layer from Top Cat. This is going to be very difficult for 5 Fears to even get close towards this hard point.
He gets away with his life for now. He gets a tiny bit of information. A lot of players now flooding through from 5 Fears. Lurking from behind. Oh, timing not good enough. Hixie now fighting his way forward. Can he get 2 here? No. Shotzzy on the front line now. Still soaking away Optic with the lead.
That is perfect, man. Final 25 seconds looking like it's also going to go their way, and 5 Fears giving it their last hurrah from the front side. Exceed is able to line up a double, but the cleanup kills come in favor of Optic. And already Shotzzy on 7 in a row. This was the guy who hit the long route at the end of that P1, was the only player to do that position, and then he makes the most of it. Cruise missile already earned.
Yeah, fully streaked. We'll see that come into play in a moment. A nice hard point to use it. Here we go, though. He goes to take the low road, Yalla, towards that hard point, and it's open for business now. P3. A hard point that teams can get a fantastic amount of time on, and that is going to be a couple of big kills now for the Optic lads. And Mercules at 2 and 6, reminiscent Jay of his champs performance.
It's okay, a little bit of a slow start and beating nobody. You're still up by 25 and a little bit more, but Capsule is a guy that you have to put a lot of focus on because he's been able to bring it so far in this map, number 1, in this lane. 5 Fears are doing everything that they need to right now to sort of get themselves back into the game. 30 seconds remaining here at P3, but they're more focused now on maintaining our control.
Well, they're going to worry about that in a big way. It's Hook the nuke down low. He's going to be making his way over towards the left-hand side of the minimap. He has managed to get through the enemy lines. Fire was the man on watch, and he's given him a slight window to work with. Hook's presence now known, but is it going to amount to anything? Fire there on the left-hand side of the minimap, making his way over towards Hook. This is a massive opportunity, a huge play for Optic to turn this around.
Yeah, Hook just got to play his life. Fire wraps all the way backside of P4. He's just looking for an opening kill, and he's also able to find it on the Shotzzy. A big one-on-one gunfight. Now it's all on Hook. Just simply play his life as long as he possibly can.
He's holding it. 2 players on the side of the point. Here we go. 5 Fears with time. Optic trying to make the play in through the back. Slow and steady, but they don't necessarily have the time to make this happen. Hook's now vacated point. Has him secure on the back line. Optic now on the pinch.
Yeah, they're blocking the spawns. This is a great play right here from Hook. To at least keep the numbers on their side. You still got to apply pressure in towards the hard point. Now you got a little bit of assistance from the Batman. Mr. Dashy finds 2. That's all 4 dead. The break is clean, and Optic are going to take the lead.
About halfway through what we call the money hill. A very, very important hard point to run the score line up. Good job there for Optic. 30 clean seconds to play for here. They've got 10 of it so far, 20 more to go. Another lead change for Optic. As Hook there on a 5 spree, not able to get himself that hellstorm just yet. If he gets it from inside of the hard point, additional points going his way, but for now, it's a clean 30-second gain there from P4.
Yeah, and that's only going to cause you more problems if Hook is able to earn himself a cruise missile, because you still know that Shotzzy has one in the back pocket. You're able to slay your way out of that P4 and already flipped the spawn. So 5 Fears now playing from the back foot. You need to start to play ahead.
Yeah, it's the back foot indeed. I mean, the time was great from the start too, but as we go into our second set of hard points, back towards the middle of the map we go. Optic, the biggest clear-cut difference between them, the kills department. The KDs are massive, folks. I don't think they're going to get any smaller. Optic now looking to get themselves back in towards time and crack that coveted 100-point mark. On board now with Shotzzy. Finds himself his 16th kill of the map so far, but the hard point still remains in 5 Fears for now.
Oh yeah, P1 has been their playground so far. They have loved this hard point to start off the game. This is where they've gotten their majority of the time so far. But with Dashy finding 2, Hook finds another 2. That's already 4 dead. Spawns being blocked, and with 20 seconds to go, you either want to push this or hit the OE to try to flip those spawns.
That's what they do. Top side of the map covered. Shotzi's up there. Dashy now on the prowl. Pulls himself out of the negative in the KD department. Or does he? No, brought down from behind. Fire and Exceed get their respective kills. 5 Fears. Admittedly, we call this a David versus Goliath matchup, but right now, it feels like anything could happen here at EWC. Fire through the middle of the map. Back over towards P2 we go. And Optic, they got a good break the first go around, and this time they are still holding. Hixie, last man up on the play, and he gets in.
Big double right there from Hixie, which still the spawn's in for Optic. Shots not the best there from Hook, but you at least back that player down. The nade is able to connect onto the hard point guy, and now you can have your teammates to help reinforce your way back into the HP. That's already 3. That last man standing is going to be Hixie, and he still manages to get a kill, but Optic get the break.
What a life out of Hook that was, man. I mean, staying alive one shot, gets himself a nade in a time, giving Mercules opportunities like this to get the damage, get the time, and keep his boys alive and kicking here on the point for as long as they could. Break there. 15 seconds to go now, and 5 Fears, they will get that time. But back over towards the pillars, north side of the map. And again, Optic, though, choosing the other foot. They've got the left-hand side, a big 2-piece from Fire.
Oh, now that's huge, because look what it does to the spawns for Optic. You're going to be all the way on the backside of P2. Five Fierce technically have the numbers to try to fight over towards Art, but they want to put themselves in position, still only down by 30. To get some time here at P3. Look at the play from Shotzi, though, on your mini-map. He's just thinking about the long game, because he knows my teammates are going to be able to win gunfights at P3, but if I can secure these spawns, we can blow the game wide open.
Yeah, that's huge. Oh, okay, Hixie wins that one on a Mercury. So now, oh, he nearly gets a second as well. Shotzi's got himself on a new time. Still on the dance here versus Exceed. He gets a window, but he doesn't get the kill. Unbelievable. But a beautiful trade from young Mercules. Into time we go for Five Fears. But a spawn in the back here. Exceed, can he get another lick in? Oh! Mercules! 2 on time, and that could be the backbreaker for Five Fears.
Yeah, slow start for Mercules, but a great mid-map control so far. Wins massive one-on-one gunfights back-to-back to secure the spawns for his team, but they still not getting time at P3. And now with the aggressive play coming out of Five Fears, the kill feed all light up in orange, look what it does. It forces Hook to now play his life. Shotzi has to invest the cruise missile, and again, they need a break here at P4.
Yeah, that's this interesting turn. The streak's going to force those players inside. Who gets his? Last man up is going to be Hixie on this side of the map. Capsule looking for ghosts. Across we go with the parallel spawns. Oh, and a good corner there from Hixie. Can he get another one here on time? It's Tadashi. Vacates the point for a second for the kill. Hook's there to help him out as well. Reinforcements through the middle of the map as Optic still holding it.
Yeah, they have the numbers too. They still know that there's pressure from the back, but Capsule and Fire are able to line up 3. So Optic going to spawn all the way across on the opposite side, and that's already a clean 4 dead. But 2 players spawning towards the back because that first kill comes in from Optic and allows those close spawns to come in. So it's still another opportunity here for a break, and they get it.
They get it a little bit later than last time. Incredibly close. P4. And Five Fears get themselves taken out by 2 massive 1v1 wins there from the Optic boys. 10 seconds to go. Optic will have it. Going into our 3rd set of hardpoint stud. I can't believe it. Look at that scoreline. A much closer game than I anticipated.
Oh, yeah. We were thinking David versus Goliath. No, Five Fears are giving them a run for their money right now.
Yes,
they've been effective as hell at this P1. They're finding breaks when they need to at P3s and P4s. And it's still only less than a 20-point game. Can you continue to find your slang around mid-map?
They're trying. Hixie brought down Dashi and Merc. It's another 3 in the feed for Optic. Mercury's on time. It has been Shotzi who's been the king of the hill in this game so far, with just over a minute to his name. But now he's pushing kills, can't get the second. Tons of information though. That's over to Mercules. A massive moment for him now to step this up. They can't get it. Hixie cuts them both down. Exceed in the feed as well. And that's a great break from Five Fears. Oh, God.
So you need to play a little bit safe if you are Optic. You don't want to flip these spawns because last time Five Fears made you work for that P2. They have the numbers, they have the spawns, they are finding the trades. Fire is able to line up 2, but still in favor is going to be Optic. Dashi last man standing, potentially for the final 10. They're thinking big picture. We need this P2.
Yeah, 3rd time in a row. With a push, and Hook gets himself an off angle. Maybe let the second man come by before he lets go. And this is a huge amount of information from Hook. There's at least 1 player spotted out. Dashing out with the intel. That's the gunfight 1. And here we go, Optic. Starting to move forward.
That's such a beautiful setup there because Hook, he has hit different levels so far this season. His consistency in this game, the way that he values his life, and the impactful plays that he makes. He didn't even have to shoot his gun there. He lets his teammates know no one's pushing in front. They're all approaching the back. And then eventually when it's time to strike, he's already on 4 in a row.
Oh, we haven't even touched on which coach is in the comms right now with the Optic boys. Fire fighting his way forward. Dashi on the back line. Time still going the way of Optic. Mercules on the soak in tub. Big wins from Hixie now as he fights forward. Can he get the second man? A good chance here to get going, Five Fears, but this is it. You've got 1 last hit at this point, but you have to look towards New.
I don't even know if they're going to get another opportunity to find a break here, at least for the final 5 seconds. You need to make sure that you're maintaining arc control, though, because Hook is not missing right now, but it's a heavy deficit. Optic only needs 17 seconds. They're going to play for this P3 time to close it out.
Yeah, this is the route they took last time, and Fire. Can he get the second man? No need. Hook finds his 37th kill of the map. So far, he is looking good. Pillar's in control now. Hook can make the play. He catches his way in. On the slide, he gets traded out. And that's an open hard point for now.
Optic are thinking, just in case it gets a little bit scary, we want to maintain the arc control, at least for now. But 2 kills now go in their favor. Someone's going to hop in the objective. You're still trying to locate where Fire is, and he peeks at the right time to get him off of it. And as long as you don't allow Optic to win here, if you're 5 Fears and you get to that 190 mark, you can do damage at P4.
Yeah, P4 could be huge. Shotzi with a great opportunity there, and he's managed to slip the net. He's inside enemy lines. Now deep behind it. What a maneuver this is. Anthony Cuevas Castro looking to close out map number 1 with a moment like this. Oh my word, what a read. And that's the flip. That's going to be the break, and that is going to be the map. We need to see something seriously unbelievable now from Five Fears. And here comes the play. Have they got enough time to get across the map? They do not. Ladies and gentlemen, Optic, a shaky start to their group stage game, but they close it out strong in the end.
It was a little tighter than we all expected. But just the way that the Nuke was playing in that map number 1, he was unstoppable. It was Shotzi who starts it off with a great route for P2, goes on 7 in a row, earns himself a cruise missile. But how many times did we see throughout that map number 1 Hook just value in his life? He sits back R, he's rotating early, pushing out towards pool, giving information to his team, and also providing it heavily in the slaying. The Nuke just took over in map number 1, and Optic are up 1-0.
Oh, you love to see it. Five Fears bringing some good stuff, though. Fantastic individual plays. The guns look hot. I think everyone, I didn't get the chance to actually talk to these players. I did interview the Optic boys, and again, biggest question I had, how are you sleeping? How have you handled into, national travel? It's one of the more difficult things to take care of here as professional players. That can feel like short notice. You land, you do media day, and then it's straight into tournament play. And it did sound like everyone was good. Mercury stepped both legs of his flight, had a great 9 hours in bed. He was looking fantastic in that match as well. And again, I think, Jay, the brains are firing. They haven't skipped a beat since the last tournament they played in. And so far, so good for the Optic boys.
Yeah, it's good that the brains are firing. And that also might be into play of, the listenings with the coaches now. With players with coaches like Karma, a 5-time champion, 2 as a coach. That guy is letting you know. Someone slips on by, 20 seconds, someone starts to think about the rotation. That's why Optic are doing the fundamental things correctly off of the rip. And again, even though they had a slow start towards the ending, it was basically perfect Call of Duty.
Yeah, absolutely. On the other side of the stage, Five Fears is B-Sport Josh, their coach, doing the goods in the comms. For Optic, though, I would love to know what is it like. You got Karma in the back telling you what's going on. It's like, we're missing one. What's it like? What's he giving the guys? What sort of intel is one of the greatest minds we have in Call of Duty now, giving these boys in-game? Admittedly, I feel like this is a squad that's, let's face it, battle-tested, proven champions. They kind of know what they're doing.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot Karma could add to it, or maybe even getting involved might mess that system up further.
No, 100%, man. Especially with the way that they were playing the last couple of weeks. It was basically perfect Call of Duty. You can think that they do no wrong, but the impactful thing with coaches is just the little micromanaging of all right, final 20 seconds, someone start to hit a route. Because on the opposite side for Five Fears, no one went on a long OE through P3 to try to flip on the backside of P2. They consistently tried to fight the front. But when you got those fundamentals in play, that's when Call of Duty looks beautiful, and that's what Optic did in map 1.
Map 2 on its way. Hacienda a search and destroy. This is going to change things dramatically.
Oh, yeah.
As far as our coaches' involvement as well, I would love to. Just an inkling of how things are going. But we always think about it when it comes to this sort of professional versus challengers or semi-professional level of Call of Duty. It's search and destroy. That's where things get spicy. Upsets in respawn modes, Jay, not as common.
Yeah, they're definitely not as common versus the best in the world. So if you are one of these amateur teams, S&D needs to be locked in. If you want to stand a chance here of making a deep run here at EWC. So we're looking at Five Fears on this Hacienda search and destroy. Players like Capsule, who's always going to be the aggressor, always tries to strike for that first blood. He's going to be very impactful on the map, but also on the opposite side of him, Exceed. Because this is a guy who loves to be that island player. And when he can find success as that island player, he's either getting blooded or getting that first blood. He needs to be that impactful player in search and destroy.
Capsule really letting those training dummies have it. Man, he was letting them go there. Last time we saw Exceed in the league, MW2, he brought us up in the pre-match, Jay. And again, he was a strong player there. They had a fantastic run.
For like 3 weeks.
Really good 3 weeks, man. Turning heads. There's Capsule. Also a former professional player, been in the league. His fair share. Highlight moments. Shout out Lando there, back in Vanguard. That Berlin. He was unbelievable then. We'll see if he can get some of that magic in this matchup here. But against a team of this caliber, not an easy thing to do. Search and Destroy was good. At that grand finals for Optic, they finally managed to pull out some superb wins. Respawn was really, I mean, they didn't drop a single map all tournament.
Nope.
That certainly helps, but it looks like something might be up. Those hands on the hips of Karma tell me he's channeling his inner Karen. Something's happening.
Yeah, we got to figure out what shots he's going to have on his PC here because we know what he does on Hacienda Search to Destroy. Just gets lost behind enemy lines. So this is a guy that you definitely have to put a lot of focus on because he is a game breaker on the opposite side. And Fire 40 on the for Five Fears, this is a guy who's just trying to work his way back into the league, man.
Yeah.
It's been like 3 years since he had his opportunity. I remember back with Paris. back when they were Paris Legion instead of Vegas Falcons. But hey, man, you continue to shine in challenges. Eventually, you will get your opportunity. The role change has definitely improved on his stock in that scene.
Yeah.
But this is where you really want to show who you are.
Yeah, this is a wonderful opportunity. The eyes of the world upon you here. Rise your stock. Drive deeper into the tournament. We are hoping, praying for an upset here on day one of group play. I really am. Could this be it? We will find out. Hacienda, Search and Destroy, map number 2. As we dive into this one. First to 6 here in Search and Destroy. Of course, we do know, though, our many fans here in Riyadh, the Saudi Arabian region, loves themselves some Search and Destroy.
This is going to be a fun one, man. Let's see who's going to be able to get lost. The battle between Capsule and Shotzi is definitely what I have highlighted. It's going to be Optic to start off on the offense. No trophies to work with early on, so just going to be aggressive over towards B and allow Shotzi to do Shotzi things.
He's going to run into approximately no one just yet.
We're all swimming?
3-man swimming. The observers will be on it in a second. Here we go. No one is expecting SEAL Team 6 in a situation like this. Never have we seen the 3-man water route. Optic's special boat service out of the water into the play.
And the play call right there from Optic was absolutely beautiful. You get Shotzi to go solo man over towards A, invest a stun, invest in A, and keep 5 Fears on that side of the map, and it opens up the free first blood. Shotzi already finds a second 4v2.
Unironically, I love it. Exceed now in a world of hurt. Completely surrounded. There is a head scratch, a chin scratch. Not a clue. Capsule now finds himself in a 1v4. And an immaculate opening round from Optic.
Yeah, that's just unreadable. Like,
unreadable.
There's no way in hell you're expecting 3 players to hit the water out off the rip. Shotzi going aggressive over towards well, investing the stun and an A to keep them at bay. And then off the rotation, Fire's thinking, all right, we don't see anyone A. I'm going to start to rotate back over towards B. But Hook's already in my spawn. Yeah, and then Shotzi already has rock control.
It's like, what do you mean? Like, I checked everything. We had every lane covered. Where were they? Well, I don't know, man. Where could they have been? There's no way all 3 of them are in water. Well, gentlemen. All 3 of them were in water. Round 2. Here we go. No joke, though. That was great.
Yeah, I've never seen a play
that was
like
great.
that. Remember, Hacienda was in Call of Duty like 6-7 years ago, too. So I've never seen a play call, and that definitely worked out. So teams got to be aware of that going forward. But this time around, Fire on the offense is able to strike for the first blow onto Dashi. Early man advantage for 5 Fears, but Capsule, his turn to get lost.
He's trying. He's been spotted by Shotzi. The dance. Oh, and it's a dance he loses. Toe tapping moment there for Optic as they find themselves 2 kills back to back. Dashi, the only man to fall now. As the man advantage for Optic, Mercules head on a swivel, as we say in the CoD world. The bomb, though, in the hand of Hixie. And he's prowling for a kill, and he will get nothing. 3 in a row now for Hook.
And now Exceed left in a 1v3. He knows that Mercules is behind him, but there's so many players that he has to account for in a quick second round there from Optic. Didn't even matter if Dashi ended up first blooded there. Shotzi responds. Mercules wins a one-on-one. And neither player on the side of 5 Fears to catch timing on anyone on the side of Optic. It's just a beautiful play again from Hook.
Yeah.
Like, I swear, Hook 3 years ago is running around the map playing for a gunfight.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the last 3 kills there. Was there a single moment where a 5 Fears player had a shot on? There was no guns up. These were very, very good corners out the Optic boys. And for 5 Fears, again, first 2 rounds, they've not gone your way. You've been completely bamboozled in the opener. The second was a simple case of Optic being 1 step ahead. Can we turn the tide now?
And now the pace change. Aggressive as hell through the middle of the map. Capsule strikes for the first blood, Fire for the second. So now Shotzi also is going to get caught 1v4 here for the young gun.
And that's exactly what we were looking for. 1v4. Mercules, we will absolutely stick with him and see if he's got what it takes, but even at this point, get that bomb plant. And 5 Fears now together. Mercules to be able to take the Whirlwind Tour. He's got plenty of time. Just under a minute. And he won't run into too much trouble here. Exceed will be the first man he should make contact with on that journey towards the A bomb, but he's hoping for a player to make a mistake. 5 Fears, nothing yet.
Yeah, he's hoping to catch 5 Fears potentially running around as a group together. Going rotation from bomb side to bomb side, but with 35 seconds left, everything covered. Even if he plants the bomb, you're happy as hell to take it away from him in a 1v4 retake. So Time still ticking. Mercules is seemingly looking to value his life here. Potentially for a streak, but shots getting taken. Now they know where you are.
He's aiming for the RCXD car, but this time he will most likely just walk away with the round loss. Back out to the water. It served Optic so well in that first round. And 5 Fears, again, full respect, no mistakes. Don't have to do anything too crazy, and they are not throwing their lives away. A healthy round for them to win after a very, very explosive start.
Yeah, that's what they were hoping round 1 would have looked like, because they went back to the same exact defensive strat. Let's just dominate top secret over towards this A site, and this time Optic were actually in front of them. So good stuff to find that opening first blood. Capsule is able to get the better of Hook. Fire gets the better of Dashin, and Exceed reads onto Shotzi. So 5 Fears able to stop the bleeding for now. B Sport. See you up there, mate.
Yeah, Josh, got to be feeling good after that one. Gets himself on the board, and again, when your strategy pays off, exactly the same, Jay, as you said, that opening round, Optic were found, and they were handled. On board with Hixie. Young Charlie gets his nade out. Nobody home there in the dark corridor, so now back to the drawing board. The concussion will not connect either. And a patient Mercules catches a freebie on Exceed on the cross.
That's going to be bombed down as well, so most likely does not have that information, but Capsule on the opposing end is able to win a one-on-one versus Shotzi. Dashy again falls in the hands of Hixie, but it's a 2v2.
On board with Fire. And we'll take a little bit of a tour here. Optic on one side of the map, 5 Fears on the other. The bomb will be shortly back in their hands, but they've got coverage on it. Optic have men in position. They are aware of the objective. They are not going to let this one fly, but the timing on this might be important. Over to Hook, spots him out. Opening nade's going to go nowhere. Trophy in play. Sends it. Capsule, lovely work in the round so far, gets his third.
I think he was able to spot Mercules off the jump up right there as well, so time starting to tick. 25 seconds left to go. Eventually we got to work this objective. Don't want to get bad timing here, but you're not going to be able to read this route for Mercules.
Oh, never. This is a big moment. Mercules, whoa, 1v1, 15 seconds on it. Fire, you have to throw caution to the wind. He has to catch him out, and Mercules goes one way, goes the other. Timing on this, is anyone going to give 5 seconds? Fire! Wow, 1.3 left on the clock. That is an unbelievable moment.
Oh, what an icy moment there from Fire. Obviously, you're thinking time is ticking down, and it's usually a very tough decision for the player on the offense to try to work that objective, knowing that most likely he's going to put himself in a position to challenge this site. But just at the right time, I don't know if he got comms from his teammates, he's able to spot him in the corner with 1.3 remaining on the clock, and 5 Fears tie the game.
Oh, a nervy moment here in Riyadh. Wow. You don't see too many of those. Well, another round for Optic on attack. It's going to be Hook with the bomb in his hands as we now dive towards what could be a bloodbath by opening. Indeed it is. Trade complete. Dashy gets himself another. Big Bruce, nearly all 3. And now 1v1 as Shotzi presses forward, full knowledge that Hixie is tagged.
He knows that he's weak. He's trying to locate him, and he's able to spot him on the exit. So no more chasing game. Let's just get the bomb down.
And this is 2 smart players. We are thinking hard here, boys. A cerebral approach. And now the bomb planted. Hixie through driveway, spotted. The quick reposition finds himself some cover, and the fight is on. But a smooth move there from Shotzi gets him into the round. And that will be that. Another fantastic look here on Hacienda.
Perfectly played right there from Shotzi. He understands, all right, Hixie's one shot. He's most likely going to try to get out of dodge. Fire again, strikes for the first blood. We thought Dashy was going to line up a 3-piece here, but once Shotzi commits on that one-on-one gunfight, realizes, okay, he's working his way through bottom line. He's no longer going to come from their spawn. So he has to work through mid doors or through the flank side of garage, and just sets himself up perfectly to watch both angles and catches the timing to secure the round.
Yeah, he managed to catch a tiny sliver of information. He saw a shoulder of Hixie, and the reposition was absolutely perfect. Information certainly won that fight. This time around, though, it is going to be a 3v2 over by the B-bomb site. The explosion of concussions over the top. And Shotzi, somehow, some way, finds 2. Exceed. I don't know if they've seen him, but Optic are still holding the line here by B.
They have the numbers. They potentially have the information as well that the bomb is going to be down, and Exceed is just trying to get out of dodge. Gets caught by Hook. And now Fire, the island player for the round, left in a 1v4.
And this is, again for Fire, not a terrible spot. If he had a teammate, this would be better. He does have his RC to play with, but the shenanigans we've seen with that streak We'll see if anything magical can happen here. But Optic, a perfect bait and switch. A ton of health to fight with there. And another good round. And Stud, that felt like it's the 1v2 moment from Shotzzy. Was that the moment? Here it is again in slow motion. That might be the time where we look back and realize that this one could well be over.
It's just the timing of the stuns right there. There's a 2-2 split there from Optic. Stuns connect. You have the power position on the rock head glitch to give yourself the advantage in all of those gunfights. And Shotzzy does it all to secure that round, basically. Optic currently up by 2. They've been able to chain a couple rounds together back-to-back. They're now being aggressive as hell over towards A.
That's a lot of noise. The Five Fears boys know exactly what's happening here, but can they do anything about it? Trade's complete. Shotzzy overextends and gets himself taken care of. The trade's over, and a nice 3v3 with a bomb planted.
It's all about just stalling out the clock. Do not try to get caught. And somehow, some way, Mercules is able to win that one-on-one gunfight. Hook's going to slide on in, secure the round. And Optic with the aggression and the gun skill that they possess, they are always putting themselves in an advantage to walk away with these.
And that is the difference between the pro level, the world championship level, and challengers. The gun skill is there, the decision making is there, but when the bullets start flying, who's got the cooler head? Who finds that extra second, that half second, that pixel? It is Optic.
And now sitting at game point, Five Fears need to put something together here. You found a lot of success in the first blood column. It's just those trades are instantly coming in right after that. And players are getting isolated, and the numbers are heavily in favor of Optic. You still have an opportunity here, down 5-2. Round by run to take your time, but Dashy already strikes with the first.
The cap's still forward, but the guns will be up at the ready for the Optic boys there. Surely he doesn't make anything happen here. Exceed up by fences. We'll run into Hook. Unfortunate timing, and Hook identifies the bomb drop as well. That is huge and a man advantage.
Yeah, but Capsule, he could have got some really good timing there if he just got aggressive on the backside of line. But he is going to spot out Hook. So his teammate gains the information, potentially going to be over top secret, but he's playing the chase game. And Hook is going to work. 1v3 now for Hixie.
Kyler Garland, a difficult player to deal with, let alone you've already got a bullet in him. Can he find another? No, Hixie makes it a 1v2. He's moving with pace. He's managed to slip his way in between those two Optic players. Unfortunately for him, unaware of Dashy. And this could be a tough one.
It's all about finessing at this point if you're Hixie. Push out towards their spawn. They're trying to spot on the exit, and Mercules is ready.
That's big. He's been spotted out. Over to Dashy. The 1-2 punch. Big Bruce. This is for the map, and that is it. The kill there. Hixie needed a half a second more. A tiny bit more intel, but it was not going to amount to much. Bomb defused. Final score 6-2 there in Search and Destroy as Optic go up 2-0.
Man, just the way they started this S&D, you most likely weren't going to be able to take this team down. We're going triple water, no trophy systems, and completely catching you off guard. And continuing forward, Five Fears, if they didn't have the 1.3 second, if they didn't have the initial aggressive push over towards A, they probably would have got 8-0'd on this map. But just the way that Optic are playing, man, no one is taking risks. Everything is calculated. Stuns and nades are so effective with the information that they're able to gain, and they are capitalizing off of it. It's looking like the same form that they were in a couple weeks ago, man. Perfect Call of Duty.
It's nothing like they were like last year. They win champs. They came into EWC, and I think they lost their first game, their first respawn against the Challengers team. So that was the big surprise this time round, though. Strictly business for Optic. 2-0 after Hardpoint and the Search and Destroy. We'll play Control in a moment. The boys absolutely looking good.
Yeah, they're dialed in, man. Just taking care of business here. They know that they're the top dog, and they're continuing to look strong.
On the other side of the break, we're playing Control. Will Optic walk away with a 3-0, or will Five Fears start their comeback? We'll find out after this quick break. This is the Esports World Cup.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify.
the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup. We're still in our first match of the day. We've got ourselves Optic taking on 5 Fears, and currently Optic up 2-0. 5 Fears taken care of there in the Search and Destroy. 6-2 the final score, and now we go to Vault Jade to play control.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a fun one, man, because for people who are watching the tournament that happened a couple weeks ago, this Vault control is going to be way different because spawns are now totally different on the defensive side. You're consistently spawning on the backside of P4, and it gives you a lot more opportunities on your offense. And the good thing for being a Challengers squad is that you've been playing on this patch for quite some time now, so you're going to be a lot more comfortable than Optic on this Vault control.
Yeah, it's a different game. We'll see how that affects the boys in green. 5 Fears, an opportunity here to sneak away a couple of rounds before Optic complete the download and get themselves rolling. No doubt about it, though, Coach Karma putting in the good work with the lads, making sure that they are fighting fit for the mode. Josh on the other side. See what the boys of 5 Fears have got cooked up here on Vault. First to 3 rounds for the win. We'll take turns attacking and defending 2 zones. Got to watch out for the life count as well. If you run out of lives, lose a round.
Yeah, realistically, you're probably thinking, all right, round 5, if we get there, we want to be the team on defense. But nowadays, you want to be the team on offense. You just have a lot more opportunities to definitely secure that B capture, but how far the spawns are for the defensive squad. But in order for that to be the case, you need to be able to bring the slaying, man. The nuke was able to dominate on that map. Number 1 already drops 40 in that opening respawn. And they look a lot more warmed up now after going through a slow start of the map. Number 1 dominating the search and destroy and still having the fundamentals in the back of their minds.
On board with the 5 Fears fellas there. Again, I would imagine utterly fearless going into this matchup as they should be. Nothing to lose, everything to gain. Gifted a spot here after some unfortunate turn of events for the Ravens. You get yourself here, you try to make the most of it. Unfortunately, you draw Optic in the first round, which doesn't really help. The fist bumps are there. JP will vacate the stage, and now Karma. I haven't really talked to the team about when we can do listenings and whatnot, but we've got to give it a chance. Right?
Oh, yeah.
I need to hear me some vintage Barlow. We'll see how it goes. Dashy there on your screen. We saw him get that final kill in S&D. Cool, calm, and collected as a clean-shaven Bruce. Looking strong in game, looking strong out. Here we go, into control.
5 fears. Sometimes you catch yourself. Potentially your back's against the wall. You play some of your best Call of Duty, but you're going up against one of the best teams that we had on the year in control. Even a couple micro adjustments just on spawns. You best believe with the players that are on that side for Optic, they've been able to figure out, even after the update, what they need to do on this map number 3. So if you're 5 fears, just got to bring it into slaying, man. Your slaying is going to be your key to success here.
And again, a map like Vault, you can put teams in tough spots. You can get the trap set. You can get some free kills. Oh!
Good nade.
It's a bad one. As the dud slows down the opening hit there. Ixie's going to get himself back into the play in a moment. But in the meantime, Ixie gets himself straight over towards zone. And a slow look from Optic. They have managed to get, what, 1 player down? They wait for the overextension, and 3 dead. Over to the A zone we go.
Yeah, because if you're a challenger squad, you're expecting, okay, gunfights are instantly going to go down in the first 5 seconds, but Optic take the slow and steady approach. They know that if we walk away with the majority of the gunfights that spawn so far away, as you see on your minimap on the side of that P4, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to even try to contest it, but something happened, and we're going to hit a quick reset.
Yeah, quick reset. Not sure exactly what. I think it's something on the Optic side of the stage, but they're getting that resolved ASAP. Mercury's reaction, he wasn't happy about leaving this one, was he?
The crazy thing is, though, Ross, is like, even with Mercury's or something happening, the play call to just wait in the spawn and wait for them to come in was actually a really good one, man, because you dominate the mid-map pressure. You already were gaining segments at A. So even when Optic look like they're doing wrong, they're still doing it right.
We know no idea. There was a tech issue there, and that's what slowed that play right down. But I've got this idea of like Karma's got his book out. He's like, "This is the play, boys."
Just wait. Book's all up there.
The old book was a real book, but now, it's all up there. And Josh on the other side again. He's played Karma plenty of times throughout his career. A lot of big matchups. I would imagine Karma might have had the statistical edge there. Staying on board there with our boys, and for 5 fears, they're key. It's still safe for now. You have a second lifeline here in the group stages, so even if this match doesn't go their way, they'll drop to sort of the lower bracket side and make their way forward. Mercury's there. It looks like we might be ready to go, Jay.
Yeah, we're almost close to locking in. Obviously, the battle of the ARs is going to be very impactful on a map like Vault. Mercules and Dashy, those guys are just like turrets. They set up somewhere. It's going to be very difficult to take them out of that position. So for Exceed and Fire on the opposite side, you were able to bring it somewhat in the beginning of that map number 1. But now with Optic a little bit more warmed up, your AR needs to be felt.
That's the thing. Map number 1, I mean, the opening break for 5 fears was
great.
Perfect, like 23, 24 seconds off the rip. They handled the breaks really well. They just couldn't beat Optic on the rotation. You always had a Shotzi or a Hook in those new hard points early with those killer corners. Very, very difficult to get anything going. Any momentum just pulled away immediately. No, he's already here. He's already here. And that's the fist bump. So it looks like we're going to get the map 3 reset on its way. No scoreline of any note or of any merit to have to worry about. No streaks, no nothing. Let's get back into this one. 5 fears. The last chance here in the series to stay alive. Let's see what they got.
They're going to be the team to start off on the defensive side. So obviously with no trophy systems in play, you want to make sure that you dominate that mid-map pressure.
Uh-oh.
Capsule having issues with the headset.
Yep, his headset's gone. Give the man a second. Reattach his ear cup. You better hurry up, Capsule. Capsule, hurry up. Oh, another restart. Folks, actually, it might not be the headset. It's the problem. That's fine. Well, we'll get this one back up and running soon. It might have been Mercury's. I'm not sure. There's a good bit of a commotion there on the Optic side of the stage, but Capsule headset flew clean off his head and exceeded. He's just telling the boys exactly what happened. Optic completely unaware. But here at EWC, Esports World Cup, we've got a really nice perspective, Jay, across all the players. I feel like I'm there with them.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm on the stage with these guys. It has been a lot of fun so far. We're only one series in.
I'm not going to lie. I'm loving these Optic jerseys, man. I feel like for every event this year, they had a different one. Obviously, we know what the championship whites look like. But these guys have dripped out from head to toe. They've been rocking the throwback Air Max 96s. Everyone's on point on the side of the green wall.
Last year, they had those orange jerseys. They were great. Capsule still headsetless. You'll know when he's ready to go, folks. The cans will be on, but until then, we'll continue to dream about what could be in that game of Control. Big changes, Jay, not only to the way spawns play out, but you mentioned there's some adjustments to attachments that our players are using.
Oh, yeah. So before the tournament a couple weeks ago, everyone was running muzzles on their AR. Now, muzzles are no longer allowed because it made it, after the patch, a little bit OP. But then on the opposite side for the submachine guns, you were using gain twist barrel a majority of the time. But now, after the update, you were able to add reinforce back into play. So it makes the submachine gun a lot more powerful and the AR a little bit less powerful. But still, both guns are great.
They're both real good. And we're really not seeing a tremendous sort of change or impact, rather. The players you expect to be good are still good, and they're still delivering the goods. And that's good. Dashi is indeed locked, folks. A lot more tense on the other side of the stage. Charlie Hixie. CoD Championships to his name. Never quite made it to the highest of the highs of the World Championship. Got himself second place. New York Subliners running away with that one.
Whew.
Yep.
That was a beating, brother.
That was a one-of-a-kind beating. The man in the screen there handing out a lot of beatings in recent memory. Arguably the GOAT of the CDL era. Certainly got his ear sorted out there as well. So whether your opponent or his own ear, shots he's got you.
It's insane when you talk about like the season for the green wall, because obviously we know what it was like in the beginning. You couldn't win maps. You were going 0-18 throughout a stage. And then you had a rookie to the lineup who the only reason why you're able to notice who he was is because Beans couldn't get across the pond to a tournament. And then he spawns in for Ultra, they get a top 4, and then everybody just has their eyes on this guy. And just the things that he's been able to do, the pressure that has been on his shoulders to not only represent Optic, but to perform at the highest level, and also take MVP of our tournament a couple weeks ago. It's insane how his life changed in the matter of 4 months.
I think it really is. I mean, is it the greatest Call of Duty 2 sniper of all time? Is it his fault, Jay? Is it Hex's fault? Arguably.
Might be.
He should absolutely take credit for that. He should take credit for the ring, take credit for the victory, take credit for that second CDL championship as well. Why not? I would. I know I would.
Without question, man. Back to back?
Back to back. You're welcome. That's what I'll be saying to the boys. You're welcome. Thank you, boy. Yeah, right. Don't worry. Dinner's on me. I got you.
Yeah, that guy knows something about what's going on, you know? He's been around the business for a really, really long time. And Mr. Rodriguez always puts something well together for the Green Wall fans. And also the players that are sitting on the stage to represent him and the organization, as they have now found the right form at the right time to potentially go back-to-back at our 2 biggest tournaments. That'll be insane, man.
I mean, sure. Why not? It's not scripted, but if it was, I mean, it'd be like this. It wouldn't be too far off. Optic are not they're not in any sort of tough spot right now. The technical issue... Hi, Charlie. Technical issue is on the side of 5 Fears right now. We're getting Capsule back into the swing of things. And what do we say about the technical issues, Jay? Sometimes it ices players. It slows them down a little bit, takes you out of your flow, takes you out of your rhythm. Again, Optic, they are veterans of the scene. Veterans of the tournament. Even with Mercules at his only 3rd professional LAN in his career so far at the pro level.
I promise you, because obviously I was a pro player back in the day, and I played against some of the greatest of all time. When I look at this young man and just who I want to compare him to, believe it or not, it's the guy standing right behind him. Mr. Damon Barlow, silent killer, just walks into the building, you feel his presence, and he just takes over. He has that takeover ability in any mode. You heard the Des touch on it. He's the best control player that we have so far in the year. So if he can come out and do the same exact thing, oh, that guy's going to be unstoppable, man.
Crazy thing, he's the best control player in the year when you had the run that the LA Thieves had, or 100 Thieves have had.
Yep.
How great Optic looked at control. Back at Champs, I mean, really, really exceptional stuff from the young player in such a short space of time. Capsule looks to be good to go. PC all good, headset all good. Can we get a fist bump?
Once we see that, you know it's go time.
You know it's go time. Was that a yawn from Shotzi? Lock in, son.
Hey, man, it's very hard, you know, to, like, adapt for sleep schedules. If you're from the East Coast, you're 7 hours ahead here. If you're from the West Coast, you're 10 hours ahead here.
I know, bro.
Central is it's still a very big difference.
You're telling me, brother. Here we go. Very different look of the opening break this time round. Optic once again, if you've just joined us, in the blue trunks. 5 Fears will be orange, and Shotzi, yeah, he's behind enemy lines.
Oh, man, that's already 3 dead.
That's 3 dead.
This lines up a double. Taking early arc control. Realistically, you don't even have to do this if you don't want to, but they are just putting them in the trap.
Boy, that is a long range. Bit of work there, and a great turn from Exceed. Shotzi still at large. Exceed's looking for the breach and clear here. There's one. No snap whatsoever. Hixie, perfect timing on the kill, but that's going to be halfway through the B zone captured now. Looking to close out that segment. Can they put a bow on this opening break? Optic still good. Wonderful shots from Dashi, not enough, and they saved the second segment.
Yep, but now they have to rotate their way back through the middle of the map because Shotzi already wins a one-on-one gunfight. Aimcock again going to be paused. First segment already secured. There's pressure here from 5 Fears from Top Cat, and a teammate is not going to help this scenario. Shotzi's going to fall, and 5 Fears reinforce their way through mid.
Oopsie daisy. Dashing on the OE. Doesn't matter who's doing it, whether it's a submachine gun player or the AR players. Putting himself in the best possible position to cause damage, and he has not spotted out Exceed there on the long streak. Catches out Mercules. Dashi now away from the frontline fight. Eyes towards the rear. Hixie on the dance. Burning through time. Shotzi picks up that on the flank with 35 seconds to go, and you're halfway through both zones.
Yeah, and this is where Dashi now is going to be the watch over man from Top Art. Clears out the B street. Gonna hop on to secure this second segment and potentially the third, but still players that are going unaccounted for. Is Capsule towards the top side of ammo control. He was able to win a one-on-one gunfight, but all of his teammates are falling. So still progression here at B for Optic.
Right, second segment in the bag. Shotzi's taken damage, but no one's managed to get him off the point, and that could be the capture contest. Oh, and there we go. A goal line save. That's wonderful work at the right time for 5 Fears. 20 seconds on the round. Capsule finds himself down and out. Exceed, you have got to take care of a lot here on zone. Gets himself one. Is he going to stop the capture at A? Reinforcements on the way, but it might be too late. An additional minute added to the game clock.
And Optic are already up by 3 lives, and all they need is 1 segment left at that B point. E-capture is going to come in from Hixie. Not really bringing it so far in this map number 3 into Slaying, but Hook the Nuke wins the one-on-one. Gets the trade onto the second. Almost caught the timing on the Hixie, but Optic still have the live advantage.
Yeah, 9 lives to the 11 of Optic. Just under a minute now to go. 5 Fears have a single segment left at B to defend. Mercules trying to make his way forward. Lovely coverage there from 5 Fears. Hook gives them something to worry about. Lovely shots. No lives left though for the 5 Fears boys, but it's not going to matter. A 4v7. Can Dashi get a freebie?
They need this one to be clean. Nades and stuns need to be able to connect. You need to find a couple kills or at least walk away with the trades. Capsule and Hixie are able to find 2. It's a 3v5, but the nuke on the pinch makes it a 2v4.
Shotzi's trying to go big here. 30 seconds. The final 2 members now of 5 Fears. One playing from close. Shots are in from Capsule. Damage dealt. And there's the kill. Can he stay alive? No, he cannot. Dashi can't get the kill either, but the trades are there. The first round goes to Optic.
Secured 5 segments there. Definitely would have potentially wanted to take that 6, but get it done in the Slaying, and it's still, at the end of that round, at least a 1-0 for the green wall. Now going forward, if you are 5 Fears, it's always about the break-off in control, but Capsule gave them a lot of lifelines here because Optic, at least off the gates, came out swinging. No one fell. They already had arc control. They were dominating in the Slaying, and then when we thought that they were going to capture B, it was Capsule who was sitting on the top side of ammo with an AR and an SMG, was able to line up 3 and give his team another lifeline, and almost were able to sneak out that round 1.
That crazy moments. Again, 2 separate instances there where Optic managed to get into the spawn of 5 Fears. And that was really the difference maker. At the end, Five Fears had to string some superb kills together. Swapping sides now, though. Five Fears on the attack. Already made it in towards A, but sadly, they've already made it into the kill feed as well. A slight lead now from Five Fears. Over towards B we go as well.
Love the initial play call. Let's get aggressive through A. Instantly drop our way down to Vault and walk towards B. Get a couple segments here. Play a big part to potentially how this round is going to look, but a big nade comes in from Dashy. Takes off Capital before that first segment does get complete. They're able to reinforce their way back through B Street, and now Five Fears got to work A.
Yeah, it's a two-man sack for a brief moment. Not enough to get the segment complete at B, so that's huge from Optic. And Capsule lying in wait. Spots out who gets that done. Segment captured. That progress is now saved, so nothing Optic can do to get that segment back. Good stuff out of Five Fears. A nice corner out of Hixie. And that's 2 down in the feed. Pressure now on. Hixie's trying to make the big brain play, get over towards B, but it's not going to matter. A zone is now completely open.
Oh, that's a big one-on-one gunfight there from Dashy. He's probably thinking, I instantly should get traded, but the fact that he's able to walk away with his life still has him on 4 in a row. Hixie trying to make plays from top side of Art. Lines up the first, but we still have to try to work this objective because time is ticking.
Perfect timing on the play there was Shotzi. That's 4 now in a row from Hixie. And this is the ideal spot to be in. Dashy holds his iron, gets a kill. His 6th in a row now. It's 14 overall. And he's looking to get himself streaked out. Exceed and Fire get their kills, though. Give his boys a lifeline. And Hook, once again, not having a lot of love from the bottom side of Vault. The hop up, not treating him right.
This should be an extension of the game clock here for Five Fears because Optic are just going to rally their way however towards B Street. You're currently down by 3 lives, and you're not making up for it so far. Shotzi the only one able to find a kill. That's already 3 dead. Last player accounted for. Top Art, and we're already on the B point.
Great stick from Capsidal onto the B point. Second man on the way forward. The nades are firing away. Trophy system behind Palm. Not going to help Capsidal there from Mercules. And whoa! See you later, Fire. There goes stratospheric as Optic clean house.
And this is where you got to take your time if you're Five Fears. We have 1:20 to work with. We got to check every single corner. Shotzi's able to get the better of Capsidal for now. 12v12, 1:10 left to go on the game clock. You have Exceed trying to edge his way up through Palms, and he's going to be a very impactful player here if his teammates can find kills on the opposite side.
Capsidal went for the old swing. The haymaker there doesn't connect anything. 11 lives either side, less than a minute to go. And Big Bruce is cooking so far with a 14 and 8. Mercury's trying to make a play happen through the middle of the map. Catches Hixie, the final bullet. All good. Not enough for Fire, though. Yet to be extinguished. Still making his way through mid. And Five Fears trying to do this together.
There's no way Shotzi catches Capsidal again in this corner.
No way.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Load up the chopper. Here comes Dashy. It was Hixie this time. And he lets it rain. A final 30 seconds. No one's getting through Vault. Shotzi on the off angle. Are we committing to this play? Not just yet. Looking for a kill upstairs as well. 20 to go.
You got to get some Vault control, man. You don't want to attack from B Street because you know the ARs are definitely watching the long lanes. But Capsidal,
whoa!
The opening Shotzi there for the trade. But now you got pressure here if you're Five Fears.
Oh, the nade's good. Nope, the trophies are in position. Great timing. 3 of them left. 2 of them left. Mercules! What a 3! It's 4 in a row. Looking for a few more as Five Fears find themselves once again alone and in a tough spot indeed. Here in control, Optic. Match point.
It's just fundamental right there from Optic. We were down by 3 lives. We were to reinforce our way. They get a clean 4 dead, and then no one budges on their positioning. Shotzi knows if I dominate bottom Vault, they're not going to be able to push at B Street. And if they're not pushing B Street, then they have to be working the OE. Just right there. Optic playing fundamentally sound. Not ego challenge. Just allowing them to walk right into their pre-aims. Allows them to only secure 3 segments there, so you have the advantage in 2 columns now.
Optic, nothing but advantages across the board. Fire having a tough map so far. He has been red on so many of these opportunities the Five Fears are going for. Optic right through the middle of the map, and so far a wonderful, wonderful opening break. A lot of damage into Exceed. He has been backed up, and Optic are not relenting on the pressure here. They are still fighting forward.
First segment already locked in. Just open if you're Five Fears with all the different approaches of the angles. Work your way back in. Everybody's able to win a one-on-one gunfight, but it's Mercules and Hook. Mercules on 7 in a row. Eventually just gets shut down before earning that cruise missile, but Kill feed lit up in blue. Second segment already locked.
Could have been 2, no need. Shotzi finds his. Oh, up close and personal with Capsule. The slides are on, and he is somehow, some way, still alive. Back to full health. He's going to deal damage to the nade as well, so Hixie gets away with his life. Can he get his dancing shoes on now? Great shots from Hook. The transition across the board there. Just unbelievable stuff from Optic. Exceed fighting from spawn, and we're all good.
Shotzi off the respawn is trying to play for a couple of spawners. Already finds the first one onto Hixie. Has information onto Exceed sitting at mid-statue. Still up by 2 lives with 2 minutes to work with, so it's all about just accounting for everyone, but you don't account for Capsule. Again, on the pitch, is able to line up a double, and that slows down the pressure here from Optic.
Fire has got Shotzi completely trapped. A red dot now to chase. With lovely shots in at range. Once again, Fire. Smooth moves. What a 3 spree.
Now all of Optic coming off the respawn. You already have ammo control, so you're forcing Optic spawn over towards water side, but instead of working the OE, they are wrapping their way on back to clear out their spawn. But again, another player that you don't account for, Exceed in a position to not allow them to have a clean push.
Making them sweat for it. Capsule, a kill on a Shotzi. That's his 5th in a row. Number 6, a big overheat moment there from young Capsule. Slowing things down again, Exceed. He has been a true thorn in Optic. Yet to be plucked from the position he's in. And the slide from Mercury's there. The Jackal in hand certainly pays off. Great work out of Capsule. He's got warmed up, Jay, but it feels like a little too late.
Oh, and there it is. Optic take control of ammo with Mercury's running a one-on-one and then the AR strike from the long distance. Now you have pressure from the front side, but still the reinforcements, the spawns there for 5 Fears, the nades and stunts connecting, allowed them to already find 3 in the feed. 12v5. This is looking like a 5 Fears round.
And they finally found their form. 11v4. No lives left here for Optic. And Fire fighting from the inside of the zone. Hixie there on the left flank. Guarantees himself the information on the second man. Not enough for the kill, but plenty of damage dealt. It's on his teammates now to just make sure they wrangle those players, keep control of this, and 5 Fears are well on their way to buying a lifeline here in control.
Don't allow one-on-one gunfights to go the opposing way. I thought Capsule got some really bad timing there, especially with Dashy finding an opening kill, but now to 9v2. Both players on the point. Mercules and Dashy's trying to make something out of nothing. They're still finding kills, still making it somewhat of a round, but Hixie slides on him with the pistol, and 5 Fears get one on the board.
Sometimes all you need is one, and you certainly got it there. Optic now, they show a sign of weakness here in control. It really was one of the most dominant game modes they had at chance. On board with Mercury's 7 spree there. Quickly came to a close. Hook with some wonderful individual gunfights. But Capsule, he was the difference maker for 5 Fears alongside Exceed. Exceed was an absolute roadblock there by the B Street. Capsule was starting to pick up pace, but again, I worry, is it too late or is it the perfect timing? We will find out soon enough.
Sometimes all you need is a spark, and right there for 5 Fears, the fundamentals just to be pushed out towards ammo, force Optic to either work the OE or work the middle of the map. Allowed them a lot of opportunities to consistently retake their way back over towards B, but now you need to do something here on the offense. You're currently down by 5 segments, and that's not the break-off you were looking for. 3 dead in favor of the green wall, and they're already in your spawn.
Oh yeah, it's absolute control there in the middle of the map. Fire now left alone without any teammates. Stays alive for long enough as Capsule tracks Shotzi at close range happily. Dashy preventing the regen. Hixie's gonna have to double back, and he should be able to take care of Dashy here. There we go. Forward we now go, lads. 5 Fears, wind in their sails.
First segment about to be locked. Optic are not really in a position to try to contest this. Shotzi from on the ground is able to catch an angle onto Capsule to start off the trade fight, but it's still a 2v2 with 5 Fears still soaking up the time, or at least securing that second segment.
Well, they should. Well, we have a reposition here from Capsule. He's been lured into the depths of Vault, brought down, and Shotzi's long gone, mate. You're holding an iron for no one. There's Shotzi, re-emerges upstairs. Mercules draws the aggro, finds the kill from behind, and now Exceed, turn tail, run. You are losing the battle. You've not lost the war yet, but here we go. Optic fighting forward. Fire picks up the final trade. Bad news, Shotzi's in your spawn.
And now look at what it does to the spawns. You're forced to hit the OE, and that's the same exact position that Optic can get the close spawns into. So already over to her top cat is going to be Naduk. Second segment is going to be locked. 2 kills in favor of Optic. Got to fly on in and just find these trades. Might be the last push.
Oh, they get the trades. Oh, that's a big one from Capsule. Staying alive. Dashy. That could have been it. Exceed's going to make his way to the zone as fast as he can, but all he does is dive into Mercules for the kill. Slides from Hixie. 15 seconds. Someone has to get on the A zone. Mercules holding. Mercules down. Fire should get in. Hook now on the hold. He's down. Oh, and the A zone collapses. A minute 9 to play.
Now, Shotzi, you're in a very crucial position to just stay alive in towards ammo. Seems that Hixie is trying to play for him. He knows how impactful this position can be. Or some all to be in front of you, and at the same time, Exceed is working the pinch. So 2 big one-on-one gunfights on the opposite sides of the map might secure this round.
Oh my word, Exceed, you get yours. 1 problem down. Next problem, Shotzi. Dashy eats a ton of 9 mil. Still standing though. Damage there from Hook on the cross, making his way over. Can't even get caught out. Exceed still alive in this position. Capsule in the play now, and this is not over yet. Hook still going. 40 seconds on the game clock.
And they have to waste time, though, to try to locate Shotzi. He has won another massive one-on-one gunfight in towards top ammo and wins the second. So that pushed that from 5 Fears to try to retake their spawn to push right through the front door, instantly gets shut down. Now you got no more respawns, and Shotzi is still dominating in your spawn.
Still going, still rocking. 5, looking for the 6th, and all he's doing is burning the clock. There's 17 seconds to play, not only in the map, but here in the match. 3 lives to 9. Can anyone now get forward? Fire finds a kill. 10 seconds, stopped. Dashy trying to find the kill. Great damage. Pressure now on. No one's been able to get him out of the zone just yet. Shotzi cuts through mid, and this could be the moment you needed, and it indeed is. Exceed, the last man, the last hope in the series, as Optic, strictly business here in Riyadh, take care of their first series 3-0.
Just easy work right there from our most recent champions. Going up against the 5th seeded team that we have come through Challengers. We were able to just make easy work of them after a slow start in that map number 1. The nuke was dominant in hardpoint. Everyone was dominant in search and destroy. And Shotzi and Mercules, the saving graces again on the control, just valuing their lives, finding impactful kills at the right time. Optic are able to get to their first series here at EWC.
They get the job done, indeed. That search and destroy, that opening strat. 3-man water route. Formation was perfect. And we'll see how 5 Fears fare in the remainder of the tournament. They've got another series to play. Their journey here at EWC not quite over. Optics is just beginning.
Gotta feel good. You are the Green Wall fans, knowing that we're still in the same exact form that we were in a couple weeks ago. Championship level ready. Dominating when they need to. Communication obviously is on point. The thing that you have to focus on for Optic that we didn't see early on into the year was just how fundamentally sound that they play, how they value their lives, how they understand when it's my turn to make the big time play. And everyone is just in sync at the right time. Easy stuff right there for the Green Wall.
Beautiful stuff, beautiful start, and a beautiful way to close out the series in slow motion. Well, that's all from myself and Study. Back over to the guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Miles and Study. Excellent cast on a very short match. A 3-0 dealt out once again, and we've seen this before when Optic wins map 1s decidedly. They go on to 3-0.
I mean, that's what happens when you got one of the best respawn teams in the game. You give them an inch, they will take a mile. But I will say, it was kind of a slow start in that map 1 from the side of Optic Texas. I did get a little bit nervous because hot take, 3 weeks off, we saw them dominate in the most recent tournament. Another 3 weeks off, it was kind of like, couldn't they keep it up? And they sure can.
I was looking at Hook here, and I think it's a little crazy. Call it out right now, but I'm going to say it out loud. Hook is going to win MVP for this tournament.
Oh,
he is playing with an extra fire. He was playing against Challengers players and proven that he was the king of Challengers. Remember, at the start of the season, he wasn't in the league. The man had to come up, and since then, he has really made an impact for this squad. Optic, though, they're having fun. They're showing us what they normally do. Anything that you learn from watching them? Are you worried about losing one round of control?
No. I will say, Hook, like you said, he was sensational in those first 2 maps. And the way they played the search and destroy, just like the tack usage was perfect. Like using a couple stuns early to take hallway control, and then when they needed it late in the round, they kept some tacks for that as well. Like small fundamental things, as you heard Study referencing, like these are things Optic was not doing earlier in Black Ops 6. And with this roster and the added time they've had coming into this tournament, they looked even better than they did when they hoisted that trophy.
Yeah, I mean, going back to this map number 1, I'm really glad that Chris made the shout out towards Hook, because I mean, he is the reason they kept this game as close as they did in this map number 1, because there was a moment where 5 Fears were on fire in that second set of rotations, but obviously Hook had a large amount to say about that. And then you have Shotzi making the huge heads up play, making it through pool to that final P4, and getting those 2 guys in the back to flip them out to get that heavy lead in and eventually get the win.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. Hook made some massive plays. I mean, on money rotations, on the P2 we saw
22
back-to-back P2s. The last 2 P2s, Hook made the play, just finding kills in the back and maintaining, control to allow his team to get back in control of the hill. So Hook making massive plays. Then we move over to Search and Destroy. Chris, just a masterclass.
I gotta say, for Capsidal, he had a pretty impressive opening map. You saw a triple kill from him twice in that, and then in game 2, setting the tone in Search and Destroy. What was the difference, though, in the second half of Search? Because it was knotted up early on.
Yeah, no, it was at round number 6 when Shotzi wins that 1v1 in the round before, and then they go towards that B site. It's a perfect blind counter from Side Optic Texas. He's able to find 2, as you see right there on his screen. So really good stuff out of Shotzi, because even though he didn't have the most kills, the most first bloods here, that one unfortunately went to Hook. He did have one of the most impactful plays.
Yeah, later in that Search, Chris, you saw 5 Fears. They just tried to take it to him, back-to-back rounds, playing super aggressive. You don't want to play with that type of fire with Optic. I will say the best performance 5 Fears had in this series, in my opinion, was this control. Some winnable rounds, especially on their offenses. Back-to-back offenses where I felt like they threw it away. They're on the B point. Mercules is trapped behind, the SUV. He finds 3 kills to ice that round, and right when that happened, I felt like the game just got away from them. But 5 Fears just took them a little bit to settle into this game. But the problem with that is, as they started to settle into this match, Shotzi got going. And in that final round, Shotzi called a game.
This was so fun to watch. You could see the joy on the stage for the boys in green. A clean 3-0.
What's up, big dog?
Up for a qualifier match. And we are now joined in the studio by a very special guest, one of the greatest of all time, if not the GOAT. Watching his team power into the second round. First, let's update your leaderboard as Optic gets their 3-0. It's looking like Cloud9 could be their opponent in the second round.
Yeah, we were watching that match a little bit. Cloud9 playing phenomenal, dominating G2 on that map number 1. But you guys see the special guest next to me. What an absolute beast. Mister, how many rings you up to now?
5?
5?
Just 5.
Yeah, just
5. Just
that's a whole hand.
All right, so Karma, talk to me about this tournament, because with the coaches given a headset, it's different from what we saw earlier in the year. Did it impact your plan at all as a coach?
I mean, I'd like it to impact it more, but I don't know. Like, it was on such a short notice, the change, and I mean, I want to do more, but I don't know. Sometimes, like, I'm not gonna lie. Personally, right now, I'm not like super comfortable with it because I want to call. So, like, I'm not gonna call things, but I want to help them. But sometimes, like, I don't know, sometimes it just doesn't feel right. Like, we're not used to it.
It's that freedom that the player has if the intuition plays sometimes, and it's a balance. You don't want to jump into that. So is this something you guys talked about prior, like how you were going to approach it?
Oh, yeah, no, we've definitely talked about some things.
Anything in particular they like?
I mean, they want me to say things if I see things or if I notice things, but I don't know, like I said, it's just weird. It was on such short notice that I don't know.
Fair enough.
I'm trying, but
it's day 1. We're going to see it play out over the next 3 days. And you guys have a second match later tonight, which we'll see here in the 5th match on the main stage. Are you worried about your group at all? Or are you guys already focused on what's in front of you in the playoff bracket?
We're definitely focused on like what's in front of us. I think the same approach we had at Champs, Like, we play these guys, we 5 Fears like they were the team to beat,
Yep.
Take everyone serious.
One match at a time.
Yeah, because we're far away from home, and I don't think anyone wants to go home.
And I have to say, like, personally, I'm feeling the jet lag right now. It's 5 o'clock here in Saudi Arabia, but my brain is 8 a.m. back over in the States. So how is it as a player and on the coaching staff? Is everyone on their A game right now? Do you think it's going to take a while for everyone to kind of get comfortable here in the new atmosphere?
I think we're getting there. Obviously, the guys came last year. I didn't. And they experienced it pretty bad last year. But we did about everything we could. yesterday was a long day. It was like 7 a.m. till 9:30. We finished scrimming after we were done everything, and I mean, we pretty much forced ourselves to stay in our PPA room, and yeah, everyone went to sleep
Staying
around
on the
same
grind.
time.
I'm somewhat thinking about, last year you guys obviously won champs, incredible year, and then you come into EWC, not the result that you guys wanted.
Yeah.
What did you learn? Because you guys came out firing in that match number 1, which is a bit different than what we saw last year.
Yes.
I mean, it's weird. I'm not gonna lie. I was sleeping for most of the games last year, but I don't know. I think obviously, I mean, it's pretty much the same thing as last year. Win champs, EWC. I can't really say much about how last year went because I think we still played. We tried everything we could to do well. I think the jet lag thing might be one of the biggest things, to be honest.
You also got Mercules this time around.
Yeah, and Mace. I mean, Mace is a beast.
The 20-year-olds, they don't feel that time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, but I don't know. I mean, we worked hard. We worked, equally as hard for this tournament. I feel like we've got very limited reps so far when we've been here, so it's kind of just going with emotions, match by match.
What is that preparation like? Like, did you guys approach it any differently? Because in the last tournament, obviously Optic had those 3 weeks off. You came in, you shocked everybody. Absolute domination. You got another 3 weeks heading into EWC, but also with the implications of jet lag, with the travel, and the way everything's kind of set up. It's a little bit different. Was prep any different for Optic Texas heading into this to try and prepare for this situation?
No, not really. I think the prep was the same. I mean, we were still, obviously playing the amateur teams, playing pro teams. Prep for that match was definitely a little different because, I mean, we really didn't have much to go on for that. So, I mean, our main goal was just,
Play your game.
come out, play our game. We don't really care what they do. It could have backfired, but it didn't. And, I'm just happy with that. So.
Yep.
Damon, final question here. I asked my analysts who were the top contenders to win this whole thing. They said it was 100 Thieves, FaZe Clan, and Optic Texas. So talk to me a little bit about those two competitors. Are you guys thinking about 100 Thieves or FaZe Clan, and how do you feel you match up against both squads?
I mean, I'll give you a non-biased answer. I mean, we got pool play. See if anything crazy happens in pool play. Then you have single limb. I think it's going to come down to whoever comes out and plays their A game. I think there's probably, like I said, single limb, 5 or 6 teams who probably could win the tournament. And if anything happens like at champs, I mean, it could get even crazier because there was two chances at that event,
right?
And we still saw the big dogs fall early. So
absolutely,
who really knows? You really don't know. I don't know.
I love sharing this set with you. I wish we could keep you the entire time, but we are going to be going to the second match here in just a moment. Before you go, though, anything you want to say to the fans? Because we were running out of Kitchener at the end of the show. We all sprinted home. The fans were waiting for us. Here. Now's your time to say it to them. What's up?
I mean, thank you, everybody. Thanks for supporting us. We're going to try putting on a show. I wasn't here last year, but, I'm glad to be here now. And, I mean, I don't know. It's great being here, part of Optic. I mean, Optic is the best. And, we've proved it time and time again, even through the rough times. And hopefully this is to more good times.
Yeah, talk your trash.
Talk your trash, David.
Talk to him.
No, I'm pretty chill most of the time, but we'll get that out there.
That is Mr. Five Rings, a.k.a. the Cherry Blossom Camo King. We love him. You will see him on the main stage. But coming up next, we have our second fight of the night. 100 Thieves looking to raise another trophy in Riyadh. This time, they got to power through Gentlemates. It's EWC. Don't go anywhere.
This land is calling.
It's time for match number 2, and as you can see in our Jamil Motorsports arrival cam, Hydra and the rest of 100 Thieves are ready to go. They are caffeinated. They are ready to game, and they're looking for some revenge after a lackluster finish to their 2025 year. So, Allie, final tournament of the season, 100 Thieves trying to be crowned as the best team in Black Ops 6, but winning a trophy here earned them that title.
That's a really tough one. Yes. I think it really depends on how Optic Texas performs, and if maybe they both make it to Sunday, that's an insane case. But I didn't see Scrap in that walk-in, so this guy clearly has already been here and locked. I mean, 100 Thieves, the expectations for them have been so high, and they were able to win a few this year, but they fell incredibly short at our most recent tournament, and it wasn't even, like, explainable. They just didn't play like themselves.
Yeah, I mean, if they win here, best performance on the year for sure.
I like that call out. For Dan Ghosty, we had a lot of concerns. One of our other talent were on his flight. He was wheeled off of that flight, was not feeling good when he landed. He was seen by staff. He's feeling great. I checked in on him yesterday. Good. He says, I'm back. I got my meds under control. I'm ready to play. So this team is ready to put on a show, but I was worried about him because this is a long trip, a 20-hour commute to make your way out to Riyadh to play for the 1.8 mil.
Yeah, 100%. It's a team coming off of last place at Champs. Really did not play well at all, right? So, throughout majority of the year, they were phenomenal in control. That got away from them. So a lot of things that they've needed to work on. And more importantly, they start slow. They've started slow at a couple of tournaments this year. They have to have a strong showing here, especially in this first match.
I think you look at the bracket, though, this has got to be their easiest first-round opponent in Gentlemates, right?
100%, but I think the issue also lies in the fact that, like, when we were talking to Damon, day one's the hardest day. Everybody's jet lagged, they're trying to get into the groove of things, and for the side of 100 Thieves, they don't know too much about the opponents on the other side of that stage. Sure, there might be some players that have been in the league previously, but when it comes to that VOD review and doing some studying, it gets a little bit difficult for some of these pro teams.
Nameless, I want to ask you, who underperformed at the last event, and who do you have eyes on to step their game up in Riyadh?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Scrap. honestly. He's a season MVP. You expect him to have a big performance at Champs. It just doesn't happen. So looking at him to just fry this tournament. But I think with this Thieves roster, they have everything that they need. I mean, we've seen them dominate before. It's just an underwhelming weekend that they had, right? So now we're at EWC. You're going up against Gentlemates. As you just mentioned, a softball matchup number one. You need to just 3-0 them. Like, without shadow of a doubt, this needs to be the team that we saw 3-4 months ago.
They've seen some highs as well as lows, but 100 Thieves are still considered the super team. We caught up with their coach, Shane.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with the one and only Shane, coach of 100 Thieves. Now, Shane, you and the boys are getting ready to hit the main stage. How have you guys been preparing? What's the goal for this event?
I mean, we want to get that first place. We kind of had a lackluster Champs. We won the 2 events back-to-back before that, and honestly, it's hard to say what went wrong, I guess we kind of stopped having fun with it, maybe put too much pressure on ourselves to succeed.
Yeah.
But we're back in our relaxed mindset, looking for a bounce back right now.
There you go, okay? And we know how relaxed you are, how cool, calm, and collected you are in pressure situations. And this time, you get a chance to be on the main stage, okay? So are you going to be the coach on the main stage behind the boys?
No, I thought Troy's energy is I've always sort of been good at hyping people up, but seeing Troy, in terms of his energy, is nothing I've ever seen, And honestly, the boys are really equipped to gameplay-wise to do whatever we need to do in every situation. So I thought Troy would be better for the moment at keeping a good energy. The guy's hilarious, says all the right things at the right time. So I think that's what they need right now.
I love that. Sometimes you just need a vibes man on the main stage, okay? Because the boys, they got good comms. They know the rotations. They know exactly what they need to do. But sometimes just having, like you said, somebody on stage just to make sure things is cool. We're locked in. We focus, and you guys know who you are. You guys are 100 Thieves. You know what you can do. You done went back-to-back already this year. How has, just even coming here, the EWC experience, okay? How has that been for you?
I mean, they treat you like royalty, It's been incredible so far, with it only being their second event ever. I've been around for 16 years now, all sorts of events, and when they start off, it's never really that good. But EWC, they've gone levels above for everyone, making sure everyone feels comfortable, and it's going to get better as each year goes on.
I concur with that. The hospitality has been amazing here at EWC. That's going to do it for me and Shane. We see you guys on the other side.
Thank you, Blaze. Shane looking confident and comfortable as always, but I love that call out. They have 2 great coaches on the 100 Thieves staff. One of them has a ring, Allie.
He does have a ring. He goes by Sender, and he is one of, if you go to any event and Troy is on stage, he is the one bringing the energy. It is so easy to spot him out, and he was a part of that ring-winning roster that had Pac on it, Hydra. So for him, that is some very good chemistry already on stage, and for him in comms, it feels like when we talk about the favorite teams, 100 Thieves, they beat themselves more often than not when it comes to these bigger tournaments because they put so much pressure on them. I can't think of anybody better to loosen up the vibe for this squad than Sender.
Oh, it's massive. I mean, you talk about a Thieves team that has come out overconfident at times, right? And abandoned their game plan, which has cost them some tense situations. And having Sender up there is definitely going to help them in those moments, something that they need. So should be a cool experience for those guys.
That is 100 Thieves. They are the favorite in this fight, but they're going up against the Gentlemates that have all of France backing them. This is, of course, the YouTuber-owned roster. You have a world champion in Kismet. You had Diamond Con, Lunars, and Johnny, with Diamond Con being the most recent addition. We've seen LAG with Diamond Con in the mix. Is this the right move?
A little bit of a mix-up there to switch Diamond Con and Lunars. Sorry, my bad. But putting Diamond Con to this roster is really interesting to me because you take Fellow, he's usually a very solid, I wouldn't say aggressive, he's going to be in your back line, but Diamond Con, from what I remember, an incredibly aggressive player.
Much more aggressive.
A lot of hype around him, and so this has now become a much younger roster that maybe Kismet can kind of cultivate to play a little bit more similar, thinking like Heretic style, get more in the face, get more aggressive, and catch these teams off guard.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a good point. I mean, you saw Diamond Con, he's played with some slow ARs in the past. I mean, he's played alongside Assault, typical slower AR, and Diamond Con had to pick up the pace and be the guy that was in your face, right? And that's kind of what they need. They need somebody that's a little bit more aggressive. They were hoping that was going to be Lunars. That's just not his play style, right? So I do think the change from Fellow to Diamond Con will help them a bit in Hardpoint. And towards the end of the last stage we saw them in, they were getting a lot better at that game mode in HP. Now, that being said, Chris, you mentioned Gotaga. He has been vocal on his stream talking about the pitfalls of this roster and how they perform throughout the year. So those players definitely feel like they owe him some big dubs.
They didn't make a whole lot of changes, but they do bring in a new face. We'll see if they can find success with a number of players rising from challengers this season. Johnny is my X Factor. What Johnny are we getting today, Allie? Can he lead this team in search and destroy like we've seen?
That's the biggest question, right? Is a lot of times when it comes to teams like this and you put it on one player, it's about if they show up. And we've seen Johnny have a couple of series where he's able to take over, but that's what separates the good from the great, is if you're able to do it consistently. And there is no stage that has more pressure than right now.
Well, there's one man we know is always consistent, but he has the ability to reach 99 kills. We caught up with him live.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here with the one and only Kismet as he is getting ready to play his first matchup going against 100 Thieves. But before we get to that, Kiz, how are you feeling being back here at EWC?
I'm feeling good, man. The city here is amazing. The hospitality is amazing. I love it. It's fun. So
there you go. Okay. Now, you're back in town, okay? But this year, you're looking to hoist the big trophy, looking to shake things up with you and the squad. How has the preparation been for you and the boys coming into this tournament?
I feel like this tournament we're just playing with nothing to lose, right? We've obviously had a rough year, but we're playing a team that has a lot on their shoulders. They have a lot to, uphold from their champs situation.
Yeah.
So just making sure that we, come in no pressure and just play our game and, let things unfold as they should. So
there you go. Okay. And, one thing that's going to help you guys being able to overtake those guys is the fans. All right. The gentle mates who maybe in the crowd not going to be cheering so gentle as they're rooting for you guys to come out and win this tournament. How does that feel to have such a great fan base for you guys?
The fan base has been great, right? From day one to now, every tweet I make, they love me. Every match I play, they love me. So, and the guys as well, So, I couldn't ask for a better fan base. They're awesome. So, to win for them would be amazing. That's what I want. So
there you go. Okay. And I know you can do it. All right. I'm going to let you get out of here and get ready for your matchup. But everybody, that's going to do it for me and Kiz. Make sure you're cheering for the Gentlemates.
That's the Bulldog Kismet. He's taken on the top players in Call of Duty throughout his entire career, but now he's on arguably the worst team I've seen him on. Yeah. How can they find success against a squad that has struggled early in tournaments in 100 Thieves?
Yeah, you look at, what they showed us in the last stage we saw, Gentlemates, and it was their hard point. It was massively improved. And you look at Lunars, started to get a lot more comfortable. Yeah. He was their best search and destroy player.
Okay.
And they went about 500 in search and destroy throughout that stage. So I think, if they can start off hot in that hard point and steal that one of those HPs, they have a chance to, Dirty Neslo them in the series.
Dirty Neslo, a 2-3-5er, Allie.
I agree with you slightly. I think they have to do it in the map number one. I think they have to catch 100 Thieves very, very hot, very early. A 1-2-5. I think they have to do it in the search and destroys. LA Thieves is the number one hard point and control team. That's what separates the good from the great, is being good at control. And I don't think LA Gorilla Mates are there just yet. So I think their opportunity definitely lies in stealing that early hard point and getting it to that game 5.
We did see Thieves, though, at Champs. The control out the window. Teams had started to catch up.
That's what they focused on.
Exactly, 100%.
Can we talk a little bit about weapons? Because I see some new faces coming into the roster. Is this now an AR heavy team? Is this a team that can all flex? What does LAG look like as we go from map to map?
I'd say AR heavy. I'd say Kismet might take on that flex role just to try and have a little bit more control.
He's sensational with AR.
But he does a very good job. I think it's going to be a lot of SMG pressure on Johnny to keep that front line rolling.
What we're seeing, sort of the evolution of Black Ops 6 is more ARs have been getting pulled out. You think about the last series we just watched, 5 Fears and Optic. There were 3 Rs out almost the entire Vault hardpoint that we saw, right? So I think, having Kismet keep the AR out a little bit more could be great for them, because the times that we saw him have it in his hands this year, he was phenomenal.
Want to give a big shout out to everyone who woke up early in the States to watch these matches. This is your best of 5 with Rewind Dealership, a double dose of Hacienda and Rewind for a game number 5. Allie, you just smiled when I said game 5. What's going through your head?
I don't know. I don't hate the Rewind on side of LA Gorilla Mates. It's obviously going to be incredibly mixy, but that's what makes it good for them. Give Kismet and Johnny a little bit to get warm, and it gives them opportunities to slip behind enemy lines and cause some problems on the side of Envoy and Hydra. So I think this map 1 could play well for LA Gorilla Mates.
And if you're a 100 Thieves fan and you're a little worried, like my man Jamil is backstage, who is the player who could just disappear in this matchup? Who is, I guess, prone to a bad game?
On the side of Thieves?
100 Thieves.
Prone to the bad
super
game.
team. They're not supposed to have any weaknesses.
She knows who I'm going to say.
It's unfortunate.
But it's Ghosty.
Hydra?
Ghosty would be prone to the bad game individually, and Envoy at times as well. But when you look at this roster, it's like even if one of those guys do have a bad game, it really doesn't matter because you have Scrap and you have Hydra. And if those guys are slaying like they usually do, then statistically, it doesn't really matter what Ghosty and Envoy put up.
We're going to give the players an extra moment on the stage to get ready. When we return, we will be live with one of 2 streams here from EWC. Check them both out. We got action on Bravo. We'll be right back.
It is definitely him. I'm more of a just run and gun, see who's on my screen. If he's there, he's probably gonna die.
He will take his time, make sure he guarantees that he has a good gunfight that's worth, you know, a higher chance of winning it, and I'll go a little crazy. So I'd definitely say him for sure.
I would like to say myself, but it is him. I feel like he's a smarter person, so, you know, we'll go with him.
Definitely be me. I feel like he has it in him, but I feel like he's a little bit less vocal. But me, I'm saying anything that comes to mind. I'm trying to think of everything that's happened.
I might have to go with him as well because, you know, my heart's always racing. I'm always trying to find someone, get in the moment. He's always trying to just, you know, think about the situation, go more methodically about it.
Definitely be him. He's so silent, just taking all the gas from his teammates. So I'd definitely say him for the coolness.
I might have to say both of us, but if I got to pick one, it's him. I just think he's just a good overall player, team player, likes to gas up his teammates, so we're going to say him.
I feel like he would definitely be the person to give credit. But if I'm doing the thing, I'm going to take all the gas I can get. I'm going to be screaming on top of my lungs. So I'd definitely say him to give gas in a big play like that.
You're looking at him. I mean, I guess that's kind of what they pay me to do. Just get as many counter kills as possible. So I'm going to say myself.
I'm going to have to say me. I think I got huge potential to drop a big amount of kills. So I'd say for in between both of us, I think we both can do it. I think we both do it a lot. But I would have to say me to drop a big number of kills.
It's definitely him. You know, he's definitely in the moment, just super calm, and he's like, you know, relax, we got this, even in a high pressure situation.
Is definitely me. I feel like if I have something in my head, if I have something planned, all I tell my teammates is just trust me, trust me. Both of us, I'd probably say me.
I don't know if you can even say anyone in the world's better than myself in aiming, but yeah, we're gonna have to say me.
I'm gonna have to give it to him. He plays on a high sense. He's snapping on everything.
I think it's gonna be me. Like, I mean, no one can kill me, so like, it's gotta be me.
I'm gonna have to give it to myself. I feel like what I do on the map, how fast I am, and the plays that I make, it's 50-50, but I'm gonna choose me because it's me. I would have to say just your personality. I feel like when you are in the game, when it matters the most, I feel like you are the most energetic and you want it so bad. And I feel like I can see your passion seeping through you when we're in those big moments. I just appreciate to be able to sit there with my guy and be able to see you want it so bad.
You know, I just think that he's a super personal person. He can talk to anyone, can hold a conversation. Just feels like he just has a good heart overall, and just a good person to be around.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Mercules and Shotzi of Optic, and I have some quick fire questions for you boys. You ready?
Hell yeah. Let's get it.
Hell yeah. Question number 1. Who is more likely to trash talk the other team?
Oh, between us?
Yeah.
You.
Yeah, probably me, but I don't really talk trash online. Like online, I don't really type in because I'm kind of locked. Whereas if like online though.
Oh, you're on land, you're up like this.
Yeah, I'm literally like.
Yeah, the pistol's out. Yeah, we've seen you. Who is more likely to pull off a crazy clutch or a highlight reel moment?
Shots.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I'd probably say me. I mean, I'm flash.
Who is the bigger jokester when the cameras are off?
Honestly, I'd probably give it. No cap. I feel like when the camera's off, like he's just saying funny nicknames and he's a troll. He's a little troll. I'd give it to him.
Who's more likely to oversleep and be late for practice?
Honestly, I don't think the both of us, dude. I'm not gonna lie. That's surprising to say because I've had, a few teammates. Nah, I'm trolling, Brandon.
Who grinds the game harder?
I'd probably say the both of us, low key. Because he's always playing ranked, but I'm always like playing Chalice.
Who's more likely to ignore a strat and go rogue in game?
Me. Definitely me. Remember the protocol?
Oh yeah, definitely him. Yeah.
Who's got the best food recommendations?
Honestly, I'd give it to this guy.
Yeah?
He put us on. There's a spot near our facility. I was like, damn, okay, Jay.
Who's more likely to say, we're still in this, even when you're close to losing?
Bro, I'd never give up. If it's 2-0 in control, we're down 2-0.
We say it in our heads, but actually, I'd probably give it to Miz. Yeah.
Guys, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it. Good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
See you later.
Thank you, Miles. Appreciate it.
History made right here tonight in Riyadh.
You know what to expect out of these guys. They're consistent. When we match up versus them, I feel like it's always a slugfest.
I think that Core 3 of Simp, Abizi, and Celium, those three kind of always been together.
Once we had that confidence, I feel like we had the 4 best players in each role, and I feel like the playmaking we have and the ability to win gunfights that most people can't, I think when we are red hot, there's no team that can match that type of form, and I think that's why we won 2 tournaments already, and we're looking for our 3rd.
We know how good we are, and then that's when our confidence is like peak, and I feel like once we hit that mode, there's just like no one that can stop us.
They are special for sure. They definitely make it to the final more than anybody else. They may not win as much as they should, but at least they're getting an opportunity to be able to have a chance at winning.
I think this year is definitely a little bit of, I would say, down season for them. I think they're just searching for that special win again, like they did last year.
She's dancing. Oh, he nearly stays alive. What a shot!
I feel like we have a lot to prove, obviously, after coming off a top 6 at Champs again, which is obviously not the greatest, and we were all pretty disappointed in ourselves for that. So I've been putting in a lot of work the last few weeks and ready to show it on stage.
When we get the ball going, we're here. I feel like last year in EWC, we were here, we were playing very well, and I think when we get into that mode and we are playing the way we are, we're gonna win again.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Mac and Vivid of Omit, and we have got some fun questions to get through. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Absolutely.
Man. All right, here we go. Number 1, who is more likely to trash talk the other team?
Probably me. You think so? I think it depends what you verify trash talk as. In team comms, if you're just talking trash, just talk trash with them, probably him. But out of game or after a match, probably me.
Who's more likely to pull off a crazy clutch play or a highlight reel moment?
No,
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Who's the bigger jokester when the cameras are off?
I'd probably say me. Yeah, I'd say Mac.
You big prank guy,
Not prank, I'm just pretty carefree.
Yeah, right on, man. Love that. Who's more likely to oversleep and be late to practice or even a match?
I want to say neither of us.
I don't think either of us would.
This is good. This is a good thing. Everyone sort of says that, which I think at this level, it shouldn't be. That shouldn't be a thing. But honestly,
I don't
great.
think either of us.
Who grinds the game harder?
Me.
Reese.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Who's more likely to ignore a strat and go rogue in game?
I feel like it'd be you. I feel like you'd get a little inkling, nah, that's not right. Let me just do what I think is right.
Who shows more emotion after a big win?
I don't know. I feel like we're both somewhat on the same level.
Yeah, I feel like on our team together, specifically in this one, we've probably both been around the even, but traditionally or throughout our careers, I feel like I've had more emotion after wins than you have, besides big win, like when you won your chip or stuff like that. But like
yeah, I'll get
in
that,
general.
Who's more likely to rage quit after a game?
Yeah, I think it's,
Are you the bigger rager?
nah. I don't really quit that much. Like I'll get mad, but like I'll keep it in. Like I'll just keep going. But I won't really.
You're not messing with the stats.
Yeah.
Yeah, right on.
I'll keep it rolling.
Who carried who in the last tournament?
I mean, I guess it'd
We
be
gotta
him.
pull up the stats. We gotta pull them up.
Okay, last question. Who's more likely to say, we're still in this, when you're definitely losing?
It's not me. I'm sitting there like, damn, this is over.
I'm our last hope, I guess. Keep that in mind.
That was the last one. So, guys, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming here. Good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Have fun.
The back-to-back team to beat started off with a dominant performance, and welcome back to Call of Duty Black Ops 3 6 at the Esport World Cup. There's so much to look forward to, and we're ready for the next match.
We are indeed, Fancy. We are just getting started here. This is just Playday 1 of a total 4 Playdays coming your way. We're just 1 matchup down with 5 more to go. And this next one is another David versus Goliath affair. Let's bring out our teams. Starting with a team that is back in Riyadh with a point to prove. 100 Thieves!
Their opponents, after a quiet season, they arrive with loud intentions. Welcome, Gentlemates!
It's a super team seeking a redemption arc versus underdogs with intent. Let's get into it.
Welcome back, everybody, as we're here in Riyadh for our second matchup of the tournament. And it is, in certain regards, David versus Goliath. Hard to say with the recent performance, though, from Thieves on another major stage, whereas for Gentlemates, a chance to try to reprove another new roster. It's Shift here.
Side of yourself and excited for what should be a relatively interesting matchup, just purely from a storyline perspective, as you say. Like, for the side of Thieves, a extremely disappointing time in Kitchener, or one that they'll be looking to bounce back from more than anything. I feel like this series, I mean, the pressure was always going to be on them, right? You're going up against Gentlemates, they've had a poor season, that is of no doubt. But for the side of Thieves, there's something else about the EWC tournament here that there's just that little bit more pressure on them to then step forward. They need to lean forward this week, right? We need to see a little bit.
And I think the thing is it has to be immediate.
Yes.
You know, after the fumble that they had, especially opening up against Boston, just slow. Out of the gates, just looking a little bit more rugged than we'd normally come to see them at the end of the calendar year in the competitive season. Whereas for Gentlemates, it's been a while since we've seen this team in any sort of recent form. But I think the biggest thing is their moves to this point have not merited any success. Lunars gets added to the picture, doesn't really do much for them. They added a couple of new pieces with Johnny and Fellow, doesn't do anything for them. And now it's Diamond Khan's turn to shine. And to be fair, when he's been picked up in the past, he's done well to kind of give some immediate impact.
Well, there's a lot to be said about teams having a month to do a little bit of practice and, well, vastly improve. We've seen it a few weeks ago, if you remember correctly. So, yeah, let's see. I don't know. It's one of those things that they have had the time. There has been a chance for them to really bed themselves in this roster. Now it's trying to, I'll show if the proof is in the pudding in their very first match, which is immediately going to be difficult. But for them, I suppose there is no pressure. There isn't that weight on the shoulders of what you definitely have on the Thieves side of things, right? They're going to be coming into this thinking, we really need to step up after what was a really poor performance a few weeks ago.
Absolutely, and I think just in particular, to even just get more into the micro data of it all, you look at Rewind as map number 1. When the map was in the pool at the beginning of the year, solid. Really, it's just the match that had versus FaZe that really kind of let them down just a touch. But outside of that, I mean, they're 6-2 overall on the year on the map. They're also looking at a Hacienda, which has been regularly played for them. And again, not the most success in the world there, but in terms of, again, kicking this series off on the right foot, you love to see Rewind if you're a Thieves fan.
Absolutely, but on the other side of the things here for Gentlemates, I mean, they've won 2 of the last 3 times they played it. One of them up against Optic Texas. I will bear in mind that wasn't May. there wasn't any time recently, but their recency bias, I suppose, towards this map isn't necessarily the worst side of things for Gentlemates. So, yeah, let's see how things are going to go down for them, but I think Thieves will be very happy with this one. Gentlemates probably not too disappointed either.
Sure. Now, Allie was saying on the desk as we were getting things ready to go for this matchup, she's thinking it has to be a 1-2-5 if Gentlemates were to come through and take this series away. Do you agree with her on that take? I mean, we're looking at one of the worst search and destroy teams in the game, but at the same rate on the other side, this is where Thieves have struggled in kind of those pivotal matchups early in their bracket plays.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, if you're looking towards the 4th map as well in Hacienda, it's not necessarily one of the worst ones, I think, for Gentlemates to get a hold of, especially with LAT's, well, worst map, theoretically, in that pool of hardpoint maps. So they're not minding that pick, I want to say. So it's just difficult. Look, yeah, I kind of sympathize because we are looking at potential routes to Gentlemates, but we're kind of clutching at straws a little bit for them, and that's nobody's fault. It's just that it is that much of an outmatch, right?
Yeah.
It's a difficult one to really see a massive route in. I don't mind map number 4 for them, as mentioned. Map number 1, again, they could surprise us, but I think that's what is the beauty of EWC. We've had that little break. We've seen some teams who, well, have played poorly recently. We haven't seen Gentlemates in a long, long time. So
right.
There's a lot of different permutations when we come into this tournament. A lot of differences with some of these teams. There's a lot on the line in a different kind of way. So I think it's that tournament that can have a bit of a mix-up. I don't know if it'll necessarily be in this matchup, but it's a hard one to kind of look for a route for Gentlemates either way.
I think and Chris had brought this up as a conversation point, talking to Ant about the weapon compositional changes that we've already kind of seen as the year had ended up, and even kind of in the first match that we had earlier, lots of AR focus. So when you're looking at a Gentlemates team that adds DiamondCon to the roster, gives you that extra little bit of fuel in the AR department, but it does ask the question of what are you going to do with Kismet and Johnny if you do find yourself in 3 AR situations, which, let's be honest, is going to be the case in Rewind. There's a handful of hard points that you're expecting to see 3 ARs in the mix.
Yeah, well, Kismet historically has always done really solid with that weapon, right? We will see him kind of being able to do anything to a certain degree when it does come down to Kiz, especially a couple of years ago. Is it quite at that level as it once was? Not necessarily. But is the best going to be brought out of him in Riyadh? That's the question.
I feel like you need to have it, right?
Yeah, well, they need to. If they want to win this game, absolutely.
Yeah, I think there's also, again, a lot of pressure to see if Lunars can actually have a somewhat of a high-level professional outing. Because, candidly speaking, when he was in Challengers, he looked great. But when he was playing in the league, it would just look like a totally different Lunars. I don't know if that's a role thing or just an uncomfortability thing, but I'll tell you this much. The last couple of months of Lunars is not representative of what we have seen from him over the course of a handful of years in Challengers.
Yeah, I think it's hard sometimes. I mean, we both cast a lot of Challengers, right? We've seen that transition for so many different players. And I think it's difficult because on I think the range when some players get dropped in, you see, well, for Mercules, he gets dropped in, immediately sets on fire. Where some other players, it does take them a little bit of time to get themselves embedded. Somebody who didn't take a lot of time to get embedded was Scrap on the other side of things. You know, it's difficult because you do see these ones who pop off immediately, but for some other players, it does take time to adapt to not just the gameplay or the team, it's the whole scenario around it. It's not, you're not just a Challengers team anymore. This is now your job. This is now a lot more serious. It's a lot more of a serious setup for some of these teams. Are you able to adapt to that quickly? Some of them do struggle to do so.
Yeah, and I think, you know, again, looking at Johnny as another example of that is, you know, you go back to that Vanguard year, he's having a great year in Challengers, and then he somehow, for some reason, decides to join that Paris Legion team that wasn't already out of the running for champs, and it's just like let me see if I can up my stock by competing against the pros, and again, that team was just in shambles, and finally a chance to come back in, and again, on a roster that has not been able to establish any sort of an identity. So it's tough to be a Challengers player that finds lots of success, and then an org says, hey, we need you to build our team in the middle of a year. It's tough to do that, but that's kind of what has rested on the shoulders of a Johnny and a Lunars this year.
It kind of goes semi-off topic. Like, you sometimes do see, though, if like some players that have particularly been in the CDL for years and years, and they drop down to Challengers and really struggle.
Yeah.
So it's a completely different environment. Like, you know, you go from this setup, some players will thrive in that. Some players don't necessarily thrive in the challenger side of things. It's hard to try to ascertain, like, okay, is he definitely going to be that guy in this scenario as opposed to this one? Sometimes that doesn't play out.
Right.
Sometimes it does take time.
It's one of those things, man. Again, the ecosystem around how you become a professional player is so dense. And there's also a level, again, where like the story that Merciless is putting together is a very unique one. The only other ways that you could talk about it would be like when Hixie gets picked up in Toronto, they win their next event. You could say maybe similar things for like a Dan Ghosty gets picked up and starts to find immediate success when he was, filling into a spot essentially for a lot of regards in terms of how you talk about that rise, but now finds himself as kind of a stapled leader of what is supposed to be the super team in the mix of high-level professional Call of Duty. It just comes down to finding a way to get those championships that they were built to find. And again, you found a couple this year, but to end the year the way that they did has a lot of salt lingering, I think, in the taste buds.
100%. 100%. I think another one to kind of mention in that, you just talked about Hixie there in the sense of, he's one of the best, and then he still got dropped
right, yep,
to it. To then hear him saying, okay, I want to become more of a Slayer because, okay, I think people's minds are, it's a lot about recency bias and how you're putting up these numbers, that kind of thing. And I think for players like that, it's difficult when you are then stepping into that situation in a team you might not be comfortable in, and you then have to go and really perform. You can't just do average as a player coming up from challengers in a certain way. You have to go out there and perform big time to get those eyes firmly on you for a bit. If you're just going to go and drop, 0.9, 0.8, okay, well, we go for somebody who's got that experience instead.
And I think that's an interesting call just to, speak about Hixie's idea of becoming more of a Slayer rather than an objective-style player. Makes a lot of sense because, let's be honest, that's how you get picked up as an SMG player in this day and age where, you look at other players that have fallen into the mix, like your Exceeds, your Brax, lots of success in challengers, but not being able to fulfill that same style of role in the pro circuit. But you can see the stages coming to life, the players are coming to life, and we're gonna do the same. We've got our second best of 5 here in Group B. 100 Thieves taking on Gentlemates. Let's get it on.
As we discussed at the top of our segment here, when it has come down to recency for Gentlemates is what they're gonna try and lean into as far as the map goes, but at the same time, it has been a long time since we really have seen them. So is it the same Gentlemates that we are expecting to be able to maybe pull up some trees here on Rewind? I'm not 100% sure. But for the side of Thieves, it's very much about righting the wrongs of a month ago. They're going to be able to do so.
And it has to start quickly, and it looks like it will not, as we've got a knife fight happening at the Gentlemates spawn, and that would lead us to believe that this will be a false start and a reset. Last one surviving maybe takes the cake there for Gentlemates. And we reset and go again.
I hate to say it, that I did see the coaches standing up, and I see you guys, you start standing up in our cast booth here again.
I'm getting pumped, baby. I'm getting pumped.
We need a chat. Good talk before, though. I love chatting about challenges and that whole transferring their way up. And I think we're well positioned to maybe have that conversation.
Yeah, we've seen 1 or 2 players, I think, you and I. No, it's interesting because I think the other conversation points, again, like talking about a Johnny and talking about a Lunars in particular for Gentlemates, we sold the stories of these are the next guys up. And to be fair, I think the calls were correct. It just comes down to putting yourself in a position to have an impact at the pro level. It's a different ball game when you're talking about a scrap that gets pulled into a very successful Toronto Ultra team, finds extra success with actually some familiarity with the teammates that he was playing with, whereas you're looking at a player like a Lunars where, again, you get the call and they say, hey, can you come save our team because we suck? Like, that's legitimately probably, in some paraphrasing, what the conversation sounded like.
It's a very different scenario to go into, isn't it? It's incredibly difficult. And as a Challengers player coming up, it's a case of sink or swim quickly.
Yes.
Very quickly. Or the problem for them is there is a wide variety of very experienced people who are there to take your slot and at least will offer that, as opposed to, as mentioned, something that is just not necessarily going to change the team up from a raw performance side of things. If somebody can come in and kind of give you that and also everything else, then that is something that you unfortunately are going to be going up against consistently time and time again. Something we've been going up against is lobby resets.
Yes.
It's not today.
A little different level of resiliency to being tested.
Yes.
Indeed. The other side, and this again just kind of continues on the extension of the conversation of not just the Challengers players that are looking to mold and morph struggling rosters into something more formidable, but talk about just the dynamic of the player ecosystem of doing what Thieves did this year, where you're sitting there as, you know, the ownership box, and you're looking at the outlook of Optic coming off of a world championship last year, FaZe coming off of a championship pretty convincingly in what they did at EWC last year, and you're sitting saying, what do we have to do to be up there with those guys? And you build this team. And to be fair, for half the year, it found what you wanted until it mattered most. So how important is this tournament for Thieves in terms of the legacy of what this team is supposed to be, which is to dominate at the pro level?
Well, they haven't been far away throughout the rest of the year, but I think we've had this conversation. This conversation's been going on Reddit for quite some time.
Correct.
Champs. Yeah. Who has had the best year? Who is doing all of this? God rest Maven's notifications on Twitter at the same time as well. Oh my God, he's a braver man than I am. But yeah, it's a conversation that we will have throughout the rest of the week, as long as Thieves do continue to be the
correct. Maven's also a bolder man than you. Bolder and Balder.
But yeah, I was going to say, I wasn't sure if you were saying Boulder or Boulder, but you were right.
It's literally both, yeah. That's depending on how you break that down. As we're going to come back and see another reset. So, I mean, yeah, the legacy of Thieves, I think, really does rest on a lot of this tournament.
Yeah.
I think if you were a betting man, you would say that the roster sticks regardless of what happens here into the next title. Probably.
Yeah.
Unless there's some major mix-up, like if a FaZe breaks down and doesn't finish, you know, top 4 here at the event, maybe there's some conversation of that dynamic trio being separated. I mean, there's just a lot of that, because you're talking about the same thing with like CleanX and Insight, long-time duo. But if it doesn't work for Movistar Koi, do they have to break up again? Like, there's just a lot on the line, it feels like, for this offseason coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be a big transitional period potentially, but I think it's the FaZe one, right? If that domino starts to fall, there's a lot that follow, and it's that excitement in a certain sense of like thinking about Simp as a potential free agent.
Correct.
About all those guys who have that legacy they do have, especially in Riyadh, of what they can bring to the table to other teams, and that is a question that, I mean, general managers are going to be asking to their coaches, right?
Yeah, for real.
Say, well, I mean, we could spend this, do we?
If something like that happened, the last time that in the league we'd seen some of that was when Octane retired. He ruined the league.
Oh, Tyler ruined that.
We love you, Sam. But that was the last time that, like, whoa, and then that whole team broke up, and there's so many options, and everything changed. That would be the next, I think, kind of, you know, crack in the crust of what Call of Duty has been, is if that dynamic trio breaks down.
You've just reminded me, actually, we knew about this in the green room about a couple of days before he announced it. We were like having to be extremely tight-lipped.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh my word, that was, yeah, we just knew, as soon as we heard, it was like, oh my word, this is going to cause absolute chaos, and that is something else that, well, I for one haven't heard anything about any rumblings myself.
Well,
so
fair, yeah,
fair. Comment, but we'll see.
It's just one of those things that conversations have obviously been largely fueled by the Green Wall on Reddit since their most recent success. But I think there's just a level of when you build a team like this, the expectations naturally are high. But I think it also just goes to show that this year has been one of our most even-footed battles, even though it starts with a very strong FaZe beginning. They're dominant. We start to talk about, like, this is Cold War FaZe all over again.
We're back.
And then all of a sudden, here comes the team that was meant to win, starting to win. But at the end of the year, neither of them make a Sunday. So it's just like, what is happening? It's just been a chaotic year.
I'm all for it.
I'm the same, by the way. I was sitting in the green room during in Kitchener talking about how, like, this has been one of the most entertaining tournaments, even though it hasn't been the best teams playing at their best COD. Just from sheer entertainment value, could not write a better script than what we had just about a month or so ago. We're trying to lock in. We're trying to give us another go here on Rewind Hardpoint. Thank you for bearing with us, friends, family, crazy COD fans that are waking up at 5 in the morning to watch us. We love you.
It's nice for Europe to have a normal start time, though.
Wow, where's the bias on that come from?
I will say, well, I'll tell you where it comes from. Deepest, darkest Newcastle in England.
Well, here we go. We're finally getting in, and there's no knives out, at least not to destroy your teammates. So we've got 100 Thieves and Gentlemates opening match here in Group B for the second time. Let's get it on.
Of both these two teams, I think rotational side of things has been important when it has come down specifically to Rewind, as it so often is. But think for the problem being, Gentlemates have struggled to really lock that down. So that's why I'm looking at somebody like DiamondCon. Are you going to be there to hold things down? Are you going to be able to deal with a player like Hydra? That's the question. That's going to be the problem for Gentlemen.
The dynamic between him and DiamondCon has to be locked in terms of rotation success, because we kind of looked at the numbers. Gentlemates, not the worst rotating team in Hardpoint this year, but one of the worst teams in holding percentage. So you got to have one if you have the other, especially against a strong Thieves team, as Hydra gets to work making a nuisance over towards Laundry, shut down, and with 3 dead in the feed, Gentlemates a chance to get some rotation early towards P2.
Yeah, good time to get a few kills on the board. Trying to get another hit towards the back, as long as he does get taken down, and does. Convoy through the front door, not going to work. Nice rotation from Gentlemates. A little bit of a spawn out for one player, though, in particular. Scrap trying to find something, can only find one. That's going to be a lock-in for Gentlemates.
Good start. Johnny, the one on the front line. He's going to have Kismet zoning a little bit further forward. Nice little bump out to put some pressure on where this Thieves break attempt is going to come from. Now with an AR, Johnny watching the crossover towards the hallway. Both weapons to play with. Shuts down Envoy. Knows there's some more, but doesn't make a difference. Him and Kismet do the job that's required in front of them. And so the first 30 seconds looking solid for GM.
2 hitting the side door there initially, and there's good communication from Gentlemates. They split up the push, take their time, but one won't go out of here for Thieves. Hydra can find one. Is that going to be the throw that breaks the Camel's back? Not if Kismet shooting like that. 5 in a row from Kiss.
Big save there, too. That's going to lock down essentially a full 60 for Gentlemates. A 2-12 combined start for Scrap and Envoy. You don't say that all that often, as Kismet is looking like 99 Kiz in the first 2 hills. Rotating over towards the dumpsters, though, Thieves will have the edge, already controlling the street, and Naxel going to be able to follow things up through P1 as we're looking to see our first listen-in here at EWC.
Right here, do. Yeah, I'm already Scrap is mid, Scrap is mid. Play the Dino, play the Dino. One shot courtyard, Envoy. Top there's a mid. One shot. Play the middle, Scrap. We got our mid, we got our mid, we got our mid. Respawn killing. I'm rapping. One shot. I'm playing the Dino, play the Dino. I'm playing middle. I'm trying Dino with you. Shot me, top for 3. Max one, go swap. I'll steal time. You mid door, running up behind you guys. Behind you guys, on the street, on the burger street.
I'm getting double audio on my own.
One time.
Oh, my side tone.
He's on front side time, Scrap. Look for one. Let's side swap.
Back in quickly with GM, who find themselves a very rapid break here on P3, and now looking to stretch across the map with 15 seconds, and Looters is 8-3.
I think one thing I was about to touch on before we went to listen to that is that Thieves probably won't be too upset with what happening at P2. Okay, you lose the rotation, it's a hard one to break back time and time again, but them to then lose a little bit of time over towards P3 as well. Yeah. P4 has to be good here.
Well, Thieves recover. Going to have an opener here at Beepers. Pressure for Gentlemates looking to come through mostly this top-sided street, which has Envoy in a little bit of a trickery spot, and actually he may not have gotten a full read, as now Ghosty has to kind of rotate behind this late. And the hit is starting to develop from both sides at the same time here for Gentlemates. Can they find the kills inside the hardpoint, though? With 40 seconds still remaining, Thieves doing a nice job of still locking things down with the pressure on the back door, about to break on in, just waiting for the reinforcements to come off spawn.
Yep. Slow and methodical. Not much to be done against Scrap, though. It was a slow start, but he steps it up. 2 towards the backside, and that's the kind of play that is going to get shut down time and time again. I was about to touch myself there again. You see Thieves in difficult situations when they can come out like that on top, though. It changes the game very, very quickly. Lunas and Kismet can find a couple, though, that maybe change the fate of P4, but again, it's 2 big kills coming through. Thieves finding the moment when they need to, and it's a lockdown again.
Yeah, and as we're kind of taking a look at it here, looking at Gentlemates in terms of what they're looking at from an identity standpoint, Lunars is the one picking up a little bit more of that aggressive role. That is more of what we came to know from him in Challengers. DiamondCon taking a bit more of that slower anchor position. Just 4-10 having a slow start here on his debut of the EWC stage, as Thieves will open up our final hard point of the set in their name and grow their lead to just around 20-plus points.
Talked about DiamondCon trying to do something. Luna's in a good position to set up the pinch, though, and there's Johnny finding 2. Lunas does eventually get dealt with because, well, Hydra had to. That's the back gun down. Gentlemates push in from the other side. A good opportunity for the 30 seconds that remain.
It's done. Semtex all landing. No trophy system in play right now for Gentlemates, leaving Kismet essentially by himself inside the hardpoint. He does well to catch 2, and now help is on the way. Johnny playing over towards the street, dives on into the generators. Help on the cross from Lunars if he needs it. Scrap the first one up, but Lunars able to knock down 3, and that's going to be enough for Gentlemates to retake the lead here late in the set.
Close game between these two. After one set, you know, you point towards Gentlemates, and that hold at P2 sets them up for a lot of success throughout the rest of the rotations of hills. And, well, I mean, Johnny doing well on this side. I'm really impressed with Lunas as well. Found himself in a couple of really good positions, picking up the pieces there. towards the back end of that rotation, but Gentlemates find themselves with a 20-point lead.
Indeed they do, but 100 Thieves coming off their next reset, trying to work their way back in, have the contest as we swap over to a Bravia Listenin with 100 Thieves.
Push. He's bending. I'm pushing through burgers. I'm looking at her. They could push DVD. Nothing out. Yo, left already out. Left Yo, 2 hold, 3 hold, boys. 3 hold. 2 book, 1 hold. 2 book the front. Nice. Off the back. On the crate. Last 2 front. In blue. In blue. Nice, hold the crate. Yo, book 1 shot. 1 shot already. Okay, book. In book 1 shot.
Well, nice break attempt there for 100 Thieves. Also finding success to rotate quickly over to P2. Tighter game than Thieves might like, but picking up where they need to on the Money Hills.
Yeah, 100%. We said they wanted to have themselves a very quick start here. Just about managed to get themselves back into the lead after what was a tumultuous time. That first rotation, but P2 was really where Gentlemates had a good amount of time in the first rotation, and they may well get it again. It's a nice break with 20 remaining. Scrap surviving towards the backside. Teammates may well be too far away to help him. Now will be Scrap, 50 on us seconds, so going over towards the Gentlemates side, and rotation will be there for Thieves, but last time around P3 was not good for them. They lost out there as well.
Yep.
Gentlemates, you will take that Scrap time all day long.
Absolutely, you will. Get in their lead to about 10 points, but again, a pivotal part of the map coming up here between the next 2 hard points. Hydra trying to work on contesting the rotation. As they swap over towards this upside dumpster, Ghosty's going to find kind of a vacancy split between 2 Gentlemates players. Envoy also cleaning up. Diamondcon a little bit deeper, and with 3 down, 100 Thieves can stabilize on the new hill.
I think Diamondcon actually gets a spawn out there, and Envoy finds him. And what we were kind of pointing out in the listening, he's not having a great game so far, but there's a couple of very important kills and a 4-man down for 100 Thieves. And this is from now very good time on offer.
I mean, look what they had him spawned. Completely trapped backside burger at the moment. Hydra making sure no long routes can come through. Tallies 1 on the Lunars. Envoy lines up a couple from the front. Last one standing is Kismet. And dance as he may, he will eventually drop. And this is where, again, the game gets really scary for Gentlemen. It's only a 30-point game, but as we start to look over towards what comes up next, again, the line of scrimmage set for 100 Thieves is dangerous.
And this is turned on its head very quickly for Envoy. 7 spree, 8 spree. The 9th, well, he's behind you. Kismet will find it. Really good work from him to reestablish himself back onto the map. Dying maybe not the most opportune moment, but when Scrap is shooting like that, maybe it doesn't matter. Em and Ghosty starting to clean up over towards the back end of P3. P4 incoming. Will get cut down. That's a good rotation coming through. I wonder if Kismet went all the way around. Did he get a good spawn?
I think he spawned. Yeah, I think he just spawns back there. So it's one of those moments in the comms, 100 Thieves are like, are we joking? Like, is he really just going to spawn up behind us right here? Well, thought we did the job nicely, but instead, they stop at 197 and a chance for Gentlemates to actually walk away with beepers. Pressure starting to amount to the backside of the street, but the spawns are still in for Gentlemates, and they have a read. Kismet snaps, almost takes care of Ghosty, but with that, Thieves maybe a chance for a late break.
Yeah, Ghosty's going to give them that little bit of pressure. A spawn from Kismet has set themselves up for success here, Gentlemates. Diamondcon will find one inside, but they've been picked apart from the outside. Spawns are still going to be there for at least 3 players towards this side. Kismet dealt with Hydra at the front of that spear. It's always a dangerous prospect, but Johnny finding 2, still 50-50. But Gentlemates here with the spawn, they will continue to get this time.
Yeah, the pivotal scrap time right there late into the game has us looking at essentially a dead tie heading back over towards Generators. 100 Thieves will be there first. Not out of the realm of possibility to contest this, though, are Gentlemates. Stretching quickly across the map. Can you get a cutoff here from Ghosty? If your 100 Thieves are trying to find it, he only gets 1. Now into the hard point. Pistol out for DC. Can only find a couple of bits of damage as Lunars is the last one left. Has the wrong weapon for the job, and as he drops, 100 Thieves will stabilize.
So hard there for Lunars because you want to get in, you want to try and do something, but you need to wait on the rest of your teammates. Now they're a little staggered. They need to slow it down. Right now, Thieves cannot win it here, but we will all be but home. Ghosty inside. They need to take their time. Gentlemates need to find something shortly.
3v3 over the top of the hard point. Envoy fresh inside the hill. Picking things back up after his slow start. Now just -6. And he's got control of side hall. Back and forth he goes. Kismet able to find the opener, but tagged up. Has to force it. Finds himself a second. Help on the way. Lunar's able to find the break. And that's going to lead to now Gentlemates over 200 points. If they can get the last bit of the scrap time. Ghosty challenging, but immediately good will fall, leaving Envoy to pick up the pieces the last 5 seconds.
Yeah, Tracy, you were thinking we're going to work out in Gentlemates' favor. Kismet gets us some wonderful timing. to come through elbow, only finds the 2, can't pick up the rest of the trades that give the teammates. And all of a sudden, we are heading back over towards P1. 100 Thieves find themselves around 15 points away.
And the 100 Thieves will also have a bit of street control here. Hydra dancing with the devil with 2. Expects a third, doesn't need to, as his teammates will pick up the kills, leaving Johnny by himself. And he will back away. Reset for just a moment, but this next break has to be everything. First 2 kills are good for Gentlemates. Ghosty inside the hard point, surviving. Pistol in hand, but eventually dealt with, and Gentlemates are in for some time.
Now the problem is for Thieves, you can hit ult, you can try and get this scrap time over towards P1, but P2 is going to be influential as well. Do you stick or do you twist? It's a big movement over towards P1. Here they go.
DC will spawn all the way out. Has to be the heroics of Johnny. Here's Johnny, almost for 3. Envoy taken out though by Diamond Comp, but the spawns will flip with 6 seconds remaining between 100 Thieves and a map 1 win.
They're not far away. Scrap trying to hold the outside. Gentlemates will get that scrap time. They are not far away from the point, though. This isn't the deepest, darkest spawn. You are close to it. It's one break, one opportunity to try and find their way through, and Hydra may well have slammed the door shut.
It feels that way. Ghosty picks up everything over towards Laundry Door, and 100 Thieves will survive through map number 1, but I use the word and add some emphasis. Survive is the key word there.
I think, you know, the whole storyline around Thieves heading into this event would have been one of wanting to come out with a convincing map number 1, steady the nerves. They will get the win irrelevant. It's one of those situations they'd like that to be a little bit cleaner, but full props over towards the Gentlemates side. Really good rotations over towards P2 specifically, where they had a lot of luck. Okay, they get a little bit of a benefit of a spawn over towards P4 specifically as well, but I think at the same time, you've got to just deal with what is presented. They've dealt with it relatively well, but I want to say that it's moments like this from Scrap, right, where he's in a 1v2 towards the backside. Those are those moments where you've got a team of the caliber of 100 Thieves, or the players of that caliber. You can pull off moments like that, and that may well have been the difference.
I think I also just want to point your attention to Envoy's stat line throughout this replay package, because he was nearly double negative throughout a lot of the map until we start to get to this point, and then he finishes -5, -6. Huge bounce back for him. I think a lot of that is, like, not only do you put a little bit of pressure to see if Envoy has trouble entering, but I'm going to give a lot of credit to Gentlemates and this role swap up, putting Lunars into a more flexible position, letting Diamond Con take the more anchor, slow AR style. That looked more like the Lunars that we came to know and for some of us love over the last couple of years in Challengers.
Yeah, it was a really good pinch, specifically over towards P5, I believe, where they came in from both sides. You've seen him taking his time. You can see the cogs are whirring just a little bit just to make sure they are doing the correct thing. And it's hard sometimes in those situations. It's fast. It's a very quick game that's going to come out of Thieves. They adapted well, but not well enough. 1-0 now to one of the best teams in the game, looking to establish themselves at the end of the year here as the best team in the game.
Yeah.
And not too bad of a start. They would have liked to clean up, but the dub is the dub.
I think the other part about this now, and again, Allie was saying she wanted to see if Gentlemates were to win this series, a 1-2-5. It feels a little, I mean, trepidatious to talk about them winning the 2-3-5, the full Nesla, because you're dealing with the best control team in the game in the form of 100 Thieves. So do you kind of look at this thinking that, as the probability would expect, you don't win map number 3 because you're one of the worst control teams playing one of the best? Do you see the world, though? And I know you're talking about it. Map 4, not a bad one for Gentlemates. Do they have to 2-4-5 this?
Well, they're going to have to now, because, I mean, you just can't.
You can't go down 0-2, yeah.
That control's going to work out for them. Control, we'll speak about when they got there, but they arguably did get their best map, but
true.
Also going against Thieves.
Yeah.
And that is where the problem lies. I think it's a fair assumption, though, to say that, you know, Thieves didn't look great in Control just a month ago in Kitchener, but, I mean, they didn't look great at anything.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
So it's a hard one to really call in Gentlemate's favor. But yeah, again, I think, you know, heading into this series, we can theorize ways in for Gentlemates, but the real cut and dry of it is their backs are immediately against the wall in this matchup.
Correct. And looking at a dealership just in specific towards the Search and Destroy, this has been a map that, honestly, since it's been added, has not been a staple of the Gentlemates pool. Whereas on the other side, some pretty good success in terms of what Thieves have been able to do on the map. 5-3 overall since its introduction into the map pool. Not their most played, but at the same rate, it has been, I think, a pretty key success point for them against other major teams in the league while they were, you know, finishing up the competitive season. So I'm interested, I think, just to see what identity that Gentlemates are going to put together for this. This feels like a team with DiamondCon now in the mix that they can play with a little bit more speed, a little bit more tempo, and see if they can maybe hold Thieves back a touch. No matter what side of the bomb we're talking about, whether it's on defense or offense, I think you look at a player like Johnny to get up, get forward quickly, see if you can get a first blood, and then just turn the numbers against Thieves. That seems like what I would imagine the identity is going to look like for Gentlemates.
Well, for dealership specifically, if we're going to dive into it, what is the route here potentially for Gentlemates? I think the one that is just glaringly obvious to me right now, opening duel percentage. They're number 1.
Correct. Yep.
But then the problem is their conversion is number 12.
Number 12, yeah.
So, I mean, there's your glaring issue. Make sure your numbers count.
Well, and that's the other part about it. And, you know, kind of when we were watching this team with Fellow, it's, yeah, they might get the first blood, but it's instantly getting traded. So you're really not playing a 4v3. You're playing 3v3s. So.
And then you win that first gunfight, win your trades, right?
Well, in theory.
It's not easy, bro.
In theory. See what we get. It's going to be Gentlemates on the opening offense. Focus with nades towards mid. Stun to counteract, but Lunar's first blood. A little bit of space, and okay, now we reset, and we do get a 4v3. Thank you for making that story point come to life here, Gentlemates.
It's open arrow over towards A, if only momentarily. Utility on its way through, and that will, well, very much alert 100 Thieves to exactly what's going on. Although I would have thought they probably had a good idea. Johnny will find another, though. Hydra. Fall, Envoy can find one, has been spotted, that's fair enough.
Oh.
Steep, finding Kismet as the bomb is going down, now on 1 versus 2.
Yeah, good follow-up from DiamondCon, forcing the play forward through A. Will now link up with Johnny, and Envoy just gets caught by surprise. So, okay, talk about the storylines. You say best team in opening duel percentage. We talk about the fact that they often just get out-traded back to a 3v3. This time they back off, keep their numbers, and successfully take the round.
It's funny, like, you know, we talk about those stats and then the way that they immediately back up as soon as they find that first player. It's like, oh, we ain't getting traded. It's not happening. No, I like that. It was a really nice round. Okay, like Kismet, I think it's not necessarily unfortunate it gets taken down by the grenade. That is going to happen. It is round number 1, of course, but at the same time, well coordinated. They knew where Envoy was. Stick together. S&D fundies right out of the gate there from Gentlemates. 1-0 up. That first blood counts. Let's see how Thieves are going to do on their first attack.
3-1 split. Early nade from Ghosty to make sure the defense can't get forward at A. And they're going to realize with no tags whatsoever, this is a wide open bomb site. Hydra going to get over towards the vent. Scrap should know that his pressure is one that needs to be well timed. And yeah, perfect in the corner. Finds first blood. Also, I think it's a read that Kismet's playing from behind. And this post plant is a deadly one for Gentlemates trying to break down.
Nightmare fuel, to say the least. Kismet, though, has found a slip. Uh-oh. Would have known he's on the other side, but he hasn't been able to pick up the pieces, and he knows Scrap is there. The timing is not, though. Still a 2 versus 2. Kismet is just breaking things open on his own. How is this broken down?
Working for the ace. Not able to get away from Scrap, who runs for a moment away from the bomb site, but comes back over to the fight, and Lunars meets him. And what a play from Kismet. Won't call it a full 1v3, but those were all individual gunfights, and he allows Gentlemates a chance to crack the post plant breakdown. Never actually, I don't think, witnessed by Scrap. I thought for sure he saw him, but maybe not.
I wonder if there is an error from Scrap of that. Well, Kismet's going to have to come and find me, right? And Kismet's went, well, yeah, but actually I don't. I'm just going to flank around behind. And then Ghosty thinks his flank is clear. That's a freebie. Envoy, freebie. No problem. And then to find Hydra there, that's the big one. Turns it into 1 versus 2. The dog is barking on the main stage right now after that round. Nice one.
Yeah, Mayhem even said, hey, nice shot.
Yeah, no.
Shout out Coach Mayhem. Picked up onto the spot here a little bit last minute. He has had immaculate success over the last handful of years coaching up Challengers teams. Good start. Competitive first map, 2-0 up in the search. Stuns for 100 Thieves, mostly send over towards mid. Scrap going to take a peek, while Johnny will say, I've got some freedom to maybe play towards back 10. That stun doesn't get to where it's intended, and Johnny will fall. Kismet try to trade with a nade off the corner, does not bank fully, and now he's stuck in no man's land.
It's always a dangerous position, because I think if you're the defensive team, you don't want them to have that control, but also you can be shot from 13 million different places. It's a precarious spot. Hydra found himself somewhat precarious for the side of Gentlemates as well. Well, back on down. Happy to give that side of the map up to this degree at least. Just happy to linger around because they've got the halfway mark, right? They're chilling.
Yeah,
they
absolutely.
don't need to make a move.
And I think at best, if you're Gentlemates, maybe you get to read that A is open, but no, you've got to try to clear something out. Envoy through arches, almost turns to find 2, but the rest of the Thieves' defense collapses, finds the kills, and Ghosty will win the round. 1-2 now the count. Solid.
And I think that's just good communication from Hydra. He goes through pretty much just entirely cuts the A side of the map off, and immediately they know the push is going to come back through in the B side. Thieves are ready for it. Nice and easy. There's Envoy in the round finding the first. And that's ultimately what led to Gentleman's downfall. Just didn't have the numbers.
Yeah.
They're working in their favor. That's the first round. They haven't found the first blood. The first round they lose.
Go figure. It's like having extra numbers helps.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
Second offensive attempt here for Thieves after what was a very potent post-plant defense that got broken apart in their first attempt at A. Now they're looking over to see if they can find anything at B. Stun check over towards the front door arches. Doesn't connect. Diamond Con seen deep. Envoy will clear that corner with the Semtex. Trophies are down, and it looks like 100 Thieves have shown their hand. They're going to commit here at B.
Being able to. Scrap was the one that was creating a lot of pressure through the middle of the map, but as soon as he loses that gunfight, well, the plan has very much fallen apart. And Thieves have actually done well to get out, if anything. Gentlemates could have snapped there, but for them, precarious anyway.
Yeah. Most important, though, Gentlemates don't commit to try to retake something when Kismet says there's no plant here. So now they're taking the fight back over towards mid. Kismet caught, trying to cross. Ghosty benefits with the low health pool of Kiz to find himself a double. And now Envoy saying, all right, I got window control. My boys got me. Now I can work on the plant. Really good reset here for Thieves.
You just love those adaptations, don't you? Diamond Con in this position always going to be difficult, but those are those moments that really do separate some teams. A lot of, we'll just try and stick it at that point, see if you can get it down and see how things work out. No, you've got a route out, you can get out. It's probably best to try and do so. But Johnny, you're in a 1 versus 2, 25 seconds to go. He's going to catch Hydra. He ain't going to catch Envoy behind him. As the 1 versus 1 going Thieves' way. Leaving the odds.
Yep. No, you're absolutely right. I think for both teams, after that first piece of contact at B, best case scenario, Thieves get out. Gentlemates don't commit into the pre-aims. But it's the battle that echoes later in the round at mid that just too much force from 100 Thieves. Gentlemates can't even up the odds, and Johnny try as he may. Does not expect that delayed little poke out from backside mid. An easy 1v1 for Envoy. So 2-2 the count here. Gentlemates back onto their offense. Some decent success so far in terms of what they've found offensively, considering they haven't had a bomb plant yet.
See what they can do with this one. B has been the favored from both these two teams so far, you would like to say. One player up here from 100 Thieves, that is going to be Envoy. Creating a lot of pressure, coming off a lot of the map, but A is semi-open, or so they think. Thieves are here.
Yeah, this feels like Gentlemates trying to feel out both sides of the map. Kind of a fake here at A. Kismet having dumped both pieces of utility towards it, has the 100 Thieves defense pretty eager on the A site. But the thing about this is Envoy has snuck super far up at arches, and he has not been cleared, not with any stuns or nades at all. So Gentlemates really don't have any information on anything right now.
And if anything, the information that Thieves is being given over towards A, entirely countered by the fact that Envoy is here and saying, I ain't seeing a goddamn thing. Not going to find the gunfight though. Lunas will catch him. It's a bit of a tough one. Activity now starting to come through over towards the B side. Big gunfight won by Hydra in the middle of the map though.
Yeah.
If anything, doesn't need to win the gunfight, just needs to stay alive.
Yeah, Johnny can't plant. Couple of shots down towards him. Hydra pushing forward. Kismet chasing. Finds the kill on his former teammate.
Gotta get out.
Scrap. Couple of tags. Trying to find Johnny off the post plant. Exit. Nice shots for the headshot. Also knows he's got Lunars on the corner towards the den. Help nearby with Ghosty, making sure there is no long play through the middle of the map. Lunars fighting back. Kismet able to find the timing to get around the side. Leaving Ghosty to the 1v2. Seen, shot at, and it's just too scattery, too chaotic. Gentlemates survive in the late round.
I love the repositioning from Scrap to just find Johnny immediately, but the problem is it then puts him between a rock and a hard place. They know that they can isolate at that angle. That's exactly what Gentlemates do. And from them, I think you want to try and get your teammate over towards that side, but they're immediately thinking about the flank. Lack of information. There's the positioning we talked about, but Kismet is there just immediately to pick up the pieces. There's very, very little that Ghosty can do from that position. Kismet having a hell of a map to kick things off here. Really sitting at 8-4.
Having a hell of a series right now. This has been a great 2 maps. I think if you're a Gentlemates fan, you're looking at this team saying, okay.
Oui.
A little bit of a battle, full head bash over towards the outside of A. Kismet cannot provide the double to evenly exchange that. So now you've got yourself a 1v3 early for Diamond Con, who's completely stuck in. Yeah, try to change the tempo there, Gentlemates. Flood that corner, that elbow with a bunch of nades. Try to take the battle inside the small room. Doesn't really work out for you.
It's a tough one. You start to lose those first couple of gunfights. It's always going to be an issue from there. And that is the thing with dealership. It is very much... You know, you talk about the opening blood specifically, but when you find them in the middle of the map, yes, okay, that's where it becomes a bit more influential. But when they get aggressive like that, it's just so difficult for the attacking team to be able to do a great deal. But still, Gentlemate's very much in this. Very close search and destroy. As you mentioned, a very close map number 1. We are back and forth here in the search.
Yeah, and again, in terms of like when you pull a play like that, I actually love the timing of it from Gentlemates, trying to catch 100 Thieves off guard after this, a little bit more of a chess game has been really the staple of the first 6 rounds.
This ain't chess.
This isn't. This is straight checkers. Kismet pushing forward, sees the trophy down, should have the idea that there's one player nearby, and the kill will be confirmed. Envoy can only find one before being traded out, and Scrap's position is known. Here comes the flood. Scrap trying to hang on, a little bit of damage tallied, but just too much to deal with. And yeah, Gentlemates 2 rounds in a row just slammed the door on 100 Thieves.
Yep, lovely job. Yeah, very aggressive, and as soon as Kismet gets that little bit of time in towards the back, sees the trophy go down from Ghosty, it's lights out. Just putting that pressure on almost immediately. Nothing you can do. If you're Ghosty, Envoy can try, as he may, but the one is not good enough. Scrap just never going to be able to pull that off from that position. They know his position, and then from that, it's just lights out.
I think the other side of that, again, like in terms of the play call for Gentlemates, echoing off of the last round prior where they're trying to defensively take extra steps at A, I think they've gotten a pretty solid read on what 100 Thieves have wanted to do so far and said, let's just try to knock them out with a huge haymaker. First time doesn't work, second time does. So 4-3 edge, wide open A site. This feels very FaZe-esque in terms of how you play the defense. Do they have nades to get back over the top? Trophy system to keep Thieves safe, plus a first blood from Hydra.
Went for the haymaker in the previous round, the uppercut, I should say, of just stacking over towards B. At the moment, isn't working. Kismet's still alive though, and with anything you have a little bit of hope in that scenario, not if he's left on his own though in a 1 versus 4. Solid there by Thieves, and that's just a roll of the dice, right?
It is.
We kind of talk about how FaZe play, and they like to do that in that scenario, but you need to make your utility count. And I think what is really important there though is the fact that Hydra finds himself in such a good position for that transition. He's there to pick up at least one, and from there, if he can survive, it's lights out.
Absolutely. That did feel very FaZe-esque though for a defense. Stack over towards B, late rotate to that back square, throw your nades. You also have an RC. Once that trophy eventually gets eliminated, maybe a chance to blow up some extra cars. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Hydra just gets too deep, too far. We've got ourselves a 4-4 count. Critical, round number 9 for both these two squads. Here as nades, this actually feels very familiar to round number 1 for Gentlemates, but this time they're actually committing to taking the battle at office. They do push off one defender, but for the most part, Thieves will respond to set themselves up nicely, and the follow-up nades are perfect as Scrap connects onto Johnny.
For all the bit of this scoreline being 4-4, it feels like that middle of the map battle has been won most of the time by Thieves.
Agreed.
That's why Gentlemates are maybe trying to avoid it a little bit. Haven't been able to there, though. Haven't been able to really get their skates on over towards either side of the map either.
It kind of feels like that round is a staple of we just hit you hard at A. We're assuming that your defense is going to move towards backside A. We'll get the advantage at mid, but
shots
isn't necessarily the case. Kismet continues to provide, though. 12-6.
And this is the information they're going to get off DiamondCon, though. The fact that he's been able to push all the way through.
Seen, though.
He has been seen, and the problem is they don't have mid-map control. Yeah, the pressure's just going to come through immediately. But they choose, off that information, to really go for it. Rotate all the way back through. E-bomb going down. With a 2v3 situation, you are surrounded.
Yeah.
Should be dead. Oh, and Hydra maybe there to pick up the second. Oh, that is unfortunate. Lunas will fall. But that's tough, because like you get your teammates saying, I've just walked through B. What do you think's the play?
Correct.
It's a tough one. Do you stick it where you're at? Or the problem is you haven't cleared out mid-map.
Yeah, and that is the issue. And I think more importantly, it is the fact that Scrap does catch information on DiamondCon before he can get around the back at A to find another freebie. But again, another moment you look at and say, because Thieves winning mid-map, they are finding all the success in terms of controlling where they're putting, Gentlemates is their only windows of opportunity. They can control all that space, all that rotational pressure, and now it's down to, can Gentlemates find a way to take 2 in a row, steal away map number 2?
Good start, but Thieves have really come into it now. Nice spree across the board for them at the right time. Kismet isolated. He was the main weapon so far. This time, though, Gentlemates are fully committed towards the middle of the map, and they may well be getting aggressive with it.
A couple of attacks from Hydra. Stuns come through, and Hydra says not interested. And look at Scrap. Yep, he says, that's a lot of nades into my teammate. I can push forward. 1v1 with Lunars. Wins the first one. Traded immediately, though. And the fight afterwards through the garage door. Good. And DiamondCon will have the final shots needed to take care of Ghosty. Good help from Johnny. And yeah, the response from Gentlemates to not commit on the flank, rotate back to garage door works out. We're going round 11.
That's difficult for Scrap, because you see the open door and you think, I can waltz straight through this and win the round and the S&D for us. doesn't get greedy, but in that moment, you kind of just need a little bit of timing to maybe go your way. As I say, you see that with Lunas. You're maybe not expecting the immediate child to come out from garage, and all of a sudden it does fall apart just a little bit. It's a tough one. Big gunfights, one through the middle of the map, ones that we didn't see, but irrelevant. We have forced our way to around 11. In a big one for Gentlemates, as mentioned, as the series does get towards, well, map number 4, I actually don't hate it for them, especially with what happened in map number 1.
Sure,
it's a
sure.
close game. You can take this search and destroy. You never know.
Well, they're on the offense, and we're not taking the bomb out, looking for some early aggression, whether that's by way of nades or opening battles. A couple of shots on both sides towards B. Nothing to come of it. And it'll be Diamond Con who was responsible for the bomb carry, as Kismet does get naded and stunned in the corner. Follow-up from Thieves not going to connect, so lots of utility already spent, and now it's just down to how do you crack into this A site. Oh, they see Hydra.
Yeah, you have to send Kiz first with the way that he's been shooting. Hydra has a little bit of help now. Shots ringing out over towards the A side. A tense round to say the least. 50 seconds to go.
And Hydra's got an AR, so he really cannot challenge too far forward from this position. Trophy system late added. This is going to feel very comfortable now for Hydra and company, knowing that any late nades are not going to do anything to deter your setup. And for Gentlemates, this might just have to be a raw, we have to just push in and hope we win our gunfights.
Backed at the wrong time, though. That positioning, and well, did they know? The Gentlemates may well hit that with force. Let's just make sure we survive. They know exactly where they are. How's this going to work?
Envoy looking at the vents.
Don't hit it.
Sniffs out one RC card to try to flush that out. Does it actually get in? A little bit of trouble finding its way into the vent. Diamondcon finds first blood in the process, but the chain effect of the nades coming through do work out. Trades go evenly, 2v2. 30 seconds on the clock. Ghosty, Envoy working together. On the other side, Kismet, who's had a hot streak so far in this series, taking the proactive play, but can't finish the first kill. It's just down to Lunars. 1v2 situation. Has to check. Envoy on for the defuse. First shot's good, but sticking is Envoy. Lunars isn't gonna check it, and Envoy secures the round 11 by holding onto the bomb.
And Kismet has an all-time of a search and destroy, but when he needs to find the kill there in round 11, it doesn't get secured. If he finds a kill there on that flank, it's a wrap.
Correct.
There ain't no way that Thieves are able to pull that one off. I think he put bullets into both, did not finish his dinner. But it was so patient from both two teams. Gentlemates then get into that kind of panic moment towards the latter stages, but Thieves sit patient, they back up, they give them that control, and they feel confident that they can pick up the pieces. Envoy was the one that turned around and dealt their damage. And then Lunars from the situation does what he needs to do, but Envoy is already halfway there. And that will be the game. For all they've been close maps, the important thing is that Thieves are finding themselves 2-0 up.
Dude, I know for a fact, whether it's Envoy just knowing it or one of his teammates calming it, they're saying Lunars is weak and he is fresh. Just hold that thing. Lunars ain't challenging you. Not with the year he's had so far, and that gamble works out nicely. So the story is a 2-0, but I'll tell you what, 250, 224, 6-5. This has been way closer than expected. The problem is the ice at the end of the maps has not come through here for Gentlemates.
Has not been that. They will need their fans very much behind them heading into a control up against Thieves. It's a difficult place to be. Crowd and Riyadh here starting to fill out the stage. It's a wonderful one. We were both here a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Other games going on, of course, across the entirety of the tournament, and it is a wonderful, wonderful place to be, the STC Arena. Everybody enjoying themselves right now, but Gentlemates maybe some of the only ones who won.
I know it. Well, it's been a thrilling first two maps after the opening block here at EWC was pretty one-sided in both of our streams. Two different 3-0s. This one may still fall in the same accord, especially with Control coming up next, but for the time being, things have been tighter than you would expect. Anything can happen. Feels that might be the storyline once again here in Riyadh as we head to a quick intermission and come back with the Hacienda Control right after this. Welcome back, all you lovely lads and lasses, to the Esports World Cup featuring Black Ops 6, in fact. Goodness, words are difficult. I'm Shift. With me, I've got Ton, and so far, it is Thieves in control of the series. But I say that with some hesitation, because I'll tell you what, Gentlemates are playing some of the best CoD that we've seen out of the organization to this point in the year.
I think it'll give them some positivity. Okay, they'll be 2-0 down and disappointed, no question. But I think it gives them some hope, at least heading into the rest of the tournament.
Sure.
But that still could be a very, very short tournament with the way that the groups do work out. But hey, it's not been a bad performance whatsoever. They really have pushed them, albeit Thieves on your screen right now do look very relaxed. But, well, that is because they are 2-0 up. They feasibly could have been 2-0 down.
Correct.
It could have happened. It didn't, and I think that is always the point. There was like, I think it's always interesting to say, okay, they're close games, but ultimately the cream has risen to the top here in these first two maps. But, I mean, you think, especially the Search and Destroy, I think the hard point, you know, the Thieves did what they had to do towards the last stages, but that Search, Kiz will be kicking himself.
Oh, without question.
It's one there, it's game over.
Yeah, and it is one of those things of, like, it looked like just on the slow-mo of the replay, he thinks he has the kill is transferring, but the elevation dip from the stairs, he misses those last couple of shots.
And considering how well of a map he was having.
Bang, wow. 13, yeah, dude, it's tough. It's tough. And to make matters worse, woof, how about Hacienda for control for you? And again, the biggest story point here is you have your historically best control team on the year versus one of your bottom two control teams on the year. Things feel different for LAG, and the only other bit of like silver lining going into this control is that it is your best control map in Hacienda coming up, so maybe a world where you can try to sneak one out, but again, it does feel a little unlikely.
Yeah, over the last 10 control maps, they've won one.
That's not very good.
No, it's not. I don't really know if I need to elaborate much more on that one, and I don't think I do. Whereas, of course, you look at Thieves. And their control, okay, yeah, it wasn't necessarily great at in Kitchener. But at the same time, neither was the rest of their game. So,
well, true.
Let's see how things are going to go down here in Hacienda. But it's a must-win for Gentlemates Thieves. We're going to secure this one nice and quick.
Oh, nice little timing here. Hydra almost able to find two. Not exactly going to finish the second, though. And Gentlemates on this offense will put a very early pause to the clock with this break off towards A. Envoy's found a route to get over towards the spawn. I believe Diamondcon may have seen him, though, in the process. And yeah, that has been the case. Gentlemates have to vacate A for now, but first tick of progress looking pretty likely, and even better, how about that? 3 down, leaving Scrap the last one left alive, as surely we find the trade and follow up with success on A.
I was about to say the problem was for Gentlemates that they spot Envoy and they have to back off. it is really about that well side pressure for this defensive side. If they can go there, they can go anywhere, and that causes a lot of problems. But you win the gunfights after that, doesn't really matter. A couple of them went the other way, though. Teams are going to establish a little bit more control here, but they have lost. They're taking a bit over towards it. They're whittling that down, though.
That second tick was a fraction away, and now Kismet can get to work on trying to secure it. Last one left alive is Envoy, and he's already over towards the B side of the map, so it looks like 100 Thieves will chalk up at least this second tick. Nades over the top, trying to land on in as Kismet is just dancing on the railings. Trades are decent, keeps the play alive. Diamondcon in some trouble. Values his life, and that third tick, does it get finished? Yes, it does. Extra 60 seconds with a life lead here for Gentlemates early.
Next couple of gunfights are big, though, because if you lose them, you all of a sudden do get pinned. Lunas has to back on down, does the right thing, need to play your life for dead momentarily. They're lucky that Envoy didn't get himself over towards well. Very well established in the end by Diamondcon. He will get himself some pressure there, but this is the problem.
Bold.
You committed over towards the A side, and you've given up a lot of map control for it.
Indeed you do. Trades are decent, though, as 100 Thieves will gain the life edge for now. Gentlemates fighting out of spawn quite nicely, though, just having Envoy the last one forward, and he's just kind of playing a cruddy corner topside spiral. That doesn't even work out. Nice turn from Lunars. Hydra following up for one of the two trades, but with this, Gentlemates find the exit, find the kills, and they're pausing the clock over towards B.
Ghost needs to stay alive here, stuck between three different players, one from window, one on the site, others coming from well, and now well established.
There we go.
On the side of Gentlemates. One tick follows its way in, the kills alongside of it, and they're in a really good spot to close out round number one here.
Yeah, moving and grooving right now are Gentlemates. Ghosty and Scrap provide a couple. Kismet won 5 in a row with the Bulldogs, 6 in a row. Gonna finish off this tick if he can find the last kill, which he does. Give him the Hellstorm as well. Gentlemates are looking for real.
Incredible work from Kiz. Smile on his face. Been having a hell of a series. And to find those kills towards the end to just about solidify it. The side of Gentlemates. I think if I'm Thieves, though, I'm really disappointed with that. Because, okay, yeah, you lose A. You kind of didn't really get that control back. Okay, that's fair enough. But for then to find those kills in the middle of the map, find so much positioning off the back of that 4 dead, albeit you lost A. Feels like a couple of lives got thrown away.
I agree.
Maybe a little bit confident. And it's not so much about the kills or anything like that. You know, we come down to a 8 versus 4 in the end. It's more so about the pressure you create towards me.
And that's the thing is this is something that when we look at 100 Thieves at their best, they're taking space and not letting it go. That felt more like we took the space we want and now we're trying to overchow a little bit too much. Kismet still keeping the hot hand here on the defensive opening breakoff. Traded evenly, though, for 100 Thieves, who will have some open hall control with eyes towards B.
It's a matter game of, as you said, that space, that control of the map, the real estate you have behind you. Right now, well, Gentlemates find themselves in a good position in that sense. Hydra has managed to find his way through and has scrapped for a little bit of company. Now you got that well side of the map under lock and key if you're 100 Thieves, if only momentarily. Luna as well, predicted. Ghosty gets taken down, and Gentlemates have that control again. One player has slipped in it, though. Let's see what Envoy can do.
And again, it's early days in terms of the tournament, but this feels more like the Lunars that we'd seen in Challengers.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just the, okay, I'm changing my identity with Diamondcon in the roster. I could be a little bit more aggressive, more flexible. We've seen him find value with both weapons, and now really trying to get some confident gunfights under his belt with the AR. Kismet coloring outside the lines. Can he find anything? No, not quite. Envoy reads that perfectly, and the second tick of progress is now well under threat for 100 Thieves at B.
And this has felt like a really confident round from Gentlemates, and yet they're about to lose B. Lives very even.
Bold.
And this is where Kismet then commits, but has he done it too late? I think he might have. They get off momentarily. Is anybody else there to help? Well, Lunas finds one. Kismet on the latter stages will find something. Now Scrap, oh, they are so close to getting hold of B. And I thought that may well have been a moment too late. It was just about a moment too soon. In the end, they get a hold of it. Now that's a lot of control for the side of Gentlemates.
Team Nate, though, does have a bit of a pause here for Gentlemates, trying to get the spawn trap in play, but they're still finding the kills that they need to put extra pressure on the clock as Kismet finds one more before being traded. I mean, holy cow, 17 and 9. Lunar's on 5 in a row, again in his final form. And how about it? Okay, it's about time we've seen this out of Lunars. Clock will come to a pause for a moment. As Envoy was on A, Johnny's playing a confident spot at the connector, and how about the Gentlemates 2-0 up on the control?
I think it's crazy because we're coming into this series thinking, okay, where is the easy map, so to speak, for Thieves? And everyone's pointing towards that Hacienda.
You have to.
And right now, it ain't looking like one team has one of the best control records in the game, and the other one has the worst. It's looking very much the opposite right now. Albeit, look, I think there's some clutch moments from Kiz. Have 100 Thieves maybe thrown away around number 1 with the positioning that they had. That's probably harsh, but they're having their moments, gentlemen, and making them count. That's what I'm trying to say. They're really doing a lot with the moments that they are presenting and making sure they make it count. 2-0 up now. Thieves not out of this one, but in a really tough spot.
No, really are. And a different break-off this time for Gentlemates. Trophy system down at the archway as all 4 members flood their way in and through B. Kismet looking for some staircase control. Goodness gracious, he does not lose gunfights today. Johnny also following up, has his first tick already done, but Hydra's double has Thieves looking primed and ready to come back into contest, and they will be able to finally shut down Lunars to gain control of B.
Awkward gunfight, but as you mentioned, that's the important thing for Thieves. And control down the B side, you can rotate back to A if needs be. Getting Hydra in a position a little bit higher would be great, but Ghosty up top. They get very aggressive. Hydra gets taken down well side, so that's an open door for Gentlemates to stroll on through. Ghosty staying alive up top here. This is not a bad position for Thieves whatsoever. Gentlemates can take their time. Kiz again.
I know it. Down to a single bullet of health, though. Scrap finds the trade. Hydra follows up to clear out topside spiral. And this is starting to feel a little bit too desperate in nature. Gentlemates not quite able to find the success they had in their prior attack, getting out of the spawn trap. And some of that is because now you're starting to see a little bit more pause from 100 Thieves, holding onto these key positions, making them as untradeable as possible. And the life lead starts to become significant. The lack of time starts to become significant. And it looks like Thieves have finally arrived in this Hacienda control.
And that's kind of defensive round you really did need after those previous 2. Especially with your attacking round not going the way you would have liked. But this is a nice way for them to get themselves back into this map. And then this is kind of what I expected from what we would have seen after they got the control over towards the middle map in round number 1. I thought this was pretty much exactly what we were going to get. Got maybe a little overzealous. And have they done this time? Well, no, because there's not nearly enough time to get over towards that B side. Thieves find themselves back into it with a very clean-cut round of control. Defense on Hacienda looking clean. How are they going to find themselves an attack, though? Because, frankly, it didn't look close in the previous attack. Well, actually, I suppose B, you weren't far off.
Yes.
Kismet brings in the
Hellstorm to save it, yeah.
Well, he certainly doesn't have one now. He's got less than that count on. Let's see if you can find something.
Yeah, that just felt a little bit more representative of the control identity that we've seen from 100 Thieves over the course of the year. Rather, I should say. So, a little bounce back moment, but again, it just, I hate to keep bringing it up as if to beat the dead horse. This just, again, does not feel as convincing in nature as you would want to see if you're a 100 Thieves fan. Not just across this map, but across this series at this point. But there's something to be said about you put the right player on this right role, things start to turn around. That's been the case so far in this series for Lunars, as well as obviously seeing Kismet play more to that 99 level we've come to know.
Kismet having a very good series, but they're now going up against Thieves, who have a little bit of a taste of blood in this control. The number one attacking team on Hacienda as well. And that may well be showing its ugly head if you're a Gentlemates fan. Envoy can find one. Progressive B coming through thick and fast. Kismet and Johnny can find some kills. Not just 1, but 2 from Kismet. Ghosty gonna have to do it all on his own. This attack will be nullified, or will it? Ghosty continues to survive, if only momentarily. Still going, actually, here's the cavalry as well. Scrap finds a way through, and there was your opportunity. It may well have been slam shut.
Yeah, a little tough right there. You see Kismet taking the big dive off the high ground. His teammates were not challenging through 10 at the same time, though. So again, the nature of how coordinated that defensive retake was split, and now all of a sudden, a little bit of a delayed hit around the back through office for 100 Thieves has them looking for some high ground control with a life lead over the top of A.
I like that from Gentlemates, though. They have pushed themselves forwards towards this well side. Johnny will find 2, so you're cutting the head of the snake off. Those reinforcements are not going to quite be there in time, but the problem is that Scrap is staring at your spawn. If I'm Gentlemates, I maybe send one player back to try and help deal with him, because the way that he's shooting, it's going to be difficult, but you're in a good position as well. What do you stick or do you twist?
Big shutdown as Scrap was a fraction away from earning himself a Hellstorm, which could have been huge if this does get to around 5. That is not a guarantee, though. Good shots from Envoy. Shuts down Kismet from playing forward. And now a decision to be made in terms of how far does Envoy want to go. And he will find another over towards office. And that will put some pressure onto the A zone. They don't get the first read onto Diamond Cup, but the trade is there. And they also, I think, saw Johnny around the back. But too many players to deal with, and the defense gained some control forward onto this 100 Thieves attack.
7 in a row for Johnny here. Set himself his stall out and has been farming Thieves off. I'd say it now. And this is the kind of situation that's difficult to deal with. Eventually, Envoy will turn around and get rid of him. Now is the opportunity for Thieves to maybe push through. The full minute to go. Life's pretty tight.
Especially with a Ghosty in that position towards Office, making sure the defense continues to not have any high ground control. Clock comes to a pause at 102. More kills for Thieves, growing their life lead now to 4. Johnny up top, trying to find an angle onto Envoy. Not going to happen. Ghosty able to find the kill. That could be and should be the third tick. With everyone stacked up, it will be. Wow, what a bounce back here for Thieves. And the only thing you could really kind of say as far as a almost feels bad is Scrap was so close to the Hellstorm, but regardless, you're starting to cook back up on your control success you've had all year.
And I think that was meticulous from Thieves over towards A, but really what I want to concentrate on was B. I mean, Ghosty surviving as long as he does to allow Scrap to come through and find those 3. And then that delayed push, as you mentioned. I was kind of questioning it with my facial expressions towards you when Diamond Con does get shot in the back immediately after they've lost B, but irrelevant of that. They did a good job, well, mostly thanks to Johnny to keep them away as long as they did, but Thieves always had that control. It always feels like you have somebody in mid-map on the attacking team that anything is kind of possible. They found that opening and now find themselves in the defensive side to close out this series if they possibly can.
I was just about to say the stonewall that they had in their second defense plus the full success capturing 6 gives them the advantage to start on the round 5 defense. And the first 2 kills off the breakoff are perfect. That's window-to-window battles up top over the top of A. Same breakoff that Gentlemates had hit us with in their first offensive attempt. This one shut down nearly completely. A couple of trades to keep the spawn trap away from Gentlemates, but still a bit of pressure already early, down to 60 seconds to play as they look towards B now.
Slowly waking their way up fences, though. And this is where things are starting to get a little bit scary down for the side of Thieves. Envoy knows the pressure's going to come in from up top. Trying to survive over towards this fence's side. And Gentlemates choosing not to bite necessarily over towards B, but Envoy.
Great timing.
Bites back harder. Now we'll get a bit of control over towards Well and allow the rest of his team to pick up the pieces over towards A, which they have done.
Doesn't this feel familiar to map 1, map 2? Gentlemates doing everything they need to do to keep themselves in contest, but when it matters most, when they need to ice up and make the right calls, just not quite there. Ghosty trying for the shiv. Doesn't work. And now down to under 30 seconds. The only lifeline potentially on Johnny, who's gotten through. And you can tell by Scrap backing up, they know he's back here. A couple of kills from Johnny, though, give the numbers to Gentlemates. They can jump on with 2 players at B. Scrap does his job correctly by finding the furthest forward member, and then Hydra can now set up the pinch. Trouble as it's just down to Diamond Con on the B point.
I mean, you're seeing the examples of players staying alive in the right positions on both sides of the coin here, but Hydra is the one that has done the damage. He will eventually fall. One more opportunity for Gentlemates in this series, maybe.
Not looking good. Numbers are already here for Thieves. Wallbangs back and forth between Envoy and DC. 5 life disadvantage, but no one's going to get back to a zone in time, and oh, mercy me. A series that honestly you look at and say Gentlemates could have 3-0'd the other direction, but when it matters most, late into each map, they falter, they fall apart, and the excellence of 100 Thieves really shows itself as they find themselves a 3-0, if only by map count, because they got tight.
I think Scrap looking confident there as an air of a man who has plenty of it. Same time, though, you have a little look down the line. Hydra's kind of looking like, well...
yeah, well...
I wouldn't have minded that to be a little bit cleaner, but they will get the dub irrelevance. They will find themselves advancing through, sitting in 1-0 in their group. One more win, you'll find yourself to the knock.
Yeah. 2 storylines I think we take away from this.
Yep.
100 Thieves, 3-0, but barely?
Yep.
Is it as convincing as you need to see? We'll leave that question for the desk. On the other side, for Gentlemates, the addition of Diamond Con has allowed Lunars to play a role that I think is more identifiable for what he had put together in the last couple of years. Like, you look at that and you almost say, like, why was Lunars not playing this role from the beginning? It's like the same conversation we had about Purge when he played for Vegas. Same thing with Abuza early with Seattle, where it's just like, why are you putting Abuza on a sub? Why are you putting Purge on this weird flex role? Like, let them do what they do best. And when they get into those positions, they do show the potential that they have, just not quite enough to get past the super team 100 Thieves today.
And I think there's going to be positivity, at least from Gentlemates, on the side of things that they still have the ability to go through, albeit a very, very tough group.
Surge is on the other side, possibly.
I mean, Surge are going to potentially the ones that you're going to have to look at. Well, it's going to be them or Thieves again, but I suppose realistically, you look at it and say, we had ourselves a decent enough time there. We could have won that 3-0. We didn't, but we have the tools to potentially do something this week.
Agreed. And again, a lot of bonus towards the individual stock for a player like Johnny, a player like Lunars. Kismet continues to be Kismet. you love to see that. And Diamond Con's edition, another one of those introductions of him back into the league, back into a solid spot to show his potential as well. But the big story, Thieves take the win. And our main man down on the floor is Ian Chambers with Scrap, ready for the interview.
I am indeed. I'm standing by with Scrap. This man, I would say he's one of the most confident men in the scene, and he's looking to back it up this time around in Riyadh. Last time we chatted, last year, you played for a completely different team. Yep. Here you are as part of 100 Thieves. We didn't see the best from your roster last month in Canada. Do you think that you can switch gears and turn it all around out here?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm real with myself, to be honest. So we got ran going into champs in practice, and the practice going into this event has been pretty good, so I'm excited.
It wasn't a super convincing win, despite it being a dominant scoreline at the end there. Do you think you're going to grow into this tournament, and why?
Yeah, I just think we're a team, as the tournament goes on, we get better and better, more confident. And like I said, we get more confident as the tournament goes by, so that's why I think we're going to get better.
If there are any doubters out there that are thinking that you guys are going to flop at EWC, what would you say to them?
I don't know if I can say this, but fuck them.
You know what? I don't know if you can say it either, so I'm just going to say sorry just in case. Listen, the EWC trophy is right there over your shoulder. Have a quick look at it. Yep. You've accomplished a lot in this game, and it's early days here. How much do you want it?
Oh, man, come on now. Champs was a fluke. I want this more than anything right now.
All right, I'll go let you join the rest of your teammates. Thank you very much, Scrap. We're throwing right back now to the studio.
Always a great time hearing from Scrap. Ian Chambers with another excellent interview. Welcome into the studio, ladies and gentlemen, where 100 Thieves just secured their spot in the qualifying match later tonight. Hydra looking pretty strong. The rest of the team a little shaky, on and off. You saw Scrap start off 1-6 before getting up to 16-7. Allie, what is it happening here in the opening rounds for LA Thieves? Why aren't they as clean as we know them to be?
I wish I knew that answer as well. We might have to ask them later on, but they have had incredibly slow starts. It just feels like they're not all on the same page at the beginning of these hard points, which kind of puts them behind and makes it a lot harder on themselves. And that's what often happens with a lot of these top teams, is it's usually themselves that make them struggle and have some of these states.
I would say it's a good sign, though, that like in these games, they're having strong finishes.
Yes.
I mean, you look at the Search and Destroy, final round, strong finish with the defuse. You look at the Control rallying back a bunch of rounds in a row, and then even the hard point got very dicey at the end. I mean, we've seen Gentlemates earlier in the year have massive comebacks on Rewind while they're able to flip the spawns out and close it out. So I think if you're a 100 Thieves fan, it was closer than you would have liked it to be, Chris, but you love to see the strong finishes.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about Gentlemates because Kismet put up ridiculous numbers. You see the 40 bomb in this first game. If you listen to some of the quotes from Gotaga, the ones that reached social media, they said, oh, Kismet's playing for himself. He's not playing for the team. Did you see that at all? Because it looked like he's doing everything he can to win whatever game he's playing.
I thought he gave it his all here.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he was playing really well, and he was a large reason why they played so well on that map, number one. Diamond Con started off extremely slow. It's not something that you like to see for a guy coming in. You want the added, firepower, but bringing in Diamond Con seemed to activate something in Lunars. He played great. Like, that was the best we have seen from Lunars, in my opinion, so far. So, we're at the final tournament of the year, but hey, you still have life if you're Gentlemates, and those are some really close maps, Allie.
Gentlemates got to close these out. How can they do that in their next match? Because 100 Thieves clearly one of the big three in this tournament.
I think trust the game plan. I think when it got to closing, they haven't been in these positions many times before, and they've also choked. So for Gentlemates, somebody's got to clear the comms, somebody's got to make the call, but I do love the fact that Ant touched on Lunars because it feels like he's actually able to play his role now. It feels like he is a slower AR, he is going to be posted up, and when you need him, he is going to find that too. So for me, I also agree. I think Lunars had a great series. It's just unfortunate pull versus 100.
The separation in this match did not feel like a talent separation, which is what we see a lot in 100 Thieves matches. Okay. Right? It felt like they could go toe-to-toe with them, right? Like, we saw Johnny have some big gunfights. Lunars was snapping. Kismet was on top of his game, right? So I think as this tournament goes, Diamond Con's going to get a little bit more comfortable, and this is a Gentlemates team that have a chance to make it through group.
They were down 2 rounds. They went 3 straight in Control to finish a 3-0, and now 100 Thieves are moving on to the next round. Allie, give me the prediction for LA Thieves in the future. Cleaner gameplay, or is it going to be a tough
100%.
series again later tonight?
I think it's going to be cleaner gameplay. I think this was 100 Thieves that has a slow start, but once you give them one win, they'll keep it rolling. I feel like the first match of today is going to be the hardest for all of our teams, regardless if they're a favorite or not.
We have Group A done for now. We're waiting for those qualifier matches and the elimination match a little bit later, but over in Group B, the action is still kicking on over on Bravo. Remember, 4 teams per group. You just watched 2 of them. The other 2 over on Bravo, it's Vancouver Surge versus Orchid. And Orchid is actually on game point in search after getting beat by, 170 points in?
Yeah, they got cooked. It was like 120 points where they dominated them. And, this is Team Orchid. You're looking on that side, some familiar faces. We've seen Harry back in the day. Obviously, Beans from Ultra getting picked up to this team. And Bance, guys been around for a while. They actually came over to America to practice against the pro teams for 2 weeks.
Wow.
Getting ready for this. So they came to America and then to Riyadh, right? So a lot of travel for these boys, a lot of jet lag, but clearly they have been prepared, winning this search and destroy, putting themselves tied 1-1 with Surge.
Just making it to this tournament, you earn $20,000. You finish 9th through 12th, that's $40K. You make it to the bracket, though, Allie, you are in the running for the $600,000 first place prize.
That's a lot of money, especially for a lot of these challengers teams as well. But looking over at the side of Group B, like Vancouver Surge, 100 Thieves are supposed to dominate, right? So 100 Thieves, they get their match in 3-0 fashion. Vancouver Surge losing an S&D. That's one of my favorite things about challengers teams is when they do win maps, usually it's in search and destroy because they're unpredictable. It's hard for some of these top teams. I'm interested to see how that map 3 goes.
We're now joined in the studio by a very special guest rocking the 100 Thieves jersey. We welcome in Mr. Dan Ghosty. Dan, how we feeling here on the first day of competition? That was not your cleanest win. We'll just say that.
Definitely was not our cleanest win, but we're feeling good. The first match on land is normally always the hardest, and we came out, we had ice in all 3 modes, to be honest.
Can you talk to me about what happened after champs leading up to this event? What prep did you guys go through, and did you take a week off to reset? How did you guys get back into it?
I think every team took a week off, but we were scrimming as soon as we could. And I feel like the prep, we just went harder. Actually, we're a bit more deliberate with everything. And we got punched in the mouth at champs, so we're here for redemption. A little bit.
A little bit, just a little bit.
It's not
It's
the
your
same.
last lifeline, right?
Yeah.
And there's a couple of changes, right? So now you have Sender in your comms. And as one of the favorite teams, as one of the top teams, how has that dynamic kind of worked for you guys? Because I know that everybody kind of chips in when it comes to CoD and making play calls when it comes to 100 Thieves. So adding that 5th voice, what has that been like for you guys?
I feel like it's actually been pretty relaxed and pretty chill. He's not overstepping in the comms. He's not overdoing anything. But if we miss counting a name or we need a block, he'll make sure to say that. But it's actually been pretty nice.
Awesome.
Dan, for you guys, looking at that series, close maps, but it was strong finishes. And I feel like that's something that at the last time at Champs, you guys didn't have. What did you guys go over this last couple of weeks to kind of bring that type of element to your game?
It wasn't anything crazy. It's just straight up just going even harder than we were going into champs and just making sure that we're a little bit more deliberate.
Well, you had a 1.3 in the series, so that probably helps.
That's good.
You're fine, my guy. Thank you to production for giving us that little nugget. Dan, I do want to ask you a little bit about your opponents in this series. Kismet was bringing it. Were you at all nervous throughout this? And what do you think the Gentlemates could do to pull off a win later in this tournament?
I wouldn't really say that we were nervous. We were definitely throwing a little bit of the search or just not really playing fast enough, not playing to our own game, so to speak. And I think Gentlemates came out. They played some pretty good fundamental CoD. They just didn't really have the ice. They kind of did what we did in the first few rounds, the first 60 points or 120 of the HP.
Got to be able to close it out.
So now, this being your second time over here in Riyadh, what's different in the approach towards it? Obviously, jet lag is tough, and we're very early on, and you guys can hear a couple days in. How do you approach it differently this time with experience?
With experience, definitely making sure I don't mess up my sleep schedule, because I definitely did that last time. Came out Thursday a little flat.
Fair enough.
But just making sure that you eat, stay hydrated. It's real hot outside, obviously. And just kind of you're ready for the atmosphere, the environment, the vibes of everything. Obviously the stage has changed and a bunch has changed.
It's incredible.
But you're ready for it. Whereas last year was kind of you don't know what you're stepping into.
Dan, what year is this for you as a competitor? Because I want to remind everybody at home that anyone can make it to this point. You had to grind your way.
Yeah, Challengers was a grind. Good full year, maybe year and a half to be honest in Challengers, fully playing it. This is my 3rd year now as a pro, so 23.
Expectations coming in to EWC. What will you be happy with? Top 4?
No, I'll only be happy with 1st, if I'm being honest, especially after our champs run. This is like that little bit of redemption just to make us feel a little bit better about ourselves. But it's first or last.
Got it.
Do you feel like at all coming in with that mentality, it adds pressure to you guys at all? Because it feels like when the favorites, like 100 Thieves, like FaZe, when Optic do fall, it is often you making your own mistakes versus the other team outplaying you.
Honestly, yeah, I'd kind of agree to that. It more is making the most minimal amount of mistakes, or the least amount of mistakes, most minimal, and just making sure that you capitalize on their mistakes. I feel like that's what Optic did really well at Champs, and we're looking to mirror it.
Without divulging too much, what is happening in Control? Because a large portion of the year, you guys were the golden standard in that game mode. And what we saw last tournament, and even in this, I mean, you guys went down, you had to rally back. What's going on there?
I feel like we're just kind of like, at least at Champs, we probably came in a bit too overconfident in the Control game mode. And then here, obviously, we learned a bunch of new spawns. So I feel like those first 2 rounds, we just weren't playing like ourselves. But the last 3 of the Control was actually like our flow that it's been the last few weeks.
What was the change? Did somebody make a call? Did Sender speak in the comms? Like, when you go down 0-2 and come back 3 straight, it's not just you guys playing normal. Somebody had to do something.
Honestly, I'll tip my hat to Troy. It was Troy right there for sure.
Shout out, Troy.
All right, Dan, I want to pull up our next bracket because we have our next match loading up. The Falcons fans are already in the venue. I know you saw them as Scrap was doing his interview. Who do you think had the better pickup between the Falcons now bringing in TJ or movie star Koi, formerly known as Toronto Ultra, bringing Aben from Challengers?
I feel like on paper, people are going to say Tej for sure, just because Abe is kind of like an unknown variable. But I feel like they're kind of equitable in the sense that like they're both coming in as like quick subs, impactful subs. Abe obviously a bit more fast, but I honestly think the change is pretty equitable.
You've been scrimming everybody. So in general, I'm going to kind of rephrase this question. Who do you think had the best change or best pickup in this 3 weeks that we've had?
Great question.
Honestly, good shout would probably be C9. I think the Gwyn change has probably been the most impactful.
Gwyn is different. Well, Ghost, we are going to let you get back to the team. Anything you want to say to the fans before you go?
Nothing too crazy. Appreciate y'all supporting, as always. Y'all are so damn loud in Riyadh. Appreciate all of you guys back home, and have a wonderful evening.
Dan Ghosty is the man. You can catch him in 100 Thieves later tonight as they play for their spot in the playoffs. We'll catch you for the next match after this.
We be living in fantasy. I be living all my dreams. No worries, no worries. We be living everything. We be living in harmony. I feel it in my dreams. I got everything that I need.
And we are live, as you say, Neil Motorsports arrival, Pred, alongside Clayster, and on the other side, movie star CoD, formerly known as Toronto Ultra in last year's EWC, looking to pull off an upset with a new body on the squad. Welcome in, everybody. Chris Bucket alongside Alley Cat and Nameless. And I want to start with you, Nameless, because you broke the news about this movie star CoD change with Abe coming up from Challengers. What does it mean for Kleenex?
He's going to be running a flex now, right? And we've been seeing these teams pull out way more ARs throughout this. And when we've seen Kleenex have the AR in his hand, he's been sensational. So I'm excited for
shots in the league.
Let's start with this Koi squad because they fell short of their goal. A number of top 3 placements, but never a trophy. Insight and Kleenex playing together since the start of their career. Joe Deceives, great start to his season. What will he do alongside Abe now?
Hopefully get enabled. I mean, unfortunately, the harsh truth about this team is that their S&D has just been awful, which is a complete 180 from the start of the year.
Okay.
Because they were incredible. Best team in the game at Search and Destroy. But I will say, and I said it for a very long time, it was because Joe Deceives was putting them on their back. He was putting up double-digit performances in Search and Destroy constantly. Unfortunately, that hasn't worked near the end of the year. So hoping that they made some strides in the past couple weeks in that game mode because it's going to be detrimental for this series.
He has been one of the worst Search players in the world, though, in the latter half of the year.
Yeah.
Like, he has not been playing well. And in fact, their best Search and Destroy player was Beans. He was their best Search player. No longer have him. So I think what Movistar Koi are looking for here is bringing in a new player, changing roles, changing the entire dynamic of this team, because even when they were at their best, they were hard stopped in the top 4, right? So nothing was enough anyway. So trying to shake things up here at EWC.
We caught up with Kleenex before the match. Here's what he had to say.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here with the one and only Kleenex. As you know, I'm seeing you not wearing your normal purple. You got some blue on, but you're still looking good. How you feeling so far?
Feeling good. It's a little bit of a change with the time zone, but we're here and we're ready. So I'm excited to get going.
There you go. Representing Movie Star CoD this event, formerly known as Toronto Ultra. Now, you guys made a team change coming into this event, Kleenex, all right? You guys are going to be playing with Abe. How has that been going for you?
Honestly, it's been a fresh start for us. I think for me, I've switched to a different role, and it's just been kind of like new for me. But honestly, I've been enjoying it a lot more. And he's got a different type of energy, you know, like the young new generation, just fresh energy, and it's been great so far. So
there you go. And I know, you know, him and Joe on the SMGs just hitting points, doing their thing, and we know how talented you are with the SMG. But how's Flex going for you?
Honestly, the first few weeks it was perfectly fine. I think honestly it was a natural change for me, and I think a lot of people will see it too. I think for me it's just been about slowing down times. Obviously, I'm a fast player, but Jamie does pick up quite a bit of the slack that I don't, and I think that just fits perfect at the moment. So hopefully it works.
It's like a great change, okay? We know how intelligent you are. We know jack of all trades, okay? So this role is looking perfect for you. Now, when it comes down to, you know, just the event as a whole, you know, how was the travel? How was the preparation coming into here? Did you do anything different from last year coming to EWC? Because it's a long journey.
Yeah, I mean, we had a long travel day, but I think for us, it was just about getting that good first day sleep. And I think we all did. And then we all just came in the next day, rested up and ready to fry. So, and here we are, all rested up again. So, ready to play.
There you go. Now, I saw a lot of Toronto Ultra fans out there. They traveled all the way to super fans to support you guys. What do you want to say to them in the crowd and at home?
I mean, bro, we just appreciate them so much. They've been with us every single event, Kitchen or Madrid, whichever one it was. And they're here in Saudi Arabia, which is impressive. So, big shout out to them and shout out to all the people at home as well.
There you go, man. Shout out to you guys. That's going to do it for me and Kleenex. He's about to get ready for his match.
Thank you.
Kleenex saying he's excited. He's comfortable already in the new role.
That's terrifying.
And you said this may be the solution to a pacing issue you took notice of all season.
Yeah, I mean, whenever they would struggle, especially versus the top teams in Respawn, you feel like Insight and Beans were just too slow for a game like this in Black Ops 6 with Omni Movement. And you watch a team like Heretics or the Thieves and how fast they play and how they play Hardpoint, and you're thinking, like, there's an extra gear that this Ultra, now movie star Koi, can get to. And putting Kleenex on that role, there is nobody on the planet that knows Insight better than Kleenex.
I completely agree with you. And just going right off of that, I can't imagine anything more terrifying than Kleenex saying he's comfortable and having fun on the flex roll. If you don't know, Kleenex is one of the most aggressive SMGs that we have had in the past couple of years. He made it lighting up in Black Ops 4. So knowing that he's comfortable with an AR as well and how freeing that flex roll can be, that's terrifying.
I'll just say this is the penultimate test of when SMG players always say ARs are blessed. So we're going to actually find out if AR players are blessed.
Let's take a look at the other side of this matchup because roles could change for the Falcons as well. We don't know what to expect. We know Xnid was a monster on the SMG with Pred on the front line. But now you bring in TJ, who is also running an SMG on his previous team, the Royal Ravens.
Yeah, I don't know what decision they're going to end up making, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be Xnid running the flex for this team, which it kind of makes sense when you think about it because he was a rattier player, kind of played to himself a little bit, taking solo flanks at times with SMG or just playing his life in a corner, right? So with an AR in your hand, you can be annoying, right? You get them in a spawn blender and you're finessing your life. You can just take fights from longer angles. So it could help Xnid, and this Falcons team bringing in TJ, though, is a massive move.
It could truly go like one of two ways. If Xnid is on that flex roll, it could either one, be really freeing for him being a rookie, or it could be more hindering because it does put a little bit more pressure on making the decision of when you're going to pull out the AR. But then again, we're going to have Clay certain comms. So you do have a backing voice to kind of support some of those decisions.
Speaking from experience, though, like you make less in-game decisions when you're on an AR, right? You're a little bit more stationary at times when you do have control. So he's not going to be making those mistakes where we would see him throw his life away a lot, right? So when this game gets going, I'll be interested to see whether they decide to have Xnid play that or if it's Tej.
You once told me that TJ Halley was a top 10 player in Black Ops.
He was.
If they are going to win this tournament and add to the club championship points total, Falcons need to pop off and do it early. How can Tej reach his former form?
Yeah, I mean, well, you look earlier in the year when he was frying. I mean, he did have the SMG in his hand, so they're probably going to look to make sure he is in that SMG role. And in Search and Destroy, he was commanding the troops, like taking over games. And that has been where Falcons have gotten their wins. And when you look at them throughout the season, and when you look at the last time we saw them in the last stage, they were frying in Search. Hardpoint, getting cooked, right? So bringing in Tej, added slaying power, he can put up some numbers, could help them alongside a guy like Pred who can pop off.
And then who needs to have a bigger day today, Arcides or Pred?
That one's tough. I think Arcides, I think he's in a weird spot on the AR because we know how well he can play with an SMG as well, where the other teams it's kind of opposite. It's the other way. So I'm going to go with Alec in this one, especially as a veteran, as a ring holder as well on this team. A little bit of pressure.
I think it's Pred, man. I mean, it seems like Falcons are investing a lot into Pred going forward.
He's their face.
Yeah, he's their face. It looks like it. And trying to build around him going into this offseason, he has to leave a good taste in the Falcons fans' mouth after this tournament. He has to pop off.
Everybody knows and loves Coach Clayster, but there's another man on the Falcons lineup. He goes by the name of JP, an analyst. We caught up with him before the game.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here with team analyst JP from the Falcons as they get ready to play on their next matchup on the main stage. Now, JP, we know that the Falcons picked up a new player, a fan favorite in TJ Haley. Talk to him about how he's been with the team so far.
Yeah, obviously, he's already got a great relationship with AG in the team, so he's been the natural fit for us. We wanted to try and change it, bring another sub player in, move Xnid to flex.
Yeah.
getting something just to try and bring us a bit more pacing on the team, try and help us with that side of things, and so far so good.
There you go. You got a sick SMG duo, like you said, with Pred and Tej. You got RCDs on the AR, and as you said, XNit on Flex. How has he been performing in that Flex role, kind of switching from what he normally does?
Obviously, he's already got one of the greatest in Clay to try and guide him, show him the ropes, and so everything he does, he's been picking it up naturally. This game, fortunately, is very fast-paced anyway, so having 3 subs sometimes isn't an issue. So it's been an easy thing to try and transition to.
There you go. And one thing that's also helping you this event is that you're the fan favorite, okay? When you guys came out on the main stage, everybody erupted. The Falcons fans were out there loud. How does that feel to have so much love and support here?
Obviously, it's a massive thing for us. We want to try and deliver the best we can for the fans here. I know everyone is rooting for us so much no matter what, so we're just going to do our best to try and send them home happy.
There you go, okay? And they're also hoping that you get another star on that jersey to become club champions again. What would it be? What would it mean to you guys to be able to bring 1,000 points over from Call of Duty to do that?
Absolutely everything, that's what everyone at Falcons wants. Everyone wants that second World Cup, so we're here to try and do our best to try and help them get there.
There you go, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for me and JP. Cheer on the Falcons out there if you're here in the stadium. They're about to light it up on the stage.
If we learned anything last year, it's that the Falcons fans roll deep. They take over stages, and they are entering the STC arena at the perfect time. This is the start of the tournament for the Falcons, the start of Group C. And Allie, I think that they have the potential to cause an upset early.
No, absolutely. I think this is probably going to be our longest series on the day. I think it can go 5 because it's just such a big mismatch. You look on the side of Koi, they're really struggling in Search and Destroy, and where they're going to find some footing is in Respawn. And on the flip side for Falcons, they are pretty strong in Search and Destroy. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and they've been really struggling in the hard points. So we could be looking at a Game 5, and that's not great if you're Falcons, because for Koi, they're 5-0 in Game 5s. They've been awful in Search and Destroy, don't get me wrong, but if it gets to a Game 5, they're undefeated.
To your point, Chris, when we did the walkouts earlier in the opening ceremony, you saw XNit put his hands up. The crowd went wild, so this is going to be fun. And here, taking a look at the maps and modes in this one, we got a couple of vaults, Hacienda, and some dealership at the tail end of this. Dealership is a map that Koi have continuously tried to play, and it has not been good for them. Like, literally cannot win that map. So if you're Koi, you want to close this out before we get to 5. But nevertheless, these are different rosters. I'm just excited to see these 2 new players debut on either side.
Personally, I really like the vaults for the side of Falcons. I think this is a map that when they did find any success, it was going to be there. Having that in 1 and 3 is going to be great for them. And the fact that dealership isn't comfortable for Koi, it could be good for Falcons in the Game 5. But again, I go back to the statistic. They have the ice on the side of Koi. So again, I hope it goes Game 5. But with that dealership, I don't know.
But does Abe have ice?
That's true. Does Abe have ice?
We get our first look at Abe today. We've seen TJ, but not in a green jersey. Allie, I got to get your thoughts before we go to the brackets. Who's got the better jersey on stage? Though Falcons are rocking a green collar. We got a blue and a purple collar on the other side.
Don't do that to me.
Wait, one of those teams sent you a jersey.
I'm going to be so honest. I look better in green, so I have to go with Team Falcons.
Shout out to our man Talek, hooking up all of the talent with some Falcons jerseys. Last year, we brought them with us. Let's take a look, though, at what is going on around this tournament, because reminder, the 16 best Call of Duty teams in the world are all playing here at EWC across 4 different groups. And at the end of tonight, we will start to send teams to our playoff bracket. So over in a Group A, we saw a really nice start for our top-seeded teams. Some 3-0s came out as Optic was able to take care of business. And on the other side, we thought G2 and Cloud9 could be close. It was not with Gwyn in the mix.
No, Gwyn was having the time of his life over on that B stage. We got to catch a couple of minutes of that matchup, and Cloud9 looks incredible, which is scary because that is one of our teams that we called out to possibly be a dark horse. And that was even before the change. With Gwyn added in the lineup, who knows what could happen.
And that's one of the hardest round 1 matchups, Chris. Right. And they just came out the gate frying. And, I'm looking at that series, and man, Gwyn popped off, and you look at Spart, he had 9,000 damage. He cleared everybody in the lobby. Spart came to play.
Spart trying to prove he belongs at the highest level. He's been knocked down a few times. Doesn't feel it has been warranted. I think he could put on a show for us later tonight against Optic. Over in Group B, you just saw 100 Thieves able to seal their 3-0, but it was not pretty, Alley Cat.
No, it wasn't pretty. It was very, very close. We go all the way to around 11. We go down 0-2 in the control, but 100 Thieves bounce and battle back 3 rounds in a row. Shout out to Troy Sender. And then on the top side, Vancouver Surge was able to solidify that map number 3. So they're heading into the map 4 number right now. And for Vancouver Surge, this is good. It means their respawn is solid. Team Orchid just able to catch them.
They're winning controls. That's a great thing for Surge at the start of a tournament. That is terrible news for Orchid. You were banking on a 2-3-5 here.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely tough now. You have to go up against Surge in a hard point and take that. Hey, listen, you won that Search and Destroy. You know you deserve to be here. There's still a chance for them.
Reminder, all the teams continuing to play this evening. We just showed you what was happening in Group C. That is where we're at right now with the Falcons taking on Movie Star Koi. And then we also have our Group D bracket, which is going down. So many games are being played here at EWC. Reminder, open up both streams. We have your Alpha stream, which you're watching right now, and our friends with Lottie Van Prague holding it down over on Bravo. Group D, though, Heretics, FaZe Clan, the favorites coming in. But we mentioned this could be the upset bracket. You have Omit, who is the top challenger squad, and then P7 Esports, who is the second best challenger squad.
Yeah, I mean, you look at both those teams. They've had good seasons. And then, just looking at Omit, they have 2 guys 100% that are shoo-ins, I think, to be pro players next year.
Who's moving up?
You look at Mamba and you look at Craze. Yeah. Their resume is undeniable at this point in what they were able to do, winning elites, winning challengers champs, and performing individually as well. So this is to put the rest of the world on notice in the community to showcase what they can do with a big opportunity versus FaZe.
All right, it's been fantastic. The players are nearly ready on the stage. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, get ready for a best of 5 coming your way.
Some of the biggest stars of this game have already hit this stage, and there's still so much more to come. You are watching Call of Duty Black Ops 6 at the Esports World Cup.
2 wins are already in the books, and the next one is going to be a big one. So make sure that you watch it, because Ian, I think the crowd is ready.
Yeah, I mean, it's day one, and we've already got a big crowd in here. Should we bring out the teams?
All right, so first up, we have a team. They are capable, they are composed, and they are always a threat when they heat up. It's Movistar CoD.
Their opponents, new look, new names, but with a club championship winning banner behind them. It's Team Falcons!
Falcons, CoD, a spot in the winner's match on the line. And the crowd, all Falcons. Let's run it.
What a matchup we have here, folks. The group stages continues. Team Falcons, Movistar CoD, and 2 new faces making their debuts for their respective teams. Abe for Movistar CoD, and of course TJ Halley joining the Falcons. Miles and Study taking you through this one. Jay, it's going to be a banger.
Oh, this is going to be a banger from start to finish, man. I got a chance to look at the maps, and I was thinking, all right, it's just basically a square up from what these guys really enjoyed throughout the entire season. But to talk a little bit more about both of these squads, obviously for Falcons, the season really didn't treat them well. They needed to make a couple roster changes so they can get some W's underneath their belt. And now they are putting themselves in a really good form with Exton moving over to Flex. You're picking up TJ to be more of a fast-paced squad, especially in the respawns. So I'm excited to see what that team is going to bring. But on the opposite side from Movistar, I want to see what young man Abe's got to do, because obviously I've been able to catch challenges since the beginning of the season. I seen where his career was able to start. That was on an FC Stallion squad alongside Mercules. So this young man is definitely capable of being a bright light on the main stage, and I'm just so excited to see what he's able to do alongside Movistar CoD.
He's got a lot to do. A tough matchup. The first time he's played against a crowd like this here in Riyadh, it's been rowdy since we arrived. The Falcons are certainly ready to rock and roll. Their fans strong in attendance. But Movistar CoD again. The genes, the DNA, that Toronto Ultra roster, known for their composure, known for their deep playbook. We'll see how far they can go as Abe looks perplexed, but we're almost ready to go into our first match. Vault Hardpoint. Red card S&D for that one, and you see the Vault seat control as you see on the bottom side of your screen. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Movistar CoD, Team Falcons, and a very quick restart. I got you good there, Jay.
Definitely got me good there. I'm super excited for this map, number one. Obviously for a Vault, but both of these squads, for Movistar, this is one of their bread and butters throughout the entire season. You have players like Insight. Previously, you also had players like Beans who love to lock down those power positions and win a majority of the rotations. And then on the opposite side for Vegas, this is the same exact thing. Arcides and Pred, they really enjoy themselves some Vault, but we already saw this in our opening series of the day. It's all about the rotation from P3 to P4. ARs needs to dominate, so Clean and Exnid, they're going to have a lot of battle.
That's a great battle as well. Exnid, the beast from the east, comes to North America, turns as many heads as he can on this very map. 53 kills in a single game, still holds the record. Arcides, the main AR, there for Team Falcons. What a career he's had. An EWC championship would certainly look nice on that man's trophy shelf. for Pred and for TJ. I mean, old friends, Jay, they've been around the block a long time, man. I mean, they've got a wonderful rivalry against each other, lovely friendship. Now to finally see them on the roster together. Of course, Coach Clay behind them, providing the comms. For Movie Star KOI, I mean, this is an explosive team. This should really be a fantastic matchup. We'll see how Kleenex looks on the flex. Tobias Juel Jonsson from Denmark. What a run this could be.
I'm excited to see what Kleenex is able to do in that flex role. You heard Nameless touch on it a little bit, how it's going to improve their pacing. That was an issue for them when you went up against the top teams with Beans and Insight, not really stepping up to match the pacing on the opposing end. But with Kleenex, we know that guy does not care who's on the opposite side of the stage. He doesn't care what the gamer tag looks like. He is going to fly and fry with that AR in hand and even with the SMG. So it's just a completely different team, to be honest. When you change up the pacing of a roster, it's a whole different new team. So I know that they struggled recently in Search and Destroy. That can also be a big difference maker with the addition of Abe with his pacing at that SMG role.
It should be a fast move there from the KOI boys. Let's go into map number 1. That quick reset's almost complete. We'll see how Exnid feels on the flex. We've heard Clayson talking about trophy placements, things like that. It's a whole sort of new play style to learn. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders going into this matchup. And Abe, pressure on the young man. I wonder if the nerves are there. I wonder how well he's been sleeping, maintaining himself. You know, across the planet, he has traveled to play some Call of Duty. It's a lot, Stud.
Yeah, and it definitely is a lot, but the good thing is he's teaming alongside players who are calm, cool, and collected. We know what Kleenex is like. We know what Incest is like. We just want to make sure we are controlling the game as much as we possibly can. But this is the series right here where I think the coaches on the comms is going to be the most impactful. Because for Falcons, obviously Exnid, he's not from the US. It's very difficult to communicate with Americans with English if it wasn't your first language. So having a player like Clay, who is one of the best of all time, standing right behind you, going to assist you in comms and also assist you in your gameplay, we might see a whole different level of Exnid this weekend.
Oh, a real change here. On the other side of the stage, Movistar KOI, of course, Flux, who's been a part of that squad for the longest of time, helping Toronto Ultra secure multiple championships. Put Abe to the test. His composure, his resolve, how quickly he's been able to get into the system here for Movistar KOI. It's time to go, ladies and gentlemen. Movistar KOI, Team Falcons, Vault Hardpoint, take 2.
Here we go, off the rip. Team Falcons spawning on the preferred side that they want. The team wants to be the first one to fall. So a slow and steady approach in towards the P1, but Joe Deceives is able to find one, and also his teammate. So Team Falcons have the numbers, and Exnid, you know the guy is never going to shy away from the chow. Already a clean 4 dead. Now we just have to control the spawns.
Got to worry about Joe in the backline as well. So split spawns right now. Movistar KOI, they're in the orange X-ray. The Falcons will be in blue. On board with Pred. Can't get any more kills out of that life. The hardpoint goes Movistar KOI. On board with Exit now, trying to make entry towards the hard point. Wicked damage into Insight. Not enough for the kill, though. That's the new hard point there on the top right-hand side of your screen. It's the bottom right-hand side of the minimap. And in position already is going to be Movistar KOI.
Oh, my God. The fact that Joe Deceives just walks from top cat, guns RCDs out of his socks on the backside of P2, and then also finds a second onto Pred. That allows him to contest this early on, but the close spawns are going to be in. Movistar are the squad and are trying to hold it down in a tight setup. They're finding effective change. You just got to locate the last guy. And here comes the Predator to make your life a living hell.
Yeah, the back door. He can't get any more of that. Tej fights his way forward. The trades are complete, but you are going to see KOI manage to fill that hard point. Kleenex through the back line. Keeping that hard point all still good. Next player's up through the front side. Still on board with Kleenex. Turn and burn on the back door. Can he get another one? He can indeed. Mr. Flex himself getting it done. KOI with the lead.
KOI with the lead, but Falcons now in the time. Going to be able to soak up this final 20 seconds. If you're Movistar, you want to make sure you're maintaining arc control. But these next 2 hard points, every kill off the rotation is a big one. And even when you're still applying pressure at the ult, you know that if you are Falcons, you're still going to spawn on the backside of P2. So rotation is going to be won by Movistar. Now they're just trying to clean up the rest of the streets to make it easy to be uncontested here at P3.
Yep, P3, you've seen the previous few series here in the tournament. You know this hardpoint has got 2 roles. You have to get as much time as you can out of it. We need to lock down that left-hand side of the map. That is what Movistar KOI are doing well right now. Joe nearly walking away with a big win, but you still got maintain control of the left-hand side of the minimap. That is the game right now.
Kleenex picks up an SMG. We know what he's able to do with that weapon in hand. always is going to win some insane one-on-one gunfights. But so far, Movistar, they're soaking up a lot of time here at the P3, but finally 3 go down on the opposing side. Falcons have control, but in the final 25 seconds, they're looking for the next wave of kills to flip the spawns.
This is good. They're going to get the lead here off of this time at the very least, but that might be an opportunity from Extid. 11-9 so far in the kills department, looking good. The final 15 seconds, anyone's game right now, but the hard point, really what we're looking for. And again, Movistar Koi have done a great job maintaining that base of fire. They have not let the Falcons get close. The Money Hill is now ready to go.
Yep, this is where they have a chance to lock it up for a full 60. CoD just creating extra layers, being the aggressor up through the middle of the map, already on 4. The roll, make it number 5.
Uh-oh.
Gains information, trying to hit the turn on Arcides.
Looking strong indeed. Insight at great range. He's been up in top art for so long, he ran out of ammo. Abe now to time. Can he find another? Gets himself a couple in the feed. 7-11, and it is anything but convenient right now for this young man. A solid lead for Movistar Koi is Abe. There we go. Starting to get moving. On board with Insight. As the attack now starting to develop here for the Falcons.
Sometimes it takes a little bit to get going on a map like Vault with an SMG in hand, but find yourself in the ideal setup for Money Hill. All you have to do is watch across, but everyone watching across just gets gunned down. Too many ARs on the side of Falcons lead to a clean 4 dead, potentially for the final 20. But you will absolutely take that if you are Movistar. You already win the rotation over towards P1. Now we have an opportunity to trap them towards the back.
Yeah, that was a nice bit of a break. Again, a little too late there. You wanted more, a sooner break there for the Falcons to get more time at that P4J. But hey, we've seen it first time round. We're going to go back now to P1. Second set already on us. The kills department not looking too bad whatsoever for the Falcons. TJ might be helping with the pace, but not necessarily with the kills so far. 8 and 15. We'll see if he can get himself going.
Yeah, TJ's got to start to turn up. Pick you up, be a little bit more consistent of a role player, definitely in the slang. Only a 50-point deficit. Arcides trying to stay alive. Eventually, he is going to be one shot, so easily cleaned on up. Even though Movistar aren't getting a lot of time here, neither are Falcons.
One of those P1s, man. Just one of those. Tej unable to make anything really happen here. Waiting for his teammates to get involved. There are players all over the shop. Kleenex and Abe get theirs. Preyed on the cleanup here, and that should be Falcons in control, unless Insight with a shimmy. What a win Jamie Craven holds.
Now it's all about the rotation. If you are Falcons, you do not want to die in this position. TJ's just going to take some extra space away, but he is going to be spotted. Now if you are Movistar, this is one that you can isolate onto this gunfight, and Kleenex is able to find it. So now you have non-stop pressure from the front. You also have a player in Insight taking his sweet time, working around the long route, trying to flip them across the map.
How the kill's going to fall, though. Pred pounces, gets himself one. The dance is now on against Insight. Shot in the back, still through the front we go. Exit can only get one to his name. The break is in. Movistar Koi take the point.
Now, if you are Falcons, you need to find an avenue of approach to get yourself back in towards the P2, because this is a good chunk of time here. You cannot allow it to go the opposing way. You're going to have TJ going on a route, flanking top cat. Even though his teammates aren't winning gunfights, he's at least able to find one, but all those gunfights lead to absolutely nothing. Movistars get the reads, they hold down the time, and this P2 has been flawless.
Kleenex with just endless damage on those players making their way out of spawn, fighting forward now. Falcons, good job on the approach. They get slowed down by Joe. Abe through the middle of the map. He holds firm there. So 150 now to 72. Movistar Koi approaching P3 with a solid lead.
And if you're Falcons, this is the only way back into the game. We cannot allow them to get P3 time, and we also need to flip the spawns and beat the team initially to start off at the P4. Every single ounce that you can get here is going to be massive. TJ is trying to stay alive in towards top bar. Is going to get caught by Kleenex. He's lighting him up with the AR in hand. I just wants to stay alive and allow his teammates to assist him.
Hey, good news though, Jay, man. You do lose TJ in that position, but Exnid still spawns on that side of the map. So for now, happy to see this for the Falcons. Insight trying to play the poke. Gets himself in for a Mo. Hard point goes Movistar Koi, and now to Kleenex through the front. No more there from Tej, but the spawns, Abe manages to spawn up behind. Are they going to account for this? Tej is going to get one out this life, and oh no, there are red dots everywhere. Insight's on a 5. And Movistar Koi will be in full control again going into the Money Hill.
And this is what they've done all season. They're like, okay, you guys don't want to play for P3 time? We'll take it, but then we're forcing you out of power positions. And then when you're winning those gunfights from the hard point, you flip them in the final 25 seconds. That is perfectly played there from Movistar Koi. Again, winning the rotation over towards the Money Hill, but the gunfights aren't going their way. Joe Deceives is surrounded by all players on Falcons.
Falcons are in. Good break. And that is what you wanted. 15 seconds to pass on the hard point. They're going to get themselves in and get that time, boys. That's fantastic. Now all they've got to do is hold. Abe on the outside. Catches the timing. Oh, and he's in. No way. He gets the player on the back line as well. Abe, 21-19, now with a hard point, worth his weight in gold.
The rookie knows that there's still another player that I have yet to find. Eventually, Exton is able to fly on down from top, secure this final 20 seconds, but it's still a massive deficit on the side of Falcon. We need to start playing a whole lot faster, probably whip out an extra SMG because right now they're getting outpaced and out fundamentally playing.
Yeah, it's a tough look so far. While third set of hard points is now on us. I mean, what we've seen from the Falcons here, it has not been ideal. The kills aren't so bad, but you said the fundamentals, the foundation of play. What are you really missing here?
It's just things that you need to be the team initially to start off on the right side of the map. We can't consistently, when you work, take your sweet time to go around P3 to get those art spawns, and then once everybody comes off the respawn, we lose gunfights and instantly flip on out. So, gotta stop shooting yourself in the foot if you are Falcons. So only a 75-point difference. Mixed fest again in towards the P1. Neither team wants to fight for the time. We're focused on the kills before anyone thinks about the objective.
There we go. Starting very animated there in the player cameras. And Falcons still battling for this time. They lose a few fights. Let's go for a Bravia listen in with Team Falcons.
Leave lobby now. Left the lobby.
I'm in pool.
He was like cat.
That place to look. One shot lurking.
He went catch up. He's single. Someone shot my back door. Hitting back door, me guys.
Falcons, a little taste of the comms there. Exnid, oh wow, great shots into Abe rather. As we fight our way once again towards another P3, and this time Exnid positioning on point, Jay. They've got a really good advantage going in this new hill.
Yeah, this is what they need. They need this P3, P4 chain. They need to at least put themselves at 190 to potentially close it out at the money hill, but you can already see Movie Stars are getting aggressive. They know that they have the numbers. They know that we can overwhelm them towards art side and instantly flip the spawns. Now only need 25 seconds to close out this game.
And it could be here. Kleenex at one end of the snake. Can't find his way through. Hardpoint's going to be open for a second. Falcons get themselves in. Kleenex, oh, the flank gets 2 out of the life. And that's going to be the break. 20 now for the win.
Still do this. You still close it out here at the P3. Falcons have the close spawns in towards ammo. You got to invest the stuns in nades. You got to get them out.
Holding firm. Trophies in play. Final 10. Falcons have been held back, and that's going to be the cruise overhead. A Hellstorm denies the play. Abe now on the cutoff. It is a perfect position to be in for Movie Star Koi here in map. No, not over yet. Number 1. But that should be that, folks. Insight on a spree. New hard point good to go. Abe on the contest. And Exit keeps the game alive for a second longer.
Okay, so Team Falcons trying to show some fight here. Trying to light it up in the kill feed. Finally win a rotation over towards P4. A full 60 would definitely give you some momentum to make it mixy to potentially close out this game. They're already finding every single kill on the cross. Another clean 3 dead. Exit almost gets the better of the insight there, but perfect hold on the first attempt.
Oh, we're holding. Abe's taking a flank. Has not been caught out just yet. There we go, 2 more down. We call for perfect CoD at times like these, and so far, so good. Joe through the front door, what a win! And this is it! Sneaks through, contest is done! Ring the bell! Movie Star Koi, take the first.
A great opening hard point there from Movie Star. You obviously win a majority of the rotations, especially towards the money hills early into the game. You were finding effective breaks at the P2s as well. And you were just a step ahead there in the map number 1. Falcons showed up a little bit late to the party. not really consistent with the slaying, and that usually comes back to bite you. And also, there's a reason to that, because you're not winning rotations. You know how difficult it is to try to cross over towards B4 when there's AR sitting in top R, top palace. Doesn't matter. On the bottom side of B Street, they have everywhere watched. And if you're an SMG, you are literally in hell. So for them, thankfully, they showed a little bit of fight towards the very end of the game, but it was Movie Star, start to finish.
Good signs of life from the Falcons, but yeah, Jay, the uphill climb that they certainly had. So you have to get a bit warmed up now, and again, we change things. We go into search and destroy, and the desk touch upon is quite a lot. I mean, again, a team that can definitely bring the goods. TJ Haley, a brilliant search and destroy player. Yeah. We've seen Exnid have great moments all season long. An opportunity to bounce back, but Abe, question answered. Is he going to handle the pressure of this big match? Come out swinging? Absolutely does. Movie Star CoD, they strike first. They look confident in doing so.
Oh, I'm excited to see this red card search and destroy coming up next, because obviously for the end of the season, Falcons, this is one of their go-to maps. And you add a player like TJ to the lineup, who was phenomenal for Carolina on a map like red card. So you best believe TJ's going to have some strategies that he's potentially want to bring into play here. Obviously, with the 3-time world champion behind you, he's going to know what the hell is going on. But you need this bounce back here if you are a Falcons.
Search and destroy in the name of the game. Happy to see it. As Riyadh is on its feet. Wonderful turnout for Falcons fans. Can they get a second club championship in a row? What a story that would be, but they've got a tough opponent to get through first to keep that dream firmly alive. Movie Star CoD, formerly known as Toronto Ultra, a difficult turn at the previous tournament they've been in. Not the result they were looking for on home soil. They find themselves now on the other side of the world, fighting for their lives once again. Now, pressure is on. Pressure is on.
Oh yeah, it can never be at its highest in the final tournament of the season. Everyone wants to try to go out with a bang, especially if your season didn't go as you potentially planned it to go. But you already see on the side of Falcons developing strategies. Fist bumps are going out. Same thing on the side for Movie Stars. A big map number 2 here. With a map like red card, where a lot of these rounds can be slow and steady, it can also switch very, very quickly with the aggressive plays over towards B. So you got to be prepared. And for both squads, I think I'm looking at Pred. Pred on one end, and then obviously Jodeci is on the other. Both of those guys are extreme playmakers in search and destroy, tone setters. And hopefully they're able to capitalize, or at least lead their team potentially to a victory here.
And we have criticized Pred's gameplay. Sometimes those routes are a little too long, a little too late.
Too aggressive sometimes too.
And you can read it. You know he's coming. If you count those players, like, who are looking for Pred, everyone turn around, we'll catch him out. We'll see if that plays into effect here. But the Falcons, they'll be on the attack first. And they have been pushed back already. Movie Star CoD taking space through middle.
Wow, this is a tone-setting round right there from Movie Star. They said, okay, no trophy systems to work with. We know that you're most likely not going to instantly sprint over towards A, so let's just try to take mid-map. Gain info early on. Phoenix in a position over towards B. It's another information onto a player, but that bomb is going down at A.
And it's being planted quickly. Nobody home right now for Movie Star CoD. They're going to get there a little late, and Arcees gets away with his life. That's a problem for Tej as well. On the side of the map, a man down. Towards the bomb we go.
This is difficult now because you know that RCD's backed away from this position. Potentially trying to sneak someone into the defuse, but Pred is able to find one, make it a 3v3. Time still ticking.
Arcees down and out. Abe now trying to make a play, and look at the aggression out of the youngster. The new man on the squad, and he gets involved as well. Last man up, taken care of. The bomb defused with ample time. And look at the coverage there. Movie Star CoD, strike first again.
That was a beautiful play call there from Falcons, though, to cause a distraction over towards the B side, to invest a lot of players and tacticals on that side of the map to allow RCDs to get the bomb down for free. But once RCD gets the bomb down and he's able to get out, TJ can't really afford to die in this scenario. But obviously, Kleenex, he continues to shine whenever the hell he wants to. The wall paint good enough for the first blood, and the retake good enough for the first round.
I feel like there was so many guns over by the B-bomb site there on the defensive side, so CoD got complete superiority in that position. You get a couple of tags in, you get TJ that weak, you don't let him get away. A great moment there from Movie Star CoD. They do not let that advantage slip. They run that one all the way to the bank. Here we go. We swap sides again. Falcons on defense now.
Falcons are aggressive up through hedge. Basically take away that A site from Movistar. They're not even worried about that. They're just going to take mid-map. Pret strikes for the first blood, though.
Uh-oh, CleanX. He spotted a red dot. Gets away with his life for now, but they know he's making a move. Will Exnid press forward, and the timing, oh, a gift. Oh, my word, gets away with it.
No time ticking, and that bomb being down. Here it is. It makes it more difficult for Movistars on the objective that they're going to choose. Still in a 3v4, 45 seconds to go. Not a single player from Falcons are in a position where they're going to potentially be isolated in a one-on-one gunfight. But play is now going to develop over towards B.
TJ, the lone defender of the B-bomb site for now. Pred and Exton will be able to get there quickly. That stun connects. That's the go button, but wait, it's a no-go! Oh, my word, Tej! The third man brought down. He had no right to win that.
Beautiful play right there out of Mr. TJ Halley. We know he's always been known for his S&D dominance. Puts himself in a great position even with the stun connecting, but Pred the aggressor. 13 HP strikes for the first blood. And then TJ, no need to worry. I'm still in the power position. The first guy's already weak. Second guy has an AR. Double there for TJ.
He somehow isolates Insight. He completely nullifies the fact that it was a 2v1. That was a brilliant bounce back. That's why TJ's on the roster.
Exactly.
Quick hits now over towards A. Looks like we're going to be trying to take as much of that outdoor space as possible, but that concussion, that changes things a little bit.
And now Insight just wants to back on up. He gained a lot of info there. That stun connects on at least 2 players. Still a 2-2 split. CleanX trying to assist his way back over towards the B site. If you're Insight, put yourself in a position to at least guarantee one.
On his back, knees bent, the form is good. But the gunny once again, Tej has his number. Straight away on the bomb plant as well, what a moment. CleanX down and out. Can Joe find something here for Movistar?
4v2. Not the ideal situation you want to be in on a map like Red Card. Going to take a lot, just good timing plays, but Jodeci is now technically left in a 1v4, already finds one onto TJ, and it's instantly going to get cut on down. Falcons with some great strategies so far here in the S&D.
Absolutely, young man, Tej. What a first blood this was. Instant bomb plant, Exnid picks up 2 on the round as well. Lightning strike from Team Falcons. Exactly what you're looking for. Starting to run away with this, starting to get that momentum going. You're not letting Movistar CoD do anything here on Red Card.
Back to the offense for Movistar.
Not a huge amount of success when it comes to either bomb site just yet. Leaning A. They get a kill or two, so certainly going to help. But Joe tagged up. No body bag yet. Allowing Abe to get in a position. He's thinking about that ladder play once again. He has the coverage from the outside. But he's in dangerous territory now.
Yeah, this is such a good position to be in, though, with the SMG in hand. Getting a lot of info. They don't have any mid-map presence. Most likely going to be on the backside of the site, but Pred is able to find one before falling. A 3v3, but Falcons gain all the info.
Arstes versus Insight, a fight we have seen many times over the last 5 years. Bomb plant, fresh mag. Abe takes care of Tej this time with a key piece of the puzzle out of play now. Movistar CoD, this is your round to lose.
Exnid has to get something done on this bench. Just wants to make sure he's clearing out this top window before he commits on anything, but Arstes gets caught by CleanX. But now in a 1v3, CleanX with the battle of the flex players is able to walk away with that one and tie up the game.
Clean flex indeed. Pressure's starting to sink in. We find the equalizer right now from Movistar CoD. Pred's reaction on that first kill was something else. I mean, not so much an overheat moment. You could feel Movistar CoD moving in. A bomb site was the target, and they committed heavily to it. Wow, CleanX, that second kill. Yeah, you and me both, mate.
So far splitting on offenses and defenses. Back to the attack here for Falcons. Distraction plays have been working out beautifully so far. So they're gonna again be the aggressors to set the tone over towards B. Force attack usage on the side of Movie Star. Potentially hit the rotation. No, everyone's committing.
Nope. Oh dear, and a commit into the jaws of Abe. Nearly gets the second. Numbers are now here. CleanX gets away without taking any damage. The bomb site is loaded, and here come the Falcons. Threshold secured. The B-bomb site is yours. Oh my word. The stun connects. CleanX takes the damage. Falcons planted, and now Movie Star CoD desperately trying to not lose a man.
Trying to even up the numbers if they possibly can. I thought TJ was about to get there, but Pred almost got slammed by CleanX, but makes it a 1v3. Inside knows I don't have a stun, I don't have a nade, and every single player from Falcons is pre-aiming on my angle. Does find one though, 20 seconds.
And we're going back and forth. TJ's going to be on the hop. It's not impossible. It's unlikely, but never say never. Falcons take the lead again.
Aggression right now for Falcons has been the key to success on their attacking rounds. Causing distractions when they need to, but when they're fully committing, they're walking away with the majority of the fights, even with Abe finding that first blood there. Everyone in the right position to play the trades. That one almost gets a little bit scary, but 1v3, bomb planted in towards B site. You know exactly where he's coming from. That's an easy round there for Falcons to take the lead.
And we have just got ourselves a new meme. Thanks for that one, Clay. We'll see you on social media. Movie Star CoD on attack. Joe with the bomb and a nice clean spread across the map right now for the Falcons. They've had this set up before and it's paid off really well for them. Again, it comes down to the chemistry, comes down to where you're committing those resources. And Pred is doing what Pred does. And Jay, this could be a big one.
Yeah, he gained so much info. He's given his comms to his teammates. They have to be going towards B, so TJ has to be ready, but he is not for the first gunfight. Man advantage, Movie Star.
He's moving in. He's been red on the flank. And again, this is what you worry about. Can he get a kill? Cannot. Identified. And removed from play. Arsty's now from the front. You do not have the manpower or the resources to retake this bomb site, and CleanX makes it all the more difficult. What a round out of Movie Star.
Aggression matched by aggression on back-to-back attacking rounds over towards the B site. If I'm TJ though, Pred gives you all that info. We gotta have gun up, ready to go. Unfortunately, does get caught with his pants down. Allows CleanX to get the first blood. And then Pred tries to instantly make a pinch play. It also does get caught, so a very clean round there for Movie Star to tie the game.
We worry about sometimes those flanks, the timing's so good. A little slow. God, there's another meme. We're absolutely killing it here. This is fantastic.
The thing, it works though if TJ actually gets that first blood, because no one is in a position now to watch pinch. They're all trying to play for that trade. He just wasn't ready for that first gunfight. So all tied up at 3. Back on the offense here for Falcons, which has been their go-to. Aggression has been the key, but this time they get caught by Joe.
Young Joseph Sieves from his corner. Connects with the stun. Catch this one, Tej. An exchange of lethals, the damage dealt, and TJ in a tough spot. He doesn't have the coverage from Exnid. Joe, murder on his mind. I don't believe it. Tej, how did you get that kill?
And they still have him in his corner.
Oh!
Doing it all. TJ Halley pops takeover in the corner where they gained the info 10 seconds into the round, but no one could find the kill onto that young man. Another massive round out of TJ and the advantage against the Falcons.
Unbreakable. I don't believe this. And Joe with a free corner sets himself up for greatness. TJ, what a round.
Clay's gonna get beat up.
Unbelievable. Well, that round was a little too much for all of us. We're gonna have a quick PC reset, but we will maintain score. We're gonna get this resolved ASAP. Again, what a game this is. Falcons looking for the bounce back here indeed after the opening vault doesn't go their way. Movie Star CoD put on ice.
It's been a back and forth search and destroy so far, but Falcons have definitely preferred the offensive side. Players consistently making plays. The fact that TJ's still able to find 3 in that corner when Joe gained that info, hit him with a nade. But you gotta understand, he doesn't want to commit on that gunfight because he doesn't know if someone is watching over TJ to keep him alive. No one gets that kill. Eventually TJ makes them pay for it, so just a slight little technical pause. Eventually we will get right back to the game because I know everyone in the crowd is definitely riding the momentum on on the side of the squad with green. It's been a phenomenal search and destroy so far.
Very, very good game of red card. We don't have too many more red cards, Jay, left in the year.
Yeah.
Hey, this one, definitely a fun one indeed. But we are almost ready to go, guys, as you can see on stage. Technical pause. I think something's up with X and his PC. We'll get that taken care of ASAP. But in the meantime, I really like what we've seen, Jane. Really been enjoying the S&D again. The fast pace hits towards B. Again, TJ, the multi-kill machine, absolutely puts himself in the right place at the right time. Plays his angles really well. Obviously, the chemistry's there for the Falcons, which is really nice. Because again, only been on the roster for a matter of weeks.
And the crazy thing is, it's been like the Pred versus TJ show for like the last couple of years. Pred has never been able to get the better of TJ until this recent year. But, you know, if you can't beat him, join him. That's exactly what TJ was thinking. Let me show you why I've been one of the best S&D players to ever walk the world. Continues to make play after play. Shout out to that guy rocking the Ultra Chain.
Yeah, the Kings of the North have traveled a long, long way to support their team. A long way indeed. Give Gersh a raise. Wow, there you go.
Gersh is in.
Gersh, I mean, I saw him yesterday. He's looking clean. He's got a nice haircut. He's feeling himself. As our players should be as well. Technical pause almost ready, folks. What a fantastic game again. Jay, what have you liked so far? I mean, what's the bomb site of choice has definitely been more plants towards A. B is just where the kills are going down, I suppose. But anything you're expecting in the next few rounds?
I'm expecting adjustments on the side of the defensive side for Movistar, because that's 3 rounds in a row for Falcons where they're just setting the tone. We're sneaking bomb plants at A unaccounted for. We're getting aggressive up through B. We're just making great plays on our offensive side, and we really haven't had an answer for it. It's Insight who's playing over towards A with Kleenex towards top window. I would love for those guys to just switch positions, because Kleenex, if he can stack over towards A, he's going to stand a better chance at winning one of those close up and personal gunfights, even if the opposing player has an SMG.
That's what he does. We've talked about this quite a lot throughout the year, that there are a few players that up close and personal, the aims is just as dangerous as sub.
Oh yeah.
And they somehow pull those out. Guys like Geo, Beans, Kleenex definitely a great example there, Joe Deceives as well. And again, Pred, every single time you see him with an AR in hand, it kind of behaves like a sub. Certain sort of play style there, but placed not only a coach, but apparently an IT tech as well. Helping out Exnid with something there, and it looks like we are almost ready to go, folks. Joe, maybe not as ready to go. Once a Falcon, always a Falcon. The priest that one, I suppose.
I guess.
Maybe.
Yeah. Shout out P-Dog, man.
Shout out P-Dog. Hope he's watching this at home and enjoying himself the game. Tough spot to be in either way, but a lot of love there for Exnid in the crowd. We'll see if they can't find some success here in the Search and Destroy and give us a map 4. Had a few in the tournament so far, Jay. Could do with one here.
Yeah, I'm hoping that this technical pause doesn't kill any momentum on both sides, because obviously TJ just came off a phenomenal round. And usually you want to instantly spawn into the next to see if he's going to try to heat check himself. But the support for Exnid is definitely being felt. They understand that this guy has been on this lineup from the beginning of the season. Couldn't find wins in the beginning of the season. Broke down when he finally got his first W. And he has so much potential as a player. The shots there. He just has to learn a little bit more about the little things in Call of Duty that take a drastic amount of time. These are things like communication, small talk, counting for certain players that takes a couple years to develop. But with people like Clayster behind you, it's only going to speed up the process. So he's going to continue to get better.
Definitely. Wow, here we go. Highlights, folks. Sorry, I got excited too. I got real excited there. This was TJ's 2-piece. And what a moment again. At position, you can break that one down all day long. Moments like this as well from Tej, that slide challenge, absolutely fantastic. And again, little things like, I got the kill, I planted the bomb straight away. His teammates should be watching over him in that instance. Trusting his boys, trusting what's going on, trust the game plan.
TJ plays so many S&D chows. So like when he goes for that slide and sees the player in an aggressive angle, he most likely knows this guy was just playing for one. His teammates most likely will not be in the play. The closest player potentially is going to be towards top window, so no need to waste any time to get that objective down. All these rounds after that, this is when TJ just got caught. The aggressive play from Movistar to tie the game. Do not even think about the objective. And this is the round where movie stars are going to be thinking, all right, we should have been up 4-3.
Yeah, if they go to see that highlight back as well, there is a moment where, wow, why couldn't we just get rid of Tej by that bin? You think we'll do that sort of thing, Joe? I mean, of course, in nearly every CoD, there's a Grandma's house.
Yeah.
And there's usually a Lamar, top Lamar.
Yeah.
Even in games where after he retired, there is a Lamar. I wonder if we're going to start getting moments like, when Tej gets a big piece like that. Do we call that the TJ from now on? That little trash can in the corner. That sounds rude, but you know what I'm saying, guys. You know what I'm saying, chat. Here we go, 4-3, Falcons with the lead. We are back.
Back to the offensive side here for Movie Star.
Yeah, it's crazy saying that little trash can, we call that TJ, is insane. I am sorry.
Yeah, nah, TJ.
Do not clip that.
Yeah, don't worry, TJ. You're a great player.
We've been glazing, come on, with good reason, of course. While bomb's going towards A, Arsty's in position. Can we get a first blood?
This is going to be a slow round because for the restart, we don't have any trophies to work with, so we're going to time this objective plan at the right time. They take a lot of space over towards A, but Falcons, they got a read on it.
Uh-oh, Arcetes has got the damage in. Abe with the angle, and the guns are at the ready for Movie Star Koi. An unfortunate team kill, but it might not matter. It might matter a lot. Kleenex 1v2. And he is unaccounted for right now.
Bomb is going to be down at that A side as well, so just run around as an army of two. Arcetes and Xnit.
Spotted. Eyes are on. Eager to chow this. Xnit puts the Falcons on map point.
It's right there with no trophies. It definitely hurts them because they were trying to take so much space over towards the A site. By the time they committed on the objective, TJ takes the space to the map. Again, he breaks them down in search of destroy. He understands his openings. Even with the team kill coming in, TJ still finds a massive double kill to keep the advantage on his side. And now Falcons at game point.
You can read lips just as well as I can back home. Falcons feeling good about that one, but we are not done yet. One more rounds all they need. Movie Star Koi, 3 straight. Take a 2-0 lead here. And what a thing that would be. Opening salvo of fire already. Kleenex has found something. No kills just yet.
Inside this time around is going to be aggressive over towards stage, but TJ again strikes for the first blood. Insight with the response, but now you know you can potentially isolate him over towards stage. He's just going to get out of dodge. Still having a 3v3 with a minute to go.
Whoa, Abe. Spitting comms, sets Kleenex up for another. An advantage right now, Movie Star Koi. Great pickup from Pred. That is sensational. Xnit is in a superb spot. Will Insight and Abe check this? They haven't. What is happening, Jay?
Pred doesn't even spot them either, so they're able to walk right past both players on the side of the Falcons. Xnit going to wrap his way back over towards his teammate. We're just playing ring around the rosy at this point.
Oh, wait, you're gone again. Abe in a position now to make something happen, but you've got to look out for the next man. So much damage dealt. Both Falcons still alive. 20 seconds, they get the bomb towards B, and Pred, the rear guard. This could be it. 2v1 for the map.
Insight, one of the most clutch players that we had in the league, is not going to catch the timing. And Falcons are able to equalize on the series and tie it up at 1.
A big moment. Needed the map win. Did not want to be going into the control 2-0 down. Riyadh is on its feet. The final few kills, TJ, the first blood machine, trades either side. But Pred, what a round. That final kill by camera and the reaction in the player cam as well. It changes the mood going into control. Anyone's game.
And that's why Pred is always going to be the predator, man, because when he is roaring with confidence, he's never going to shy away from a chow. You gain the information in that final round. Both players shoot over towards the A side street. And instead of him committing with his teammate to just go straight over towards B, he knows, I'm a very confident guy. Let me commit to a one-on-one gunfight. And if I win it, it's most likely going to secure the game for us. He does one even better. Also finds the final kill of the round. So TJ and Pred were the X factors there to tie the series.
Other side of the break, we're playing Control as we go in tied up 1-1. Team Falcons, Movistar CoD. This is the Esports World Cup.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with Seymour inside another studio here on the Boulevard as Seymour was just watching the first two Call of Duty matches of the day as we had Cloud9 come out on top and the Seattle Surge. But see, I got to ask you, anything stand out to you within our first two matches of the day?
People who are worried about Cloud9 with this change into Gwent, don't be worried whatsoever. He is frying for the team. He's everything that you want for the team. A little bit sad for G2. I was expecting a little bit more, but I think I was really excited for what Cloud9 were able to bring for this team. They look lights out.
Man, I was watching the series too as well. One of the fastest series that we had all day. Get us all back on schedule. Cloud9, they came to play, and that's exactly what they did. But let's talk about Seattle Surge because they were tested a little bit there in that search and destroy, but they bounced back real quick. I saw you guys talking to Ray on the desk. What did he say?
He was saying, you know, it's a couple of issues when it comes down to some search on the day, the change in scrims to in tournament S&D. It's just a little rocky sometimes when you get that transition. But for the team, they've been working on their hard points. They've been trying to perfect some things that were, I guess, not as good when it came down to previous tournaments. But they said that instead it only strengthened things that they were already good at. So that's good for Seattle. But for Ray and the transition of being a coach behind the stage and now on the stage, he's having a blast. It looks like a kid in a candy shop. He has so much control over the team, and he looks like he's right where he belongs.
Yeah, directing the troops. Okay, we're about to see primetime Ray out here this weekend, and we're excited to see what Seattle Surge is going to do. But that's it for me and Seymour. We'll see you guys soon with another update.
Tied up 1-1 going into the half. Control now awaits Movistar CoD taking on Team Falcons in our group stage match. And it is Judgment Day. TJ, the Terminator, absolutely brought the goods there on red card stud.
Every single round, he's basically good for two, man. This is why you add him to the lines to get more consistent in your best mode. And he is definitely an impactful player who rides off of the momentum. TJ feeling himself after that Search and Destroy. He's gonna spawn into this Vault Control, ready to rock and roll. Because this is another one of those respawns where it's technically a square up.
Absolutely. Both of our squads made significant team changes. The stats kind of go out the windows, your expectations still through the roof. Vault Control, though, that's what's coming up next. Hassie and a hard point, we are guaranteed. And if we have to go the distance to the dealership, we will see if the DNA of Toronto Ultra still courses through Movistar CoD's veins, because it hasn't treated them well. I get ahead of myself there, brother. Vault, how you feeling about it?
I'm feeling good about it for both squads, man, because obviously it was early momentum gain for Movistar on map number 1. Everyone was firing on all cylinders. You were running a majority of your rotation, so the gunfights are a lot easier. But what Falcons were able to do on that Search and Destroy, basically punch them in the mouth. You're running into TJ, you're not going to have a good time. So going into this fall, everyone is warmed up now. This is where you need to feel the pressures of the AR players. It was CleanX who was able to get the better of XNID in map number 1. But XNID needs to show out here alongside Archides to maintain the map control that they want and dominate the defensive side.
Defense certainly has been a deciding factor when it comes to Vault. Offensive rounds, everything changes a little bit. We touched upon the spawns at the start of the day, Jay. It's changed a little. Again, it kind of comes down to which team has got better practice on this patch. While we get in the weeds about the nitty-gritty, the nerdy details, at the end of the day, taking the lead at this point in the series is essential. And it's all smiles for XNID. It must be quite the feeling to be playing in front of a home crowd like this. Talak on stage as well.
Yeah.
Giving the boys a little bit of love just before we get into this. And again, it has to be said, worrying about the momentum, worrying about the nerves. You've just got to keep playing. It might feel like a party. It might feel like everything is great and we're winning, but it's not over yet.
You know how dangerous it is, regardless of the roster that young man Pred is on. Whenever he is up and roaring, it changes through every single one of his teammates. They start to feel that energy and play at a whole different level. But in my headset, I can hear the time starting to tick down. The map is about to get started. Ball control. Here we go.
For you folks at home wondering how this one works, for the folks in the crowd as well, 2 zones, 30 lives. Lose either, round is over. It's first to 3 here in control. And we go back to Vault once again. This should be, again, Falcons. We've seen some great looks from them. This was a team that so many times in this map and mode, they have turned heads. They have taken the attention of the league, taken the attention of the Call of Duty world. We'll see if they can take flight right here and now. Here we go, map number 3.
It's going to be Falcons starting off on the offense. No trophies to help them, so probably want to have a slow and steady approach with the aggression. And I already love the play call. You have Pred work the OE towards Pool, instantly drop down and towards Vault, and we're already on the B point.
Straight on it. And we're getting some damage done as well, and that's a big stack. B zone, first segment in the bag. TJ on the patrol. Can you find any more of these players? This is going to be a problem. Or will it? Second man. Stun connects. CleanX now still has to keep the pressure up because B's in trouble.
Oh yeah, B is definitely in trouble, but CleanX with the SMG, we know what that young man is capable of with that weapon. Already up to a 4-0 start before getting cut down, but the second segment at B is about to be locked in. You already have pressure at A as well, so you're stuck between a decision that you want to make. Which one are we going to instantly try to retake?
Well, at the moment, it's nothing. Falcons, good work at B, 2 segments down. Back to the drawing board. Joe deceives. Oh, the timing. Wait a minute, the timing. Whoa! Pred wins a big 1v1. Insight looking for the cleanup. Doesn't find a thing just yet. And the race is on towards A. Damaging the exit on the spawns as well. So B zone, a little bit of love. They're seeing if they can close out the capture there as well, Stud.
Yeah, they still know that Abe is behind them, lurking. He's trying to find an opening kill from Ammo's side. He's going back and forth. He's able to win a one-on-one versus Archides. Doesn't catch the timing onto XNID. At least you clear out the B point for now. Time's still ticking, only 35 seconds to go.
Yeah, this is lovely defense from Movistar Koi. They are running Vault so far, and it's a couple of 1v1 wins either side. Pred winning a big one there on the backside versus Abe. Joe keeps the zone as safe as he possibly can on a 3 spree now as well. Dips out. The fight against Archides, that's certainly going to help with the nade. The trophy doesn't. Pressure on. Oh, what a slight pick. Ball being brought down again. Pred with the kills.
Even with Pred in this position, his teammates cannot get on the objective. So now final 10 seconds. You only have 2 segments to your name. We need to make a final push over towards A or B. X going to jump his way up through top. Ball and instantly going to get cut on down. And Movie Stars are going to start off with the opening defense, only allowing 2 segments to go the opposite side.
We'll keep those 2 segments. One moment now for Pred to try to compose the boys. Getting a good start here from Movistar Koi. You touched on it before, Jay. The defense is really what we're going to be looking for here, and that's exactly what we got. Joe, instrumental in that. Great timing, great map awareness. And with Movistar Koi as well, I felt if you got damage into that player, you were getting the kill. They were hounding them. They were chasing them down. No players getting away with any shenanigans whatsoever. And they strike first here on Vault.
Joe Deceives had a massive opening round there. So many clutch kills, 8-4 start. It's what he's been able to do all season for this lineup. Now it's their turn to approach on the attack. They got trophy systems, so the nades off the rip are not going to be impactful. And it's all about the opening kills. Can we find the first?
We can. Trades are good. Can we get 2 out of this one from Joe? Can't get anything. Kleenex picks up his 5th in a row. A perfect stun doesn't actually hit him. Well, it hits him, but it doesn't hit him. You know what I'm saying, chat? As Pred now pushing forward, keeping Koi in the spawn.
Pred was able to slip by right through the middle of the map. Double, and now everyone on the side of Movie Stars is coming off the respawn. Goes to back of the default space. Your Falcons, you can trap them for as long as you possibly can. If you want to try to not allow them to earn even segments, that's even better. But with a couple players already falling, Movie Stars haven't found their way on out. Game clock pause with Kleenex jumping on A.
Yeah, Pred's starting to get real in the personal space of Movie Star Koi. Falcons with great presence here, and the kills department showing at the life count a massive difference. Exnid walking away with the win with 5 HP and the full regen now as well. There's battles taking place all across the map, as Arcetes is proving to be a true nuisance, as this protracted gunfight is taking place as well. On the Tej, free cleanup, stays alive. What a snap at 10 and 7, 25 on the clock. Falcons looking to take their round.
Yeah, Insight is just hoping eventually we can get over towards the B point. I have all our control. All we have to do is just hop on the objective. First segment already going to be locked in, but it's TJ's turn to make a couple clutch kills happen at the right time. Trying to isolate onto the player on B is going to get cut down, and eventually now all the reinforcements are here for Movie Stars. That's 3, make it all 4 dead. B is gone.
Oh, it's not over yet. Here comes the stack. And these players will capture that zone real fast. There we go. Movie Star Koi adding a minute to the game clock. Life count solid now as well. Falcons have loosened their grip in a big way onto a segment in the bag as well.
Insight is not allowing them to cross. You got to take care of this guy towards top art, because he is causing you so many problems. Finally, you gain some info. TJ's able to sneak his way on out, but the second segment's locked.
Locked in the bag. On the way out as well. No one there to contest. Oh, the last man Tej done. The round complete. Movie Star Koi capture all the zones. And there has been a timeout requested. We'll see what that means later, but for now, what a return to form. Falcons stunned here on Volt.
And it all starts with Insight just putting himself in that position towards top art, man. Wins clutch one-on-one gunfight after one-on-one gunfight. That was the one that starts it off. They were firing. Fortunately, we're just getting word that that round is not going to count. So it's still going to be 1-0 in favor of Movie Star. We're going back with them on the offense.
Yeah, that's word from the referees. As you can see on stage, that is being discussed as well. Coach Clayster now making his case. What we have heard from the referees is it will be 1-0 to Movie Star Koi. That round will not go through. We will play that one again.
Not gonna lie, as a former pro player,
oh yeah,
in my opinion, that round should count.
Oh yeah.
We dominated B off the rip. We had all the map control. They couldn't get past Insight, but it's not my decision to be made.
Oh, 25 seconds on the clock. You managed to nail B. You roll straight over towards A. And you get that capture, and I think I'm seeing it. Play's saying something. And for Flux on the other side of the stage, it's more just, how are we doing, boys? Let's just do it again. Let's just do it again. That's all it's about.
Still got 2 segments to make up for when the restart eventually happens.
That does sound like that is how it's going to go down. We haven't received any other updates, folks. So as far as we're all concerned right now, it is 1-0 to Movie Star Koi. And yeah, now you get an opportunity to try to play that round out slightly differently. You can see where you found success, what was giving you trouble. I mean, Jay, I suppose that's a great question. How would you reapproach this round as Movie Star Koi? They couldn't get through mid.
Yeah, as Movie Star Koi, it was difficult to even get out of your spawn because the initial kills didn't go your way. You won the initial gunfight, you made it a 3v3, but the trades after that all went in favor of Falcons. So the break-off is definitely something that they're going to want to switch up going into this next round. If you're our Falcons, we need to get more players behind enemy lines and just being nuisances. Like players who push out towards Anvil and value their life to the T, always be the safety net for that B point. That was the difference maker on a map like Vault. Everyone looks great on the stage. Such a beautiful stage.
Good looking stage. Last player's now joining the lobby. And Clay's just seeing his notifications. Oh no, I've been memed again. It's all good, mate. You're watching a quick replay. I don't know, he might be just showing a meme.
No, it's definitely a replay. It's like, okay, this guy snuck on by, let's make the adjustment here. That's what I'm expecting Close Clay to have these guys locked in at all times.
Yeah, he's definitely not showing Red the latest episode of South Park. That's for sure not happening right now, but fans in the house getting ready to dive back into the game of Control. But what a vibe here in Riyadh. And Nufi made his way across the world. Familiar faces at nearly every Call of Duty tournament you will ever have been to. What a fantastic shot that was. Pause nearly complete as young Joe gets, I say pause nearly complete, President wearing his headset. Don't worry about that one, folks. North Clay. We're going to get that reset going as soon as possible. But yeah, I mean, Jay, honestly, good stuff. I like the defensive round there out of the CoD guys. Their attack was pretty solid as well. And again, it's the way that Control goes. You make one mistake and it's kind of over.
Yeah, it comes back to bite you, man. Yeah. Can't afford mistakes, especially in Control, because one misstep could lead to a whole collapse of a play. Eventually, when we get back into it, it's going to be full-on guns blazing. Crowd still providing the energy for the Falcons. I wish I could hear them, man, because they got to be super loud in here.
It must be bumping in there. It must be great. It looks like the players, again, a fantastic setup we have here at the Esports World Cup. Our players are able to talk to each other, Jay, across the stage. Fred's not exactly shouting. And that might make for some very, very interesting moments between certain teams, certain matchups later in the tournament, when things start to get a little hotter. Because again, still only in the group stages here on day one. Lots of cards still left to be played. Thanks again to you folks at home joining us. Of course, to everyone here in the arena. What a great day of games it's been so far.
And we had a bunch of bangers so far. Like one that was previously on the Alpha side with Thieves and Gentlemates. Like, Gentlemates, that's a squad who only got, what, 40, 50 points the entire season? Woo! They couldn't really figure out a W, but they pushed them to the brink of the edge at the end of every single one of those maps. So I'm excited to see what they can continue to do in their next matchup. They can have a phenomenal bounce back, because all it came down to was like the closing moments of each game.
That's the way it goes here in the professional CoD world. It ain't over until it's over. And this one is still waiting to get going. I do love those CoD jerseys. They look great.
You've been gassing them up for 30 minutes.
I know I have. I mean, I had to show you, Jay. It's that sort of 90s, you know, England kit, like the Euro. Oh, I'm just going back in time now. You know, the folks at home know what I'm talking about. There's 3 or 4 Brits of a certain age nodding their heads as well. We are close, though, ladies and gents. Fred has his headset back on.
Yeah.
That is a good sign.
You know what else is a great sign? Still the smiles on the side of Falcons. They've had a lot of issues so far in this series, but they're not letting anything get to them. Locked in. Give Mitch a raise. Okay. Right. Sounds like a good plan.
Well, he's sitting next to him, I think. That way, yep. That's fantastic. Well, what a turnout again. He's over here where there's Mitch. I'm Mitch, he says. Oh, it's a party here in Riyadh. Wow, we've been memorable memes from this series alone, stud. We have been treated to a great game of Search and Destroy and some wonderful moments. What a community we have here in the Call of Duty world, and it really is a world. Fans from all over. Previous tournament, I met people from Malta. I mean, we were folks from Turkey. We met in Madrid at the start of the season, you name it. Everyone the world over loves a bit of Call of Duty, and we love you guys too. You know what I really love, though?
Talk to me.
Getting back in a vault.
Yeah, I would really love
refs
to.
Refs are on it. The refs are on it.
The players obviously are itching to get themselves back into the game. Want to continue to be on their pedestal of either their momentum, how they're feeling, patient. No one can damage me. You are absolutely correct, my
That is a
friend.
great quote from Exnid from quite early in the season, actually. Wow, that is fantastic. A lot of love once again. And the drip, the literal drip.
Wow. Those some nice glasses.
Unbelievable. Well, we're still waiting, folks, for this technical pause to be resolved. Falcons have been gifted a lifeline here in the game of control. And again, 1-1 in the series. That is honestly where we're at. It's a bit of an elongated way to get going, but at 1-1, Jay, happy to be here.
Oh, yeah, definitely happy to be here because both teams are letting it all out on the battlefield. So whenever we get back to the vault, it's going to be non-stop action. But going forward on the rest of the day, like you heard the way that Seymour talked about Cloud9. They got to play Optic later on today. That's going to be a banger, man.
And that's one of the biggest question marks I had. Abe was a sort of a known quantity. Gwyn, he's had his ups and downs throughout the year, and I didn't know how he was going to fit into that Cloud9 roster, but they've looked good. Abe's looking great now. Tej fitting in with the Falcons. See who walks away with a win here at the end of this one, but groups, as much as we like to sort of claim this is the hardest group, that's going to be the easy group, these guys are definitely getting out. Until it is done, until the ink has dried, no one is safe.
Yeah, I'm excited as well for the next wave of matchups, Group B, because we have the best Challengers team, followed by the second best Challengers team with FaZe Clan, and then also Heretics. Like, those guys, that's an absolute gauntlet of 4 squads.
It's D for damn. That is the group to watch, folks. More of that later. We're very close to getting this one underway. We have received word. Placed a coach at the back. Getting some final words of encouragement in for the team. Fred, the only Australian player in the professional Call of Duty world at the moment, the only Australian player with a World Championship ring. Well deserved, well earned through that MW3 year with Optic Texas. Oof, what a memorable event that was for him as well. Still on a break. Movie star CoD fans out in force. I hope that gentleman is wearing sunscreen because it's hot out there.
It's definitely hot. What was it, like 110 today?
It's a gorgeous day out there, but there is not a cloud in sight. I'm just saying. Not a.
It's back off for us.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you see the headsets off. We will get this issue resolved ASAP on the other side of this break. Let's go Falcons, or will it be let's go movie star CoD? We'll find out after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Saudi Arabia. We're here in Riyadh and we're in the Players Hotel for the Esports World Cup Call of Duty Black Ops 6. I'm joined by Exnid and by Pred of Team Falcons, and we've got a fun one for you guys today. This is going to be a couple of quick fire questions. We were potentially calling it something else, but I think we're just going to move on with quick fire questions. And basically, gentlemen, what I'm going to do is ask which one of you think is more likely to fit into the box that I'm saying. If you think it's yourself, you raise your hand. If you think it's the other player, you pass.
So what do you do if someone lies? Like if I completely disagree with you guys?
Oh, you're allowed to tell him that you disagree, by the way. You are definitely allowed.
Yeah, you know me, you know.
Yeah, so I guess the first one, and this is a good one to see if you guys do disagree. Who's more likely to trash talk the other team? Okay, yeah, that was pretty unanimous. That was straight away. Who is more likely then to pull off a crazy clutch play or highlight reel moment? Okay, all right, bit of love between both of you there. I'll be honest, I've seen plenty out of both of you this year. Looking forward to plenty more of them. Who's the biggest jokester, though, when the cameras are off? I'm sure you're fantastic. We've heard plenty of stories about you, young man. So, who's more likely to oversleep and be late to a practice or match? Oh, that was instant. Look on your face there. Who grinds the game harder?
I'd say both of us.
Yeah, both. Yeah, both. Both putting in the hours, something you love to hear. Who's more likely to ignore the strat and go rogue in game? What?
He's lying. So
yeah, I'm lying. Yeah. Examples on the timeline now. Who shows more emotion after a big win?
Honestly,
I think both.
Yeah,
that's both. Who's more likely to rage quit the game?
I think me too.
Who carried who in your last tournament?
Both of us.
Okay.
Both of us.
Okay. Who breaks the strap more and then says, "Trust me, I've got this"? Okay, all right, so we're going back with the rogue comments. Who has the better food recommendations? Yeah, I've seen your Twitter timeline, I've seen your posts. Absolutely. Who's more likely to say, "We're still in this," even when they're close to losing? Okay, all right, so the motivator. All right, fair enough, gentlemen. I mean, I think off camera I want to delve into a couple of these answers, but we'll save it for then. I want to find out a couple of these stories. But otherwise, thank you very much for your time, gentlemen. Of course, good luck this week.
Thank you.
And thank you for those of you tuning into the content. This has been, of course, Pred and Exnid of the Falcons here in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, now we know who is going to say, "Don't worry, we've still got this, guys," when the chips are down. There's no need to worry too hard about that because the chips haven't fallen that bad whatsoever. We're still going into control, and the score will be 1-0 to Movistar KoI. Going into control, that is, because 1-1 in the series, and that is the good news for the Falcons fans.
And even better news is we see the fist pumps going out, so we are 100% loading back into vault control. Movistar KoI take the opening defense. 2 segments earned on the side of Falcons. Now it's their opportunity to potentially strike on the attacking round. Take full advantage here of this control map. It's usually always about the break-off, and you can always count for Movistar to set the tone with the aggression in towards A.
They had a good look at the first defensive round they had. They really did come out swinging there, but we'll find out if it can be the same way, because of course we had a PC crash towards the end of the last one, so their victory did not count. Can lightning strike twice for Movistar KoI, and so far CleanX looking all right.
And they take a different approach on the side of Falcons. No one goes through mid connector. They ought to try to take top cat and at least work these pinch routes, but there's already some segments guaranteed on the side of Movistar. They guarantee the first. Now it's all about if the rookie can find a double, but the team kill is also going to help.
It really does help. Inside, the Arcites gets the better of his old rival this time round. The second segment at 8 gone as well, so wonderful work there from KoI. They've done the hard part quite well this time round, Jay. Lots of time still on the clock once again, and I do believe I have received word from our referees. We will be pausing this game as well. Unfortunately, Dios mío, something has happened once again.
I don't know what's going on. No idea what's going on.
No, we're not sure. Well,
Arcides is feeling it too.
Yeah,
I just want to play, man.
I felt that. Alec, a player who wears his heart on his sleeve. He has his entire career, and I don't think Joe knows the game's not. It's done, Joe. I'm sorry, Joe. Joe, I'm sorry.
A comment hard, right?
I know, they're still going. Guys, it's a pause. I'm so sorry, gentlemen.
Man, hopefully, you're not capturing both points right now.
You better not be capturing. I mean, what's the score in their head was 3-1 by now. There we go. That technical pause now in full effect. And something's up. We will try to find out what it is in due course, friends. Dealing with bugs. We're swatting bugs here in Riyadh, sadly. Unfortunate situation to be in. And again, we thank you at home for watching through this. Maybe an opportunity to quickly get yourself a beverage or something to eat. Get back into control ASAP.
Not gonna lie, Ross, this takes a toll on you as a player, man.
It does. I mean, we
knowing the experience, like so many technical issues that are completely out of your control. All you want to do is just spawn it on the map alongside some of your best friends, sitting on the same side of the stage as you. Compete against potentially some of your good friends on the opposing side, man. Just hopefully both squads are able to just stay locked in because they're getting battle tested right now.
I feel like at this moment in time, my playing days, obviously a different game, a long time ago now.
Your playing days?
Way back, brother. At this moment, I have run through what I think I want to do or we should do as a team.
Yeah.
How many, I mean, this is a long pause now. You've done that 3 or 4 times. You just want to get in there. You want to get another good chance at it. Defend your key more than anything. Get that key into the trophy at the end of the tournament. But what are you doing during this break, Jay? I mean, you got to stay warm. You got to keep the morale up. And it does take a toll. And some players are stronger than others in moments like this.
Yeah, I think for Movistar, you're just staying locked in. It seems like the issues are not on their end. But for Falcons, it's very, very tough because it's now 2 defensive starts. Your breakoffs haven't really showed anything. You're not winning your initial gunfights. You're losing the initial map control. Now you're having a chance to obviously discuss the breakoff again. Realize, okay, they beat me towards top cat. Probably don't want to go to that position. We flood out towards mid. We win the majority of the fights, and everyone can just pick up a pinch angle. We're just not allowing Movistar CoD to get as early of progression on their segments the way that they did.
Pressure taking its toll. Players should be in the lobby. We should be nearly ready to get back into take 3 of control. And I mean, there's another meme. Sad Asties.
And this is what the coach's job is. Make sure they are locked in. Got a 3-time world champion standing behind you. Doesn't matter. He's been in multiple situations like this. Just understand, don't worry about it, guys. It's out of our control. Just do what we do best. Play Falcons Call of Duty.
Play fast, play furious, play together. You've thought your way through this scenario a few times now. No, Pred, don't take, no, Pred. Put your headset back on, Pred.
He just wants to fix the hair, man, you know.
Hair's always been good. No, the hair's always good. Hair has always been good. Got me thinking back to, you know, of course, Clay and Asties winning a ring together. Woo. Black Ops 4.
They did have Simp and
That certainly helps. 6 years ago.
That was rookie Simp year, walking in with the sniper, just clipping everyone and putting them on the montage.
The Paladin, man. Here we go. Once more into Vault control. It's time to lock in.
Red did justice to his hair. It's looking flawless right now. The flow is on point. TJ right there alongside him.
Those jerseys look very comfortable as well.
Especially with the club championship star right above the logo. They're trying to go back-to-back. Falcons. They're trying to soak up all this cash here at EWC.
Yeah, 1 star is nice. 2, a lot nicer. Here we go. Vault control. Movistar CoD still up by 1. Back at it we go. We've seen many opening breaks now. Movistar CoD on the attack last time round. 2 segments at A were good. On a B we go this time.
Instant switch up. Can't go back over to A. They're most likely going to prepare for that initial push. So drop down in towards Vault. Try to take some space over through the B street. The Falcons are covering every single base. RCD's with a massive double. Xnib with the trade. Map control in favor of Falcons.
Xnib just absolutely strong-armed his way through the Movistar CoD lineup and keeping him at bay. And he is still on the hunt here. Kleenex has been pushed back. He's still got 2 kills on him, but I'm pretty sure Xnib's on his tail. Like, he's chasing him now. Teach brought down, both zones being captured. Movistar CoD fighting forward.
And if you're Falcons, you want to make sure you get him off of this B point as fast as you possibly can before some segment get earned, but already the first one's done. Same thing could be said for the gunfights at A. That's 3 dead in the feed. Not the ideal restart you were looking for your Falcons.
One segment at A, 2 at B. Still with the capture going. Insight staying alive. Here comes Joe Deceives to reinforce the play. Insight down. Joe down as well. Falcons save it on the goal line.
Back over to the A point now for Movistar. Build this pressure on both angles. Make sure we watch our pitches. TJ with a massive opening gunfight onto Joe. Now it's all about finding the trade. Excellent strikes forward the second. You got the numbers to reinforce your way back through mid, but we got to make sure B Street is cleared on out.
You got a little bit of love towards A now, so let's get rid of that second segment. Let's get that one in the bag. Let's get moving. CleanX back with his old pal, the Jackal in his hand, finding those kills. Arsty's still alive and kick here. Oh, that is a disgraceful two-piece. And he's managed to save the zone. Reinforcements arrive. Arcetes, what a play.
Oh, man, he's had a massive round so far, man. Multi-kill after multi-kill. 6-2 start. Now you don't have the numbers to reinforce your way back through mid, so you're going to forfeit this A point, stack everyone over towards P. You're currently down by 2 lives, and there's a lot of time for Movistar to work with.
Yeah, no more chances here. B zone already under pressure. Wonderful crossfire there. Pred walks away with the final 2 on the tally. On board with Joe now. Desperately trying to find an opening here, but there is nothing. Falcons defense, solid as a rock. 11 lives either side and a minute 14 to play.
And this is where Falcons need to be able to create more space. You're finding kills on your side of the map. That's great. You put the life deficit basically even now with Arcetes falling on outer palms. When we get kills in sync, we need to create extra layers to not allow them a free roam to just sprint right towards the point.
Perfect timing. Absolute perfect timing with the trophy in play. CleanX finds 2, 3 dead in the feed, and that is going to be the round. Arcetes at great range. CleanX closes the door on round 2.
Perfectly played right there to Movistar Koi. You start off with non-stop aggression. You gain early segments on both points. It was 2-2 split on A and B. But when CleanX needed to have pop-off moments, he was able to find them. Arcetes on the opposing side to give his team some more lifelines. He was able to find them. It's just right there, Falcons. Once you find that set of kills on their initial B push, we either got to push vault, flank through pull, or take some ammo space. Because all you needed to do off the respawn if you're Movistar is win one gunfight through B Street, and you instantly hop on the point.
I mean, they win that one gunfight, and then it allows this to happen. You get one gunfight win, the perfect trophy by the zone, and a 2-man stack. Now, map point, Movistar Koi. Can they get us out of this vault control? CleanX is doing his very best to make that happen. On board TJ now, who's managed to get himself towards B.
CleanX is on 5 in a row. Abe now starting to roam in their spawn, and this is what I'm talking about taking some space away. Look with Abe in his positioning, what it's doing to the spawns on the side of Falcons. You are forcing them to work this OE. CleanX on 6, trying to earn himself the cruise missile, but it's just gonna get out of dodge.
He's managed to, he's still going. Tobias Johansson! What a kill and a TJ, and he is red hot right now. The Great Dane on a tear, and he lives to fight another day.
The guy is just moving, not able to earn himself the cruise, but the impactful play is already going to be felt. Thankfully, if you are Falcons, you at least had one player on the B point to still have a lot of time to work with.
How do you find that kill and turn it into a 3-man stack on the B zone? Well, real fast, that's how. 1 man down. TJ holds it together. The second segment does not get captured. Oh my! Movistar Koi swoop in and save it.
Now Arcetes needs to find some success with the SMG in hand. Unfortunately, he's going to play a little bit of cat and mouse game, but there's more players on the side of Movistar able to find trades. That's 3 dead in the feed. Exnid, last man standing, trying to push his way over 2 lights, and there's only 30 seconds to go. We need to try to extend the game clock.
I mean, with D, it's not easy to do. Final few seconds. 25 to go. Pred looking for an opening, trying to find the window. You managed to get yourselves on to B for a second. Arce's playing for space. His teammates trusting them to get the time, but they've all lost their ones. The final moments here, Stud. This could be it.
Last push for Falcons. Everyone dropping at the wrong time. Final 10 seconds. You gotta get past Mr. CleanX, and that's not gonna be easy. This is looking like it's over.
21-6 for CleanX. That is it. The death knell for Team Falcons here in control. What a round. Tobias Johansson gets us back on schedule.
Brother, he just did that in 2 rounds. 21-6 in 2 rounds. out of a brand new flex player. We know what he is capable of when he has the SMG, the movement, he's never caught off guard, and the Great Dane strikes again. The tissue always has been an issue. And Movie Star CoD, they are up 2-1 in the series now.
The true clean flex. And that's got to feel good. Movie Star CoD taking the lead now in our series. We go into the Hacienda hardpoint. The whole new kind of wind in our sail. Falcons. We've seen success on this map with previous rosters. Will it be the case here to try to force the game 5? That dealership, search and destroy. Team Falcons need that now to keep this group match their way.
They just need to win a couple rotations here on a map like Hacienda, because it can be very punishing, the same way map number 1 was on the Vault, where if you're not the team initially to start off on the preferred side of these hard points, especially the money hills of P2 and P4, consistently going to play from the back foot, and we cannot afford that here. It's like you said, if I'm Falcons, all we have to do is get through this hard point, put ourselves on a dealership game number 5, which has been treating us well towards the end of the season. And we know on the opposite side for Movie CoD, I'm pretty sure they played it like 12 times. They got 1 win.
Not looking great, man. We've talked about that a few times, and it is certainly not where you want to be if you're Movie Star CoD. They want to close it out here. For the Falcons, you get to that final map, and this all looks different. Coach JP there as well. Everyone from the Falcon staff willing the boys through. And it's potentially very clean work indeed for the former Toronto Ultra roster for Movie Star CoD. They have to close out on the Hacienda. Not an easy thing to do, Jay. This is a punishing map. And it should be a very good game.
Oh yeah, it definitely should be a very good game, but back in my minds if I'm Falcons, gotta be thinking about the way that these last 2 respawns have gone. Should be getting outclassed in the fundamental aspect of the hard points and the controls. You can completely turn it around here. Map 4 victory on a map like Hacienda. You can find yourself whipping out an extra AR at times, whipping out an extra SMG at times. For certain hills specifically, especially around that P4. We cannot afford scams. We need to make sure we're consistently always playing trades, and communication has to be flowing.
Again, a nervous tension. Even with the lead in the series so far, Movie Star CoD know. Leads come and go. Momentum, it can shift real fast in Black Ops 6. And now for Team Falcons' last chance to pass some words of wisdom across. Those training dummy bots are getting absolutely pounded right now. Place has been here thousands of times. Thousands of times, stud. What's going through your head right now as a player?
As a player, you're thinking, okay, back's against the wall. Obviously, there's been a lot of hiccups so far in the series that are simply out of our control, especially with the way that they ended that search and destroy. Falcons would have loved to just instantly spawn into that vault, but series isn't done yet. It's not 3 on the opposing side for one of these teams, so it's like if this fat lady ain't singing, we're still playing.
We're still playing, yeah. I didn't hear no bell. Not yet. And there is a resolute focus from XNID going into this Hacienda hardpoint. We've seen them win this map before. You know how it feels. You know which way it's going to go. The question is, can you do it?
Who's your X factors for those maps right here, Ross?
For both teams?
Yeah, both teams.
Right now, I mean, CleanX is making a very, very strong case for just the takeover. But what are we calling the X factor? Is the guy there?
The guy that struggles, that could potentially pop off and have a takeover moment.
I would absolutely say for the Falcons, it's Arstes right now. If he takes over, that team is devastating. For Movie Star CoD, let's see some Abe X Factor. Let's see some of that Abe magic. Map 1 was good. This one, to close out the series, that would be a lovely stamp on your first match with the organization. But nice to have shoulda, woulda, coulda. Let's see it happen.
We got a 2-time world champion as an X Factor and a rookie on the opposite side. Movie Star.
Could not be more different.
Way, way different. Obviously, RCD's story is basically be written in the books, and Abe's is just getting started. 1 series underneath your belt, under the bright lights on the STC Arena stage. This is where you can write off the beginning of your story in the right way.
Yeah, get that first chapter under your belt. Start the tournament right. Hacienda, hard point, first to 250 seconds. That hard point is going to move every minute. Our players will be in position to deal with those problems as and when they arrive. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Clay, this is it. This is your Braveheart speech to the boys. We load in. Is it the final map here in the series for the Falcons, or is it the beginning of the comeback?
Crowd is hoping that this is not the final map. They are hoping that they get a chance to see dealership for search and destroying that game number 5. But here we go into the map number 4. Movie Star, CoD are looking to close this one out, potentially in 4.
Whew. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. P1, you know it, you love it. That fountain sees a lot of action, and the action right now, mostly Movie Star CoD. I take it all back. That's 3 dead. Wow. Predwood takes control of the top side of the map.
It's a perfect start for Falcon. You win a majority of the trades, you're instantly able to flip the spawns, and you're soaking up a majority of this P1 time with your SMGs creating extra layers. If your Pred, it's all about the timing. Give me kill number 1, almost snapped for kill number 2. But the break is good. Now, just want to make sure you maintain this side of the map if you're exiting.
Making a case for it, lovely shots. To transition the player through the door. Bit of a wallbang scenario there. Oh, Abe, what a two-piece that was. Can't get any more of that life as Tej has his number. Joe deceives. The Jackals are screaming on Hacienda so far.
You would take 25 seconds off the P1, but now we have a little bit of more time to execute a proper break here on towards the Money Hill. At the garage, a 2-2 split. 2-2 lobby, 2 on well side. Joe deceives has everything covered on this angle, and that's already the first push. Shut down clean.
All 4 down. Movie Star CoD will take the lead here on this hard point. Team Falcons. Now on the approach, counterattack. Joe deceives, drinks the well dry of kills once again. Players now through lobby as Falcons, they have been held at bay perfectly on P2.
They haven't been able to get even close towards this hard point. You're hoping potentially Kleenex is going to ego chow from the front door so you can find an opening kill. Repositioning better, the rookie on 3 in a row. We're talking about him being the X factor. He's looking like he's trying to be that guy so far here on map 4.
He's that guy right now, pal. 6 and 3 for his team. Joe, they're on a 4 spree. 3 from Insight, 3 from Kleenex. Streaks for Movie Star CoD on the menu. Who's going to be eating over towards fences? Now we go. But look at that. It's Falcons in the feed. They win their initial gunfights. That's their time.
Yeah, massive kills there from Falcons to catch the players who were thinking about that rotation. He's fully set up here at the P3. Have Insight taking his sweet time, working the long route, and now he puts himself in a great position. That's 3 dead. TJ, last man standing on the point. Does he have another heroic moment? No, he does not, and that's Insight on 5 in a row with the break coming in from Movie Star.
That's a crazy spree right now from Insight. Trying to get done from time as well. The points will be good. Find out how close he is towards that Hellstorm. And Abe might have got an assist. He's incredibly close. Keep finding the time, and he's going to get it. His teammates are finding kills all over the place. Young Joe, no more of that life. Insight over the top. Hellstorm secured. 15 seconds to go on fences.
And this is where it gets scary now, because an early Hellstorm means you can invest it early on at the Money Hill 4P4, even if you don't win the rotation. So Kleenex is just going to play his life over towards Lambo's side. Almost gets the better of Exit there. But right now, Falcons win the rotation that they want towards the Money Hill. Only down by 60, but a full 60 ties up the game.
But again, as you said, we could be seeing an early streak here just to get those players out of position. And there it is on the money. Insight. Here we go. Watch the Falcons players have to move on inside. Will it connect? No problem. His teammates find the kills. Movie Star CoD, a successful break.
That's so beautifully played right there. Well executed from Insight to be the player consistently soaking up a majority of the hill time, hitting the long route, securing his one-on-ones. And now this allows you to blow the game wide open if you can secure this final 25. Everyone from Falcons trying to work from Lambo's side. TJ with the double. Last man standing is Joe. With the triple. Leads to at least a good chunk of time here for Falcons to keep themselves in it.
And that's a great way to respond. You get hit by the Hellstorm, you get taken clean care of. The break was there, and you still managed to stay alive in a very precarious situation. Team Falcons A lot of fight left in them. That's the first set of hard points complete, and as you can see from the score, Movistar KOI, whether it's the kills, whether it's the time, they're in control.
And now if you are Falcons, going into the second set, we need to make the adjustments on the rotations. We need to be the team set up early on at the P2 because we could not break it last go around. And if you're Movistar KOI, you know, when you're thinking about P1s, it's not really a majority of playing for the hill time. It's more about playing for the map control. So that's why they were more focused on just camping their corners, playing for those one-on-one gunfights, because once they find a couple in sync, then we hop the objective and at the same time flip the spawns.
Yeah, that's the sort of tidal wave, and it starts to spiral out of control. Drown your opponents out. Final 20 on P1, and we're already gearing up for that second hard point. Back over to the garage we go. TJ Haley in position there. Now, this time, though, the Falcons, they've got map control, and it's Abe on the infiltration. Can he make his way in towards time? Reinforcements now in position, and the play, oh, it's not looking good so far.
Oh, and that's going to be another play spawning all the way across the map. So now Falcons are forced to be tight on their setup from the front side. Everyone from Movistar secures the back spawns. They're trying to apply pressure from side door, but TJ's making it difficult for them. Has that player weak, but it's still Falcons trying to hold in front.
Oh, Joe, wait a minute, Joe! Oh, the third man brought down by Kleenex, and what a break that is, ladies and gentlemen.
And now if you are Falcons, couldn't find a break last go around. There's not really a lot of time remaining to develop on one of these long routes, but if you are, you got to make it count. Inside already takes care of RCDs. Now you have to find pressure through lobby. And again, they're not going to be able to touch this hard point.
16-10 for Kleenex. The P2s, they are the difference maker. A stick there gets rid of Abe and opens up the hard point for a second or two. Opportunity for a contest here. RCDs brought it down. 10 seconds to go here. Oh, wow, I take it back. It's not all going to Movistar KOI, fighting over the final moments here. But again, Jay, we go towards the new hard point by Fences. And this time, Falcons not in position.
Falcons at least set up in the time early on. It's already pressure from Movistar through top hallway. They're going to be in an aggressive angle. And right now, Falcons are really spread on their setup. So you can isolate a bunch of these one-on-one gunfights. Joe Deceives is already able to find one from top plat. Now you got to choose a different corner to switch on up. And you are surrounded by players if you're RCDs.
Gets the damage in, stays alive. Exit finds two in the feed. Lovely work out the Falcons to hold this together as best they can. Identify the reinforcements, and 3 dead again.
Looking for the chain, man. Final 25 seconds here at P3, but they need the response at P4. So I'm expecting, if you're Movistar, potentially just chalk up this time. Because if you can set up at the money hill again, you're basically going to call game.
That is, an awkward moment. RCD's damage across the board into everyone. Not a single kill picked up. Over the rock we go, and he finds himself in a tough spot. No streaks to help get the break here. Falcons have got to do it the old-fashioned way.
It's all about the opening kill. TJ's trying to set up this pinch route, or at least gonna take away mid-hallway with his teammates. Everyone from Movistar stacked in towards the hard point. The biggest kill is the first one, and Archie is able to find it.
Oh, it's tremendous. It's 3 dead, though, immediately. What a rebuttal from Movistar KOI. Immovable objects right now as Team Falcons crash against the rock.
Setups are unbelievable right now for Movistar.
Wow.
We've seen their adjustments as the season has gone on. They have gotten better in the fundamental aspect, and this is what it looks like. No one scamming, everyone valuing their lives, everyone finding themselves in position to always play trades. But RCD's with the double, the nade's good enough for the break there for Falcons.
As soon as you just say it, they get broken wide open, but 212 to the 150-ish. We'll see how this goes for the Falcons. They're holding it together as best they can. The last man brought down there, TJ. Slight overheat on the challenge as Movistar KOI creep closer to 250.
Now, you are Falcons. It's 2 things that you have to focus on. Get them off the hard point and flip these spawns. Not allow them to close out the game here at the P1. We need to find trades, but Mr. Kleenex again finds a double. Joe strikes for the 3rd. Last man mid-connector. And Xnit is just going to value his life. 20 seconds still needed to close out this series.
Got to wait for the boys, wait for the teamwork, wait for the opportunity to get in there together. Inside Joe, their respective kills. 3 dead once again. Somebody should surely hop it, and we are on time once again. Red from down low, dealt with, and it's Abe. Let's out a big dead in the comms. 22 and 13, young man. Welcome to the professional Call of Duty scene. You've got yourself your first win under your belt. Movistar KOI take down the Falcons.
The respawns were basically perfect. on the side of Movie Star CoD. You're winning every single rotation towards the money hills, and even when you're not, you got cruise missiles in the back pocket to find early breaks. Falcons going forward need to desperately look at their hardpoint game and have a different approach to when they need to value their lives and when they can be the aggressors. It's some bad timing on some bad childs, forces you to spawn out, forces your teammates to not be in a man-up advantage. And every single time, Movie Star CoD took advantage of that with early breaks set up by perfect holds. That was a phenomenal series from start to finish.
Great series. A long one, but a good one. We're going to be looking back again at the victory we saw from the Falcons on that Search and Destroy red card. I mean, DJ Haley in S&D still striking fear in the hearts of all. We'll see if Movie Star CoD can tighten up the game mode there for themselves, but in the meantime, Falcons have one chance left here in the group stages. One life remains. The drama builds, the tension is there, and with that, from myself and Stud, we're going to go take a break, powder our noses, and get ready for the next one. It's over to the desk.
What a series. Playing just 4 games, but it felt like a millennia. Falcons falling at Movie Star CoD's hands.
Yeah.
Was this the prediction you had coming in, Nameless?
Yeah, I thought it'd be a good series and we get some good moments on both sides. You look at this Movie Star CoD team, though, and everybody just played so well. And when they needed big breaks in the hard point, they got them. I mean, you're talking breaks on the Money Hill on Vault when we saw it, and then here we need a big break on Rock. Everybody just showing up. Abe with a great performance, and Kleenex, man. When he pulls the SMG back out, he is just him.
He's got 10,000 hours on the SMG, right? It's got to feel natural bringing it back. Honestly, that's where he shined, but I'm most impressed by that young man screaming at Joe Deceives. Abe comes in as someone I've never seen before, and he plays his life so well on that 4th hard point. Allie, how do you take advantage of the positioning that Toronto Ultra had, Movie Star CoD had throughout the series?
Throughout the series, I mean, again, this is a team that is very good at respawn, and that was what I was worried about going into this. And you plug in a player like Abe to already a very good Core 3 system that is Movie Star CoD, he's going to find easy success slotting himself in. I'm honestly really happy with Abe's performance, and I'm really happy having him in the league now.
Did you see any difference in Insight's play? He was the main AR back in the day with Beans. Yeah. Now Beans is out. Kleenex is pulling out the SMG at times. What does Insight need to do if they want to keep finding success?
Yeah, he's just so stoic on the map, right? Like, he's going to make the same play each and every time, extremely disciplined. And, when the pieces around him are finding kills, when they're making impact plays, and, when Kleenex is stringing together 2 or 3 kills, Insight's going to follow him up and put them in a position to dominate, right? So he played well throughout this series. I would say the concern I have for Movie Star is just the search and destroy.
Okay.
It was the issue that they were having with Beans in the lineup, and the same thing here. Like, you're just giving up so much info early and then not reacting to what the other team is throwing at you. And that was the same story here on this red card. You let Tej get so many multi-kills. You lost some clutches as well.
And you look at it and you think, with how their search and destroy has looked, with the addition of the coach and comms, you thought maybe they'd be a little bit more decisive. But I have to echo what Ant says. It just doesn't feel like they're all on the same page sometimes. It feels like they're lagging to make a decision, which when you do that is giving up so much room on the map to the side of Team Falcons. And you saw them take advantage of that time and time again.
Falcons fans cheering on their team. Unfortunately, the second half belonged to Movie Star CoD. If you were going to award an MVP to one of the players on Movie Star, who does it belong to?
I would go with Kleenex.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's in a new role. He popped off. And then think about it, after that break, so many technical pauses in that control.
They fried.
It comes back on and he goes crazy, 21-6 across 2 rounds. The man is everything.
Kleenex, Tobias, the Great Dane, whatever you call him, he is a force to be reckoned with in the North, as Movie Star CoD will be advancing to our qualifier round at the end of the night. We're going to have 3 more matches here on the main stage.
We're only halfway done, guys. We still have so much more gameplay ahead, but I really enjoyed this series. I knew it was going to be a banger. It's too bad we weren't able to force the game 5, though.
As you take a look at some of the numbers, Falcons simply outslayed in the final hard point. Can you take a lesson from this first loss? What can they do to bounce back later in the tournament?
Yeah, the biggest thing for Falcons at this point is just your setups when you get control on hard point. I mean, they're having good pushes. They had a couple good breaks, and when they needed them, too, in big moments, and then instantly rebroken, right? So you just got to play a little less aggressive when you have control, and that's something that they'll have to work through. Obviously, they don't have too much practice with TJ in the lineup, but the hard point has to be better.
Do you avoid Hacienda moving forward?
I think you can't. I think in a tournament like this, you have to keep putting it into your map pool because Hacienda is something a lot of teams are going to want to try and play, and you hurt yourself more than not taking away from your team.
All right. Great stuff so far. We've seen the highlights from the games. I thought we were going to talk with Joe Deceives, but he's taking his time to get back to the studio.
He said,
I think we're going to take a look over on the B stream and see what's going on. Producer was in my ear. I got it out anyway. Let's take a look here because this was Boston Breach taking on Warren. And give me the breakdown. This first hard point, disgusting.
Okay, so yeah, you look at this series, it was awesome. Early on, you saw War win that map number 1, and it was a big performance. They're playing with their coach, right? Linz had to step out, had some issues, and Bink has to come in as their coach to fill in for them, and they ended up dominating that map number 1. Well, you go to that map number 2, 3-0 in the search and destroy. Boston, a switch happened. They woke up. The jet lag went away, Allie. They rallied back in the S&D and then steamrolled them with a 3-1 win. So Boston started off slow, but immediately bouncing back.
I might be the curse. I was actually in the stadium watching the Falcons match during this, and I had B-Stream pulled up on my phone, and I watched Timor win map number 1. Bink, he was soaking the hill time. He was literally just trying to play that fundamental objective CoD, and then map number 2, they go up 3-0. I was like, I can't watch. I got to lock into this Falcon match. Here and behold, Boston Breach pull up.
Yeah, and just quick shout out to Neum. I was watching him, really focused on his arrow. He was playing so well on that first map. I think he's a young, talented player, and that's what you're here to do is showcase yourself.
Team War trying to get the job done. Unfortunately, they fall to Boston Breach that finished the 2025 season on a peak, a top 3. We'll see if they can keep it rolling here at EWC. You look in their future, it's Movie Star Koi at the end of the night. How do these two teams match up in your eyes?
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, it's a tough matchup for Koi. Boston is a search and destroy specialist team. Their map pool is pretty deep. And you look at Movie Star Koi, that is where they struggled time and time again. We keep talking about it. So I think that has all the makings of a Game 5. And if it does go Game 5, you kind of like Boston.
We're going to try and get Joe Deceives in here when we can. So Toronto Ultra fans, now Movie Star Koi fans, send us your questions for Joe online. Allie, what's the first thing that you think of when you see Joe Deceives in-game?
When I see Joe Deceives in-game, just fire. He's got a lot of passion. He's got a lot of passion in comms and in-game, and it's just simply not a gunfight I'd want to take.
Joe taking his time, as he always does, just like Movie Star Koi did in that series. Falcons fall at the end of Game 4.
Yeah, and you look at it now, and it's Falcons versus War. That's going to be the next matchup in that group. And, War, they showed a decent amount of fight early on in that series, right? So if Falcons bring that same type of hardpoint play into that match, we could see, Team War actually taking that. So that would be interesting later on. We'll get to see that. But in terms of Movie Star Koi, this is a team, Toronto Ultra, early in the year that were phenomenal. And now their respawn looks a bit better, at least through that match.
Yes.
If their search and destroy gets on point, they have a chance to really be a dark horse contender here.
We've got a lot of brackets going on and 2 streams as well. Bravo has just taken the lead in terms of which matches complete first after a very long delay in the middle of that last series. But we still have 3 more to go, and this last one is going to be from Group D before we get to our placement matches in that playoff bracket. So Group D, this is where you got to be looking out for your challenger squads. The amateurs are coming here and looking to make a statement on day 1. No one has found success yet, but there's 2 more attempts for Omit and P7 Esports, that was known as Omit Brooklyn, at Champs.
And I will say, from what we've seen so far, the challengers teams have come to play. We've had some, even though they were 3-0s, we've had some very, very close matches, and that wasn't even our number 1 and number 2 seeds when it comes to the challengers team. So looking at Group D, yes, obviously it's a very tough draw on FaZe Clan and Team Heretics, but I'm interested to see if they're able to take a map or 2.
Yeah, these are the 2 best challenger teams. Should be real exciting. And we got Joe Deceives up here now. Can't wait to chat with you.
Finally, Joe has arrived. You got past all of the fans in the arena. You made it to our secondary stage. Welcome into the studio. Mr. Deceives, how are we feeling after a very long series against the Falcons?
Yeah, it definitely was long, but I'm feeling great. I think Abe looked great, and that was just the biggest thing, just making sure he's comfortable with his first series. And it's like he's been here before, so.
So talk to me about Abe, right? Because he's the new face on the squad. Where did you guys first hear about Abe, and whose decision was it to bring him in?
Yeah, so, I've been hearing about him for a while due to my friends and challengers. And then, just recently, obviously, he's been playing very, very well with his team was Hixie, Fire, and Exceed. And we've been hearing his name a lot, just due to obviously, we're friends with Hixie too.
Yep.
And I watched his VOD a lot, and I just thought, the kid's insane. He has insane potential, and I thought if we picked up anyone, he was gonna put us to the top. So yeah.
So you're telling me Zuma on the Stallions had Abe and Mercules. Now both these guys coming in is absolutely fine. But Jonas, congrats on the win. I wanted to ask you a little bit about you have a new sub duo now.
Yeah.
And obviously Kleenex moving over to the flex role. We've seen him have the AR out a little bit. When we got to that control, he pulled the SMG back out and he was taking over. Are you guys going to just run triple SMG more often than some of the other teams we have?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, obviously, like you said, Toby was pointing at the third sub, but I feel like that's the best thing about this move was we have, Abe who can take over, and then we have Toby. I mean, obviously, Toby's been a sub his whole career, and he's just insane as a flex.
Yeah,
in my opinion, I think he's the best flex, especially throughout our scrims. So yeah, I'm just excited to keep playing.
Heck yeah.
And that's terrifying, right? We said it earlier in the pregame of thinking about Kleenex pulling out an AR or a sub just at will as the type of player he is so terrifying for the rest of the league. But for you, what has that dynamic change been like? Have you had to change your role at all with adding Abe into the system? What do you think your duo play style is like? Do you have more of an objective sub? Do you both try to run that front line? What has it been like between you two?
Yeah, see, I think that's the one good thing with Abe is it feels so like nothing's changed. He's just really good at plug and playing, and it's just been sometimes I'll get time and he'll just run around, get 3, get 2, whatever, or flip flop. I'll go out and he's in time, or just anyone just fills whatever spot they need to. I think that's the best thing about this change is we're a lot more dynamic and we don't have set roles in a sense, and it just feels just way easier to flow.
All right, we've asked some easier questions. I'm gonna ask a tough one.
I already know.
Softballs are done.
And I want a real answer.
Give him the heater, Ant.
Yo, coming into the year, I said that you guys were my favorite roster move.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys were unbelievable at search and destroy. And you specifically were. What has happened? It's been one of the bigger dissensions we've seen on the year.
Yeah. So no, I think the biggest thing with our last team was we got super just so what's the word? We would do the same thing every time. And honestly, being completely honest, I don't think that S&D we just played kind of shows how good we actually are at S&D. But I think that was the biggest thing before was we were just so I guess what's the word? Static in S&D. And it just felt super uncomfortable when we try to change anything. And now I feel like we've improved on that a lot. Like I said, I know we did lose S&D, but I do think that S&D was on me. But yeah. I think.
All right, cool.
Why was that S&D on you? I thought it was on TJ Haley.
Well, no, he did have a great map. Don't get it twisted. But I do feel like there's certain situations where I should have easily gotten a kill and I just didn't, and it would have put us in numbers and the rest.
Small things, Joe. At the start of the year, you were in top 5 KD. You were also top 2 in plants. You were doing everything. Has dealership screwed up search and destroy, or what is it? Because the bombs are not going down in the first.
Well, y'all, it has.
Like they did on Vault.
Yeah, why y'all keep playing dealership, man?
Look, we've lost it 6-4, 6-5. Come on, man. And all the times we troll.
There, right?
Yeah, we're almost there. You got to think. But yeah, we had it in this series.
It would have been game 5.
And we would have won a game 5.
All right, fair enough.
I'm really confident in our S&D map pool right now. Like I said, I know it's lost, but yeah.
All right, I'm excited to throughout the tournament see your guys' improvements there. I
appreciate that.
Joe, I want to get your thoughts here. We have Group C loaded up. This is going to be your group, and of course, you will be playing against Boston Breach. How do we feel about this matchup for a spot in our 8-team bracket?
Yeah, I mean, we played them a lot, and I'm just, they just got top 3 at champs, so they're a good team. So I'm just excited to play them. I just, I feel like playing good teams in this game is just the most fun. So
who's the most dangerous on Boston?
On Boston, I would say Snoop, just because he has the takeover potential. He can literally. I've seen it against LAT a couple times. Or just win them the whole series.
And then over in Group D, that's the next match we're gonna have here on the main stage. The STC Arena is gonna showcase some big dogs. They're on opposite sides of the bracket for now, with Heretics and FaZe the favorites here. What should we know about P7 Esports, aka Omit Brooklyn, and Omit in here?
Yeah, so I think, obviously Omid just was running challengers for the past couple events. So, that's the team to watch out of any for challengers.
Yeah.
And P7, I know they have really good S&D, so I'm pretty excited to see that. And yeah, I feel like that Omid team could easily be in the league. Same with the P7 team. So
as good as FaZe is there any chance they lose an opening round at EWC?
I can't see it, honestly. As good of a team Omid are, I don't think, FaZe lose that.
They're taking on the returning EWC champions. Enough yapping from us. Your manager is waiting for you. We'll let you go rejoin the team.
Thank you,
We're
guys.
going to a break. When we come back, it is the 4th fight of the night. Don't go anywhere. 3 matches still to go here at EWC Day 1.
Give me time, but don't go yet. I'm sure I could be what you want. It'll only take a second for me to change who I've become. I know you think me wrong, but I can change who I'll be. That'll make you happy. That'll make it. If that'll make it. Wanna get lost in this moment, long enough that we lose.
And we are back live in Riyadh. The sun has set, but the action is just heating up as we now enter match 4 of 6 on the day.
Let's go.
The final first look at a new group. We're jumping into Group D, this one with 2 fan favorites and 2 relatively unknown squads. FaZe Clan going to be the biggest name in this group. They're going to be taking the stage next.
Yeah, but the story of FaZe is the lackluster performances, right? Like a really strong start to this year and then kind of just raising questions of like, yes, they've had incredibly solid placings throughout the entirety of it, but what more is left to do? This is a roster that has been chasing championships, who have been chasing dynasties, and they were able to bring home the gold last year at EWC, maybe hoping again for something special.
I was trying to remember, was it Celium who earned our MVP honors last year? Because I'm pretty sure he was frying in that event, and we have not gassed him up a ton recently.
Yeah, and you remember what happened was Celium, he was playing a little bit slower all last year, and then at the end it was like, yo, let me remember who I am real quick. Let me start challenging things, and he absolutely took over. Yeah, this is a FaZe team where it's eerily similar to last year, right? Like bomb out, and then you get a huge opportunity here at a massive international event, and they looked amazing, picking it up everywhere. Don't get it twisted. This is the defending champs taking your stage.
Allie, last year when we were in this stage, we said FaZe has to win or they are going to see a roster change. Are we in a similar situation because they won early in the season and then kind of faded away in the second half?
They're in the exact same situation once again, which is stressful, especially if you're that fourth member, which at first it was switching out Draza, the ARs. They were trying to figure out where that final puzzle piece was. Now we're looking at possibly other members being moved around. So this is huge, not only for the core to stay together, but I think also if any team gains from coaches being on that main stage, Crowder is going to be in comms. And we know when Atlanta FaZe is falling short, it's usually because they're getting in their own heads. If Crowder is able to stop that from happening, we could see something scary.
Well, we talked with the great Alaskan Draza about the matchup. Here's what he had to say.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here with the defending EWC World Champion, Draza from FaZe Clan.
Yes, sir.
Draza, how does it feel to be back at EWC this year?
I mean, it feels great. The vibes are always amazing out here. You get treated like you're kings, so I'm ready to play.
Definitely are, okay? Now, I know you guys want to end the season the same way you ended last season, and that's on top, all right? But now, the last event that you guys played, you didn't do so hot. What's changed from then to now?
I just think locking back in and getting ready for the last tournament. We got fucking a long off season, so just grinding and going hard for this last tournament. And we worked on our hard point, and I think we worked on all our modes, and I'm excited to show everyone how we're looking.
I'm excited to watch you guys play on the main stage here soon, okay? Now, one thing that's going to be different is that you're going to have Coach up there behind you as well. How has that experience been going? What have you guys been practicing on, and what game modes do you think he's going to help you most with on that stage?
Honestly, all 3 game modes, in my opinion. I think he's been helping with counting names and like just staying on top of the little things, trying to make the job easier for the rest of us. And I think so far he's been doing great. We only had a few days of practice, but I'm excited to see it on stage and get to it.
Yeah, you know, because we know how Crowder is on stage, okay? It's been a while since we've seen him up there in the action, so I know he's going to have some fans too in there that's going to want to see him. Now, before I let you go get ready for the matchup, I got to ask you, okay? Because I've seen it out there on social. You and Scrap BFFs now?
Hell nah. It's good editing. Good editing.
Hell no. You heard it here from Draza, okay? It ain't nothing sweet out there. But we're going to let him get ready for his matchup, and we see you soon.
Appreciate it.
Shout out to Draza, one of our mini personalities now on Prime Video. If you guys haven't seen it, he has an episode showcasing his run at EWC last year and what it takes to make the travel out east. This is going to be a fun one. I'm excited to see what FaZe Clan brings to the table. Draza's got the hype, but so does Mamba. We got a cowboy in the building, and Guy Blaze caught up with him.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with Cowboy Mamba from Omit as he is getting ready to play the defending world champions at EWC, FaZe Clan. Mamba, how does it feel to be at EWC?
It's a blessing, man. I'm super grateful to be here, and it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm ready to compete.
I can see it all over your face, man. You ready to lock in, ready to show the world what you and Omit can do on this main stage in front of all these fans here at EWC. Now, as I was saying, you guys are playing against the defending champions at EWC. What has practice been like to get ready for this matchup?
I mean, practice has been super productive. Every minute we've been trying to prepare for these guys, and I think we're ready for them. I think the fans are in for a good show, and like I said, we're ready.
There you go. Now, when it comes down to FaZe Clan, they're dominant in their own right.
Yes, sir.
But you guys, I believe, haven't even lost a series in like the last two events. Map record 32-6. Like, talk to me about the confidence you have from that and how it's going to be brought into this matchup.
Honestly, the confidence is unreal. I believe in every single one of my teammates, and I believe that our teamwork is going to outdo them, and I feel like we prepared for it, and we're going to come out on top because of just us believing in each other and using our teamwork.
I love that, okay? And I know you guys are going to give everything in what you got on this stage. Anything you want to say to the fans out there that support and Omit?
Don't sleep on us. Just don't sleep.
Don't sleep. It might be a nightmare.
Yes, sir.
Cowboy tried to tell everybody to wake up. Let's take a quick look at this roster as the match is ready. We got Vivid and Mac, who you saw in the big leagues, playing alongside Craze and Mamba, the two players you said will be in the league next year.
Yeah, I think they're shoo-ins. I mean, you heard him say how confident they were. You heard Guy talk about their map record. Listen, these guys, they won 2 events in a row. Yep. They're full of confidence. And, you look at this is a pro team, in my opinion. 2 guys who are shoo-ins, a guy in Vivid who realistically shouldn't have been dropped. That team really just went downhill after dropping him. And then Mac, a guy who will get it done. He's versatile. So, yes, this team, they have a tough draw in FaZe, but there is massive opportunity to showcase your talents.
Allie, you've always been a fan of Mac. Who are you watching this series?
Obviously, it's going to be Mackenzie Meltz. I mean, he's just one of those dirty work players reminiscent of TJ, the second SMG that even though in the stats it doesn't always show up, they are trying to do the absolute most for their team. And even then, he has had a couple of takeover series in the past. So I'm really excited to see the squad and what they can do.
And we've seen a bunch of 3-0s and a few game 4s. How is Group D going to play out? We got 40 seconds before the match.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this one, it depends on what phase we get. But I think we know what Omit we're going to get. An extremely solid team across the board. They could play all 3 game modes. And, looking at Mamba, a fantastic AR. And then looking at the SMGs on this team, like Craze and Mac are going to set pace. I've played a lot against Craze. That kid is a demon on the map. I'm excited to see them showcase themselves and settle into this main stage.
Ali, predictions?
This is a huge moment for the Challengers scene. They want to have the virtue signal. Challengers need to give more attention, and this is the perfect stage.
Time to shine. If you're a Challengers player, can you take down the returning champs? FaZe Omit begins now.
We have reached the halfway point of day 1 at Call of Duty Black Ops 6 at the Esports World Cup, with these teams getting knocked down one by one.
Yeah, listen, if you have just tuned in, let me remind you what these players are fighting for. A $1.8 million prize pool, and they want the biggest share of it, which is why every win matters and every round counts.
With Club Championship 2 on the line, getting off to a good start is vital for this tournament. Ian, shall we welcome the teams?
Well, they just said, if you're sleeping on them, you're about to wake up. It's Omit!
And their opponents, last year's winners, still feared, still chasing greatness. It's FaZe Clan.
It's the underdogs looking to shock the world, and last year's winners wanting to run it once again.
Oh, it's going to be a good one here again. The Challengers champions and back-to-back event winners. A chance to go up against, again, the targeted team here at the event, the champion from the first ever EWC featuring Call of Duty. That was Modern Warfare 3, but FaZe Clan, similar story to what they had last year. Coming in with a little bit of a whimper off of the most recent championship. Now a chance to try to find some redemption and hopefully reestablish themselves. I'm Shift. Ton, give me your thoughts.
Well, as far as what they are going up against, I think if you were to say along the lines of, okay, you're going to go up against Challengers team for your first event at EWC, your first game at EWC, you'd be okay, yeah, we're chilling, nice little warm-up, but no. That is not the case when you're going up against Omit, who have solidified themselves as the best Challenger team of the year without question.
Yep.
And they have the pedigree, they have the ability to be able to do something really surprising here today. They, unfortunately for them, have been drawn into a very difficult group, though. Let's not get it twisted.
Correct.
You've got FaZe, Heretics to potentially have to get through to get into the knockout stages, but that will firmly be Omit's plan.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And just to kind of speak to that recent result success, a clean win over Team Orchid a couple of months ago, and then finishing things up at Challengers Finals with a really clean win versus the now labeled P7 group that finds themselves also in this group go figure, so potential for some more rivalries there. But the big story on the stage really comes down to, I think, two different ones for Amit. For Vivid and Mac, it's a chance to prove yourself again, and I think a lot of people after the dismissal from Carolina look at Vivid and say, he wasn't the problem. Like, he was actually pretty good. We've seen that multiple times across Vivid's career. For Mac, a chance to kind of establish themselves as a stapled SMG, but Craze has won every elite this year. He's won now back-to-back events. What is it going to take for him to find himself on the main stage? And Mamba, one of the most up-and-coming stories in terms of AR successes this year. That's the story for a bit. Tell me about FaZe.
I think for FaZe, realistically speaking, we need a big bounce back from what we've seen in Kitchener. But, I mean, look, it has kind of been a bit of a carbon copy of their previous year. They're now at EWC, and what happened last year was they went on to win it. I think is it potentially a different story? It definitely feels that there's been more rumblings this year than anything. Okay, a nice start, but it just definitely feels like there's a difference this time. It feels similar, but I feel like there's a little bit more of a trepidation this time.
No, I know what you mean, and I know that there's also like a level of the conversation gets added, a little bit of fuel to the fire when it comes to the Green Wall, talking about their bitter rivals in FaZe Clan. But the story about it really is down to the same narratives from last year. If this FaZe team does not play well, what happens to that core three? Do they still trust the process and stick together after a very lopsided affair again on a major stage? Can they find a way to quell those doubts, reestablish their dominance, and hopefully go into the next title with the same success they did this year?
It's crazy, though, because realistically speaking, you know, we think about FaZe and we think about that trio specifically, and it just feels like at any given moment, if you got rid of it, you almost feel as like, what would it do still anyway? Like,
right.
It's just they still have that inevitability about them in a certain kind of way. And we kind of got that at the beginning of this year and obviously the back end of last. And then it's just they will always creep up and be able to do it. But it's whether or not are they sitting too comfy? Have they really, has it ran its course, so to speak? Is it the right time? That is the question that is going to be answered by the end of the week.
It's so tough, though, because again, you look over the course of the history of the trio of Abizi, Simp, and Celium, and at moments and times, best of all time. And I think in particular, again, you look at the first half of this year, we were expecting like, oh, Optic is the same roster, they're going to be great. Well, never mind. And then there was the conversation of FaZe, Thieves, who's going to be the best between those two squads. And it was very definitively FaZe. 2 straight wins, a lot of dominance in the online phase, and then they fall off. They don't have the same success at the back half of the year, and most recently on the biggest stage of them all up until this point. So again, this is one of those moments where it feels backs almost pushed up against the wall just a touch. But if we've learned anything over the last year, these guys thrive in those moments. They're not going to quell down and, you know, shallow themselves out from their potential.
I almost feel like when the doubters are out in force, that is really when they are at their best. And I mean, those doubters are starting to get a little louder, and they'll be quiet by the end of this week if FaZe do have their way. It's going to be an interesting map set, though. I mean, we kind of did talk through it just beforehand there.
Yeah.
As far as what we see, we do like the map set for FaZe. A couple of questionable picks here and there. Like, we've seen some teams going one direction where we would expect the other. Skyline coming in there as part of FaZe's picks as well as one of the lesser hardpoint maps you want to say. But
Sure.
look, for us, is it a case of, well, our FaZe maybe having a little bit of a test here to see what they can bring to the table? There's that stuff they've been working on. It's a risky opponent to try that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just kind of talking about the picks of the bans, if you're FaZe, you don't want to go into the mix of having one bad rotation on Vault. They take that out of the picture.
Yeah.
Whereas Amit don't want to play red card against FaZe for obvious reasons. So it forces actually Amit to pick into what is currently the next best hardpoint for FaZe. Now, that told, this Rewind is a great map for Amit. They looked great at Challengers Finals on it. They've used it a lot as kind of a resource in the back half of the year for this particular roster. So they're looking at that saying, we'll square them up. We know how they play. We can beat them there. But then you have a red card search, which is also good for FaZe, and then a protocol control, which is also pretty good for FaZe. So it's just like these first 3 maps are really tough, and it would be, I think, a struggle to figure that the Challengers team would go up against one of the best teams in the CDL ever and find a way to beat them in one of these first 3 maps.
But then at the same time, I suppose that probably shares into the confidence that Omit have in themselves.
Agreed.
You know, I don't think you necessarily would have to go in. I think if Omit are playing somebody maybe a little bit lower down the CDL, I think they maybe have a look at their map picks and say, okay, well, let's try and make sure we're kind of going in things. You're going up against FaZe Clan, they're going to be good on most maps here, right? Hey, let's pick into what we're comfortable with. We know what we can do. Let's see if we can show them exactly what we can.
I love that. Don't try to change your game plan up from what's been working for you so damn well the last couple of months. So it's a very dire and difficult pathway in the first 3 maps in particular. But if this series were to get a little bit longer towards the Skyline hardpoint, towards the protocol search, that's where things could get really, really interesting. But it's going to take us a while to get there. You see it. The cinematics are starting to load up. We have the defending champions of EWC and FaZe Clan taking on a testy new squad of Amit here on Rewind Hardpoint. Let's get it on.
Let's see how this is going to work out. I mean, for Omit, what a way to start things. At the end of the day, this is the benchmark for you. This is the type of team and the caliber of team you're going to constantly be going up against if you do find your way into the CDL. If any of these players who are going to get themselves in, which we do presume they will, this is the kind of operation you're going up against time and time again.
Absolutely the case. And again, Mamba, hell of a start for him, 3-0. It has been a breakout season for him. Lots of success at the end of the Modern Warfare 3 year, but this title has really unlocked him in a lot of ways. As FaZe try to battle back into hardpoint number 1. Easy there for the contest. Good help from selling him initially. And there's finally the shutdown to Mamba. Trades back and forth, but FaZe will win the day over the top of P1.
Looking forward to see what Craze is going to do against the tiny Terrors, right? I mean, he's coming into this with a lot of hype behind him. Of course, we've seen him over the Challenger season just dominate over it's pretty much its entirety. And what can he do now on the biggest stage of all? Not a bad start for him. Rotation's starting to come in a bit of a 50-50. Phones are going to be closer, though, for the side of FaZe. They're there in numbers, but Mac is here to try and slow him down.
Yeah, and he's being absolutely littered with nades at the moment, but has stayed alive through a lot of the damaging utility.
Brilliant.
Finds himself 1. Draw's able to get the quick trade. That does open up some space, though, for a bit to play off the long route. Craze, in particular, the one to work around the back, but he gets found out very quickly, and FaZe very comfortable now looking over the top of P2.
Yeah, Mac does as good of a job as he possibly could have there. Teammates just not close enough. They close the gap. And all of a sudden, Mac is dealt with, and everybody through the front gets almost dealt with as well. Vivid will find a kill there. Simba's now trying to pick up a couple. Well read by Craze, but Selim is there for the pickup. But yeah, it's 1 by 1 a little bit there by Ohm.
Yeah, I'll say it's definitely odd man number situations over the top of that. Last bit of scrap time with a Mac. Wins a 1v2 on the hard point. Actually creates a little bit of time here for Amit. Surprise, surprise. Has FaZe kind of backed into a corner. Mac good for more before eventually being taken down by a BZ, and the final 5 seconds will go the way of FaZe. But again, more space on rotation here for Amit, which is great news, trying to get themselves to a tie game.
Yeah, you feel a lot better about that hill just purely because of what happened in the last 20 seconds. You reduce that gap, which, well, I mean, FaZe could have been tickling over towards the 70-point mark. And as it goes, it's a 20-30-point game. You got rotation, you lost some gunfights, though. Inside of Electronic, not going to be able to find anything there. Mamba or Mac working well on the outside. Craze can find one. Can he finesse? No, he can't. Selim does well to find the kill.
8-4 start for Sal. Make it 9. And a BZ right behind him at 8-5. Getting the job done early. Trophy system does not get placed in time to keep Cell safe. So maybe a chance here for a quick re-break for Mamet as they try to play off the north side of the barriers. Simp tries to follow through and forces a team kill before Vivid gets the trade. But that's enough now for, again, off the scrap time of 20 seconds. FaZe feeling good over the top of the dumpster. They've got a BZ on a route over towards New.
Moment slowly trying to get themselves into this game, but FaZe are really pushing the pace as you expect. Easy, 11 and 5 interactions off the chain already. This is a really good start. One of the best of all time. Make it 2 in a row, not going to be able to find much more. That should be a nice rotation coming in now for Omit. They deal with the pressure. They need to get somebody inside that hill. Pressure now. Start coming in a few seconds, but this is valuable time for Omit.
I'll say, it's a bit of a foot race, though. Mamba doesn't feel comfortable enough to get too much further on the backside of the alley, so has to try to hold his life. Backside cop car will get away. Problem is, though, Draza finds a kill from the front, leaving just Vivid by himself, and he's on 4 in a row after the slow start. Mamba not able to finish off Abizi for his double, and look at the spawns. Immediately, FaZe pop right up behind the hard point. Lots of pressure onto Vivid, and the break is immediately in.
3 for Abizi. Just like that, 16 and 7 from Abizi to kick things off. He wants his hands on that trophy once more here in Riyadh. And what a start from the FaZe side to try and get that to become a reality. But the kill's starting to come through. This is nice for a moment. Nicely done, considering the spawns are in. Now the spawns are there for them for the final 13. Be a close game by the time they pick up.
I was about to say the exact same thing as you were picking that up. In terms of like the slaying, it's been pretty even. No one really lacking behind for a minute. It's just the problem has been some of these last 2v2 fights have been over the top of the hard point, and that's where FaZe has won out, and they have been able to win just a touch more objective time than Amit to this point. Over towards the backside of Generators, though. FaZe the first team in. Amit working on it, but Mamba caught by Abizi. That will have FaZe in some good control, making their way back into the hard point after a momentary break from Craze.
It's taken down, Draza. Finding something through the front door. Omit not too far away. Everybody inside the point. Mamba finds 2. All of a sudden, Beezy left on his own. He is sitting at 18 and 8 though, but Mac will still deal with him. He's been a massive problem for Omid to deal with, slowly starting to be able to deal with him. 28 seconds or so remaining here on this hill. Omid only around 10 way.
And this is another moment just to kind of put a little bit of a spotlight onto Mamba. He does have the ability of pulling out that third SMG and rocking it like no one else. Craze forcing the fight onto Abizi, secures the trade, backs up into the hard point. Pinch opportunity here for FaZe with limited numbers. Draza only finding 1. Celium working his way in, but Craze deals with both. He was the sole man in the hard point, so great stuff there for a bit, and they will hold on to this narrow lead as we go back to P1.
Every single time we send Vivid, he seems to be making impactful plays over and over again. Right now, though, FaZe just trying to close that gap. Good shots coming in from Draza as we head over towards P1 once more. It's an Omid lead, though. I mean, all things considered, it really did feel after P2, okay, is this gap maybe going to be too big even after just a couple of hills? Is that becoming apparent? Well, the answer after a full rotation is absolutely not. Omid are here to play, find themselves with around a 23-point lead. Spawn's looking good, though, side of FaZe, if they can keep hold of this side.
And that's the thing kind of about the macro sense of this game is FaZe is not a strong rotation team on this map. They do take advantage when they win rotations, but often they do have to find ways to break. Not the case here, 20 seconds left, and they have P2 behind them as we jump over to a FaZe client listening.
One shot on time. Stay bar side. Back on roll, back on roll. Nice. In blue. Crazy, ran back radio. Ran back radio.
Hey, this is far right.
Yeah, Chris, they're gonna be
back.
Yeah, in the back.
Back.
Nice,
Listen, I'm coming front to you.
Deep right.
I'm
Chris. Back radio, Mamba, weak. There's two. We spawned out. Two back radio.
I told you back. I don't have close up.
Yeah, spawned out.
Back, weak, 2 backs MC. Back, 2 back. What's crossing?
I'm so much better. That's fine. Yeah, no. Okay, in the radio.
Hey, I'm going deep right.
There's the radio.
I'm needing a retime. I got her.
Nice moment here for FaZe as they still hold on to a break attempt, but immediately quelled. Craze, again, doing a nice job when it matters most to keep them at the hard point.
They're doing a really good job just keeping them away. It hasn't been clean, but they're winning the trades. And it's not clean time. They have been disrupted, so it felt like a full 60 to a certain degree, even with 18 to go, but not being able to pick up every single second they would have liked, but albeit they have picked up quite a chunk. And that is a sizable lead now for Omid to have a hold of. And they are showing FaZe exactly what they're made of now.
I was about to say, with Abizi's hot start, it did look like Craze was getting caught in the blender just a touch. He slowed down and taken better fights alongside his teammates and reaping the reward of it. 25 and 18 on 4 in a row. Heading back over to Dumpster. Celium, first one here, wins the critical 1v1 versus Mac. Has Mamba stunned up. Draza helping on his cross, and Draza, again, is actually not able to quite find Mamba, so Craze and Mamba working together. Craze with the second, and that's going to lead to Amit taking their biggest lead of the day so far.
And now they can put a bit of pressure on these spawns over towards his backside. Craze can't find a ninth. He would have needed a ninth as well. Another player lining up towards the backside. FaZe aware of the danger. But the danger is growing in the scoreline as well. 30 seconds still to play for here. And Omid can break 200. Perfection over towards P3, though, is not the easiest thing to find, and they will get taken off the hill. Gunfights going FaZe's way, battling their way back into the hill.
But Mamba able to at least keep himself in for a little while longer. Off the regen, no. Abizi able to find the shutdown in a good moment, starting to brew here for FaZe Clan with Amit spawning all the way on the other side of the map, and all lanes currently being covered on top of that.
Rotational fights starting to come through. These are nice space savers coming through for FaZe, if anything. Get your players up the map. Get them in a better position just to slow Omit down. I mean, Omit are a good 15-20 seconds away from being able to really make a push here. This is free time for FaZe.
Yeah, and you still have Abizi watching the cross through the old time. Mac has gotten behind one defender, but meets another immediately afterwards. And now the only route available, 20 seconds into this hard point, really comes off the overextension. Abizi gets the perfect read on it, and oh my goodness. Easy freebie. Trying to find more inside the back halls of yellow, but not quite able to. Leaves Craze to an opportunity to try to get the player out of the hard point, but not going to happen. Pinstripe kill feed. FaZe still spawning close for now as Simp on 4 in a row. Going to have some help from Draza, who keeps the hard point in control of FaZe, and a chance for them to reclaim their lead.
Almost perfection over towards P4 from FaZe, to be honest, from the setup, the communication, everything, and the points on top of it. That is a full 60 for FaZe Clan. Heading over now towards P5. I mean, Omen had themselves a healthy lead, and that has been diminished immediately. Draz has 7 in a row. They're setting themselves up over towards New as well. On the side of Omen, let's see if they can try and bring something back. Yeah, FaZe, posturing.
Yeah. Good nades, good stuns coming through initially to try to stop this play, but somehow Simp inside the hard points killing everything. 3 in a row, has to back off for a moment, and he's gonna get the full regen. Not done yet. Trophy system available if he wants it, but he's waiting for help first. And wow, the help is there immediately. Cell, Abizi providing the support, and now FaZe can get over 200 points.
Feels like they have flicked to switch over the last couple of hills. Those 60 points avoid them and then some. Heading over towards the next hill, you don't expect Simp to be able to find 3 all on his own. 20 seconds still to play for here, and for Omit it will be a brilliant time, but oh my goodness, the young god is now frying. 5 in a row from Simp.
This is him literally saying, oh, you guys think I'm bad in the championship stage? Let me show you something one time. Unbelievable spree from Simp, shut down. Abizi in his place now at 4 in a row, and that is just a straight about 90 seconds or so that FaZe have controlled over the last 2.5 hard points. And a chance now, possibly, to put the game away. Amit looking to try to find their way back into contest. Good opening. Simp with the snapper, but cannot finish off the final. Abizi trying to play his life on 4. And no, not able to do so for much longer. Amit controlling inside DVD.
Amit's still not too far away. 40 seconds at this stage of the game, though, will feel like a mountain to climb. Right now, especially, as FaZe starting to pick up some time. Simp will find something. The trades have to go Omit away, and they have to get some time. They have the spawns as well. This is now plausible. 30 seconds to play for here. A good amount of time over towards P1 and a good rotation sees you back in this game.
Yeah, that's a big moment right there for Vivid, though. He's the one responsible for the OE cross, and as he drops, now it's just decision time. How do FaZe want to play this rotation? They're actually looking like they want to hit the old time, and Craze and Mamba have held on nicely front doors of DVD. A couple of the players still trying to find Craze as he's trying to slip away. Almost gets the turn and burn. Not quite. Now we got a 50-50 battle over P2.
But they prevent them from winning over towards P1, do Omit, and they can set themselves up and give themselves a chance. They must win these gunfights over towards the backside. It's going to be important. Mamba just trying to stay alive. 7 HP in a dream. Needs help from his teammates. They're on the way. Craze, what can he do? Can he find anything? Yes, he can. Abizi will fall. Celium next on the block. He will find a big kill from Craze. Omit still have a chance.
Everything resets. Both teams spawning in the respective corners. Amit behind the hard point. FaZe over towards street side, trying to find a break. Mamba finds the first on the cut. Craze pushing the issue. What a set of shots on the Simp. 219, 235, but a couple of kills for FaZe. Give him a chance for a rebreak.
Omit can still win here. They're within touching distance, but FaZe are setting themselves up as slowly as they can. Mac Vivid combining as best they can. Pinstripe kill. The shots from Craze. Everybody's getting it, including his teammates. It's such a close game. 18 seconds to go. FaZe cannot win it here now. Omit inside of the point. They can't either. We're going over towards P3.
FaZe are still committing a couple of players here. Celium, Draza, both going to commit into the old time.
Mamba.
And now you've got an opportunity for a 1v1 with Draza. If you are Mamba, he escapes into Burger. Help on the way. Critical gunfights from here on out. Draza soaking up time. Mamba trying to find the cross. Does not predict the right corner. Can Mac find the trade? No, he cannot. What a double from Draza. Stepping forward, finds another, and that may be the game-winning play. Amit in a blender trying to work their way back to Bumpster, but it's not going to happen. FaZe Clan take map 1.
Oh, it was a testy one at that. Omit are there all the way. Wonderful moment at P2 between them. But my goodness, that finish. Straza is fighting through the middle of the street and still has the wherewithal just to set himself up, not to take that step forward. Sometimes you'll see players maybe get a little bit excited.
Yeah.
He's like, no, we take this step back. I secure this hill. It's 1, 2, 3 from Straza. The cold game in map number 1. Cracking effort from both these two teams here on Rewind. It's a banger to kick off the series.
And that's what I'm talking about when we look at the longevity of this series. This was a Mitts map pick. And for those of you that have been avidly following the Pro League, you know that FaZe are tremendously good on this map. So it's a bold call as a Challengers champion team to say, we're going to take on one of the league's best on one of their best maps. But you can see exactly why. Their handle on rotation is solid. Their ability to play off of their ARs is critical. And I think just in particular, you see the individual star power of newer players that have not had the chance for the exposure. Players like Craze in this moment in particular. And also on top of that, a couple of solo moments from Mamba that really did save a hard point. But here on the quick rotation back to 3, Straza gets tucked into a corner, makes the game-winning play, and FaZe now cruise to a 1-0 start.
And it feels like, though, to cast your mind back to that P4, right? That's the full 60 from FaZe. That really solidifies it. I mean, the fact that they were able to set up so deep, they really did send Omid back to the Shadow Realm and nowhere near the hill. Set themselves up halfway up the map, and it's all about that space, controlling the spawns, getting the time. And the guy inside of the hill, I think it was Abizi for the most part, barely had to do anything until the final 10 seconds.
No, actually,
he was killing. Like, they set that up so well. And that was a full 60 that put them in the lead. Another good amount of time over towards P4, and that's all she wrote.
Unreal stuff, man. What a battle. A lot of showing of power coming out of Amit without question. It's an incredible map. But now we get into the, again, map number 2. FaZe, who have been historically one of the best search and destroy teams at the pro level, also now find themselves on a very comfortable map for them. 10-5 over the course of the season. Number 1 team in opening duel percentage. They're also second best team in conversion percentage. It's just, they're good when it comes to this map.
It's almost a reason that those 3 guys have been playing together for what feels like 10 years, right?
You would say.
It's going to be an interesting one because especially with the way that Abizi started that map, that's a very scary prospect if Abizi starts putting up numbers like that again. I mean, look, we've seen it from him, of course. Is he the Abizi of like 4 years ago? I don't know about that, but like at the same time, when he's starting to put up numbers like that, it is a scary prospect for the opposition to try and deal with. And we've seen it from Simp as well. Look, he got slaughtered for his Tournament of Champs. Absolutely, like, I know he did not play it well, but I think he was probably pretty admitted of that and came out the gates there very, very well. That 3-piece over towards P4.
Oh, big time. I think the thing that's really kind of unique about this FaZe team is they're quick to take the villain role, for sure. I mean, we know that much. But at the same time, they're also quick to own up to the things that they have not done well on. And I know it's 2 years back-to-back where people start to look at, is Simp really him when he's not able to provide at the world's greatest stages? But the thing about it is he did at EWC last year, and he's got a chance to obviously reaffirm that here this year. And the first map was a good indication that that could be the case again.
I want to say it's not quote-unquote a problem, but their problem is their history of how good they have been.
Yeah, that's
right?
true.
You know, it's true. It's not necessarily like, oh my god, they're finishing top 12 all the time or anything like that. No, like a top 4 for FaZe these days, you sort of think to yourself, okay, well, is that a good placement for them? I don't know. Like, you kind of expect them to be in that grand final all the time, and that's the standard they're kind of being held to. But yeah, I think it's a really awkward one, isn't it? Because you have still a very, very good team. But then what results do you want from that team? Are you want to win every event? It's a very difficult thing to do. Is it quite hitting how it used to? I don't know.
Yeah, it's just tough because it's another year where at the beginning of it, it's back-to-back-to-back championships for FaZe, dating back to EWC last year. And I won't call it there's a fall-off, but they get surprised in the middle of the year in double elimination form, and they're, well, what just happened? And then we avoid seeing that FaZe versus Thieves matchup that everyone thought we were going to get until almost the end of the year. That was about as one-sided as we've seen that matchup be. And it's just like, what's happening? Like, how have they lost their identity so quickly? And that continued to be the case recently in Canada. So there's a level of the doubt is not unwarranted from the community standpoint, but it does come down to this is what happens when we start to doubt FaZe. They start to turn up and they start to show you why they are one of the world's best.
Incredible performance in map number 1, and I think, I think that probably gives us a little bit of backup of our respect for Omid as well, though. I mean,
big time.
They come into that as a challengers team going up against the current champions, but this is why we love EWC, right? We get to see this matchup. I mean, it takes me back, Alan. It does take me back.
Yeah, I bet it does. Doesn't take a bad. Remember the first time we casted? I think I brought this up once on broadcast.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago, but our 2 matches that we casted in a first round of an open bracket was 250-0, 6-0.
What a start that was. I think, you know, we're doing a little bit better now.
A little bit better, yeah. The matches were a little bit closer, that's for sure. But no, you're absolutely right. And we saw elements of this in years prior. Last year, we did have a couple of the Challengers teams show up and take down some of the Pro League squads. Have not seen that yet outside of a map or 2. And again, like you had mentioned, framing this up before we got into map number 1, it does feel a little bad as far as how these pools got drawn off of the finish that FaZe had, because this Emit team is like, if you put them up against, you know, a Toronto or a Boston, you start to look at them and say they've got the firepower to beat those guys. But when you deal with your Heretics who have been really consistent, your FaZes who have been really consistent at the top level, it's just a different ball game. And you can see, obviously, these guys are super competitive, but if for some reason they were to bow out third in this group, it'd be like a damn, like they could have done something in a different group.
Any other group.
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah, you know, that's fair. Any other group, yeah.
They would have had the potential, but obviously with FaZe's placement at the most recent event, that kind of throws them into the mix is not a higher seed than you would expect to see from them. But at the same time, I suppose, you know, Omi could be coming into this and sort of saying to themselves, oh, okay, they didn't look too hot, catch now.
Sure.
So like, how do we make the most of that? And, well, sometimes you can just have a bad day at the office. And map number 1, maybe not indicative of either way, of which way we... Was it a bad performance from FaZe in that sense? You know, it's hard to say. I think it was just a close map between 2 good teams.
Agreed.
And, you know, it comes down to a couple of different moments here or there.
And that's what we love to see at the end of a title is, you know, the amateur space, the teams that are built off of either new faces or those that are trying to reprove themselves show up, and wouldn't you know it, you put together the right recipe and you can hang, you can compete, and maybe you could provide a major upset. And again, that's been the story of the year so far. I mean, almost every single tournament that we've seen across Black Ops 6 has featured some major surprise, really, except for the first one. Like, that was the only one that we're like, oh, we're chilling. But even then, like, you look at Optic, they were the #1 seed coming into that event and finished topped off. So it's just like, what happened?
I think as well, though, you know, we'll put the shoe on the other foot here in the sense that Omit have been unfortunate to find themselves in a group like this, but FaZe and Heretics, with all due respect to P7 as well, but FaZe and Heretics will be looking at this and go, okay, well, we could have done better as far as challenges teams go as well. Like, I think if you're Heretics, you watch that map number 1, you're like, yeah, okay. This is a team who will very much know what they're doing. They have the raw firepower to get themselves in a position to beat you over a best of 5. No doubt about that.
Sure.
So for both these 2 teams, FaZe and Heretics, who are expected to go through, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be far from it.
No, it's definitely not. And again, there are still question marks around how much power do both of those 2 teams have with the recent results from FaZe, and then even Heretics. You know, I think when you look at Toronto, they had a bracket where people are looking, wait, these guys could actually make it through the winner's side and get into a grand final, or make it at least through the consolation matches to get in from the lower bracket. Neither happened, and there's still like a lingering question of how for real is that Heretic squad. On the other front too, just to kind of speak to P7, who we've not, you know, selectively, not to use the word, but omitted from this conversation. But that is the second best team in Challengers based on how they finish at Challengers Finals. They also provided, at least by organization, prior to being picked by P7, a lot of the other fireworks that had happened in the North American Challengers region. So they're no slouches. It's just tough to value them when they're coming off of a Challengers Finals where they got beat up by this Emit team.
Yeah, and then on top of that, it's the other 2 teams. I mean, it's a group of death by some distance.
I think so too, yeah.
It's really tough. I mean, I think a lot of people will have on paper, yes, okay, the expectancy will be that FaZe and Heretics to get through, but it will not be without some questions asked by people like Mac. As Excellium, though, went up against Mac, Vivid, for quite some time, but Crazy Mamba will be a new challenge for them to deal with.
How do you rate the decision to drop Mac from a couple of months ago?
I think every single time that Mac's been dropped, there's always been a bit of a question mark around it, right? I think there's always been times, I think like back to the Seattle days, like it's always been difficult to see him get taken out because we know what he can do, right?
Yeah.
And I think the same can be said for Vivid. Like a lot of these 2 players have a lot to prove.
Yeah.
You know, the doubters are absolutely there of them, but you know, they'll be thinking to themselves, okay, well, we feel hard done by, so let's see what we can do. And well, I mean, as far as Challengers teams go, they're in the best position they could possibly be in to try and prove something. Yes, okay, they got to go about the hard way, but hey, you beat Heretics off FaZe.
Oh yeah. And I think the thing too that's interesting about the drop is like this is a year that Mac is coming back off of taking a year off.
Yeah.
and showed immediately that he hasn't lost any signs of his potential. It really is. We haven't really heard a story like that in a long time.
Not in Call of Duty.
No, not in Call of Duty at least. But yeah, you're right. He gets dropped off. Vivid, kind of the same situation. They instantly get picked up by Amit, and they instantly find success as a new team. So there is something to be said about the power that both those two players, and I think especially when you look at the teams that drop them and their fall off, not being able to make it to the end of the year fully, you go, but did they make the right call? I think especially that conversation is very pertinent towards Carolina, because the 1-for-1 between Vivid and Rex was so significant in terms of, okay, this guy was supposed to improve you from a top 4 team to a top 2 team, and then they ended up being like a top 10 team by the end of the year. And kind of the same story for Mac in a way. Cloud9 really kind of scratching to find some sort of an identity, and you go a different route in terms of play style, and Mac gets left out of the conversation, but he's had a great year.
I think especially when it comes down to the end of the year and teams do scramble, I think that is right. That's the exact
good word.
Right?
Yeah.
I think it's one of those moments where you are searching to find something, and sometimes a risk is the way you have to kind of go. Well, I mean, look, people would question it, but you never really know the internal workings of how things are going with teams. That things might not be working behind the scenes. You don't really know that, I suppose. But I mean, look, this is all things that we can speculate. This is all things we can talk about.
We've got time to do that.
Looks that way. I think it's a small headset issue. We should be getting ourselves up and ready to go pretty shortly. Bravo overtook us there before as well.
Yeah, I'll say they had
I know.
Keep an eye on that one. That's P7 playing up against the Heretics at the moment. And we're hearing word that the lobby should be coming back to us, or at least being tested soon. Make sure we're good to go. Crowder still locked in. A lot of conversations with Crowder over the last couple of weeks, and no real distress in terms of how things are functioning. Not that he would give us any intention of that, but he's looking calm and collected as we now get ready to go. The stage lights up as we head into map number 2. Again, a red card, a difficult venue here to take on the very formidable FaZe clan, but Amit will have to find a way to bounce back after a tight map number 1, and again, continue to prove that they belong not just on this stage, but also in the same ranks as teams like FaZe.
It would have been really interesting to throw them in another group and see how they would have done, but I think it makes it all better, the story.
Sure.
If they manage to make it out of this group.
Unless you're Rafi. Rafi's like, son of a gun.
Damn it. Well, here we go. Is looking to suddenly make their way forwards. Omit not hanging around for anything.
No, I'll say they've got a really solid read on this aggressive play. Comes off for a 1-for-1 trade, but does anyone know that Kraze is still pushed up as far as he is? They've been able to find Simp at the middle of the map, so numbers now starting to look good for Amit. Bomb is kind of stuck in an Amit Bermuda triangle, and it's just down to can Abizi surprise the defense and find a couple.
Has to be Abizi, right?
Yep.
Finds a route. Finds a Mamba on top of that. So now all of a sudden, Omit's head's very much on a swivel. Having to worry about Drawser as well. And that's just well picked. It's the fact that Abizi finds himself in that position can pretty much, well, not solidify the round for you, but make it plausible. As Amir just got caught with a bit of bad timing. But now Vivid, his position is well known from Abizi. But Abizi's the one who has to make the move.
Yes.
Vivid does not have to do a great deal.
And he's put himself in a really good spot to get some separation away from the SMG.
Might have got a call for the bomb earlier in the round.
Could have as well. I believe he sees it right there on top of the staircase. But Abizi will start to track back forward. Takes a bit of the high ground. Bomb will be collected, and Vivid will have the cross, and the shots are good, but maybe not good enough. The last shot, though, coming to the goalpost is solid, and it's a 1v2 for Vivid.
And that's all of a positioning round out with both two teams, right? You think of Abizi, who managed to get himself around on the flank, was able to find a pick and make it very doable for the side of FaZe. I'm just trying to look where Abizi actually did make his move through. I think he must, he went all the way through B. And that's how he was able to find this pick. Mamba's like, oh, okay, I'm being killed from what? Oh, a lot of way. Yeah, cool. Vivid though with that pick. And I just love the positioning initially. And that's what you get when the bomb carrier is pushed up halfway up the map, dies. You get that information firsthand pretty early on. Remembers exactly where it is, positions himself accordingly. That's 3 in the round for Vivid, and the round alongside of it to Omen.
Another thing to keep in mind here for FaZe Clan, we talked about their opening duel win percentage versus their conversion percentage. A lot of that has benefited off of what they do on the defensive side of the bomb. They allow the bomb to get planted quite often, but they often retake. So they usually get an early number situation like this. They're happy to let you plant in a 4v3, and then they just retake you with their numbers. So we'll see if they'll kind of go down that path once again as Mac and the rest of the crew get to work clearing out mid-map.
It's just playing the numbers is the perfect way to say it.
Exactly.
Oh, I mean, if you're Simp, you don't need the numbers. Yeah, apparently you just need your Jackal. And the Dream. Is it the third for Simp? Yes, it is. Follows up. I think somebody else got the last bullet potentially, but the first two in the middle from Simp. Yep. Ridiculous.
Yeah, and that is kind of the key. We see this on across a number of maps for FaZe. They're happy to let you get the bomb down if they're in a 4v3. They're saying, oh, whatever. We'll just kind of use our numbers, break down the map, and then collapse on you in a really soft post plant. And that's kind of the situation here. You get a first blood over towards the bottom side of stage. You allow Simp to get forward with an SMG, and that's just what he does. He does it best.
Nice run from FaZe. Nice bounce back considering the 1v2 goes the other way. Awkward position for them, yes. It's not necessarily that it was signed, sealed, and delivered by any stretch, but still, nice one to get back, especially in the way you did it. One piece between these two now, and is it maybe going to slow down? We've seen a lot of action over the middle of the map. Both two teams getting a lot of aggression towards that, and the slowdown does seem to be coming through.
And that's kind of the staple for both squads, though. Like, you know how BZ plays. He wants to run forward and try to find some sort of a first blood. The same could be said for Kraze on the other side. And it looks like we're going to get a bit of a feel out for BZ over towards B. Bomb is still circulating at the middle of the map, kind of in between a couple of defenders here.
Yeah, this is dangerous.
Yeah, I'll say, especially, I think, with Mac's position over at stage, and he's been covered to the point being.
Chips and the Knights coming to mind here. Kraze is going to move forward. It looks like a BZ may well just linger. And that is a gap. But a gap for both two teams. I mean, you know, if FaZe don't know that Kraze is pushing behind, and they haven't got a clue that a BZ is over towards B if you're on it.
I'll tell you what, though, the emit comms if BZ pops up from behind again. How the hell has he gotten there? Mac figured out over towards stage, time becoming an issue. Has to make a play, does FaZe Clan. And Mamba's found a really solid first blood through mid. That's going to allow this long route to really connect now with the rest of the defense. And Emit will know that, okay, it's not A, it's not mid. It has to be inside the B point.
So those two players who went missing between each other over towards B, not really going to come to fruition here, but the numbers now there for Omit for a retake. That bomb goes down. Slow push can run from Mamba. He's just watching the outside. Everybody else through the front door.
Yeah, all the offensive nades on the post line, though, have been spent. Here comes the stun, the immediate push by Kraze, the follow-up from the rest of Emit. It's beautiful, but can they find the kills in the corner? Celium's able to get two, and finally, Mamba puts it away. But I'll tell you what, for a moment, you start to look at that angle, you start to see Celium holding down the trigger. Maybe there's a chance, but not the case, as Emit will go up 2-1.
Give me the heebie-jeebies. If I'm an Omit fan, at least, anyway. You see Celium start to light up in the kill feed. It's a scary, scary prospect. Nice round coming through from the side of Omit. FaZe don't look too concerned by that.
No.
Omit will be very happy to get a hold of it.
The funny thing about it, and you mentioned this, is just that the mind games don't really ever come to play with the BZ getting through and Kraze getting through.
They have no idea.
Yeah, they have no idea that happened. Neither team does, so it does not really affect either team's strategy moving forward.
I always love the back and forth around B. It can't happen that way. It was really a incredible bit of timing. Kraze was like, yeah, nothing happening here. I'm just going to go for the immediate flank. And well, okay, well, back to raw speed and power from both these two teams. Kraze now getting aggressive. They're going to push over towards the ticket. The BZ
I've seen this before. Tucked into a corner, nade, stuns, not really going to connect with him. But the bomb has already made motion kind of on a late pivot over towards A, where it's only Simp watching for intel. Really can't contest from this spot. And I think he did see that there is a plant going down by Vivid. A couple of shots, but Vivid's out of there. 4v4, here we go.
I think Vivid was ready to make his move for that plant, to be honest with you. It seemed as if he was on the outside of the map. The old bait was there. Draws a bit of a good timing there for him. Bad timing from Kraze. Oh, the last couple of shots don't land. But Mamba left now in a 1 versus 3. Difficult to say the least.
Good shot, spot. Yeah, the follow-up just too quick. Decent prediction for Mamba. But 1v3 from that position, a little bit too much to deal with. And yeah, it's just kind of a weird drop down for Draws. It's like, oh, hey, how are you? I'll take that. Thank you very much.
And that swings it the other way because, you know, Mamba manages to stay alive there, get himself up top. If that gunfight goes the other way, if Mamba doesn't turn around, Draws it gets caught.
Yep.
Very different round. Really does come down to those small finite moments in Call of Duty, doesn't it? Yeah. That's terrible timing there for Kraze. Sorry, not Mamba. But yeah, it's one of those moments he finds that gunfight. It's a very different round.
The way it be sometimes.
It is the way it be.
The way it be. 2-2 the count. Good one so far. Again, both teams fighting. Showing us a lot of depth in the game book, the game plan right now. Playbook, the game plan. Whatever you want to call it.
I was with
the BZ? No, not this time. Nice little pinch up from the SMGs. Amit try to control over towards Ticket, and that will work out for what should be a comfortable defense from here on out.
They really have forced them away as well. Not a great deal you can do against Trozzer and Celium. You hope maybe they get overzealous and they'll just run into you, and yeah, they're not even going to give you anything. FaZe will fall pretty quickly. Oma to the lead again.
Yeah, solid, flawless round. Nice little change of pace, change of tempo. It's something that, like, reflecting on last year, I feel like the Challengers teams against the big dogs in particular, I won't say like they cowered away, but it just never felt like they could get their game plan in place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's just like, it's almost giving too much respect.
Yeah.
We haven't really seen that from a lot of the Challengers teams so far, especially just looking at this Amit team right now.
And I think that kind of was apparent in the map set, right? Like,
Agreed.
You know what? We were going to play our game. Like, you know, at the end of the day, we're at the very end of the Call of Duty calendar. Like, they have had more than enough time to figure out their game. Everyone shoots straight, right? Everyone shoots very straight.
Or should.
Oh, should, yeah. Well, if I speak.
First blood from Simp gets away, most importantly. Had a lot of supply of support around him with Draza watching to make sure he can get back tucked around Globe. And honestly, for Amit, that just puts an immediate stop to any sort of a play towards A. Vivid trying to fight off Simp, who continues to say, look at me, look at me.
So we'll find Mamba. I mean, the good thing is here for Amit, though, they didn't lose the bomb. Mack now trying to make a play because, well, quite literally, he has to.
Yeah.
2 versus 4, difficult position to be in. Needs to find this gunfight, needs to find another pretty quickly. Yes, okay, he's got a hold of Restaurant, but look, FaZe just back out.
Yep.
So yeah, we'll just tell you in numbers. That's no problem.
This is what I'm talking about. FaZe with like, you can plant if you want to.
Oh, man, yeah.
We know that you're on the bomb then. Here come all the nades. I think one does tag pretty heavily on a Mac. Does he get away, though? He does.
Okay.
But Vivid falls, and now it's just a matter of time. It's a little bit of where's Waldo, and they find him pretty quickly. Not a good hiding spot there for Mac, as this will be a 3-3 game.
I think if Vivid finds that gunfight in the middle of the map, they got a really good chance. Mac can then slow down, wait for the push to come. But ultimately, you don't win your gunfights there. It's always going to be tough. Yeah, and that's an interesting one. Just the pressure that comes through the middle of the map. Crazy expecting to come up top. Simp says, no, I am indeed behind you.
Well, and that's the other thing about that setup is Simp should not be allowed to make that play because Vivid's supposed to be watching that angle, but it was just too many members for FaZe taking shots at Vivid. Crazies get stuck. So, overwhelming pressure works out. Back to the offense for FaZe Clan. Eyes almost purely through the middle of the map. They're going to show force at B. Maybe see if they can catch out that little double play that was sent before. Craze stun, nade cook, doesn't quite reach. Craze is out of there.
You're looking on there at Celium as well. All this noise over towards B. There's but a ruse. Right, Celium. Another look over towards A, but hasn't necessarily committed. You can see that Mac is there ready for the push, but still this happens at B.
They cleared Craze out before. Do they expect him to be here again? They do not, and he's almost able to find 2. Mamba, a couple of extra shots, but we get to a 3v3, and Cell, yeah, he seems to think he's got a free route to get to A. Not the case. Mac punishes, and now a significant advantage for Amit's defense with the bomb down.
Discipline from Mac there. Especially my teammates are calling everything out over towards B. People are weak over towards Ticket. You're like, do I make the move? No. Maybe watching the VOD, we know what they're doing. And Celium gets caught on the cross. Now you have the bomb, 28 seconds to go. Take something special from the Tiny Terrace to find this one.
Well, they might get a little bit of isolation here in the backside of A, depending on the route that Simp hits. Mamba a little bit late to check this, but now it's been seen. Mac gets the gun up in time, and Abizi is found out by Vivid.
Nice round.
Clean defensive back and forth right now, and as much as that could lead to a bit of a slog, these have been tightly fought.
It's coming down to the odd gunfights here and there, right? I mean, you think to yourself, if Mac doesn't find that one on the cross, if Craze doesn't find something there, you're almost immediately seeing Celium back up. Okay, a little bit more B control, but yeah, Celium thinks he's got them dead to rights, and it's an open A point. Absolutely not the case. Well played from Max to set himself up in that position. Plan was there from FaZe Clan, as it was from Omit when they tried that a couple of rounds ago. This time, though, it does pay off for Omit once again.
I think we both got a little bit pulled attention-wise to what Celium was doing. I didn't even see Craze, how he got back that spot at stairs after he was stunned and naded, but he's a mystery man. And he does unorthodoxical things and often works out. Nades land here for Amit, and they say, bet, let's go.
Draza has to back him down. Celium is there for a little bit of cover, but he's being peppered. Stun's going to land as well. Mac in a little bit of a dangerous spot, but Celium not in position to punish him. Still 4 versus 4 somehow.
They don't know where the subs are, so you do see Mamba watching avidly for any long flank plays. A couple of tags from Mac has him just able to get across. Trophy system down. nick of time for that by the look of it. And again, this is just a question mark for a mid. If they're not committing to the plan because they don't know where the Tiny Terrors are yet.
And we're going to close. Simp is ready, waiting, but Craze catches, draws it. Now the numbers are with you. The bomb is down. Tiny Terrors may well be positioned, but they got to do something with it.
No, I think Mamba just saw Simp.
Yeah.
So he's going to back up to a safer angle towards Ambulance. Abizi now seen at Pillars. Mac able to finish off the damage that had already been tallied. And this feels like it's a done deal right now with Amit. And in firm control, Celium able to find the first. Keeps his life, but with 23 seconds. And still 3 more post-plant defenders to worry about. It's only a matter of time. Or is it? He's wiggling, he's wagging. But time will run out on this play.
I've casted a 1v4 for
I
FaZe
remember
before.
it. Little hotel action.
Yeah, it didn't quite have that air of things, did it? It was always going to be difficult, but he was dipping and diving. Not quite dodging enough.
5D's a dodgeball. Remember the 5D's a dodgeball?
Yeah, I do. I remember specifically 4 of them.
Dodge, dip, duck, dive, and
Duck.
dodge.
Duck. That was it. You try and catch me out there, because technically it's like 4, isn't it? I'm with you.
Yeah, you're there. You're there. 5-3 though the count. Big advantage here for Amit. Leader's advantage. They could do something crazy if they wanted to, and I'm not going to lie to you, Chris. They very well maybe do something crazy here. This is 4 members running it down mid.
Oh, they're feeling confident.
Sheesh.
What, defending champs? Yeah, we ain't seen any more S&D, or are we? Simp and Celium answering back, but 2 versus 2. Trades work out. FaZe will get away with it, but as will Omit.
A little bit of punish there from FaZe, but 2v2 still plausible as Vivid is able to find just enough life to get away. Does Mamba get the read on the quick aggression, though, from Draza? Timing. Oh, it's a hell of a drug. Now it's just down to Vivid down low. Clean shots to the first. Looking, he knows a second was nearby. And they dodge each other just again as Simp will get a little bit of freedom to potentially play for a plant.
Yeah, 0 information for either player here now, really. A roll of the dice. Simp was looking for a push still over towards A, but signing against. Vivid will go back over towards the B side, expecting maybe a pivot. Simp is dotting his I's and crossing his T's. Drawing blanks here, though. May well just be a case of getting the bomb down. He's going to get that luxury. If it goes over towards B, it will be a 1v1 retake. Either player could be anywhere.
Yeah, and Simp has cleared a lot of the critical space, most notably around stage. And he's guessed correctly in terms of forcing the issue towards Arches. Turns for a moment, has not seen Vivid, nor has Vivid seen him, though. Now an opportunity, clean shots from Vivid, and an 8 and 4, 5 in a row, 1v2 clutch for Vivid, not once, but twice in the map. And Amit will tie us up in the series 1-1.
Incredible performance on the back of Vivid, 8 and 4, and the confidence from the challenger team will be soaring now. Close map number 1. Map number 2, yeah, let's say relatively comfortable in the end.
Yeah. I mean, that's a winnable map 1, too, for what it's worth. And I think Amit's going to walk away into this halftime break and say that we could be 2-0 up easily. Just comes down to FaZe's FaZe. They're going to win some miraculous gunfights, and that was the case over the first one. But here, again, we have this battle of like this chess game between defenses. Amit trying to get cheeky, punished a little bit, but that's just the presence of playing up against a FaZe team. But then it's just those little switches that they start to make. Finding that confirmation on the damage on the selling up top at window. You push through that. You get the isolation that you need. You end up finding the win there. And honestly speaking, that last defensive play to commit all 4 members right through the gut, just hit them with a haymaker.
Shows the confidence.
Yes.
It really does. But I think a great game of Search and Destroy. I mean, we kind of had a bit of everything from both these two teams. We had very clean wipes, sweet, incredibly close, drawn out rounds, but my word, the result, not necessarily the one we expected.
Well, we'll take a quick breather, set ourselves up, and we've got a protocol control and a Skyline hardpoint when we come back after the break.
I'ma get
Welcome back, all you buttes. We're getting into map number 3, Protocol Control. Amit putting everyone on notice immediately with a tight map 1. They do lose, but Craze drops 40. A search and destroy win. Pretty comfortable, all things told, with 3 rounds in a row. And now they go to a Protocol Control, which we were looking at the numbers. It's a great map for FaZe, but I can tell you just by the eye test, this is a map that Craze and this Amit team also love. So again, like we're talking about, the narrative on this series, Amit are not scared of playing FaZe where FaZe are most strong.
100%. For the reference, it's a 16-5 record for FaZe.
Jeez.
On Control Protocol. Which you look at, it's like, okay, we're not scared. I'd be mildly concerned at first.
Touch.
Just a touch. But again, like, you know, it's kind of been the theme of what we've been having the conversations about throughout these casts, is that Omen are not scared of anyone. And that is showing. One apiece in this series now, and my word, they really have shown up. Will feel hard done by, honestly. In map number 1, I think, you know, you look at that FaZe 60 that they picked up over towards P4, that's the big difference maker in the end. A lot of 50-50s alongside that, you know, that's kind of what stretches them to that point. But very different as we head into Protocol Control. Again, for FaZe, an incredible map for them. As far as records go, you are chilling right now. Oh, yeah. You? Because it's one of these.
Yeah. And you've been put to the test in both maps, even the one that, again, you technically win. Well, not technically, you won, but it was, again, a wake-up call to be sure. And then a sudden jolt in map number 2. Has us looking with a little bit more anticipation towards the rest of the series, because there's still a Skyline hard point after that.
Yeah, and that was
FaZe picking that is not where you want to be, but when you pick their best map, you got to, you know, whatever.
Yeah, like I suppose we kind of theorized around how things would go over towards map 4, but we've got to get there first.
All right.
We are definitely going there, though, Alan. Let's not get a twist. That's how maths works.
True. Arithmetics and maths. numbers and things. Here we go. It will be Atlanta on the opening offense. Good Semtex from Sip. Can't quite lock down the shots towards Vivid. Mid-map, though, Abizi keeps the play relatively alive and afloat as Vivid will try to commit to getting under the point, but not going to happen, and that will be some early success here on A.
As expected, though. These opening reps are difficult to deal with when Abizi Simp positioning themselves awkwardly. That's everybody getting involved from the side of FaZe now. A is gone. A is just entirely gone. But yeah, looking over towards Trips, that's really where you want to see some of the members of Ultimate. Oh, they're getting in there, though. They're getting aggressive. If they can find the kills here, though, they can force them back. That's the thing. Map presence, well, it's going to be deleted by Abizi. 2 out of nothing. May well find a third under Craze here if he isn't careful.
Well, Abizi does get a sound cue. Turns up, snaps, finds at least one, but
that's nice.
Mac will still rue the day at mid-map. 5-2 start for Vivid. Finding a lot of benefit after the A-zone had been captured, but now you've got spawn trap potential. Mac doesn't see the dead fish of Celium in the corner. Craze inside, predicted by Simp. That's immediately 3, make it all 4 dead. Uh-oh, not good here as the mid are coming off the bad spawn towards B.
That's a tough one. Simp and Cell doing what they can. I think Mac gets maybe a little bit overzealous, but hindsight's a wonderful thing. You want to put the pressure on, you want to force them back, but now all of a sudden, the shoe is truly on the other foot. A little bit of a dance over towards Trips, though, as Mac will find something. Vivid.
What a play.
All combining well. So well. Work draws are left out to dry.
I can't tell you how disciplined of a play call that is from it.
Yeah.
You drop all 4. FaZe is storming off of spawn over towards B, and you're still sending 2 players on a long route to control windows, and they only give away, well, they don't give away anything. They actually get on before the first tick is secured, and everything's back to neutral. Actually, in fact, Mid have a huge advantage up to lives with map control.
Maybe a little bit of arrogance from FaZe in a certain way as well. Yeah, like you sent one player over towards B. Could you solidified it with a bit more of a steady line? Again, hindsight would be a wonderful thing if you had it.
What a prediction.
Mac. Oh, whoa! God! Tell me he was weak. Or is Mac just beaming like that?
Mackenzie melts in the flesh there for you, friends. Off the reset, now looking for kill 5. But Vivid working with him will keep that back sidewalk relatively safe. Craze doing the same job on the other side of the map. And there it is. Killing spree for Mackenzie Melts. 12-7 the life count, 33 seconds on the clock, and FaZe Clan are still cornered in their spawn.
Might have done well to drag this one back from... Well, when they all get wiped inside of Trips and just outside there, you think it may well be over. FaZe really do have the opportunity to do something and may well do here still. Oh, they found 3. Chris was the only one to be able to find an answer.
Oh.
Does find an important pick onto Abizi. That's a little bit extra time that FaZe will not have. 8 versus 5. The break has to come from Moment, though.
Also keeps one of the SMGs out of the point for FaZe Clan. First tick,
big fight.
Locked. Draza, Abizi, mid-map, trying to get the job done, but it's a 6v1. And how about the turnaround for Remit? A lot of that, again, in that pivotal moment halfway through this round where they get 4 dead, they still take long routes, and that's the winning play in the opening round. Pardon me.
Incredible work. And it was looking scary off the rip, right? You see FaZe kind of come out, get that aggression through the middle of the map, put themselves in a good spot. But again, I don't want to say it was maybe arrogance. Maybe arrogance was the wrong word. Maybe just ignorance in the sense of not necessarily expecting the overextension, sticking one player on the point. You could have definitely ticked that up.
I mean, it's just one of those things that if you're FaZe, you're expecting that all 4 coming off the spawn from back castle are going to run at you through labs and tower, and that just wasn't the case. So it's just, again, a very disciplined call for Amit. I'm sure that call is made easier when they look up at the scoreboard and they see only one person's on the tick of progress, and they're like, well, this is going slow. We can take this route. So see how things unfold here in round number 2. FaZe on the defense, a perfect break off. First 3 kills going their way, and they're immediately in your spawn.
Oh, God. There's not somewhere you want someone like Abizi. Celium.
Ugh.
Yeah, this is tough. Yeah, this is now very tough. Vivid does thankfully get a moment of respite here for the side of Moment, but everybody else on the side of FaZe still to be dealt with. Thankfully for them, they do have plenty of time to try and work their way out if they can. Abizi does not find another, but this is tough.
Tough is one way of saying it. Feels pretty impossible, but maybe a chance. Simp on 3 in a row. Knows he's got Craze low, who still somehow wins the first and second battle. Put this kid in the league. Oh, what a finesse out of Craze. Also eliminates the threat of the spawn trap mostly. That one will. Another big win from Craze. And now you can pause the clock at 30 seconds with 3 down. Hold on a second, Amit are not done in this round yet.
25 seconds ago when Craze got tagged up and moved inside a pillar, I said he's dead under my own breath immediately. It's 3 massive kills that now do get Omen out. Still a lot of work to be done, but that's give them an opportunity. Mamba now in a position to maybe rock the boat a little bit, but now for Omit, running out of options and running out of time.
Heads up play here for Mamba. Gets one off the spawn, keeps the clock at a pause. The reinforcements can make their way over. Sim off the pinch through stairs. Oh, what a transfer. But back over to A. A little bit of space gained. Allows, again, another tick to possibly come through. That's the first one. Locked. Simp shut down to the long-range play towards B plat. Abizi, solo mission here over the top of the A site. Now has Draza working with him. Just down to Draza. And if they drop, now you can get a little, not just progress onto A, you can start to threaten this B zone immediately. That's exactly what Kraze is thinking as he gets some tower control.
Kraze getting so aggressive. They will know he's close. But here for the side of Omit, you were threatening to be wiped off the face of the planet as the spawn trap got picked up.
How they
12 versus 10. They're up in lives here on.
It was a 29 plays, like 22. Now it's 12v9 the other direction. Second tick being captured. Abizi looking for a chance to challenge. Not going to have that opportunity as the kills continue to come through. And Amid have wiped the floor. As soon as FaZe had that opening break off, flawless run. I don't know if they just let off the gas or what, but Amid don't know how to roll over and die.
Incredible from Omit. It's Kraze who gets them out, but I mean, FaZe were putting on a clinic. With this is about 5 HP, finesses the two-piece, that is the door opened. You go from there, manage to get a hold of A. MVP-like plays coming out from Kraze. Get to Omit over the line, a 2-0 lead now in the control with the series and one apiece. A little bit of trepidation for FaZe Clan, to say the least.
Yeah. Unreal. I mean, you can look at the first 2 rounds with Amit being in difficult decision-making spots and see shades of like early Thieves in control, where it's just there's no way they drop off, but somehow they do. Unbelievable. Good open there again for FaZe. Chance here for Abizi to get a little bit further forward and possibly help his teammates stop the clock early.
Vivid finds himself on a 6 spree before he falls. He's having a hell of a series.
I'll say.
2 1v2s in the first and last rounds in the Search and Destroy. Sitting now at a casual 1.8. Against FaZe? Yeah, not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. No, didn't he get dropped?
Yeah, that's what we keep saying. Every time Vivid gets dropped from a roster, teams looking for improvements, Vivid says, bad, dude. Like, good luck. But comfortable start here for FaZe in terms of getting through for Abizi, but no one can get here to join him. Mamba able to break through the glass and best him, and now all of a sudden you take your attention over to the other perspective, where now FaZe are a bit spawn trapped. Nice turn though from Sim. Pistol out. Oh, that's disgusting. And now FaZe are cooking with eyes towards A.
And I mean, is that the kind of play that we just seen from Kraze in the previous round being replicated from Sim? Can that be the catalyst? Rest of the team though, not necessarily fulfilling their end of the deal. Mac is going to be there to pick up the pieces, and once again, FaZe are forced back, 20 seconds to go. And for all that FaZe had them in this spawn trap previously, that was a good minute. 15 seconds is not a lot of time.
Oh, Kraze can't quite get up the rope. Mac provides the trade, and now it's just down to making sure no one touches the zone. Mamba in firm position to do that on A. David watching a crossover towards B, and Kraze is behind enemy lines. What a display from Omit. Your Challengers champions laying the smackdown in 2 straight maps.
FaZe fans, be worried. This Omit team have come to play in the group of death. Heretics and FaZe to get through. P7 alongside, yeah, no problem. Incredible work, still work to be done, don't get me wrong. But my word, what an opportunity this is, and it's all smiles in the Omit camp.
And it's just like one of those things, and I don't want to like, jump the shark here, but the thing about how this series has gone so far is I wouldn't say FaZe are playing poorly. Amit when they have to make tough decisions and tough calls, they're making the right calls.
Yeah.
And they're punishing FaZe a little bit by not anticipating the big brain play. FaZe are thinking these guys are coming off of spawn all the way across the map. We just got 4 down. They're just going to flood at us. No, this is a mature team here. And maybe there's a little bit of mistake being given there by FaZe, but Amit are making the right reads, the right plays, the right responses, and it's working out for them nicely, not just in the control, but you can say the same things about how they played the search as well.
And now, as we kind of mentioned at the top of the show, we go into a skyline.
Wide open for Amit.
Wide open. Map number 5 as well. I mean, this is such a doable situation for Omit to put themselves in a wonderful spot. Heading into 2 maps against FaZe, potentially, maybe not even 2.
Chris,
the way they've been playing, though, I think you're so right. Like,
yeah,
it's been good Call of Duty for a moment, and that is why they're winning. You know, we can go back to talking about FaZe and how they performed poorly a month or so ago, but I mean, look, there's going to be an error of it. I don't think it matters. Like, in the sense of that, if Omit do win this series, questions will be asked.
Sure.
This is FaZe.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
With all due respect to Omit as well. But Omit are playing some good Call of Duty, man.
I'm telling you,
Call of Duty.
Chris, this is the part of the broadcast where I do my service to the Amit ownership. Somebody give the biggest buyout in the world to Rafi. This guy knows how to build teams, man. Regardless of the result, this Amit team has been the staple, or the Amit organization has been the staple of what Challengers has looked like over the last 2 years, at least in North America, if not on the global stage. It's been unbelievable. And like you said, now that we get deeper into the series, Map 4, Map 5 starts to open up the channels in terms of looking at previous results for FaZe versus the chance to best them on maps they're not as strong at. And if you're getting 6-3 on their red card, a 3-0 on their protocol control, you're looking at Skyline like, we're chilling.
I mean, the records were kind of speaking for themselves, though. What, 16-5 control record on protocol?
Yep.
Yeah, you got slammed 3-0.
Yeah.
What was the red card, search and destroy again?
10-5.
Yeah, okay, well, that's still, double digits. Convincing. 6-3. This one could be over. We could be heading to the 5th game of the day right now.
Actually,
you kind of think of the rotation over towards the backside of things, over towards P2. Oma do well. It takes Draza to find 3. Over towards P3 to really get them over the line as well. Hey, that's interesting to say the least. I think it is crucial to know, obviously, group stage game, but a big one. A massive one for Oma. They still have a lot to work to do if they even win this series. And the same can be said for whoever does lose this one. It's still more than plausible that you can get yourself through, especially based off this performance. I think if I'm Heretics and P7, I'm looking at this performance and I'm also concerned for facing up against Oma, but are you maybe looking at FaZe and saying, well?
I think to a certain level, absolutely. But I don't know. Lots of things.
Lots of permutations.
Absolutely. Hey, we're throwing darts here, kind of with a blindfold on, but feels like we're hitting the board in a lot of ways right now. But here we go, loading on in, Skyline Hardpoint. Could this be one of the biggest shocks at the Esports World Cup? Your defending champions in their opening match with the Champions Key possibly being put under threat after the opening day of action in Black Ops 6. Feels like we still have a long way to go before that happens, but you never know. Skyline Hardpoint, let's get locked in.
There's ever an advert. So what we've been talking about over the last few years, this may well be the best one. First blow coming in, of course. Thank you to the sponsorships. And, well, thank you to Mac for jumping off the Mac to make this a little bit easier for FaZe Clan.
Little stapled clay off the side of Skyline. Skydiving.
Just took an L on the stage, man.
Well,
we can't be doing that.
We have to. It's just good fan service. Mamba Mac follow up, though, make up for the lack of numbers by jumping immediately back into the hard point. And at the same time, with low numbers, not allowing FaZe to even get past the 50-yard line yet. Chance for Selim to try to make his way forward, but the ARs lighten things up in a very comfortable follow-up here from mid after their first lives.
Yeah, Mamba and Vivid have been incredible.
What a route. What a route.
Yeah, he's found them as well. Sensational work from Craze. We'll just back it up. We'll force you away. It does get picked, but damage is done. But the ARs for a moment have been sensational so far, which is great over towards P1 and P2.
Well, this might be a little bit too risky from the side of Amit. Try to play too far forward. A couple of players getting caught. Spawns are now under jeopardy, but Mamba wins a key pistol battle. Mac follows up, and Mamba swaps to the SMG for more. Oh my goodness. Craze following behind it, and as soon as you start to see cracks in the dam, Amit are right there to fill them.
I mean, Alan, I don't want to get too hyped of it, but we were talking about Omit potentially giving FaZe a good game. Are they going to win a tournament at this stage? I mean, I'm going to... No, okay, wait.
Rein the brakes. Unbelievable, though. Again, just following up where they need to most. Oh, mercy me. Mamba, 5 in a row. Not quite able to get Simp, but Craze is there with him until Abizi and the Tiny Terrors will stabilize, get a little bit of time, and kind of cauterize the early wounds that are starting to show.
We got excited. We're chilling.
Yeah.
Composure needed, especially from the side of FaZe right now. 2-1 down in this series, but are getting a little bit of control over towards this kitchen side. We can see some numbers be put up here if the setup is good. Salium is going to try and make that a reality somehow, just diving and getting away. He's now going to be causing an issue. Well, for absolutely nobody. Everybody else in Omit finding their gunfights. They will take control of Kitchen. A nice position to pick up some time.
It's just the pressure that Kraze puts on, even on that route. Like backing Celium out of position, forcing him to have to move as an AR. Not what you want. That follow-up from Abizi, though, good. The Tiny Terrors have really kept FaZe in this to this point. A big win over the top. Mamba able to follow up off the trade, but Simp takes his place, and he's still got help from Cell behind him.
Yeah, a bit of a 50-50 point so far, but if FaZe can pick up this final 25 or so, nice position. Omid don't want to almost rubberneck themselves here. They don't want to have to sit tight and wait for it all to come towards them, because now it has, and now you're in trouble. Draws it towards the back, two big kills. Yeah, okay. I'll lose the last bit of scrap time, but now draws it still, though, on his own momentarily. Over towards this rotation as we head over towards P4. FaZe not in a bad spot.
Yeah, really opportunistic time with the split spawn situation for FaZe to stop Amit from finding early success through the middle of the map, or so you would believe if you would have taken a freeze frame of the map 20 seconds ago. But instead, now it's Amit from top bedroom and behind stairs, trying to work on the spawn pressure. Abizi with an AR out, deals with one. Kraze can only find a single kill up top, and that's going to be FaZe locking things down around the backside of P4.
And I think if you're on me, you just want to keep this pressure on. You weren't able to find those gunfights, but you want to put yourself in a position where if you do, you can capitalize. Mamba finds two, Vivid finds another. Lovely break coming through for 30 seconds. How on earth did they pull that off so quickly? I felt like they were setting themselves up to go again, but not that fast.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 2v4, and Mamba finds two, Vivid finds two. So the SMGs run up and go, thank you. Thank you very much. 95 plays 79. Around the back, FaZe looking to try to maybe break back in for some of the scrap time. Mamba overwhelmed. Kraze watching the cross, good for one. Not going to get the second immediately. So some scrap time to FaZe as Amit are more focused on trying to play to the left side of the minimap.
I think this is maybe a good time to cast our minds back to the very first map in the sense that, okay, Omid had themselves a healthy little lead. FaZe absolutely demolished it within one hill. Okay, this lead is pretty slender. But at the same time, if Omid do stretch themselves forward, do not count FaZe out from finding a full 60.
No, not at all. Again, when you put FaZe backs against the wall, they find ways to battle out of corners.
Sem trying to stay alive over towards Kitchen, just trying to get a little bit of control as we rotate over towards P2. Omid trying to find a way back through, but right now they are struggling. Outside of Mac finding two over the top, yep, still a 50-50 over towards P1.
Think stabilizing, but Amit finding ways to continue to keep things mixy. Let's take a listen to see how the Challengers champs are coming with a Bravia Listen It.
I'm playing piano for a second. I have to tell you. Yo, there's two on. 2P1 to piano. 2P1 to piano. Yeah, we have you back. Piano says full chop. Piano chop. Let's do this. Piano. One back round. There's no one back round. One to the team. On the go challenge. So dark. What's piano says? And time cell. Easy to shipping. I'm throwing it on. They're gonna be on it.
There were Amit trying to break into P2, and with that, FaZe Clan take the lead.
Incredible work from FaZe just to really bat them away. It was kind of 50-50 on some of the trades, but FaZe just coming out on top at the last stages of those. I think Omid once again will have to fight. They're over towards Kitchen. This was never ever going to be easy at any given stage up against FaZe. You know who you're coming up against. Our current champions here at EWC. In no given moment is this going to be free.
Well, Mamba picks up the pinch onto Jiraza, and now an opportunity with mid-map pressure to allow Amit to work around the back.
Wow.
But quick picked up as Simp finds a couple, stays alive inside the hard point, and gets a read that the next hit is immediately on the way, or maybe not. Kraze still pushes right through like a maniac. Abizi Celium following up, but the hard point goes neutral. Cell will win the last 1v1 though to get FaZe some more time, now about 40 points up in the lead.
I think Omid maybe need to take a bit of a step back here. It feels a little bit rushed on occasion. It was very methodical at times, and they were pulling plays out of nowhere, and that might be one of them as well. 20 seconds to play for here, though. Abizi going to try and slow them down. You wouldn't mind this time if you're Omid, especially. Phone's in your favor for now, but all of a sudden, Simp comes alive. It's 3 out of nothing. Still the spawns over towards the backside for Omid are there, but back and forth we go. They need to get themselves in the hill. They need some time.
We have a foot race coming up, but Mamba! Oh my goodness, up top! gets the first spin, Snaps finds the second, but unfortunately a Semtex takes out his teammate, so we still have a raging battle around the backside of P4 for the spawns. Vivid finds one, the presence of the one-eyed Raven will be known, but he's taking his time waiting for help from the front, but that help is really not coming, and that'll be enough for FaZe to get over the 200-point mark, now dominating the backside of P4.
Yeah, it feels like they've found another gear, and it's a gear they needed to find. Craze will find two. Can that be the break potentially here for Omit, because they really do need it. 30 seconds to play for. You're flying on through. Jarza does well to even find one.
Break.
It may well ease the pressure just slightly on FaZe to maybe find a break back, but with 23 seconds remaining, they may well just take their time. Even when Omit find this time, they're still finding themselves 40 behind.
Yeah, they have to rotate and find success for P2 coming up next. Late attempt, though, for FaZe. Has them short-handed on numbers, but they will still spawn to the left side of the map, so it's a calculated risk they're happy to take. Good shots from Craze. Mac taking a long route underneath the elevator shaft. Mamba and Craze really just need to play their lives, allow this play to develop. And now it's really just on to Mac. Has to essentially find all three. First two are good. Does he get anticipation on the third? Oh my goodness from Mac! Craze finds the fourth through mid, and mid are going to flip the map while still holding onto the hard point.
And that could well be the catalyst for Omit to get themselves back into this map. Incredible from Mac. Finding 1 and 2 was good work. The third is ludicrous. Mamba now starting to heat up as well. Some good time over towards P1. Celium will find one, as will Draza. They will steady this ship. But as Mac rocked it enough to get Omit back into this game.
Semtex just putting a little bit of a dance into the steps of Draza. And a follow-up from Mamba takes him out of the hard point. Bold challenge from Mac, trying to zone a little bit further forward. Long shots from Mamba are good. Reads another one down low. Actually, I think sees both FaZe members, but can't best Simp. Long route now on the way. Draza sneaks through, finds the first and a second. That may be the winning play, but Craze able to contest from around the hard point. He's got himself 3, trying to play his life, but FaZe spawn up close and a chance for them to rule this with numbers.
Yeah, Draza gets a bit of timing just around the stairs. It's an awkward one for Omit to try and deal with, but FaZe have really turned up in the second half of this hard point. They're running away with it now, Al.
Long spawn, though, coming out of Abizi. Celium desperate to hold on to the back if at all possible. Finds another consolation kill on to Mac. Mamba from inside the hard point, pinched up by Simp. Craze can only deal with one. 5 more seconds going to be needed. Vivid from the outside dealt with. Mac has to try to break on through and just looked at by too many FaZe Clan members. It got hot, it got mixy, but a bounce back from FaZe has us going 5.
And they send us to that 5th with a map that we were considering that was a big opportunity, probably the biggest opportunity for Omit to find something. It's the map they went on to lose. And we now head to a map number 5 between Omit and FaZe Clan. I mean, Mac tried his best. That play was the highlight that maybe got us there. Just not to hold it down towards the backside. Draws it, makes equally as good of a play to find his way around, and that isn't the straw that breaks the camel's back. Omit fall unfolded, and finally over towards the map number 5. FaZe Clan will be feeling confident, but Omit would have taken them at 5 all day.
I mean, that was a back and forth affair from start to finish, except for the caster curse listen-in, where we get Omit trying to break over and over again at P2. Doesn't come out, and then really in particular, it's the first P3 where the Tiny Terrors continue to contest more time than you would ever believe.
Yeah.
And then again, following up, forcing Omit to have to make these incredible breaks, which to be fair, again, they do make the incredible break happen, but it comes after 20, 30 seconds have already been earned. This, though, an unbelievable play out of Mac. Had to happen, and it did. That's kind of been the story for Omit throughout a lot of the maps that we've seen so far, but FaZe too strong here in map number 4. Throwing around the idea that, hey, we see you guys out there talking about us. We're chilling, we're hanging, and now all of a sudden a chance to reset as we clear the stage for a one more search and destroy. It's gonna be Protocol for map number 5 when we come back. Welcome back to what is amounted to be the greatest scuffle on sand. Amit, FaZe Clan, going 5. Yes, I said that loud and clear. Going 5. The Challengers champions throwing their weight around the rink right now with the defending Esports World Cup champs. I'm Shift, with me Ton, and we've got a protocol search to talk about. Woo, mercy.
Protocol search, if we delve into the statistics, would sound like a really good map for FaZe, sitting at 12-6 on the overall season. I've lost it twice out of the last 3 times they played it.
Okay. Quick hit with the stats. Love it.
It's just something to bear in mind, though. Like, over the season, they're looking good. But
facts.
Recently, it hasn't necessarily been as hot as you would be likely to suggest, but I suppose, that kind of has been the theme in a certain way for FaZe. 16-5 Protocol, 3-0. They got beaten by Control. And it just shows that Omen do not care.
No.
Do not care about these statistics in the same sense as suppose Skyline. FaZe did not care. It wasn't necessarily their best hardpoint map, and they just managed to get it relatively comfortably to send us now to a map number 5. A map number 5 that many would have not seen coming, but for some people who linger around the Challenger scene, not necessarily the hugest of surprises.
No, I'm surprised. I'm
still surprised?
I'm still surprised. Flat out.
I was letting you go be biased for any.
I heard that.
I was setting you up with.
I like that, but I'll keep myself honest here for you, bud. Little check from Mac over towards the bottom side, which you got to keep in mind. FaZe do like to double up their ARs every now and again down low. This time it's a late peek from Cell to find first flood though on the Vivid.
I mean, I barely even seen his pixels go across the window there before Vivid got taken down. A 33-year-old man like myself would have got a fright. Mac trying to finesse inside of the middle of the map. Does so well to find one, but that will be it.
Ooh, Craze. A little bit of info. Mutually found, and Simp is there to pick up, but it does get Mamba a chance that would have technically be a 1v2, but like you mentioned, it's reset to a 1v1, and may have just missed the timing to find Simp lurking over towards the platform. This time, I believe they both see each other, slide out from Simp. Mamba backs down, kills the noise, kills the vision, creates some doubt. Oh, now he's committed though. Simp forcing the issue, and Simp doesn't lose those. Mamba, you can see the emotion on the other side. He knew he had him in his sights, but Simp too good.
Far too good in that scenario. Just to close the gap. I think, he does the right thing. He's throwing the shoulders. He's gaining that information. And as soon as he gets him on the gun, as soon as Mamba drops down low, Simp smells that blood from a mile away. Yeah, just close it. Yeah, you've got no chance, son. Yeah.
You give Simp a chance to close the gap. Things like that happen. Things like that happen. Yeah, Mamba can't believe it. He knows he had him. Slips out the window. Missed opportunity for another 1v2 for Amit. Again, you talked about it. Vivid had 2 in the red card. One more maybe heroic than the other, but regardless of it, it still exists. Now it's on to FaZe. A little bit of a delayed look and hit over towards A, and Craze says, thank you very much. Take your time all you want. Then your back line.
Spreading forward, catching them off guard. Oh, but timing just not working in their favor, but I'll play from Craze. Just wants to put it to them. I think those kind of plays are important in that scenario. You've went to a map 5 against FaZe. You are 1-0 down. Just that uproar from the team. When he finds a 2-piece like that, installs that confidence once again. Just keep doing what you do.
And that's just what Craze does. He just does not give a toot. He'll just do whatever he wants to do. Bomb does get planted though, so we'll reset to the 2v3. Simp stepping up in towards tower. His teammate in Cell watching a little bit more passively. And Vivid holding the angle, top windows, finds the first. And it's on to Cell to try to make something heroic happen in this 1v3, especially with Craze already committing for the defusal. And Cell will not have the time to go check that.
Not going to happen. I don't even think he's going to entertain the idea, is he? Does manage to find one. That's all on Craze. Finds a 2 on the ramp. Very nicely done. And again, that's so important, I think, in those kind of moments in games to have players, not necessarily the ability to do that, but the moment there will help them so much, because it'll be so easy for them to crumble a little.
Yeah.
I think immediately that first round, Simp wins a big 1v1. You lose the round. Does the doubt start creeping? None of Craze opens up the round like that. Confidence flowing once again, one apiece.
And just to kind of touch on it, you mentioned the recent results for FaZe on this map. I'm thinking back to when they played Optic here, and it was Shotzi and Hoot that kept getting around the FaZe defense over and over and over again. The mind games that played. And if Craze can continue to do that, well, he's going to stun himself in place here. But if he can continue to do that, it's going to create headaches for FaZe.
Posturing from both these two teams at the moment. A B hit. On its way for Omen. One player out towards the helicopter here has to be dealt with, and draws it raise. All of a sudden, Stellium has to be on a swivel. Craze is there. That bomb will be going down. They're still cautious of it. That one player towards helicopter is not enough to be rid of to give them that convincing feeling that B is still the hit.
And I don't even know if Draza was even on the helipad. I think he may have climbed the ladder. So he was pushed off maybe just a touch more than you would have expected, but regardless of how it happened, you've got Amit in a convincing position to plant at A and sell in a 1v3 again.
That's a tough one. Kind of all slip around Cell there. Isn't able to do a great deal. Finds the first. Finds the second and maybe gets a little scary.
He's
still your beating heart, Alan. Everything's okay.
You saw it happening, though. You saw it happening. But Amit continued just to kind of keep the tempo in their back pocket. And yeah, that did look like Draza was not fully on the helipad at that moment. So maybe just how that hit developed, round through sidewalk, pushes Draza up and around. So again, it's just Amit playing their game. It's causing FaZe to panic a little bit, play off their heels.
Can Amit double down? And they find something else here on this attacking round again. It's been aggression. They're going for it again. It's the same game plan. It is written. This is FaZe.
Unreal.
Oh, he's just read it. He's read it perfectly. He knows they want to answer back just like that, and they hold steady, and it's another round for Omit.
I got to get a lot of credit to Vivid there in that play, too, because he's taking a delayed pick over through the window, and he sees all of FaZe and somehow gets a little bit of damage, stays alive, and then refollows up for another 2. Craze is sitting there, bottom staircase with a perfect blind counter. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
And in the same sense that we were talking about round number 2, when Craze finds those 2 kills, just maybe to reinstall that confidence. When FaZe hit down mid-map, 3-1 down, and get wiped like that, it does the absolute opposite. But if any team has the confidence, the ability to be able to, say, okay, all right, we're 4-1 down. What's the plan from here?
Right.
Composure will be there from FaZe, no doubt.
But the thing about it is, in those 2 losses recently for FaZe, it's in moments where they don't adjust in the right amount of time. There's a little bit of PTSD kind of surrounding how this map is starting to go in the first 4. This is an important round right here for FaZe. How do you set yourself up defensively after what Amit just threw at you? And how about this? Something different. Craze. Does he go around the corner? Or does he take the rope? Draza has got no idea. A little slithery snake, and Draza's got to be scratching his head now 0-5.
Just can't catch a break. It was the heroics.
Unreal.
And map number 3 to get FaZe over the line from Draza. Hasn't caught a break so far. Chris finds 2 before he does fall to Simp. He'll take that all day long. 3 versus 2 now for Omit.
Yeah, the only thing that could possibly foil this round for Omit is if Simp and Selim can find something to the middle of the map. Matt gets a read that does have to back away, so he cannot make the bomb move, at least for the moment, over towards B, but will eventually come back over as Vivid has now gotten into the FaZe spawn. Not seen by Selim yet, but that leads to an opportunity for Selim to stop the bomb. Now 2v2.
I was going to say for Omit, they have this moment to maybe take their time. They don't know where Vivid is, but they have to move right now. But Mamba, is he going to line them up? Not quite. Simp is there, but so is Vivid. They collapsed at the right time and just about at the right time. That one was set up so well for Omit throughout the majority of the latter half of it.
Yes.
And then it does take the 1 versus 1, but they secure it anyway.
It's just, again, the heads up and the wherewithal right here where Draza doesn't see any of this because he's scoped, but then you pull over the AR. You know once you take down one of the 2 ARs, especially playing on the outside of the map, you know that Cell's going to rotate over to cover that space. So what do? You get Vivid over towards Heli, you block off the backside of the FaZe spawn, and even though Cell creates an opportunity to get us back to level numbers, the trade's too strong, and now it's a 4-1 count in favor of Amit.
They're starting to believe. I think they've believed from the word go, to be honest with you. Draza and Simp, though, just trying to temper expectations. They will find 2. 3 versus 2 now are in the favor of FaZe Clan, sorry. And this bomb may well be going down in a second. Mamba can't find a pick, though. Expected the aggression. Well read. 2 versus 2. Has to be a retake, though, for a moment. This aggression.
Stun check. Lands. They know where both players are. Problem is, Mamba's not in the fight yet. So Vivid's going to try to hold this cross. Wait for help. Cell, what a challenge. Just down to Mamba. Has both weapons to play with. Clean shots, but can't quite tally the damage needed in FaZe Clan. Get the must-win round.
Had to get that. Had to get that. I think when the opening blood goes the opposite way, you get a little bit scared, but the answer back was there. I love this from Mamba. Backs it up, and he goes for the re-wrap around to come through the double doors, but in that moment, Cell just plays it so well. That Chal, incredible.
Yep.
Incredible. You see he's coming to the line of sight, and you're like, oh, okay, he could be in trouble. Nah. You remember who you're talking about.
8-4 though, from what has been the X factor for Amit in this map 5. Craze has been doing whatever he wants. Abizi 1-6. Hard to say if that's been mostly in the first blood battle or not, as we get an opening exchange early to a quick 3v3.
Draza stepping it up as well though. 1-0-5, found himself 3. It's big. And get him back into the game, then all of a sudden you have an extremely powerful weapon when it comes down to search and destroy. But 3 versus 3 as this bomb goes down towards A. As we talked about, FaZe Clan do not mind retakes, but they do not have the number advantage this time.
And it's both SMGs that are playing crossfire positions here for the side of Amit's post plant. Abizi, a little bit of damage tally, trying to hold down the trigger, but Craze forces the battle. Cell, other angle. Wow, what a read from Craze. And then no worries, no problems to find Draza bottom spiral, and Amit are on series point.
How have they managed to find themselves here? Defending champions in FaZe Clan. Coming into this matchup against a Challengers team. Albeit a Challengers team who had dominated the scene towards the latter stages of it. But this Challengers team are proving they very much have the stones for this one. And now they really will start to believe. One more round away from taking down our current champions. This would be one of the biggest upsets in Call of Duty EWC history.
Bang, exactly right. And they've got so many rounds to play with if they want to do something strange and weird, which we've seen they're privy to do. This one a little bit more orthodox. Vivid just throwing shoulders top window to get a feel for if FaZe is playing through mid. Trophy system at both SMGs playing down low in towards A. The only thing open right now is the long route towards B, but Mamba's playing a contact position to watch kind of both things at once.
And I wonder, is it a case of nervousness for a moment? Or do they not suffer from such things? Mark is ready for the push to come through. Abizi will be the first one through the door. He finds something, as does Simp. And they just keep reminding us every now and then of the power that they do very much hold. Crazy is going to find one of the Simp though, and that now becomes possible. He's stuck in a really tough spot. He will get himself out. Armba not in a position to really help yet, but here we go in a 2 versus 3.
Yeah,
he's doable.
He's going to play from big door. It looks like they both might hit from that position. No, instead, Craze is going to go back over towards Spiral. Armba's been seen on the cross. Opening tag is in. There's the stun. Abizi affected by that. Craze, is that an opening opportunity? No, Draza shuts it down. Mamba caught off. FaZe stay alive.
Not many lives remaining here for the side of FaZe, though. They have to be perfect from now. Take a deep breath for both these two teams. For FaZe, as the defending champions, to lose to this Omit team would be disastrous to a certain degree.
Oh, yeah.
For Omit, it sends them into the stratosphere.
Because then you're dealing with a FaZe team that have to go up and play either a Heretic squad, likely. Well, because, yeah, they've already qualified up into the upper side of the bracket here in Group C.
Could realistically be a rematch.
Could be a rematch from it, too.
Yeah,
like it's two tough opponents, obviously.
Yeah, it's a rough group.
Lots of nades from FaZe over towards field side. Getting them forward. Mamba a read, but wasn't sure which battle to take first. And in that moment, FaZe have now flipped the map, flipped the script, and taken the numbers.
It's becoming difficult for Omit. The reads, the confidence, has it maybe left them a little bit? As the enormity of what they potentially had on the cards, has it become reality, and has it become too much for them to deal with? We'll find out, because this is looking like another round for FaZe, unless Mac, can he find something? Makes it a 2 versus 3 in a plausible situation here for Omit.
Problem is, Vivid knows that there's a potential that the Tiny Terrors are still behind you. Or at least Simp is still behind you. So he's taking his time, and in that moment, Mac, maybe trying to rejoin with his teammate, will be found by Stellium inside a 10. So just down to Vivid. Decent opportunity onto Simp. Can't quite find the shots, though. And it will likely be a 4th round here for FaZe. And in fashion, that is going to change those patterns, those trends that we were talking about, the mind game starting to slip just a touch more towards FaZe. Unless.
He would have had timing to get it down over towards B, but would have been a big commit. Now one player will stay over towards this A side. If he can find this, yes, Simp just playing his life and doing the right thing. Finds the gunfight just about. FaZe, no. Couple of rounds go their way. For all that, Omit have shown zero signs of nervousness throughout the entirety of this series. You're 5-2 up, it's now 5-4. it's going to be any time those nerves are going to creep in, it's right now.
Yeah. And I think that's the other part about it. It's not just the anticipations, the anxieties built around, are we going to do this? FaZe are playing with confidence still with that play call right there. Full flood through field side, a risky move, but it works out beautifully for him. And now, again, you go from 5-2 to 5-3 to now to 5-4. Starts to feel like it's slipping through your fingers just a touch, but Amit gonna go to the old tried and true trophy system down. Nades littering the front doors. Stuns, nades all landing on both sides, but it's gonna be FaZe who take away a bit of an advantage of the opening trade. Mamba cannot find an angle to get things back to a 2v2, at least not as of yet.
They need some magic at some stage because FaZe have ascended. They're going to make the push already. Mamba catches one off guard, but nobody falls. Bombs going down. Drazah finds one. Mamba left in the 1 versus 3. Round 11 we go. FaZe kind of come roaring back into this one. And the map 5, round 11 is what we are trekked to.
You've got to be kidding me. It's just, again, another confident play call. You get through the main doors after the nades were largely countered by the trophy. Mamba gives himself an opportunity, but just too late to find the crossing angles to stop that FaZe Clan attack, or at least to get it to a 2v2 situation. And for all of the climactic moments that we've had, all it matters is one round of search and destroy, and FaZe are back on the attack again.
They went straight down the elevator shaft and straight into A. The confidence is flowing. Is that the plan again? Or is the curveball for a moment going to be there? Something landed from Drazah. Is that information enough? Posturing from both these two teams, 1 minute and 15 on the clock.
Yeah, same idea for Amit in terms of how they want to contest A. Play it through field side. But they haven't seen anything, so now they're starting to get a little worrisome about what's happening at B. Cell, Vivid playing with one another up top as Drazah tries to get the RC in, but immediately countered. We reset 55 on the clock.
FaZe starting to make that move. Omit ready for it. Craze has kind of been caught off guard a couple of times after a really heroic start. Drazah, another first blood. You got to find something, Mark. You got to find something. Craze can find one. He finds a way back in, but Drazah will sit him down. And oh my goodness me. They roll back into this game. 5-2 down, map 5. Did you forget?
I cannot believe it.
They're so inevitable.
I cannot believe it. I mean, how do you even frame up this series? It starts with this sheer fact that Amit are coming out and saying, you want to play some of your best maps, we don't care. We're going to play our game. And hell if it didn't work. Absolutely does. Even in map number 1, and we were talking about a 20-point game. Could have been a 3-0 for Amit. They take down FaZe on their best search, or one of their best searches. They deal with them on their best control, 3-0. But then the bounce back and the fight from FaZe in a tight skyline, they find an edge and hold on to it. And then battling back with 5-3 on the scoreboard. They get it to around 11. Mac not quite able to find the cross. And it's another big bounce back from Drazah after starting 0-5. Huge calls as we head down to the studio to get our post-game reaction after what was a thrilling match.
Great work, gentlemen, and congratulations to FaZe Clan, who pull out the unbelievable comeback in a Game 5 to secure their spot in the play-in round. That'll be coming up later tonight for that squad. But we got to turn our attention real quick to Omit because this squad just dropped the ball. We mentioned it could have been a 3-0. They failed to close out in the first hard point. They win games 2 and 3. Can't seal the deal in a Game 5. So, Ant, walk me through it. You're up 4-1. Where does this game go off the rails for Omit? Or I guess, what's the other side of the story? Where did FaZe come back in the back?
Yeah, FaZe figured him out. I mean, you really saw Craze getting hyper aggressive and just finding gaps.
Yeah.
And if you're FaZe towards the latter half of that game, you recognize that. You saw Simp started to take some space, got a couple first bloods onto Mamba, and then more importantly, keeping Celium also back in the base to play for Craze specifically because they could not find him majority of that game. I would have loved to see Omit adjust towards the end of that game, slow it down a bit, which they tried to do in the round 11. Doesn't end up working. But yeah, yeah, that's what makes a pro team able to make adjustments like that and come back when it matters most.
Absolutely, and it's something that comes with experience, right? Oh man, I mean, this is their first time they're going against some big dogs in FaZe Clan, and if FaZe does anything really well, it is mid-game adjustments. It is mid-round adjustments, specifically in Search and Destroy, but it was a hell of an effort from the side of Omen. I mean, this map number one, you're looking at this series and you're like, wow, we could have 3-0 the defending EWC champion.
Yeah, they absolutely can hang. I mean, all the players showed it. I think Mamba and Craze, obviously, being put on that big stage, their dynamic is absolutely incredible. Those guys are definitely going to be in the pro league.
We're watching the mini map, and you were saying, watch how Mamba sets up Craze. And I watched it unfold 3 different times. This is a duo you got to sign together.
Yeah, they're unbelievable together. I mean, so many times you're seeing Mamba, like, he plays aggressive, but when he needs to slow down, he will to set up a play. And a lot of those times, it's Craze who he's organizing those pinches with, right? So for Omit, I think they struck gold having these two guys together. Obviously, Mac and Vivid, great compliment, and they put up a hell of a fight. On the side of FaZe, though, just closing out when it matters. Draza had a bad series, but when you needed him, the round 11, you need him at the end of the hardpoint, as you just saw in our highlights, he's able to close out the game for FaZe.
Chris Lair, one of the MVP performers for FaZe in the second half, in my eyes. He had some crucial multi-kills to keep them in the hardpoint, and of course, the final Search and Destroy. Ali, it was a tempo change in the game 5. Can you learn from this if you're Omit and come back stronger? Because it's 2 lives in groups. They're not done yet.
Oh, 100%. I think the VOD review for this will be extremely beneficial for the side of Omit because, again, you were right there staring down the barrel. It's just once FaZe started to figure out, make those adjustments, I think Ant touched on it beautifully. The fact that they needed to start slowing things down. They needed to start doing something different. And it was a spot that probably they haven't been in before. And that's where we see a lot of our top teams struggle as well. This team has been dominating the challenger scene. They're getting put in positions that they're not used to.
And listen, if you're in the stream right now and you're a massive Omit fan, don't get down because they have to go up against P7. You got to think they should win that. And then they were going to have to beat either Heretics or FaZe again anyway, right? So they're in a still good situation where you got a lot of good reps in versus one of the best teams in the world. And you're looking good going forward.
All of a sudden, Group D looking like the group of death as Omit shows they are here to play with the top dogs in Call of Duty. And we talked with Vivid, you know, a lot of offers were on the table for coming into EWC. He and Mac, people were scouting them after their performance at Champs. They stay on this squad. They bring the foursome that they had success with all season. They're trying to finish this one, and they're not out of it yet. Who needs to have a better series? If there's an individual, or is it just a team?
I think, as a team, I would like to see them in the game 5 just make better decisions. If I'm going to call a specific individual, it's tough. I would say Vivid got off to a slow start in the map number 1. I mean, you got a couple of 40 bombs out of Craze, right? Obviously, Vivid hasn't been able to play his main role all year long, but you like to see him get going a little bit earlier, especially when the stage and the lights are that bright.
You're playing against FaZe, not expected to outslay them, but they definitely hung with them the entirety of the way. We're going to be joined by a very special guest here. Ali, real quick, though. If I am Omit Rafi, and I've just cultivated the greatest talent we've ever seen come from the amateur scene, what do I do next? Do I just try and re-sign these guys, or do I just keep finding new gold deeper in challengers?
You keep finding new gold. I think that's something Omit Rafi has been doing incredibly well for the past couple of seasons. They have fielded some of the best challenger players that we have seen hit the league. So I think sells them off, give them a couple slots in the league, and keep trying to find some more gold.
All right, as we mentioned earlier in the night, we have 2 streams live. This is Alpha over on Bravo. We've got games right now, and Draza will be joining us here on the main stage in just a moment. But first, we wanted to show you what is going on here. It's Vancouver Surge versus 100 Thieves, and Surge, who historically have struggled against Thieves in 2025, are up 1-0 after the first hardpoint, alley.
Yeah, it was an insane map number 1. Abuza had to drop 40 for the win, and the fact that he's able to do that against 100 Thieves on day number 1 when everybody is jet lagged, that's something to talk about.
We're now joined live by Draza. Draza, you are checking out the action here between 100 Thieves and Vancouver. Who are you expecting to come out with a dub?
I mean, Seattle now, if they're up 1-0, to be honest. But I think they have a close match. I think closer to the end of the year, they kind of got their number again.
Yeah.
So I think if Neff and them are shooting lights out, I think they can take the series.
Draza, I want to ask you a lot about this match, but before we dive into what we just witnessed on the stage, can you tell us what it's like being a TV personality? You had a crew following you around back to Alaska. Walk me through the whole EWC Level Up filming experience.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty crazy. I think we went to Alaska for like 5 days. And you're only doing cool shit. So like I was on an ATV. We went to Santa Claus house. We made a bonfire. So it was super cool. But listen, I do a lot of interviews, but the interviews with their cameras and their setup in like my house, I was like, yo, I'm kind of nervous. Like, it's hard, bro. It's hard. So
you killed it. It was good.
Thank you. I appreciate it. But it was super cool.
A great representative of the community and a fantastic competitor. Even though you didn't have one of your best statistical performances in this best of 5, you closed out game 1. You closed out round 11. You can't ask for a better finish.
Yeah. I mean, we don't mind. I think map 2, they played pretty well, but I think we could have just started like running at them a little bit more. We're giving a little too much respect on those S&Ds. But once we did that, we just came back from 2-5 and called game.
Absolutely.
When put into those positions, who calls it out? Who makes the change when things aren't going y'all's way? Is it just everybody kind of gets on the same page? Somebody makes a call out? Who's kind of the first one to raise a flag?
I think it was Chris who was saying, let's just run at these guys. But it's kind of just like who's kind of seeing how the game's going. Because like I wasn't getting much gunfights in the beginning. And like once you just look across stage and see who you're playing, you're like, yo, like why are we losing rounds? Like let's just go get gunfights so that we can, if they're gunning you, they can have the round. But if we're not getting gunfights, then why give them a round?
I want to talk about the elephant in the room a little bit. Obviously, congrats on the win, but Champs, it's been tough. What is happening at Champs, and how are you guys bouncing back afterwards? Because last year we saw you come to EWC, you won that, and likely kept you guys together. So what happens at Champs, and how do you guys bounce back?
Well, I think last year, our first series, we kind of choked. I think we were up 2-1 against New York. We kind of choked that first series, which put us into losers early, and then we played a hard matchup against Toronto. And I feel like this year, hardpoint's been a big struggle for us, and I think it's very hard to build momentum when you're not winning that first map, which I think throughout the year, we didn't win the first map, and we still won those series/tournaments. But I think at a big stake match like Champs, you have to be able to close out matches, close out map 1s to kind of bring the confidence and show that you're here. Because losing map 1 every single time sucks.
Tough.
It's
daunting.
It can be very tough. And talking about kind of differences between last year and this year, Crowder, he's going to be in comms. He has a headset on, and we all know in the listenings how crazy y'all's comms can get. Obviously, it works for you, but how have you kind of worked around slotting Crowder into that?
Yeah,
Is
fifth
he
voice.
talking much into those map number 1s? Is he more in the S&D? What's that been like for you guys?
I feel like we only had a few days of practice, so it's very hard. But he's just kind of counting names and telling us, this is the first guy, and just kind of making our jobs easier in that way. So I don't think he's going crazy in the comms, but I think he's saying guaranteed kills. This is the first guy, which helps us a lot. And then even in the S&D, he was he obviously watched it back in the S&D map 5. He was like, yo, these guys are going big door, but if you bait B for a second, they're gonna turn around. So we hit the P2 and it worked one of the rounds. So he's been a big help. I'm excited to see how it works.
Draza, what's awesome about EWC is we are bringing in all kinds of communities. They get to meet the stars of our competitions, and you are definitely one in Call of Duty. Can you tell us about your kicks, though? What I love about you is you have a new set of kicks every single tournament. What's the background here?
Yeah, so my girlfriend's dad, shout out Jason, he's been making me kicks for about 2 years now, and every event he's just making a new pair. So I kind of say yo, are these shoes lucky if I win the event, or if I lose it, I just
Show the side. Is this phase in Arabic?
I honestly don't even know. I don't remember.
It goes crazy.
It's Draza, baby.
Yeah, I don't remember because these actually are from last year's EWC. Obviously, we lost champs, so I was like, listen, let me put my championship shoes back on and get back to work. So these are actually I didn't make a new one for this one. But yeah, shout out Jason. He's the man. He always gets me new kicks, and I win a lot of tournaments because of him.
Hey, those are championship shoes, and they already have a win so far. Let's keep you updated with where we're at in the bracket, because other matches were happening over on Bravo, and you will now be playing against the Heretics, who were able to take care of business. This was a 3-0 over P7 Esports. Thoughts on playing against the best Spaniards in the game?
Honestly, I'm excited. They took us out Major 3. They took us out at Champs.
Yeah.
And they're starting to piss me off. So I'm excited to play them, and hopefully we can play them throughout the tourney. Because obviously we'll play, whoever loses, quote unquote, they'll make the tournament for groups. But I'm excited to play them, and I want to see how that goes.
What is it about their playstyle that pisses you off exactly? Is it how aggressive they are, or they throw the game off a little bit?
I mean, it's their names what pisses me off. I feel like how I'm losing to them. But I think they do play the game well. I just think they buy time. They take good space, and they're always throwing shoulders. You don't really catch them just gunfight for gunfight.
No freeze.
Yeah, no freebies. They're throwing shoulders. They're playing the game pretty well, but they still shouldn't beat me. So that's what they're kind of pissing me off.
I love it. Draza, thank you so much for joining us. We still have 2 more battles to go. When we come back, we're sending one team to the playoffs. We're into the qualifier matches after this.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
I'm on the concrete now. I can feel it all around. A chronicle of people caving in. Under the pressure of the death temptress, I can see all the fumbling. I see the storm give out. Umbrella weather, not a single cloud. I can see the storm give out. Why are you so tired all the time? Can't see no more.
Welcome back to your mother's favorite broadcast. We are live at EWC.
My mom is definitely watching.
One of the best skyscrapers on the planet here in Riyadh as we are on the boulevard partying with our favorite games. It's Black Ops 6 on this stage, and you just witnessed a great interview with Draza as FaZe Clan pulled off an improbable comeback against Omit Brooklyn.
What looked like was going to be Omit all the way. FaZe once again showing why they are some of the best in the game.
Not gonna lie, I was hyped for the underdog, man.
You were?
I was getting animated back there. I love the underdog story, but that guy Draza, he just has the ice.
Chances, it's all right.
I will say, Craze is starting to win me over. He's very talented.
Yeah.
Study's been hyping him up for 5 years, so I've hated him. But he's really good. But we also know the players that are playing in our next match are really good because they've already won a series today to get to this qualifier position. Now, if you win one more best of 5, you're in the top 8. You're in that playoff bracket where you're guaranteed $80,000. Yeah. It's a huge opportunity for both squads, and we should introduce the competitors here at the top of Group A, Alley Cat.
Dun, 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 the top of Group A. You're talking about that 100 Thieves, man?
Oh, we're talking Optic Cloud9. 100 Thieves is over on Bravo, by the way, if you guys want to check out that battle against Vancouver. But let's start here with Cloud9, the challenger, right? The squad that didn't make it to champs. Yep. They bring in Gwyn, one of the most spectacular stars in the league. Didn't find success with the Royal Ravens as a team, now looking to bring extra firepower to a Cloud9 squad that was missing it.
And my favorite story about Gwyn is just how much flack he got at the beginning of this year, right? We were talking about
whole
this
career.
online, and if he could do the same things on LAN, he's like, fine, you want to see me do it on LAN? I'll do it on LAN. He was putting up absurd numbers, not getting the flowers he deserved, and seeing now with him in this team, I mean, it fits in perfectly. We're talking about aggro, we're talking about Spartan Sip, love to get in your face, some aggro ARs. So for Gwen, I feel like this is a perfect puzzle piece for the Cloud9 roster.
Now, Ant, you were multitasking. I was so impressed to see you with both screens up in the green room. Who from Cloud9 was causing Kenny in this G2, formerly Minnesota rocker lineup, trouble?
It was Spart, man. It was Spart. He was popping off in the series on the map number 1 to get things going. He had 9,000 damage in the series. I mean, you look at Gwyn, sensational performance, had 7,000, right? So everybody is performing. It's not just Gwyn. This is a Cloud9 team that is reinvigorated, and bringing Gwyn into the lineup, that extra firepower that he brings, it's going to open things up for everybody on this team. So, you know, if you're an Optic fan coming to this series, this is a scary matchup.
I'm so excited to see how Gwyn fits in with this roster, but I'm also excited to see Kremp. We didn't see him at Champs, and this was a great personality that popped off last year at EWC. You remember it was nasty. Joe Deceives, Kremp causing the upsets on their way to a top 4 finish.
Kremp has an incredible pop-off maps every once in a while. He's a very solid, fairly consistent player, but there are times where he can go complete takeover mode. And again, that's going to cause some problems for the side of Optic Texas because it kind of is reminiscent of Miami Heretics. They're taking up space. They're not really giving you a whole lot of space to breathe. So for Optic, they can't get caught off here.
If you haven't met the 6'4 monster, you will right now. He goes by the name of Kremp.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with the man himself, Kremp from Cloud9. Kremp, how you been feeling today so far? You've already played one matchup, okay? You got a big matchup coming up against Optic. You and the boys ready?
Extremely ready, extremely confident, and honestly just ready to get at it. I feel like it's been a while since we played. We just want to play again.
There you go. And, you know, even throughout the year, you guys haven't played Optic that many times, okay? Maybe just 2, okay? So getting into this matchup, do you guys feel like you maybe have an advantage because of that since they haven't played you that much, or because it's a new team, it really doesn't matter?
I mean, Optic's a great team, but I'm definitely confident in the current roster we have right now. I feel like we're meshing pretty well, as seen in our last match a little bit. I mean, we won a match and I didn't even have to play the game, and like I haven't really fully felt that this year.
Yeah.
So like that felt great. I'm just excited, very confident, and just ready to get to work.
There you go. And I know one reason you're confident too as well is that you got a new duo next to you. You got Gwen, and you know, Gwen loves, you know, playing in blue, all right? Yeah. And so talk to me about how has y'all dynamic been working out in game?
Honestly, I just feel like he's very he's more experienced than probably we've been working with. He's more also focuses on himself a lot more, which does help a lot more too. But honestly, he's a great player, smart kid, and I'm excited to play with him still.
There you go. Now, last year, you were one place away from being the EWC champion. You know, how would it feel to get back to that grand finals and to be able to become a champion this event?
Oh, that feels fantastic, man. If I get there, I gotta win it. You know what I'm saying? If I get there, I gotta win it. But it's a marathon, not a sprint. It's a great tournament to have a first tournament for a new team. Yes, it's a long tournament. But yeah, nothing but excitement, and if I get there, it's gotta be a dub.
It gotta be a dub, and it starts with this matchup coming up. It's Cloud9 versus Optic. Let's get to it.
Last year, Kremp banked $320,000 for his performance at EWC. This entire season, he's won about 0. So now is time to earn some cash, but you got to start winning matches, and you're going up against a juggernaut, a squad that just won champs. Let's introduce Optic, as they are one of the favorites in the venue. Are they a top 2 team after watching FaZe Clan, Allie?
I mean, it was incredible. What we saw from Optic Texas, obviously, it was a very clean 3-0. I mean, Hook fried map number 1 in that vault, dropping 40 and 22. If you got Hook the Nuke shooting like that in map number 1 of the first match of EWC, things are looking scary for the rest of the league, because you think about it, my hot take was kind of like, okay, Optic had 3 weeks off, they come into the final tournament, they dominate everybody. But it's one of those situations where you put any other team in that spot and you repeat that tournament a couple of times over. Do they win in every scenario? And that's when you start to raise the questions because of the way the rest of their year has looked. Well, after that first match, I feel like I'm slowly getting my answer.
I like the way that you danced around that. It was eloquently said, but I'll just say it straight up. A lot of people would look at the tournament and say it could have been a fluke win for Optic. A lot of people would say that just because of how they performed throughout the year. That's what they're here to do. They're here to win an EWC and silence everybody. And I'm here to tell you, there are things about their game that ain't fluky. The way that they play Control, absolutely sensational. Their fundamentals in Hardpoint have been unbelievable. And, you know, this is a team that really every role has been played to like the perfect role throughout these last 2 tournaments we've seen them at. And then looking at it, Hook, he has been individually insane so far.
Hook is making the right decisions. He's not going for the easy gunny. He is setting himself up for multi-pieces that are impactful on hill time. Look for him to pop off in the hard point. When it comes to Search, is there an S&D superstar on this Optic lineup? Is there one that is going to lead the way for the team every game 2 and game 5?
Every single game? I don't think so. I know you don't like when I don't give half answers, but the only reason I say that is because each of these players has done it throughout the entirety of this year. It's to feel like they hot potato it.
Well,
sometimes it's Hook, he's the first blood king, but then it's Shotzzy that is saving them in a lot of detrimental situations. You go back to the S&D earlier today, round number 6, it was Shotzzy winning a 1v1, then following it up with 2 first bloods.
I'll tell you what.
I look at this whole roster, they all could do it.
And if we're a team, right, and we're in the back and we're going over VOD, the guy that's commanding attention is Shotzzy, for sure. When we're talking about search and destroy, who we need to eliminate, how we need to approach these rounds, he's the one we're like game planning against because he's so slippery. He gets away. He makes annoying plays that just throws your entire game off. So if you want to beat Optic and search and destroy, try to first blood Shotzzy. You have a good chance.
If you haven't heard of them, Hook and Shotzzy, multi-title champions. They started in Halo. They are now here in Call of Duty, and they are world champions in 2025. We caught up with the new guy, though, the rookie Mercules, to get his thoughts on flying to Saudi Arabia.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with the legendary Mercules here at EWC as he gets ready to play Cloud9. And Merc, I gotta ask you, man, how are you feeling? Okay, we watched you guys 3-0 earlier today. You're about to get ready for another matchup. You locked in?
Yeah, we're definitely locked in. Kind of a long wait, but we're just trying to stay focused and not let it get to our head.
There you go, okay? Now, you guys know how to spring into action when it matters, okay? You guys stay ready. Now, you know, you're coming off, this is like your 4th event, okay? You know, as a professional player, one of the best careers so far to start. What have you learned in your first 4 events that you could teach new players out there who want to make it to EWC?
Honestly, 80% of it's mental and confidence, as long as you got that. Because if you're not confident going into a match, you're probably not winning. So just be confident.
There you go. Confidence is key here, okay? Take it from Merc. You ooze confidence on the main stage, all right? And if people can't see it right away, they definitely see it in your gameplay. You know, you're a champion, okay? You're a world champion. You know, has life changed? Is anything different? Do you feel different, you know, after you hoisted that trophy recently, or you want more?
No, I don't feel any different, to be honest. That was my first ever win, so I still got a lot more to go. It's his first win.
Just the first win. He got a lot more to go. You heard it here from Mercules. He's ready to play.
Is he ready to play?
He's chill.
So nonchalant. He's literally the nonchalant king of Optic Texas. So maybe that's what they needed. They needed somebody chill to just be like, look, dude, we're better than everybody else.
He's just aura farming 24/7.
Yeah, literally.
That's all he does.
I was wondering, like, does his heartbeat go above 80?
No way.
Like sprinting, he's just chilling at 66. Mercules is a man who plays with ice in his veins. He has been a standout player since coming into the big leagues, and he is only, as you heard from Blaze, in his 4th event, Allie. This is an insane start to a career.
I can't believe you just said that was my first win. Like, it was nothing. Like, it wasn't champs. Like, it wasn't MVP. Like, it wasn't putting up 1.4s, like, over the weekend. It's just unbelievable.
Yo, he's had, 6 different teammates in 4 events, and he's never placed outside of the top 4. Like, the kid's ridiculous. We're gassing him because he deserves it, and he enables everybody around him. This is not the team that was in shambles before acquiring him. So, Optic looking to go back.
I think he might be a cheater. Not really. Let's take a look at your maps and modes. We got 5 games coming your way, and if it's like the last match we saw, we're going to a second search and destroy. We got Protocol as the first. Dealership will be the second, but as we open up with a hard point, we're going to Rewind. Is this Optics map?
Yes and no. I think Rewind's good for both sides here. I think for Cloud9, these first 2 maps are going to be extremely important because me personally, I'm not trying to go against Optic Texas and Mercules on Skyline. They're way too comfortable there.
Skyline's a hard one to play
on that Dealership map number 5. You're talking about Shotzzy and Hook and a lot of control over on that B Street in the middle side of the map. So Cloud9 looking at that Rewind and Protocol.
And Hacienda, does Cloud9 have the players to actually get behind Optic? Because when we watched 5 Fierce, they did not let a single player shoot them in the back.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, I think having Gwyn on this team just changes the dynamic entirely, right? It's a guy that's picking up more kills. He's going to be making impact plays. And when you have a sub that's doing that, then Kremp can get slippery, get loose behind, and also be annoying. So, this is a Cloud9 team that is extremely threatening to Optic in this matchup, and I'm excited to see this new look team.
Chat, we're going to a quick break. When we come back, the players will be ready. It's EWC Day 1. Lock in for a good one.
My name is Miles Ross. I'm here at the Esports World Cup with Mercules and Shotzi of Optic, and I have some quick-fire questions for you boys. You ready?
Oh yeah. Let's get it.
Oh yeah. Question number 1. Who is more likely to trash talk the other team?
Oh, between us?
Yeah.
You. Yeah, probably me, but I don't really talk trash online. Like online, I don't really type in because I'm kind of lost. Whereas if like on land though.
Oh, you're on land, you're up like this.
Yeah, I'm literally like.
Yeah, the pistol's out. Yeah, we've seen you. Who is more likely to pull off a crazy clutch or a highlight reel moment?
Shots. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I'd probably say me. I mean, I'm you know, flash.
Who is the bigger jokester when the cameras are off?
Honestly, I'd probably give it. No cap. I feel like when the camera's off, like he's just saying funny nicknames and he's a troll. He's a little troll. I'd give it to him.
Who's more likely to oversleep and be late for practice?
Honestly, I don't think the both of us, dude. I'm not gonna lie. That's surprising to say because I've had, you know, a few teammates. Nah, I'm trolling, Brandon.
Who grinds the game harder?
I'd probably say the both of us, low key. Because like he's always playing ranked, but I'm always like playing chalice.
Who's more likely to ignore a strat and go rogue in game?
Me,
definitely me. Remember the protocol?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Who's got the best food recommendations?
Honestly, I'd give it to this guy.
Yeah.
He put us on. There's a spot near our facility. I was like, damn, okay, Jay.
Who's more likely to say we're still in this, even when you're close to losing?
Bro, I'd never give up. If it's 2-0 in control, like we're down.
We say it in our heads, but actually, yeah, I'd probably give it to Miz.
Yeah. Guys, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it. Good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
See you later.
Thank you, Miles. Appreciate it.
Now, as we move into the final 2 matchups of the day, we up the stakes. A win here locks in a spot in the quarterfinals of Call of Duty Black Ops 6 at the Esports World Cup.
This is where you're rewarded for starting strong. A win sends you to the playoffs. A loss gets you into a decider match.
Yeah, just to sprinkle a little extra something on top. A win also secures you a guaranteed $80,000 for you and your team.
Absolutely.
Should we bring out the teams
Let's
right
do
now?
it. For the first team that's walking on stage right now, can they win back-to-back after winning back-to-back throughout the whole year? Please welcome Cloud9.
So, of course, it's Cloud9 that are the wildcard team, your back-to-back champs looking for back-to-back wins on day 1 at EWC is Team Optic.
A quarter-final spot hangs in the balance. Who will take it? Let's find out with our casters.
Thank you very much, team. Oh, baby, do we have ourselves a fantastic match late into the night here in Riyadh, and we will be treated to two teams who have yet to fall here in the competition, Optic and, of course, C9. And a special shout out to all the C9 fans who are hanging out down there in the arena. We hear you, and we saw you walking around the boulevard as well. Jay, how is this one gonna go down?
Oh man, in the beginning of the day I was thinking, okay, obviously Optic the last couple of weeks have been playing basically perfect Call of Duty, and I still didn't get the answer of what Gwyn being added to this Cloud9 lineup, what were they gonna look like. But obviously the way they were able to handle G2 this morning in a clean 3-0, basically 100 points clubbed them on the opening HP. This is a totally different team that I wasn't expecting to be here, ready to go.
Yeah, Gwyn, what an impact he's already had very, very early on for this team. Coach Lamar looking exceptionally fresh, I must admit. Wow, I haven't seen that. You said hello to him yet in this tournament. And the chemistry already for the boys. I don't know what was just thrown at Krem. With the squad ready to get into this one again. Battling for a place, a guaranteed spot there in our quarterfinals. And we're going to dive right into our first map. Quick like. Rewind Hardpoint. Protocol Search and Destroy and Hacienda for map 3.
You know what's going to be insane? Keep in mind that both of these squads on the stage were the initial teams to start off on EWC day number 1. It was a clean 3-0 for Optic, a clean 3-0 for C9. But it's been quite some time, man. Hopefully they were back in the player lounge, consistently trying to keep their guns warmed and absolutely trying to stay locked in. Because this is going to be a battle from start to finish.
Yeah, absolutely. Two of the stronger looking squads we've seen in the competition so far. Now we get to test their mettle, test their steel against one another. Young Mercules taking on a group of fierce players. And a quick draw. We'll get the lobby reset ASAP. Folks, you know the drill by now. Sib, Spark, what a turnaround they have had. C9 not making it to one of the larger tournaments of the Call of Duty season. But an opportunity to right the wrongs of a bad year here at EWC.
Yeah, it gives you more of a fire underneath you to realize, okay, we are some of the best players in the world. We should have been at the tournament a couple weeks ago. But there's no need to talk about that anymore. We make a roster change to get more consistent in our slaying, more consistent in our ability versus some of these top teams with the addition of Gwyn. I was thinking in the beginning, all right, there's probably just too much slaying. Not many people focus on the objective play. But the way that Spark came out and played in his opening matchup, the same thing with Krem. You even heard in his interview. He felt like he didn't need to do anything, and that was the first time he felt that all season. So if you can have Sib, if you can have Gwyn be the slayers that they are, with the other two filling the gaps, oh my God, we are having a show without question, ladies and gentlemen.
This might be the perfect form that C9 really needed.
Oh yeah.
You keep adding firepower. These players are already so capable and confident, are able to just fill those roles. Kremp, for me, I mean, we've talked about this a lot of the time this year, Jay. One of the best Search and Destroy players we've seen at periods of time, the peak, the absolute zenith of what it means to be an S&D player. Now he's able to sort of play this more objectively minded role. Gwyn's out there finding kills. He kind of gut the Ravens. Tej flies off to the Falcons. Gwyn finds himself here on C9. We'll find out how this matchup goes. Almost ready to get back into Rewind, folks. And for Optic, what more needs to be said? An insane turnaround in their season. Can they keep it going?
Yeah, C9 needs to be on point here because you're going up against potentially the best squad that we have here at EWC, especially in the form that they have been looking as of recent. You know, the green wall is going to be roaring regardless of wherever they are in the world. It's providing them extra energy, and they are going to be able to thrive off of that, push through that, and hopefully come out firing on this map number 1 because Rewind is non-stop action.
Yeah, Rewind's one of those maps. We first saw it enter the BO6 map pool, I mean, from day one. Surprised at the amount of engagements. It was a 100 Thieves game we saw, sorry, LA Thieves game we saw. It was Hydra putting up monster numbers early on, and we thought, okay, this is a sign of things to come with the way this map's going to play, and absolutely it was the case. I mean, again, we lost it for a period of time, it comes back, a fan favorite, very, very enjoyable to watch, and very enjoyable to play, to be honest. We'll see if the noise is going to be there. We saw a big yawn from Shotzi. Oh, it is getting late into the night here in Riyadh. But once the lights go on, once it's game time, oh yeah, it's strictly business.
Yeah, once we're loading into that map number 1, we know it's whatever you are filling, throw it out the window. You have to be locked in, and you can already see Gwyn putting down the bots from long distance, not missing any shots. he is ready to right the wrongs on his season because he started off great with Carolina. You get a top 4, and then once you drop Vivid, everything just went to hell. Like, they did not win any series. I think they only managed to win 1 with Dylan Rex into the lineup. So that has to do a heavy toll on the mental of a player who feels like, I am doing everything that I possibly can. So good for Gwyn, the fact that he was able to get out of that situation, put himself on a lineup with a bunch more confident players, great leadership with Lamar, accuracy, right behind them in the comms. And that honeymoon stage right now for Cloud9 is low-key hitting.
I mean, the right time for that to hit, without a doubt. Of course, we did see Kremp in the grand finals of last year's EWC back on Modern Warfare 3, playing for the 100 Thieves roster, which was, again, a surprise from all those players. And what a run. Of course, Ghosty remains on that team. Trader Thieves goes off to Toronto. And then you get Nasty over there by Vancouver, looking fantastic as well.
That's insane how all 4 of those players put themselves in a great position just based off of the placing that they got at EWC. Because there were not probably a bunch of eyes on that squad. You think about, like, just the names that were there originally. Ghosty, obviously he needed to go from Optic, get knocked down to a different team to show what he truly was about. He was a phenomenal, one of the best ARs that we had all of last season. Kremp really stepped up towards the ending half of the season and was one of those takeover players, especially in Search and Destroy. And then you see what Nasty's been able to do for Vancouver, man. 3 seconds on the entire year. Hey, man, the guy's nasty.
Yeah, not a bad place to be for a lot of these players. We're almost ready to go, folks. We do see a full lobby now. We're going to get the final confirmation and load on into Rewind. Jay, you've already brought up Rewind. Fast map. Yeah. Real fast map. Big map. Rotations are essential. Getting the hard point as early as you possibly can. But at the same time, a good team gets good breaks.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, man. When you talk about a map like Rewind, you know how impactful the powerful hills are going to be, the money hills in the P2s and the P4s. It was a difference maker in the series that we just saw here on the Alpha stream. With Atlanta obviously having the comeback that they did versus Omid. But if you are C9 with the slaying presence that you now have, we are going to put ourselves in the advantageous position. But even if you're not in that position, you need to find a break. You have the gun skill to find success.
And the gun skill is absolutely in this lobby. We are looking at some of the best shooters in the league. And Gwyn, one of them. MW3 season, spectacular. Playing for the Ravens there. Same thing. Coming into this season, we've seen him cause some serious damage. A fantastic player we like to see get lost, as we say on the map. Difficult to track down. His gun skill through the roof. A dangerous, dangerous player. And of course, Spark. Of course, Mercules. I mean, there is not a single player in this lobby we're not going to cut to and go, yeah, he's gross, he's great, that's brilliant to watch. Love his work. Very, very good stuff out of all of them. But the real question is, how well can they work together, and how well can they work together at this time? It's been a long day, and they've got to bring out the best. Toughest opponent they will have faced today, without a shadow of a doubt. And Jay, honestly, can't wait.
Yeah, I cannot wait either, man. I think this opening Harpoon is going to be a banger, but that's Search and Destroy in game number 2. Ever since the addition of Gwyn, who's been one of the best standout players that we had in the mode all season long, you put him alongside Kremp. You also put him alongside Spark. Like, those guys have been dominating in Search and Destroys for years and years. So when you get to that map number 2, you're going to be feeling super confident, even with the brand new lineup, only with a couple weeks of practice. But still, when you're 2 squads that played in the beginning of the day, it's obviously been like, what, 8 to almost 10 hours since they were able to spawn back in? Hopefully they're still in that same exact form, locked in.
They have to be. There's no going back. Looking at the series again, we have Hacienda is going to be our map number 3 for Control. Obviously, Jay, I mean, I'm leaning Optic. Those guys have just, especially with Mercules in the squad, they've figured out Control. They've figured out the mode. It seems like an automatic win for them right now. If we have to go the distance, Skyline and Dealership for maps 4 and 5. What an explosive finish at the end of this series. Like, where we are, it's all gas, no brakes.
Yeah, if you're Optic, you're happy as hell that that Skyline is in that map number 4, because we saw what they were able to do a couple weeks ago on that map, and that's basically a 100-point club, everyone that stepped across the stage from them. But to talk a little bit more about that Hacienda Control, if you think about Cloud9 season, they usually have been very, very happy to see a lot of Haciendas in a series. And then they also played it, at least their first series, versus G2, and they were able to go to round number 5, clutch up when they needed, but you've already tested out the new spawns. That's a big thing, because obviously you're practicing it, but on the main stage, it might be a little bit different.
Man, not just the main stage, but LAN.
Yeah.
Being this close changes the way things work out. Well, that's going to be the fist bumps. We should be descending into Rewind, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 1. we thank you for sticking it out. Back at home, the folks here in the arena, you will be treated some electrifying gameplay.
There's no doubt in my mind the two players that I'm going to have highlighted throughout this entire series is going to be Hook, who was dominant in that opening series to start the day, and then on the opposite side, Crep didn't really spawn in that opening series. These are two young men who definitely have the capability to pop take over whenever they need be, but also just be a nuisance, value their life beautifully to allow the next play to develop.
Selfless plays, and again, it's the teamwork that's certainly going to make the dream work here in this series. C9, Optic, map number 1 on Rewind. Here we go into the hard point. Poles apart. They will descend on P1 on the inside of the fast forward video store VHS, ladies and gentlemen. Nades are up and out. Not a whole lot of contact from that. But here comes the opening salvo, and Kremp, what a two.
It's a perfect start there for Kremp.
Actually,
already
Gwyn?
lines up 2. Might be Gwyn. No, it's actually Kremp. Yeah, 3-0 start there. Still feed is a little bit messed up, but it's totally fine. Already the spawns are going to be flipped as well for C9, but if you are Shotzi on the opposite side, you have a free pinch. Now you just need to find the trade.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, that P1 still anyone's map so far. C9 with the opening run. That's going to come to a close quickly. We're going to get ourselves in towards time if you are Optic. Of course, Optic, the blue-ish arrows on the minimap. C9, they will be in the orange.
Now the nuke. Thinking about that rotation over towards New, already making big, impactful plays. 2 kills off the Roto. Now he's the only player pushed out towards the back, so he just wants to wait for his teammates to get nearby before he decides to strike again, force them to look for him. Spark's gonna basically give him a high five. And with Hook staying alive in that position, you get the close spawns, you win the rotation to B2.
Great stuff. Well, hardpoint firmly in the hands of Optic for now. Hook, wrong gun for the fight. As those players work their way down the streak. It's a little bit of love in there. Shotzi, 1, 2, 3. This is a massive opportunity on the flank. 1 to his name. Lights up his teammate as pandemonium sets in. In the meantime, though, Dashy, cool and calm and very steady on the inside of time.
Oh, this has been flawless so far on the hold. Try to attempt the back push if you are C9, but instantly gets shut down by the repinch from Shotzi. Great heads-up play. Take all that space away, and now with 20 seconds left, you can start to get aggressive up through Gen's side. Mercury lines up a double. Look what it does to the spawns for C9. Everyone is at old, and Optic are in firm control of map 1 so far.
1 man left alive on the point, Gwyn. Oh, and it does. Oh, another crash.
Ay, ay, ay.
That is ay, 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 indeed. That is incredibly unfortunate. Optic. A strong start. Suffocated by a technical issue. A bit of frustration there on the face of Coach Karma. And with good reason. Your boys were starting to hit flow. They were starting to get going, but hey, it might be a blessing for C9.
Oh yeah, definitely a blessing for C9 because it was basically a full 60 hold at the P2, and then at the right time you're able to flip them all behind you to chain it to the P3, P4. If that game would have continued, the score line would have got very, very ugly. But no need to sweat about it. You understood what you needed to do. Obviously, P1 was a mixed fest, but the money hill, you had it locked down. So nothing needs to change on the side of the green wall. If you're C9, we need to be a little bit more aggressive on some of these routes and cut them at least short.
Yeah, it feels like C9 is a little back foot.
Yeah.
Like 1 or 2 steps. They're against the ropes quite early on. Optic have just got that early aggression. Again, a very, very short sample size to work with there. But either way, Optic, a very strong opener from them. We'll see what happens here. I'm not exactly sure whose PC has had an issue. Looks like it might be Gwyn. It could be Kremp. Hard to tell. But either way, try to get this resolved ASAP, ladies and gentlemen. Optic versus C9 continues after this. Optic Cloud9, map number 1. Rewind hardpoint, take number 2. We're going to try and get back into this one again, folks. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Mars and Stud here. Get you through another Optic match. Of course, C9, we saw them earlier today. Also looking absolutely fantastic. So a quick bit of a recap. Both teams, red hot, good looking.
Yeah, they're feeling good. Obviously, to be in this position, one match away from putting yourself into the quarterfinals, guaranteeing yourself a good chunk of money as well. Not having to play until Saturday, so you can enjoy your Friday, enjoy the Boulevard, enjoy everything that Riyadh has in store for us. But you got to get through this one first. C9, without question, are very, very happy that something happened. That reset to go down.
Well, yeah, it wasn't looking great, was it? Well, it was looking great for Optic. They were rolling at P2, absolute slaughter. They were going into 3, feeling fine. We've swapped a PC out here on the main stage, so we'll be hopefully rocking into this one ASAP. Gwyn, something to laugh about indeed, as he leaves the sinking ship of the Carolina Royal Ravens and he finds himself happily here on this Cloud9 roster, just in the nick of time for EWC.
Yeah, it's the perfect time. The final tournament of Black Ops 6. Potentially end your season with a bang. Just gotta go through a gauntlet of top dogs. You have one right in front of you. They're all rocking that beautiful green. They have been playing out of their minds. You can already see it even before the reset. Like, Hook again consistently is just making game-changing plays. If you allow him to do that, if you allow him to be as comfortable as he is, you are not going to stand a chance, because when he's on point, they're basically playing perfect CoD.
He's had the most wonderful turnaround, man. I mean, Hook has had such an exciting career, and in the last few months, complete composure. In the comms, wherever we go through listening, he is the leader of the team. He is calling the shots, he's calling the play, he's telling the boys where he wants them and when he wants it. And he's getting it, man. I mean, instrumental in that back-to-back championship win.
It's just crazy how you started off this season with him not even being on a professional team. We knew that we were going into Black Ops 6. We knew that it had Omni movement. And Hook back in the day was a player who invented all of the movement all throughout the jetpack in Call of Duties. So with this guy putting himself in a position now to not only level up in this game, because we were understanding this was going to be a Hook title, but now the consistency in his game, the way that he values his life, and the impactful plays that he makes is such a game-changing difference from him. And it's insane to watch.
It's fantastic to watch. Well, folks, we've received a quick update. We're going to swap out 2 more PCs. Ay, Dios mío. But when we're back, it's time to get Optic and Cloud9 on the road again. We'll let the Wizards on stage get to work. We'll take a break. On the other side, more gameplay.
I'm on the con. Music playing on the radio, driving slow. Smooth sailing wheels turning, where do we go? I feel like I'm never coming home. I feel like living and let it go. This feeling once again. There's a way out, baby, there's a way out. Chase the dream until the end, until the sunset, baby, till the sun goes down again.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back and welcome to day 2 of the Esports World Cup for Black Ops 6. We've got Optic and Cloud9 loading in to Rewind Hardpoint. Welcome back, one and all. It's time to get this show back on the road, Jay.
Oh, baby. I still cannot wait for this match to start, man. Day 2 officially has begun here in Riyadh. It's been a long one. Not only us, but also the players. Optic and C9 have yet to see the main stage in about 10 hours. So hopefully everyone is still locked in. Going right back into the rewind. Optic are looking for the same exact start. That P2 dominance. Flip them again for the P3, P4. But this time C9 are looking for a different approach. Definitely for that P2.
Oh, yes, please. P2 was not great for those boys. Opening nades, opening salvo on the attack. Not looking dreadful. We are in. And once again, that is Optic in the blue, in the teal, and C9 in the orange arrows. And so far, so good for the Optic team.
Yeah, adjustments on the break off. This time it did not allow C9, and more specifically Crep, to just fly on in and find 3 through the middle of the street. Send the AR so the right positions, and they clean out the house. So far, already have a good chunk of time here at P1, but 3 kills go in favor of C9. Spawns are also in favor of C9, but this time it's Shotzi trying to make the heads-up play.
And another moment where C9 player runs right by someone in the Optic jersey. Oh, dear. And Krem asking for that one, but managed to get the trade. So there you go. P2, soon to be open for business. Spark, toe-to-toe with Dashi here. Waiting for reinforcements to get involved, and this is going to be the hard point now, open and ready. C9 are in.
Oh no.
Unfortunate nade blows up the one in Spark's hand. That's going to take him out of play.
Yeah, that's going to take him all the way across the map with the spawns. The only player here to try to contest it is going to be Kremp, and he instantly is going to fall. Mercules lines up with double. The break is good enough for Optic. And now with 40 seconds still remaining here, C9 are going to attempt to hit the long route. This time someone's got to account for Shotzi on the repitch.
Mercules 3 spree from within time. Hook. Unreal damage there in the spot as well. You've still got Mercules on the spree. That's a 4 now. That's a 5. And that is very, very close to a Hellstorm.
And now this is where it gets scary if you are C9 because you don't want to die at the wrong time. It's only 15 seconds remaining here at the P2. You already have Hook thinking about the next play, hitting the rotation from P3, again being the sole man to try to make a miracle happen, but he's surrounded by Cloud9 players. They take care of Hook. They win the rotation over towards P3. You're down by 60. You need time.
And Jay, it's exactly the way the first game went.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same. A superb P2 from Optic. Dealing with the all-coming attack there of Cloud9, not a whole lot to its name. Over to P3 we go, over to the dumpster, and we are seeing Cloud9 get some early time. Is it enough? I mean, realistically, Optic, this is a strong attack. That's 2 down. If Krem can find another kill, it'd be massive.
Yeah, but Shotzi won the most important 1v1 gunfight onto the player who was trying to secure the back spawn, so now Optic are able to find the break and flip it to potentially chain it over towards P4. The score line is only going to get worse if Cloud9 cannot make up for it in the slaying and make up for it here at P3. You find 2, you find 3, and this is where you got to get aggressive to flip the map.
They did a great job of getting in time, just absolutely stacking the point. Bodies everywhere, shoulder to shoulder, but great range there from Mercules. We're finding Sib himself in the kill feed right now, and that's a 4 spree. A single magazine, 2 spare rounds. What a life that one was. Shotzi catching him out on the transition towards Nu. So once again, from dumpsters, now on the inside of Beepers. Optic with a strong lead.
Yeah, but the Nuke with a massive repinch with the double kill as well. The zoning going to relieve a lot of that pressure through mid-street. Now it's a 4 stack for Optic on the preferred side of the map. Everyone whips out an extra AR because they know a majority of these gunfights are going to be long distance. C9 couldn't get a break at the Money Hill at P2, but you need the break here at P4.
Whoa, Mercury's down, 3 dead, instant. Dashi alone, anything he gets is a consolation, but that is a break and a half from C9. Rapid counterattack.
Oh, and the Nuke was trying to make another big-time play. If he would have found that second kill, you spawn C9 all the way across the map, but thankfully the trade comes in at the right time. So Cloud9 can soak up this final 20. Only going to be down 30 going into Gens, but Optic, they know. All right, we're going to Gens. We can still contest this. At least one more attempt through the mid-street. It gets shut down, so Cloud9 soak up all that time.
Yeah, C9, great job as well. On that break, they contest for the next wave. Happy as Larry going into Gens. Whoever Larry is, smiling from ear to ear currently. 104 to the 70 of C9. Snaps in from Shotzi, and Optic are in control.
Optic are in firm control of this. You're finding kills off the rotation. All you have to do is take care of Krem. Dashi on the opposite side with the SMG in hand is playing for the spawners over towards green side. This has been a good hold. That team kill is not going to help. Now Cloud9 have the numbers to fight their way back in.
That's 2 hard points back-to-back where Hook has found a teammate, unfortunately. Not ideal. Here comes C9. Mercules! No way! The quick swap to the Jackal. No need. Grem's going to be there on the trade once again. Gets taken care of. 25 seconds to go here on Gens, and Optic are running it.
Yeah, they're dominating so far on this Gens HP. When, though, with the response, able to find the double. You need to start to chain a couple moments together if you are C9. You cannot consistently always try to play from the back foot. So going into this second set, you were the team initially to start off.
Oh!
And Gwyn is filling himself on 4 in a row. The kill feed starting to light up in orange. Cloud9 are activated.
Just hit, what was that, 720? 900? Tony Hawk left the venue quite a while ago. The spirit of the Birdman lives on here in Riyadh. Wow, what a play. On board with Krem. Nothing more to be had there from that side of hole. And Optic once again, P1 in their hands. What a map so far.
Yeah, this is tough right now for Cloud9 because this is a tough decision to make. Obviously, we don't want to allow Optic to get a lot of time off of P1, but we also want to be able to flip these spawns for the P2.
Oh my.
This time set up properly. That's why you add this young man to the lineup. He always brings it with the sling, especially with the SMG in hand. 17 and 14. Give me kill number 3 in a row. Now you see what it does to the mini-map for the spawns for Optic. It's cool you can take this final 20, but big picture, we got the spawns for Nu.
Everyone, absolutely everyone's getting brought down here by Gwyn. 20 and 15, it was a wonderful spree. A whack-a-mole moment there for the C9 boys, but they fall Over to Kremp, gets himself into the hard point quickly. Mercules counter-attack. Successful. Hard point Optic.
Got to keep on trading because no hill's about to pop. And a single player from Optic in a position to find a kill and potentially spawn that player all the way across the map. This is the answer that Cloud9 are looking for to get themselves back into the game. But Dashy and Hoop finding two. You already have pressure through mid-street. Dashy is going to fall, so still Cloud9 in the position to fight.
Yeah, kudos to Sib there. Oh, he's finding himself a lot of damage on this next player. Sets his boys up for success. That is sensational from C9. Optic now through the front. Krem, can you take care of the first man? Cannot. A little bit of a nervy push. Back over to Sib. Can't get the second. Dashy now fighting forward. Spart on the trade. All good for now. C9 are alive.
Oh, C9 are definitely right back into this game. Final 20 seconds. Optic going to potentially force them to be towards the backside if they can get an early break. And you're sending in shots on two players who are weak to clean up the mess. But in the final 10 seconds, you're able to get the trade on the Dashy, secure the time there for C9. But Optic have the control that they want off the map for P3, P4.
Back over once again to the dumpsters, top side of the minimap. Optic, squeaky clean. The first go around, but this time, Sib winning the big gun fights. Man on time is going to be Dashy, and he wins it now against Sib. Kremp applying the pressure, and once again, another 2, 3 dead. Cloud9 are in.
Oh my God, the fact that Kremp was able to find that double through mid doors is insane, but still, Optic are making this one scrappy. Shotzzy, the play with the AR and an SMG in the back pocket is just keeping them away from this HP. So 30 seconds to go, everyone has an extra AR. The kill feed is lit up in blue, and Optic with a clean 4 dead are not going to force Cloud9 to work the OE.
Oh, Cloud9 got to go all the way round. What a long journey. Beepers is within Optic's grasp. What a clean rotation this will be for them. Kremp in the middle of the map. Mercules, 26 now kills in total on the map. Looking for 27. There it is. A 4 spree to boot into Beepers. And Gwyn spotted out. That is massive. A freebie to Hook. Oh, 720s this time.
Yeah, Gwyn was trying to make a heads-up play. He knows that Hercules is 2-piece. My team is in the middle of the map, but let me just try to run him on by. Potentially catch them slipping. He's able to spot him in towards courtyard, give the comm to his teammates. You pick up the kill, and all you have to do now is hold on to 1 to 2 more good pushes, and this map 1 is yours.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. 222 now and climbing. We are very much in the business end of this rewind. Up by the front lines. Hook and Mer get theirs! Kyler Garland with a sweet 2, and that could be the map.
It might just be. Look at the routes that Hook is already taking out of the map. Let me cut a little bit more extra space through mid side. And they only need 10 more seconds to take map 1.
Final hit. Dashy holding it. Loses the fight to Gwyn. Another hard point we will see. A measly 6 can still be won here. Shotzzy if he gets his go on. But at this point in time, think of new. No one there from C9. Not a soul. You should be able to win it here. Mercury's got to hold him at bay. He nearly gets Sib as well. Over to the hard point way. Optic lose the ones. This game will continue.
And they also lose the spawn, so we're going to take a little bit longer to potentially end the way that the green wall wants it to. It's all about the opening kill, and again, the rookie, Mr. Mercules, lines up a double. That's 3 dead in the feed. Sib needs to pop all 4, and that's going to be it.
Game 1 in the bag. Optic, don't let the shenanigans get away from them. C9, a little too late to the party. Not a bad look whatsoever, Jay. Saw some fantastic individual play, solid rotations. The fundies were there. But Optic, they started strong, they finished strong. No sweat.
You can always count on Optic to lock in on the money hills. That is what they are playing for. When you think about the P2 rotations early on, you pitch yourself up by 60 points, then you allow Cloud9 to get themselves sort of back into the game with a little time off of P3, but you dominate the P4, you make it scrappy over towards Gens. And at that point, it was just too long of a ladder to climb there for C9, especially when you were trapped towards the backside of P2 the way that you did. Because Optic, they just whip out 4 ARs when you go from the P3 to P4. That's impossible to shut down because all they need is 1 kill. 1 kill goes down, the player spawns right next to you. And it's a consistent domino effect of just trade after trade. And then when you got pop-off moments out of the rookie who continues to shine on the end of the Black Ops 6 season, just gives them so much hope, so much drive to be the best in the game, and he continues to show it.
Nice slow-mo and subdued victory reaction. It is strictly business. It's 1 more map at a time. And Hook, he had a lovely map as well. So for getting world starred, truly world starred by Gwyn. And then a second attempt out by the 18-wheeler again, but outside of that, super solid map there from the Optic boys. C9, a strong team, a lot of fanfare coming into this match. Everyone's liking what they're seeing out of this new roster. Of course, Gwyn adding a substantial chunk of firepower, a lot of pace to the team. We'll see how far it gets them in the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, this is a map that I definitely had circled that it needs to be a guaranteed W for Cloud9. You want to try to take down the green wall because they have basically been unbeatable in all respawns. Doesn't even matter if it's hardpoint or control. Doesn't even matter what map it's going to be. They have just found themselves in the right form at the right time. So to take down this Goliath squad on the side, rocking green, S&D needs to be felt. You add a player like Gwyn, who's been a phenomenal search and destroy all season long, alongside Spark, alongside Kremp, who's always Mr. Double Digits in this mode. You have to be able to equalize here on Protocol.
This is a must-win right now for C9. Control is nearly a guarantee for Optic. Ever since Mercury's joined the roster, it has just been the mode for them. One of the best control players we have in the world right now in the form of Mercury's. JP passing on his wisdom there to the boys. Accuracy, doing it for C9 solo. A one-man show in the coaching department in that regard. His longtime partner Sib, great success in that Seattle Surge year. A wonderful time in Vanguard. It makes a lot of sense he would end up being the coach for that sort of squad, knowing those boys inside out, alongside Pred and Mac.
Oh yeah.
Crazy, crazy year from those guys. Into the Search and Destroy we go.
The battle that I have highlighted is definitely going to be Kremp v Shotzi. Two players who love to dominate on Protocol in that island role, sneak behind enemy lines and just make big-time plays. They are impactful whenever they get stuff going. As we're going to load in towards the Protocol. Everyone's making sure everything's in the pocket. Dashy supposed to make sure nothing hit the ground. Kyler is always going to be on point, but into the Protocol Search and Destroy we go. C9 are going to be the team on defense to start Optic on their attacking approach.
The cooling rains of Protocol. Will it be enough to put out the fire that Optic were on? And Shotzi, a couple of tags. The guessing game begins now. He's behind enemy lines, and this is a wonderful opportunity to get lost, as players say.
And I was thinking that Shotzi was going to be the island player, but it's the rookie on the opposite side over towards Tower. Catches Sib for the first blood. Instant bomb plant over towards B. Shotzi, your time to strike. 4v2.
Yeah, that is nearly impossible to come back from at this point in time. Spark's trying to make something happen now down by low grass. And wait a minute, Gwyn joins him. Surely. We're staying on with Shotzi through this play. And that's a wicked opportunity. Now it's done. Spark alone, looking for the defuse. There's no way he has this one. Perfect coverage here from Optic. A kill or two, but here comes the death knell. Round to Optic.
Perfect tone setting round right there. Definitely caught C9 off guard. You were expecting potentially Optic to work over towards Tower or aggressive towards the bottom side of A because there was no trophy systems that were going to be in play. But you take top mid away. Not a single player from C9 was in a position to watch over B site. When Mercules is able to find that first one all the way across the map, you're thinking, okay, he just got a kill there. The play is potentially going to be over towards A. That's what opens up an avenue for approach. There for Shotzi to strike for the second kill. As soon as that bomb gets down, it's a perfect play call there from Optic to start this one off.
2-2 here on the attack from C9. The bomb could be going down towards A, and it looks like it is. Yeah, Gwyn's going to lead the charge there. Kremp on the outside now. Is he going to spot the ankles of Shotzi, or maybe the posterior? And that is an essential win for the first blood.
Kremp is going to be trapped. See the play at top three. Doesn't want to get bad timing here. Stun to indicate that he's still in that position. Going to try to isolate him, but he's able to walk away with one before falling. Now it's a 1v2 for the young gun.
And Merc is trying to go for it. Bomb plant. Here comes Mercules. How quickly can he get into the fight? They think he's outside. No one is ready for this. 1v1. Spark, hold your nerve. Mercules has no idea. A bullet away from disaster. But Spark wins the fight. Whew.
with that time ticking, when you're in that situation, you're probably thinking, all right, he should have instant chowed already. But the fact that Kremp is able to win a big one-on-one versus Shotzzy to start it off, basically be trapped over towards both sides, and somehow, some way able to walk away with the second kill.
Bruh.
Allows them to keep the numbers advantage in favor of C9. And Spart was not going to get tricked out there. Holds the pre-aim strong. Ties the game.
Yeah, you can tell just where Mercury's pre-aiming, he does not have a clue. And that was an unbelievable moment. A great test of the resolve, of the nerves. It looks like both of our teams have got it. Sib, a lovely first blood. There, the man we were just talking about. Spart joins him. And Kremp is there for it as well. Shotzzy, this will be for the ace. What a tough moment to find himself in.
Don't give him 1v1 after 1v1. As you know, once he's able to find the kill, he can get out of the dodge. You can locate him, but almost make something out of nothing. But C9 get the round.
You see the cogs turning though. He runs straight upstairs. He tries to melee the glass. He's creating audio cues for everyone to be following. He tries to dip down. There's a guy in front of him. He nearly gets both. I mean, like, go for it, son. Nobody does it quite like Shotzzy. And that was the final few moments here. I mean, Gwyn's POV. This is something, man. This is something. Even when you have him trapped like that, a difficult player to kill.
A perfect play call right there from C9 to spread their setup on defense. Sib takes his time in the outskirts on the head glitch. Legs prone, so he's unaccounted for. And pops up at the right time to get that first kill. So now the advantage for C9. Back to the attacking side. Got some momentum in their back pocket. Getting aggressive through mid-gun. A lot of info gained early on that there's at least a player camping over towards Heli, so we might want to rotate this over towards A.
Yeah, there's a lot of intel from top mid as well. Spart with the coverage. Yeah, usual spots. Great angle. Both he and Dashi exchanging damage there. All it really does is buy time. A minute to go here in the round.
Shotzzy doing Shotzzy things. Catches the timing for the first blood. Gain info as well. This player's roaming through top mid. So instead of committing on the gunfight, just keeping the numbers in favor of the green wall, and Hook finds the second.
My goodness. Hello, Spart! Welcome to the Shotzzy show. And what a round from Optic. Everybody wins their ones. A fun one there from Shotzzy on the zip. Perfect place to be. There's not a whole lot you can really call for that one. So what happened, guys? We all got smoked.
Yeah, it's just tough because they keep on allowing Shotzzy to be a nuisance. Like, you take early aggressive plays in towards A, you spot out no one, your heirs are giving comms that they're still camping in towards Grandma's. Once he's able to strike for that first blood, C9 have their head on a swivel, potentially trying to play for the trade, you get caught, and then Shotzzy, who was unaccounted for, is right back in your face for a double on the round. Tie game.
7-2 from Shotzzy so far in our 4 rounds of play. Trophy bangs off the back of Dashi's head. It doesn't deter the play, though. Kremp's going to try to catch an angle here, but an awkward moment there with the ladder. It might be changing the plan, but that's the bomb being planted. Man advantage for Optic.
Optic have so many strategies, man. We're talking about the initial round aggressive over towards B. Second round, we're going aggressive towards top mid. Now we're instantly hitting in towards A. So Cloud9 have yet to get a read. What is being thrown at them, but still in a 3v3, you can still make something happen with 30 seconds.
Great work out of Dashi here, even with the Jackal. This is the look. Are we getting inside now? Mercules is there with the coverage. 20 seconds to go. Last man left alive. Krem immediately taken care of. Optic. What a play call. Dashi with the Jackal. They go downstairs. They take care of all those fights handedly. And C9 not equipped for the retake.
Yeah, and Sib was not ready for that, man. Like, you're the player camping over towards Spiral. You're just initially playing for information. But with the pacing, how fast they were to get in towards this site. Easy first blood there for Shotzzy. And then the rookie closes out with 3 on the round. Dashi all smiles. They didn't really have to get a kill there. Still led to the W.
Padding the damage stat, more like. Great work again. 3 sprees still for Shotzzy, 4 for Mercules. RCXDs secured. We'll see if those come into play in a moment. We've seen plenty of shenanigans there with the RCXD car and protocol throughout the season. We're not quite done yet, folks. Couple more, maybe tonight.
This time it's Hook. He's taking space over towards both sides, and Shotzzy being the safety net on the bottom side of A. He is going to get picked off first, though. He also gained info as a player towards top trip, so we have the numbers. We might want to work in towards A site.
Drumming noise, is that where we're going? Oh, Sib. Great hop. Well, there's the plant. And the numbers starting to fall apart here. Both teams falling apart at the seams. Crimp introduces Mercules to the butt of his gun. Trades there for Dashi. Can we make it a 1v1? Gwyn down by the bomb. Sib upstairs. Are we happy for the Chow? Big Bruce. Oh, unbelievable opportunity. But C9 survive.
He wins that gunfight. He instantly hops the bomb. But just a good read out of C9 on their offensive approach. Finding that first blood onto Hook. Whenever you kill a player of his caliber, you know it's usually him and Shotzzy running around as an army of two. So it has to be Shotzzy, the lone man in towards A. You send in everyone. You get the kill without anyone falling. You get the objective down and play the 4v2 to your advantage. Back and forth in this S&D.
Well, good news again for C9. Not only do you get the round, but you end all the sprees. Everyone gets taken care of there. So no more big streaks to worry about. RCXD's, at least 2 of them, still going to be in play. I would imagine Shotzzy got his as well. But that's the stuns going out. Not going to connect, but you are keeping that player at bay as Gwyn finds the first blood there in the background.
Oh, and Hook's knocked down to 13 HP. Sib's just going to have him trapped in towards the corner, and now it's Shotzzy left in a 1v4. A perfect blind counter here from C9. Shotzzy almost made a 1v4, 1v1. But that time he stood no chance. Cloud9, advantage.
Yeah, that was a nice one. We saw the flank develop a little too late. By the time he gets there, all of his boys are down and out. And then it's not so much a flank as it is trying to push the bomb site alone. C9, 1 round at a time.
Oh, the pistol was not connecting right there for Mercules. And I would have loved to see how Gwyn was able to find that first blood onto Dashi, because it was an SMG versus an AR. The fact that he was able to open up with that first blood allows them the early man advantage, allows them to reflood their way back in towards A. C9 have a slight edge now, couple rounds in a row. Feeling the momentum. Going to be aggressive in towards A. Trophies down. You already have control.
Well, you are in. You're in. And the trades are complete. Optic come out on top. Dominance in the bomb site, and you have managed to get the bomb down onto the ground. I would imagine they can see it from there. Definitely seeing this. Sib on the recovery. He is pinned, and that is an easy push. The trades there to help out. Spark with the good shots. Finds himself now alone in the 1v2.
31 HP, but able to recover. He's going to be pinched out by both players on Optic. And that was just missed time there from C9, because you had the SMGs already taking a lot of space in towards A. One challenges a little bit too early, then it forces the second player to instantly try to play the trade. But the double stack from Optic towards Spiral Steps allows them to isolate onto the first, find a trade onto the second. And once you get players weak, Shotzzy knows, let me just clean that one up. Tie game again.
And that's it. Once you get that player weak, you have to get that kill. You have to push. There's no, give me a second, give me a moment, let me find this. No, if you're in the position for the trade, you get it. And that's why Shotzzy sitting at 10 and 5. 4-4, all square on the attack go Optic.
RC cars being invested. This time they're just going to allow Shotzzy to do Shotzzy things, but some bad CoD timing on both sides. At least the Shotzzy finding the first blood. Now you have an instant pinch in towards A, but he's waiting for the teammates, and he plays it to perfection. A 1v4 for Sib.
1v3, done. Optic, turn it around. What a play from Shotzzy. Bad timing, great timing, good timing, fine timing, you name it. He had it all in that round. The kill on the Kremp was criminal. But you get it, you take advantage of it, the boys are there for it. Wow, I mean, what a moment. Both players banged the door there. That was an insane amount of timing. Oh, Big Bruce's kill was something special as well. But that's map point now for Optic. This is for 2-0 in the series.
Need to find something right here if you're C9. Not afford to go down 2-0. You're the team back on the attack. It's usually been a lot of attacking rounds so far in this game too. No one wants to make their little mistake, but Shotzzy's just gonna set the tone.
Tone set, indeed. Seldom do we see a player walk away with 2 in a situation like that. C9, Sib and Spart. Good luck, boys. Poles apart. They have an isolated, soon to be mutilated. Spart fight, though. He's still alive, Jay.
He's able to find one. Optic do have the info that the bomb is going to be down towards bottom side of Spiral, so, or towards Zips, apologies, but everyone just stacking on the bottom side of comms. Not going to force a one-on-one gunfight or not going to commit on it.
Brother.
Just want to keep the numbers on your side.
Wait, oh, Shotzzy was there for it, but wait a minute. Spot, he dealt so much damage to Dashi. How many more players can he take to him with the grave? Nothing, that is it. Optic, keep it all together. 6-4 the final score, no round 11. We'll be having none of that, boys. They keep it all together in an insane two-piece. Start that round out for Shotzzy. I mean, you should not be winning those. How did he get that? That one is going to haunt C9. Devastating performance. Optic find themselves up 2-0 after search and destroy success and such prowess we're seeing late into the night here in Riyadh. When we come back, we're playing Control.
This land is calling.
Optic find themselves up 2-0 against Cloud9, and on the other side of the tournament, Vancouver Surge find victory against 100 Thieves. Our first team to make it into the quarterfinals, and that one must have been real nice because they got them a chance as well, Jay. Let's face it.
That's insane, man, because you started off the season versus 100 Thieves, and you were 0-6, potentially 0-7, but the final couple of tournaments, you've been able to get the better of the big dog. In Vancouver, just showing improvements, specifically in Search and Destroy. Obviously, Coach Rambo Ray has given them a lot of info early on, but 0-4 in those final two maps was unbelievable. And Vancouver are our first team to move on.
Congratulations again to them. We'll be seeing them play on Saturday, which is technically tomorrow.
Yeah.
What a fantastic day one, and a little bit of day two so far here of EWC. We've seen not many upsets, Jay. We came close with the Omit series. They played their hearts out. That was a very, very exciting series. And I wonder again, Heretics in that group as well, how's that going to go? Plenty to still be played for here at the Esports World Cup. And a game of control on Hacienda. That is what awaits us now. And Optic, so incredibly proficient at the game mode, stud. So good at it. Few can come close. Is this the end of the road for C9 in the series?
Hey, it's going to be very tough to beat these guys, but you can already see, even after not stepping on the main stage for about 10 hours, they are still locked and loaded, valuing their lives at crucial moments. No ego, Chalice, everything is team-oriented. So now this is the first time that we get to see Greenwall on the new updated Hacienda with the new close spawns over towards well. Makes a lot of chaos over towards that B point. But so far, what we saw throughout this entire weekend, people don't really like to go towards B off the rip. We'd rather take care of A first, spawn them all the way across the map, then secure B for free.
A free B. Free B. Let's find out how it goes. Coach Karma back on the mic. Ready to get the boys into this one. Accuracy on the other side for C9. What magic can that man conjure up for his boys? He has had some incredible highlight moments against this very organization. Yeah, I'm going to say it. They line up for accuracy. As 1,000 Optic fans the world over just got a shiver up their spine. Sorry, not sorry, boys. Here we go. C9 on defense first. Optic on the attack. Where are we going? Over to B? Maybe.
Aggressive over towards B. 3 players through well. Shotzi going to take his time to set up this repinch through top secret. Just waiting for some information to be gained. Go trade for trade, but Shotzi, it's your turn to strike. Still a 2v2 around this B objective. Woo! Your C9, no need to worry. You're going to force Optic now to rotate towards A.
Yeah, and Merc is just dancing right now. It's just such a wonderfully confident gameplay. Perfect timing there from Gwyn on the 2P, so that will help certainly. Shotzi is going to slow the approach, slow the pressure there. Out of C9. Try to suck the air out of their lungs with a couple of gut punches, and the gut punches continue. It's a few jabs, allowing his teammates to get forward into B, and they're on the cap.
Yeah, he's just drawing attention. This is what this guy has done.
Come on.
Ever since he's entered the Call of Duty scene, he's always just a nuisance whenever he's making big-time plays, but once he gets shut down, everyone falls like dominoes behind him. Everyone from the green wall off of the respawn, and this is going to take quite some time to work out of your spawn.
Yeah, C9, they get hit by a couple of blows. That was a perfect parry. The counterattack was on, but now Optic, you can't keep them down for long. Back on the attack they go. Oh, Sib doesn't finish Mercules, and now that's going to problem he's going to have to deal with later, but Merc is long gone. Merc has OE'd and nearly killed him. 25 seconds to go.
You need to try to stop the game clock if you're Optic. No one finding kills at this moment. The only player out is going to be the nuke. He knows there's at least one player coming off of the respawn, so you're potentially going to pay for the timing on that. But with 12 seconds left on the game clock, going to put someone on the A objective. You're not going to have the numbers to try to stabilize in this moment.
Yeah, that should be it. Final 10. Achilles has got himself in a position where he could arguably dive onto this. Gonna take the low road. Here's the contest. How quickly will they deal with him? His teammates are in no position to help out whatsoever. C9 win the defense.
Yeah, beautifully played right there from Cloud9. To just maintain well control the way that they did. Pick up the overextension the way that they did, and also dominate in the slaying in that round number 1. A lot of SMGs finding success through top secret. The AR's coming alive as well. Optic just really couldn't get a good, successful team push over towards either one of these objectives. That only leads to one segment on the opening attack.
I mean, honestly, as far as these attacking rounds go, you want to be walking away with more than one. That could be a huge boon for C9 in the long run. We'll see how well their attacking round can go, because you win the defense, that's one thing. You turn the attack into like a 3-segment, 1 zone capture, 4 segments if you can, then you're looking very, very happy for that final round.
Now, if you're C9, all you have to do is just make up for that 1 segment. You're going to have a different approach here. Everyone through the middle of the map. Try to set the tone early on with mid-map aggression. Sunzanae's able to connect. Kremp is going to slide on in for that first kill, but Mercules responds with instantly finding 1. Still a 2v2. Kremp just being a nuisance.
This is great out of Kremp. Supreme aggression, and not a lot of work objectively just yet, but we're going to find a few kills there in the feed. Gwyn, the only man up for now for C9 on this side of the map. And again, not opting so much for that objective play, going for those kills. And Mercules, he meets him in the ring, toe to toe. Someone just threw an iPad at Shotzi. Got him.
And this setup is basically going to be unbreakable. Shotzi in the nuke. Just keeping all of C9 in the back of their spawn. Nuke now finds himself on 5 in a row. Gonna wrap back to assist his teammates just in case someone slips on out. So one player unaccounted for in Quinn who's holding down top plat. There's only 25 seconds. You don't have nothing on the round if you're C9.
They've not touched the zone yet, Jamie. This is a perfect 130 round. Sib with a kill now to make his way out. Mercules over the top. This is an easy dagger in the back. A knife in the dark. As Mercules will find himself maybe another. The Sib, immense pressure.
Oh,
whoa! Finds himself a big one from Supine. Anybody contest? The answer is just about yes! Still alive, but for not much longer. Cloud9 unable to capitalize whatsoever on attack.
Not a single segment earned to their name, so even with Optic having a slow start on their attacking round, you still did better than C9 there to give you the advantage just in case you do get to round number 5. But just the break-off was beautiful. The fact that they are going trade for trade, and both Luke and Shotzi realize my teammates off spawn are going to be able to take care of these guys in the back of my base. So let me just trap everybody else in their spawn and just allow that game clock to keep on ticking down. Cloud9 had no breathing room. Tie game.
Yeah, nothing. Absolutely nothing. We're sitting here talking about how great it would be to get like 2 or 3 segments, man. No problem. Easy, right? They touched the zone for 3.5 seconds. 3.5 seconds. Optic dominant on the defense there. But tied up 1-1 now. We swap sides again. Optic on O. C9 D.
This time it's not 3 through well. Send everyone through top hallways. Win is able to find an opening double, and now you have to slow down your approach unless you're able to make up for it instantly. Dashy's able to find one, but already on the pinch is going to be Mr. Kremp. He locates Dashy, Mercules last man standing, but that's already been 30 seconds gone.
Yeah, plenty of players now forward there for Optic. Pass Rock. Options now towards the A zone. Yeah, we're on it. We're now slowly getting the capture done. A single man for now. Mercules has been snuffed out, dealt with. The last hope now for Optic on the front line is going to be Hook, and he is going wild. A little bit random, caught out by Sib, and Sib puts Dashy in the dirt. That is an unbelievable kill. And a huge swing of momentum now for C9.
27 v 20.
That was disgusting.
Optic have no breathing room the same way that they just did it to C9. Not a single segment earned to their name. Big gunfight win right there for Mercules, but it still does not matter. There's more players from Cloud9 in powerful positions. 3 players all on different sprees. And with only 20 seconds to go, you're down by 10 lives. You can't leave the spawn. We don't have a segment. This is not looking good.
Nothing. It is not looking good at all. Final 10. Mercules, don't worry guys, I'll get the zone. Here comes C9 right over the top. End that one quickly. And Gwyn, perfect little slide action there. And what do you know, folks? Cloud9 again on defense. And Jake, they've got the only segment captured in the map so far. They're guaranteed that round 5 defense.
Who?
C9.
No,
they got one.
They got one.
Oh, that's my beat.
Yeah.
What day is it, brother? My beat. I said that with so much confidence.
It's okay, my friend.
Big man.
But C9 now have another opportunity to only make up for one segment. Obviously, slaying is heavily in their favor. You're able to find every single kill. You're dominating them in the back of their spawn. Sib is starting to beam.
That is my kill of the tournament so far, and we've seen some goodies. That is the Sib of old.
Oh, yeah.
Deadly, deadly stuff. Sorry, yeah. So Optic are getting defense final round. So you know, we need to see you get 2 segments here. Otherwise, you're in trouble.
And it's all about the break-off. Optic early on and a lot of aggression into the spawn instantly. Didn't give them a chance. But now Sib on 3 in a row. Trying to at least find a timing on this OE. Gets the better of Mercules, make it 4. 27 v 27, but you at least got a player pausing the game clock and quit.
Yeah, look, at 16-9, 5 spree, capturing both zones now for a second. Here's the door, and Sib on a run. He might just go all the way around. Yeah, that's going to be 6 down a row. Doubling back for the guys on A. This is some big man tings out of Sib.
6 in a row, trying to make a kill.
Come on.
Evan is able to find Dashy on the outskirts. Lines up Shotzi off of the respawn, has him weak, so he cannot commit. You don't want to give up this second segment if you're Optic, so Mercules is going to get aggressive on it. Gwen, it's your turn to potentially close this one out. It'll guarantee you defense. If you do go to round number 5, you need to make some kills happen. Lines up the first, has the second player weak, but you're surrounded by Optic. They're still here.
Still got bodies on point there. He's still keeping the contest alive. It's going to be Spark with the off angle. Over to Shotzi now, trying to stay alive in the zone. Spark can't get any more there. It is done. The segment is not secured. And Kremp, life flashed before his eyes there.
He's got to take his time here. He's in a very good spot to make a play happen. Finds the opening kill. Now, if you're Optic, you got to put some focus towards top plat. Luke is able to instantly find that trade, and you're still not allowing C9 to get this second segment. Oh. You're dominating in the kill feed, but you still got to take care of Gwen.
He's just still letting it rip. 9 rounds. Oh, how's he getting this done? Can somebody please get in there and help him? Trying to get the capture. Gwen! Oh. What a play! What a moment! Second segment secured.
Defense guaranteed for Cloud9, but screw round number 5. We're going to potentially try to close it out here. But Mercules and Shotzi, they're able to fly on in at the right time. They clean up the streets. A clean 4 dead. Time still ticking down, and now Optic can keep them in the track.
A pixel away from defeat. They're on the B zone. The boys push forward. Hook cleans the zone out. Optic have got themselves an amazing opportunity here to stay alive. Here comes C9 though. Wait, it's one big hit. Hook gets the objective work done, finds a kill. We get ourselves on towards A now. So C9 are keeping it spicy.
And it's Shotzi on the pinch. Shotzi on the pinch again through top spot. We're just getting lost behind enemy lines. Wins a big one-on-one, locates the second, gives the comm to his teammates for the assistance. And that's another clean 4 dead. Woo! Cloud9 do just enough to guarantee themselves defense in round number 5, but you don't want to allow Optic to go into that round number 5 with a couple players on streaks.
They're on streaks right now. This is 4 for Shotzi, 5 for Shotzi. Looking for 6. Not going to get it. Spark's going to be there for this. And Hook Spree's gone as well. Final seconds tick away. We go to a deciding round, overtime. But the efforts there of Cloud9, it will guarantee defense. And defense has been the only source of victory in this map.
Yeah, so now Optic have to figure out a different approach here. It's 2 times now where they've switched up their break off. 3 through well, everyone through top hallway. Neither one of them has worked. Wayne almost gave them a run for their money here. He was making play after play, kill after kill. Movement was on point. Great understanding of what everything is going to get thrown at him. But once Optic were able to capitalize their way back on in with Shotzi and Merc finding 2 of their own, it was just an easy hold after that. But you got to figure it out on the attack.
And that's a high pressure moment. Gwen's on point. He's one shot. Means nothing. Where he's able to move like that, find those kills, both teams performing incredibly admirably in that point. Here we go, folks.
Love it.
Strap in. This is going to be a doozy. Shotzi already with the capture. Slow and steady, but again, defensively so sound. Out of C9.
They take their time on their approach. They said, okay, we're going to play to shut you down at B, and if you're not here, we're going to be in position to win a majority of our one-on-one gunfights to keep you off of that A objective. So even with Shotzi still alive, trying to make impactful plays from top plat, he's able to pick up an AR, and that's a crucial one because now the players off the respawn have to account for him.
Yeah, he's finding sweet kills all over the place on Hook. This is a couple of lovely plays in this life alone. Oh, Shotzi!
Good shots.
Sib has just been a 1v1 titan here on the map. First segment of B, collected. The second on its way out. The second man there on the capture, Hook's going to push forward, try to buy some space at this point in time, and Sib is having none of it. Dashi alone on the zone, turned to dust. They don't secure the second segment just yet.
It's still a 2v2, and Mercules knows, let me just get the second segment done so I give myself a little bit more of a chance to potentially extend the game clock. But we don't need a chance when you're still here contesting. Your teammates are now here to reinforce and help you with these gunfights. Already 2 kills in favor of Optic. Make it 3. B is done and gone.
2 minutes. 21 lives either side. Optic are trying to do the impossible, win an attacking round here on this game of Hacienda. This is for the match. C9, you have come so far. The reach out, Hook to the pistol, to the kill he gets. All for naught though. Trades continue, and there's plenty of space in mid-map with Optic's name all over it.
Oh, but that's a big one-on-one gunfight right there from Spart. Catch Dashy on the repinch. Now Spark still trying to contest from top hallway. He's able to set up his teammate for the kill, and he's able to put himself now on 5 in a row. All map control in favor of C9. But there is one segment done at A, so Optic are just looking for one opportunity to potentially close this one out.
Dashy's going the long way round. You get involved here, but Hook punches a hole through the front. And Kremp now having to worry about both floors. Gwyn through mid. Can he get another? No, but that might be enough to again pull these players back. Dashy now still trying to get involved in the play, helping out with the capture. Second segment nearly done. No, another save from C9.
Perfect clear out right there from C9. Everyone just valuing their lives once they win a one-on-one.
Ay.
Are trapped in the back of their spawn. Shotzi's able to find an opening through the garage side. The stun is able to connect for info onto the second. So even with Cloud9 having a good approach there, Optic give themselves another lifeline.
You got 9 lives left for Optic. Give a minute though. Stopped on A. Here comes the second segment in the bag. This map is not over yet. The stack is there. Optic stack the point. They keep the capture going. No one is home. Oh my goodness. A 3-0. And what a comeback. They're in control. Optic puts C9 to the sword. What a sensational game of Hacienda. Blink and you missed it.
Adjustments out of Optic. They realize, okay, the initial B push didn't work. The secret push didn't work. But let's have a different approach on our final attacking round, and let's go over towards A. You're able to extend the game. Players start to get activated. Multi-kill after multi-kill. The close spawns after the update allows them to reinforce over towards that B point, which allowed Mercules to play his life the way that they did. But you can even see it. Once Shotzi finds that opening kill and that stun connects, they instantly find the second. And who's the last player that comes off spawn? It's Dashy. He knows that most likely someone from Cloud9 is going to try to work a pinch on Spiral. So he basically camps his spawn to guarantee one kill. And that was the safety net for Cloud9 to retake their way back into A. Once he falls, the stack is good. And the green wall, again, another 3-0.
And that is why they are world champions. That's why they're back-to-back world champions. The game is never over until it is over. Optic cool game. Despite the defensive hold, it all goes their way. Unbelievable, folks. Well, Fancy is waiting on stage now with Mercules.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We are back on stage after smooth sailing from Optic right into the playoffs, right into the quarterfinals. I have Mercules with me for our Amazon winner interview. First, you guys got the back-to-back. You're the team of the year, and now you're smooth sailing into the quarterfinals. How do you feel right now?
Feeling good. Team's playing good. Just got to keep it going.
Yeah, honestly, you just got to keep it going, right? So, for your next match, you might go against either Team Orchid, 100 Thieves, or Gentle Mates. Is there anybody in particular that you would like to go against?
Doesn't matter.
Are you saying you're going to win either way?
Yep, that's the plan.
I mean, that's the plan. You just heard Mercules saying that they're aiming to win for the whole thing. But do you think that this is the roster where you guys just come together and actually win the Esports World Cup?
Oh yeah, no, 100%. As long as we just keep playing our game and teamwork, I mean, we're obviously 4 of the most talented players in the league, so just got to do that.
All right, well, best of luck to you. Back to you guys at the studio.
Thank you, Fancy, and shout out to Fancy and Ian also coming in on the 11:30 a.m. bus. It is now 1 a.m. the following day as we continue here at EWC. Optic, they are going to be elated to be going to bed after just 3 because this game 3 was looking very messy with Cloud9 going up 2 rounds.
Yeah, it was looking a little sketchy, especially when Cloud9 was able to solidify that final defense, and they were doing a really good job. And we talk about great teams versus the good. It's when they're able to take these controls in the way that they do. But for Optic Texas, thankfully, they have what we like to call Mercules, who is the best control player in the
Yeah, Optic just has a plan every single time, right? Like, they're getting spawn blended right there on their side at well. You don't know if you're going to get a couple kills to get through well. So what do? You all OE through Lambo and then instantly hop the point and just stack. And there's just not enough time to make a decision there. If you're Cloud9, you're not able to clean them up, and then you're forced to take those gunfights where ultimately, if you lose 2 of them, the game is just over flying out of those windows. So Optic, just unbelievably, like, they've gotten so much better at the fundamentals and making those quick decisions. You've seen it right there in that
I
last
wanted to
round.
congratulate Optic and say they are the first team to make it into the playoff bracket, but that's not true. Vancouver Surge beat 100 Thieves, I was told, and they should be there as well.
Yep.
So
it
is getting spicy already. 100 Thieves playing for their lives tomorrow. Optic, Vancouver have the day off. And I wanted to ask you, Ali, what is that like as a team to know that you have 24 hours to just watch and prepare for this championship bracket?
It feels incredible. I mean, I think every team here obviously wants to be having that day off, not only because of the jet lag, but also getting to watch other teams, do some VOD review, get to maybe even watch some of the challenger teams that are still trying to fight for maybe a spot to make it into that bracket. So much pressure relieved off their shoulders to hit a little regain.
Yeah, that's massive for Surge, and that's now back-to-back times they've played the Thieves and they're able to take them out. A team that has cooked them all year long. Surge looking absolutely phenomenal.
We saw some great highlights from this series. Was there an MVP from Optic looking at this squad as they now are one of 8 moving into that playoff bracket?
Yeah, I mean, we saw some huge plays. I'm going to go back to the search and destroy. Obviously, it was a very close game. And Shotzi had 4 first bloods with 15 kills.
Is that good?
That is ridiculous. On protocol, just finding gaps, getting through, making impact plays. And, you know, when we talked about it before, like, who do you want to prepare for if you're going up against Optic? It's Shotzi, 7 days of the week. The kid is an absolute menace.
Yeah, it was a really good shot from you, Ant, earlier on, talking about, like, Shotzi, if you want to get anybody early in that
kill
first
that guy.
blood, you gotta kill that guy. And they definitely felt it in this series if you're Cloud9. I mean, he was slipping the gun every time during that search and destroy, and it's tough because Cloud9 was able to hang in there, but unfortunately fell short.
Cloud9 goes up in almost all of these games, Ant. So talk to me about the rest of the tournament for this team, because the job isn't done yet. You're either playing G2 or another winner from that elimination match that's going down tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Cloud9, obviously you already 3-0 G2, and then 5 Fears, you're expecting them to be able to beat them as well. Yep. I think Cloud9 are in a pretty good spot. You look at all 3 of those maps, extremely winnable. Like, they were seconds away from closing out that control. You look at the hard point, I mean, it was a close game, except you lose the Money Hill both times if you're Cloud9, right? This is still a young roster. They have just added Gwyn to the team, so I'm thinking Cloud9 still has a great opportunity to do some damage in our bracket.
Looking at the mini-map, were there team chemistry issues with Cloud9? I know this is just the first time we've ever seen Gwyn in a Cloud9 jersey.
I wouldn't say team chemistry issues. I just think a couple of mistakes. I think a couple of flying out, a couple of wasting of their lives, of maybe not being on the same page in those hard points when it came to, like, just give up, hit a rotation, get our fundamentals down. But I don't hate what I saw from Cloud9. I mean, we have to remind they're going up against our best team in the game
World
right
champs.
now.
Yeah, I mean, it's an extremely tough match. And like I said, Optic are so fast with their decisions, and they steamroll almost everybody that they play, right? So for Cloud9, still think they're a formidable opponent, and they still have a massive opportunity.
If they win game 1, it's likely they're going to finish you in 3. 2 3-0s for Optic as they now enter our playoff bracket. Cloud9 got the win over G2, falling short in this qualifier, but they get a second chance against the winner of 5 Fears or G2 Esports, aka Minnesota, tomorrow.
Yeah, and like I said, you can see right here, they already beat G2.
They're feeling great.
5 Fears, you know, coming in as the worst-seeded amateur team that we have. Cloud9 still in a great spot. Hey, kudos to Optic. 6-0 map count so far. Steam rolling through. Find themselves in a position now with a high seed and a good spot in the bracket.
Been fun. Group A, mostly done for the night.
Yeah.
We got a few other groups to talk about, though, Ali. And we got to talk about the B-Stream action, because coming into this group, we thought we were going to have some favorites. Vancouver and 100 Thieves. Both of them taking care of business. But you have FaZe and Heretics on your screen here. What is going on right now? It looks like Heretics ready to take the first hard point.
I mean, it's unbelievable. This is a Heretics that we still expected to see, right? Like, Heretics, they love to play at a pace. I mean, they've been an absolute monster, it feels like, all year long. Hello, Bruce. Welcome to the couch. We're talking about this. Look at
Hopping in live.
Wait, let me peep. Who's playing?
Any surprises here? You got Miami, a.k.a. the Heretics, here in this tournament, taking on FaZe Clan.
Is this game 1?
Game 1?
Yeah.
250.
Miami might be, they might be the FaZe boogeyman, bro.
Yeah, actually, might be.
Bro. Like, reincarnated.
Yes, IW.
Okay.
Listen, I mean, this is a Miami team. They just play hyper aggressive. It's tough to beat them.
Now, you guys have the green wall, but they have La Barca, a.k.a. the ship. You saw the
I
captain
peeped
hats.
it. Even in the Bravo stage, these guys are making history. These guys are just pulling up whenever they want. They got the flag going. Good for them, honestly.
Heretics are going wild, but you are no stranger to the fans just embracing Optic with love. What has it been like here in Riyadh? It seems that every time you guys stand up, it smiles across all 4 faces.
Dude, it's actually insane here. I mean, I always say that the green wall is global, but this actually proves it. We just go outside. There's people, Shotze, Brucey, you know what I mean? Like, shout out to all my Arabs out there, man. You guys are hella cool. And, man, we love the green wall. Like, they're literally everywhere. So shout out to you guys.
they're loud too, and they travel really well. We expect to see them for the remaining 3 days, but you guys have day 2 off. What are you going to do now? Have you even talked with the team? Because you have 24 hours to watch the rest of the field.
I think tomorrow actually having an off day is pretty big for us, just getting used to like the jet lag. I mean, our whole team is pretty much like zombies, especially during that last match. So to come out with a win, it's a really gritty one. So proud of the boys for staying strong. And, just going to probably play some more COD. Eat some good food. I mean, the catering here has been insane.
It's insane.
Yeah, probably going to do that.
Are you expected to scrim teams?
I believe so. We're probably going to end up maybe warming up a couple teams just to stay in the flow of it. We don't want to lose that.
You know what, Brandon? Listen, you're giving off an easygoing vibe, and I've noticed that lately in your interviews, kind of when you're streaming, and you've had a lot of pressure on your career and on you as an individual throughout your career in the last couple of years, and now you've won a couple world championships and
back to back.
Yeah,
back to back. By the way,
let it be known, and you're really moving up those ranks. And how does it feel, man? Is that what's giving you the confidence to kind of just be like a little bit more easygoing? Because it feels like there's a weight off your shoulders when you walk in the room.
Yeah, I'd probably say, that relief of just winning champs last year definitely helped. But I kind of always been like that. Just enjoy the game, enjoy the moment, enjoy the team, especially for Frying. That definitely helps. But earlier in the year, it was definitely looking a little dark. But definitely winning champs twice definitely helps.
Definitely helps. Just
bank
a little.
account looks a little nicer too, as well.
Yeah, cool.
So speaking of bank accounts, there's some serious money. $1.8 million on the line. When we get to Championship Sunday, there's only 4 teams. We've listed our 3 we think that will be there. Can you give me 3 other teams that will be joining Optic on Sunday?
We still got to get there first. You know what I mean? Like the classical.
In the best case scenario.
Yeah, best case scenario that we're there. I'd probably got to go FaZe. I feel like that's just an easy pick. I kind of want to get a dark horse team going here. I'll say 100T. That's not a dark horse, but
they just lost, so
I'll say that. Shit, I don't even know, bro. I don't even know. Maybe actually Surge. Yeah, that's just a.
I like
easy
that
answer.
call out. Heretics are going to try and squeeze their way into another top 4 finish, I think.
Or Miami, yeah.
And we'll see what they're able to get done here. I want to talk about you, though, in your role. You're one of the best ARs of all time. How do you feel? What is your job right now with Mercules in the lineup? What is your role specifically as an AR?
Dude, it's pretty crazy because it's coming almost full circle, at least in my career. Because I looked up to Matt kind of the same way Mason did with me. So then it's kind of just like me.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's super cute.
Yeah, I guess it is pretty cute. I guess
Super cute.
No, but it's pretty cool just to see it because, I never thought in my career that somebody would, I don't want to say looked up to me, but definitely admired my gameplay. So it's just trying to help them out in whatever way I can and just trying to be a good teammate, trying to show up on time before everybody tweaks out. You know what I mean? Everybody just assumes the kid's late. Bro, the kid's on time. You know what I mean? And I'm also shooting. So just pretty much just trying to be a good teammate.
I love it, man. Well, you guys have found your form at the perfect time this season. Keep it up.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you, guys.
That is Dashy. We're going to let him go join the rest of Optic. We're taking a break. When we come back, it's the final fight of the night here on the A Stream. Don't go anywhere. It's Esports World Cup. The desert is cooling off as the sun sets here in Riyadh, but the games are still kicking in the STC Arena. We've gone through 5 matches. We are down to the 6th and final battle as we'll decide another team to move on into our playoff bracket. Alley Cat Nameless joining me here at the desk. I'm your host, Chris Puckett. And Alley, we're excited for this one because Boston let us down most of the year. We knew they were mediocre. They played mediocre. But in the final event, they stepped up their game.
Something insane. A top 3 placing. Snoopy must have gotten a new haircut because that is not the one that I know. But he's looking good across the board. This is a roster not many people had high expectations for throughout this entire season. And what's crazy about it is this is a team built for Respawn, right? But what was shocking is that they have been disgusting in Search and Destroy recently. Even in their matchup earlier, they went down map 1 versus Team War. They head into that map 2. They were down 0-3. They go 6 in a row and absolutely start dominating the series. And it started off the back of the young rookie of Snoopy, the youngest on this roster. Excuse me, not rookie, but it feels like it because he has been so new and causing so much chaos in this team.
The star of Mexico, right? Is he the best player to ever come out of Mexico?
He might be, actually. Yeah, let's run with that because he is sensational. He's got one of the best POVs to watch in game, and he could take over at any moment. And then also you combo that with a guy like Purge, who also individually is insane and has that mind for Call of Duty. You saw him in that series as well. Like when they needed him to get going, went on an 11 streak, just hit flow state.
Yeah.
So this is a boss team that's very dangerous, and as Ali mentioned, the Search and Destroy has been top notch. That's what got them that top 3.
Boston retooled their roster for EWC 2024.
Yeah, they
It's
did.
been a full year, and we talked to Purge about it.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with the one and only Purge from the Boston Breach. Purge, you're getting ready for your next matchup here, coming to the main stage. But I want to talk about your last matchup because I was watching it. You guys lost map 1, was down 0-3.
Yeah.
It was looking grim, but somehow you snapped into a 6-1, 3-0, almost 100-point club to win that series 3-1. Talk to me about y'all resilience and how did y'all bounce back in that series?
Yeah, I mean, we came out flat. I mean, to be honest, we had no warm-up. We haven't been shooting our guns, so we were a little cold. Our brains were a little foggy, I'll be honest. But, I mean, we knew what it was. I mean, we knew we were a better team. So even down 0-3 map 2, down 0-1 map count, we knew we just had to lock it in, bring it back together.
Yep.
Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, just
handle business.
Handling the business, getting the job done, okay? And you guys are getting better and better as time goes on. Yeah. And one of only 2 teams to keep the same roster since last year's EWC. Talk to me about, you guys as a squad, how y'all bonding, what's the camaraderie like?
Yeah, I mean, we do a lot together. I mean, we do everything pretty much together. We live together, go to gym together, chill, eat, we're pretty much brothers at this point. We trust each other, so I think it goes a long way in the game. I think there was times in the year where we definitely could have made a change, but we didn't. I think we stuck it out, and I think it's paying off for us. We just got to keep it locked in for this event.
There you go. Okay. Now, how do you guys plan on building off your last performance? Okay. What do you guys plan on doing different this event to be able to hoist that trophy?
Yeah, I mean, obviously at champs we couldn't win a hard point, so we tried our best to get better at hardpoint over the break. I mean, we had a slow one map 1 against Team War, but we came out hot map 4. I think we just got to keep the momentum rolling. I think we win hardpoints. We'll probably win every series that we play. I mean, probably one of the better S&D teams. I think we've got control down pretty well.
Yeah.
So win hardpoints. I think we're a pretty well-rounded team.
There you go. So you don't have to do too many dirty Nuzlos out there to bring those series away. All right.
Yeah.
Well, Purge, I'm gonna let you go get ready for that matchup. That's gonna do it for me and him.
Purge letting you know that Breach is one of the few teams willing to go to a Game 5 consistently. They do not mind an extra S&D, but you heard them say we want to get it done in hard points. Do you think they have the firepower in this matchup?
Absolutely. I said earlier, you look at this roster and you instantly think hardpoint. I mean, you got Big Gig awake. I think back to Cold War, and I think back to Vanguard and how incredible he was as a Slayer, and even Cammy back in Cold War as well. So I look at this roster and I think hardpoint has to come to them naturally eventually. I mean, not that they're bad in the game mode. They're actually an incredibly well-rounded team, and I think that's what makes them scary this weekend.
Yeah, they talked a lot about Boston. I got to keep us moving, though, because Movie Star Koi is on the other side of the stage. This match kicks off in about 2 minutes, and we talked to Abe about it. Here's what the new guy said.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with Abe, the newest member of the Big Dogs Club, okay? Abe, you guys just came off the main stage. You got a big win. How you feeling off of that?
Feeling great. I got 3 great teammates, so make it easy, and I'm just excited to get back on the stage and play more.
There you go. And, we're happy to have you on the big stage, okay? Playing against the best teams in the world. Now, being on this new roster, have you learned anything new? What's the vibes been like? How have your teammates been?
Yeah, I've learned a bunch of stuff. I mean, they're easy to fit in with. They get all the kills. They're teaching me like little spots that maybe I should be playing, and so they just make it easy. I just have to fill correctly, and it goes pretty easy.
There you go. And so now, especially with you playing on Movie Star CoD, you know, the competition is just going to get better and better and tougher as the week goes on, all right? You know, what's the goal for y'all this weekend? You know, you got Boston Breach coming up. You know, what do you guys plan on being able to do this weekend?
I mean, the goal is always first. We've been putting good work in, trying our best. The guys been filling me in with everything. So the goal's first. Yeah, I mean, trying to get that trophy.
There you go. All right. Now, I want to ask you, man, you know, here at EWC, you know, I don't know if this is the longest you've ever had to fly to get anywhere, okay? What has your experience been like?
I mean, this is awesome. The travel day was a bit rough. I mean, I've flown 3 hours. That was probably the most. So, I mean, it was a long travel day, but as soon as I got here, vibes are awesome. They're taking great care of us, so it's awesome.
There you go. Now, speaking about vibes, your SMG duo, Joe, is all vibes, okay? What is it like breaking a point, running there with him, and also even having Kleenex as a third sub to be able to get into the party with y'all?
I mean, it's so easy. Like, they just run in, they'll get 2, if not 3, and I'll just clean it up. I'll grab their hill. I mean, they do everything, so they make it so easy for me, and it's awesome to be with them.
There you go, man. I wish you the best of luck on your next matchup coming up. All right, show Abe some love. He about to give it everything he got on that main stage.
It's been a number of top 3 finishes on the year for Movie Star CoD under the brand Toronto Ultra. They're looking for another run with a new member. We'll see if they can get it done with a triple dose of Hacienda. Is this good news for Boston or Movie Star?
I say Boston, just because the triple Hacienda in the middle of this. But that vault, I'm looking at Movie Star CoD for sure. That's a team that is fire at fundamentals, and that should be a good map one for them.
Ladies and gentlemen, enough yapping from the studio. The final match of the day here in Riyadh is ready. Let's send it over to the stage.
We push forward now into the final matchup of the day. We made it. This is it. And one more quarterfinal spot hangs in the balance to be decided here tonight.
Absolutely. Optics and Vancouver are in. Who's going to be next in line to lock in a spot in that top 8 and claiming club championship points in the process?
Let's find out, shall we? Solid, consistent, and looking to level up. It's Movie Star CoD!
And their opponents, they were quiet all year, then came third in Canada. Now here in Riyadh for more, it's Boston Breach.
It's the last matchup of the day for a spot with the big boys in the playoffs. Who's going to step up and take it? Let's get it.
Woo-wee! We've got ourselves a late one here in Riyadh. 1:20 in the morning. These players look primed and ready to go. And whether you're sitting under the lights here in Saudi Arabia, finding the comforts of your own couch in America, or finding yourself lounging at the poolside ready to go, we've got ourselves a banger. Boston and Movie Star CoD. I'm Shift, with me Ton. And these are two teams that, again, in this group, you expect to be in this matchup, but there's a lot of question. Who's the better squad?
It's going to be interesting, but these guys should be gassed up. If they've been listening to the playlist we just had on to get
I'll tell you.
Here, every one of these guys is dropping a 40 bomb. I don't even know if that's statistically possible, but it might happen. But realistically speaking, look, this is a crazy matchup. It's hard to lean one way or the other.
Yeah.
I want to get him to close out day number 1. It's been a crazy day number 1 of EWC. We're interested to see how it's going to conclude.
You really talk about the narratives of these two squads. Over the course of the entirety of the year, you look at Movie Star CoD as the superior team, more consistent team, but lacking in terms of getting to a final placement that's worth noting. Whereas for Boston, yeah, they were able to thwart a lot of the early top contenders at some of the most mid-season majors, and then most importantly, very recently, coming third, surprising a lot of people with a long upper bracket run. Maybe a little bit blessed with the bracket they had gotten, but also creating the opportunities themselves by beating Thieves most notably as we get ready for a square up in these two teams here.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, you only have to beat who's in front of you, right?
Correct.
That's the position you have to find yourselves in, and well, both these two teams would love to beat who is directly in front of them right now. Got some history on this one as well, Cammy on the opposite side. We've had that story for quite some time now, but it's a story that will continue to be shown. You've seen actually a little bit of trash between him and Insight there. They were kind of giving each other
strangers.
A little talking to.
Indeed the case. But a full circle story here for Boston. It's been nearly a full 365 days since this roster was formed, to the surprise of the entire community. And they continue to provide surprise after surprise as we get locked in for Vault Hardpoint. It's Movie Star Koi and the Boston Breach. Let's get it on.
Let's see how things are going to break down. As I said, this matchup, it's so evenly matched when we have a look at the breakdown of the series and how it's going to run out. There's some good maps for both these two teams. Something we'll talk about maybe when the S&D comes around. But recently, Movistar have not been hot at that, so they would love to start this with a nice one to kick things off here on Vault. And I'm curious to see how it is going to work out. Like Kleenex, as I said, we've seen him on that flex. Are we going to see a little bit more SMG when it comes down to Vault? You would expect to see so. And when you pull that SMG out before, start of practice.
And there's a little bit of that level of, is it going to be a honeymoon period for Koi with Abe in the mix, with a couple of role swaps to be considered? Otherwise, will the tried and tested Boston team continue to find success? And so far, the story leans towards the latter. Snoopy 4-0. Awakening had a 3-0 start. And Purge just found his second death after a hot start of his own. So 22 playing 2 over 2P2. And all good things coming in doubles as Abe's able to clean things up over the back. Not quite able to find his second. And that leads to Boston trying to surround the front. Joe able to deal with both of his 2 kills. And that'll stabilize for Koi.
Yeah, big kills coming in from Joe. Makes everybody else's job just that little bit easier. Trying to hold it down towards his backside. Big push, big kill. And he gets taken down. This is a nice hold from Movistar. And realistically speaking, we see a nice start from Boston there. Picking up some decent time over towards V1. But this transition, very, very strong from Movistar. Now setting up some very good time.
And this is, I was going to say, an interesting moment here for Kleenex. Again, talking about him picking up that extra AR when they need it. Is he familiar with the positionings and the timings to find the most success with that weapon? Right there, he gets a little bit caught. Maybe not in the most effective position with the AR. Insight over the cross from the pool. Does well to keep Koi very comfortable inside the hard point. Joe DeCias really hasn't had any action come his way in the last 45 seconds. He's just soaking up the hill.
Yeah, thankfully for the side of Boston, that was the case. It was a 5 spree before he does eventually fall to Cammy. Good shots coming in from Kleenex there, though. They are positioning and shot. Not under question in that specific gunfire whatsoever. They've had a decent debut, though. We've seen in the very first series that these guys played today. Very solid outing from Movistar Koi. I would say for Boston, you know, solid outing as well, but that map number 1 loss against Team War, some questions to be raised there.
Yeah, I think a little bit of like, it's getting the jitters out of touch. Yeah. The next 3 maps were pretty convincing for them. The search was like a 6-4, and then it was pretty much a cleanup from there on out. As we head over towards one of the hotly contested hard points here in Black Ops 6, P3 on Vault. So far, Movistar Koi's done well to actually get the benefit of the majority of the first 30 seconds. Boston still being a little bit held over towards the middle of the map as Movistar will come back in, recontest, and find more time as they put pressure on the rotation as well.
After winning these gunfights, 50-50 is fine, but Snoopy going to even those odds back in the favor now of Boston. Can he find another as well? That's 3 big kills from Snoopy at the exact right time. Rotation should be hit for Boston, albeit it is a 20-point deficit. Default very much under lock and key. Big push going to come here from the side of Movistar Koi through in the middle of the map, but Snoopy still firing.
Yeah, big,
straight as an arrow.
Big shutdown. Also good assistance from Cammy on one side, and on top of that, Purge on the other.
Insight.
And, well, I think Purge, I don't know what that was, but his arrow was looking like he was hugging the wall. Hopefully there's not an issue on his side because, he is, there is something wrong with Purge right now. He's not moving. Neither is Cammy. And after what was a really solid start for Movistar Koi, it looks like we might be heading to the direction of a reset. That's indeed the case.
I shall pop myself down on this seat. And
we'll join you. Yeah. Should we pop some more Sabrina Carpenter into our ears?
Well, you know what? I was happy to leave it as a vibey little playlist, but
we were vibing.
If you want to out us, that's fine.
I did. I have no shame.
Zero. Absolutely. Sadly, I still do.
Well, you got to own it. If you're gonna drop it in the gym, you got to own it.
Oh, I was dropping it in the gym. It was a vibe.
Do you like how I've just forced you to own it right there?
Yeah, well, I'm going to have to now, aren't I?
You're welcome. Welcome. Welcome to Casting with Shift. This is what Jay gets the treatment of.
Secrets alive on Earth.
Usually for me and Jay, it's just like I'll hit some movie reference from like the 1990s, and he's just like, "You do you, man." Like, I got no idea.
Yeah. No, we've had a few of those. I can imagine when jumping in with Miles this week, I'll get a couple. Those references, only chance understands.
Correct.
We'll get there with it.
Correct.
We'll get there. No, but I think, if you had to think about that map in particular and how things started, pretty even. Like, yeah, okay, Movistar are in a good spot, but I think if you're Boston, you're in a nice position as well for P4, so things could have switched around relatively quickly, so a relatively even start. A statistic I did want to speak about, though, as we do have a small intermission here, is the fact that for Movistar, their S&D as of recent.
Say it. Just say it.
We were talking about it. They've lost 6 in a row. Only won 1 of their last 11.
Yeah. And we heard it from Joe DeCeves when he was on the analyst couch after their win. They almost hit him with the straight, hard, cold question of, dude, you got to be honest, what's going on with your search and destroy? And he sat there and said, we still feel good about our map pool. I think, Koi fans are going to say, I don't want to see dealership ever again out of these guys. And to their fault, yes, 1 out of their last 11, but to their benefit, a number of those losses have been round 10s, round 11s, or maybe a round 9 here or there. And their 1 win did come in a map 5 when they needed it. So there is a level of that, but it's still not as good as it was at the beginning of the year when we were looking at this, then Toronto Ultra, now Movistar Koi roster as one of the best in the league.
Yeah, and look, I suppose, not every single S&D is a map 5, but when they have gone to map 5s, they are the best map 5 team in the game.
Right? Yeah.
Still the first overall, even considering their S&D record over the last month or so. Has not been hot. It's been extremely cold, actually, Alan. It is the opposite of what it's been in Riyadh today.
Hot. How long were you sitting on that wordplay?
About 5 seconds.
I love that. Good off the cuff out of you. Softball, but we take it.
It's a softball.
No, I mean, it is interesting because, again, a lot of those map 5 stats come from so long ago because they either get the job done or and I don't know, is that like we have to go back and check. I'm sure Brian Stats is listening. He might be able to give me the information on Twitter. Is that just because Toronto Ultra continue to pick as Team A and not or whatever it is, or they pick the map 5 all the time, so when they get to map 5, like they're just cleaning up and they're always losing map 2s? Like,
there's now a lot of 3-1s.
Yeah.
That very well could be. Yeah, I think there's always something you can kind of pop into, but I think the top and bottom of it is they're still losing S&Ds and a lot of them.
That's fair. But let's talk about the vault, because we got a lot of Hacienda, and just to kind of at a glance, if you're going to label that as anything, that's Boston Playground. They love Hacienda, everything. But the vault opening hardpoint is an interesting one. I feel like a lot of our top teams have defaulted towards trying to veto it out of the way, because you lose 1 rotation, you can lose the map. Like, things just happen where you don't necessarily account for 1 player to go astray. But throwing, I think, this into the mix is compelling, because really the rest of the map pool for both these two teams has like, okay, this is a clear-cut favorite or a clear-cut veto for both. This feels like a little bit of a neutral square-up outside of the fact that Toronto maybe has found more success in hardpoint overall than Boston. It's easy to say after the last month and a half of the calendar, CDL year, because they were just winning 2, 3, 5s everywhere. But is this a map that you look at for Boston, say, you win this one and this whole series just becomes yours? Because that's kind of what it feels like.
It very well could. And I'm in the same breath of that, obviously, the specific stats on the S&D from the side of Movistar. You look at Boston, and yeah, okay, we'll talk about their hardpoint, but let's kind of wrap it up. They've only won 3 of their last 10 in hardpoint.
Yeah, good point. Yep.
That's not great either, of course. So that that kind of weighs up the series in a certain sense. Like, you're expecting certain modes to kind of go a specific way. If that is the case, then, well, are we relying on the control to help decide this series? Like, is that where we're going to sit at?
Yeah.
We'll find out as we do get over towards map number 3, hopefully imminently, when we do get things up and running and we can get map number 1 underway.
Yeah. I think the other point, just to kind of piggyback a touch on that hardpoint Boston conversation, and I think, again, I'll be the first one to admit, and I'd kind of put my foot in my mouth a little bit, I was really kind of discrediting the Boston success that they were finding in the trail half of the regular season. And then they get all of a sudden into the culmination of the year, and it's, again, the same issues that we continue to see in hardpoint, but they've become so complete in search and control that they're running through some of the top teams, including your Thieves, including, your Optics, a couple of map wins versus your Vancouvers. Like, they're in the position to fight versus the top dogs because of the prowess they've shown in the 2-3-5. It's just confusing, I think, to the eye test to see success in those modes and then not have it at all in hardpoint.
And again, just to further attest towards the point of Hacienda, they may well have lost, what, 7 of their last 10 hardpoints, but their Hacienda stats are still the number 1 in the game.
Correct.
It's important. And the map set does have Hacienda in it, map number 4. Hacienda hardpoint, of course, we do have somewhat of a Hacienda sandwich for the series. A little vault to start things off.
Kind of a reverse Hacienda sandwich. All the Hacienda goodies in the middle.
No, because I would say, what do you call a sandwich? It's what's in the filling, right?
Do you?
Yeah.
I think a lot of people classify
a sandwich a bread sandwich, right?
Well, I think a lot of people would say they select and choose their sandwich by, like, you start with the bread option first. Like, the bread is arguably the most important part.
Listen,
in a lot of ways.
whatever bread you have, what the filling is what you would call the sandwich.
I suppose.
You wouldn't call it a hearty Italian sandwich. You would
you not? Wait.
No.
Pause.
No.
I feel like every place you go to, you could go bread or
turkey and ham.
Unless it was an Italian sandwich, whereas pepperoni, salami, and
yeah, I know, but then that's into linking the two together. Whereas these are different maps.
Oh, fair. Okay.
If it was a five map Hacienda, I'm all with it. I don't want modes we're playing, but hey.
This is what happens when.
Don't you try and do this at 1 a.m.
I know it. I'm keeping you on your toes. I've got an Americano Express lane into my soul right now. It's just so funny because I know a lot of the Western audience is like, dude, it's 6 p.m. Like,
yeah, they're chilling. And once again, Europe is still asleep.
Well, yeah. Maybe waking up a little bit. I got to say that the Movie Star Koi fan base traveled.
Solid, yeah.
Those boys that have always flexed the strength in the North flags are here, and they are getting boisterous, and we will match that same energy. Shall we try it again, friends? Why not? Let's get our toes dipped in the sand and get into the vault. Hard point for our second attempt, where Boston, coming off the opening breakoff, looks solid for the first hill, but it was Movistar Koi looking really good on P2, and now the script has flipped as all 4 will fall immediately as Movistar Koi will win the opening breakoff.
Yeah, last time around, as you mentioned, kind of Boston come out flying. P1 wasn't too bad, but P2 did very quickly turn on its head. Joe Deceives now finding 2 to kick things off, and was it just a case for Movistar Koi to warm themselves up into this one? Nice stop.
Yeah, second live's good, though, for Boston. Abe, new boy up, making his way into the hard point, but not having the coordination with the team. Only sees him find 1. Cammy, the last one left alive. Extends the play nicely to the front hallways, but Abe gets the shutdown and will at least keep the P2 side of the map safe for Koi.
All right, similar setup. Joe Deceives now going to set himself up a little bit more aggressive. He was the one caught in the point, and well, the reason you don't want him there, you can do this outside of it. Awakening on the cross, should be getting caught by the guy inside of the point, but no, Joe, once again, 7-2. He's got his ARs now to cover over the pool side. Purge will find something, but nothing is able to stop Joe Deceives right now. 8-2 to kick things off.
Yeah, good look as well over to Awakening. Couple of shots, able to make that life very simple for Kleenex, and Joe Deceives is doing it all. He is flying, he is frying, and eventually runs into too many breach members as Cammy actually put some pressure on the backside at spawn. So yes, the first 30 seconds, good for Movistar. The Boston threatening for a break. Surrounding the hill has Abe essentially feeling like, come out with your hands up, and he will come out. Not with hands up, though. Abe finds a critical kill inside off the long spawn, keeps him safe. And how about the follow-up for Movistar Koi? A flawless start.
Movistar gets spawned out, Boston on the close side, but they can't get rid of Abe. He's found 3 inside of the point. The rest of the team were there to pick up the pieces. Unbelievable stuff from Movistar Koi. Find themselves in a better position than they were already in before the reset. Now over towards P3. Boston will be thinking to themselves, right, okay, we need to get something going right now.
For real.
Points is not good enough.
No, it is not, and they're losing time here at this very mixy P3, while also losing out on the rotation towards the P4 side of the map. Purge clearing a little bit of space. Finally, Boston able to accrue some time. Snoopy keeps the middle of the map safe, and now you can actually, you can get your SMGs working on potentially an early route. Joe Deceives keeps the first intention safe. Purge trying to follow, not able to get the lineup, and things will stabilize. Boston's still on the hill, but Toronto's still owning the left side of the minimap.
For Toronto, well, Movistar, sorry, for the sake of this map entirely, after you have that good of a start, you're happy to really sit in on those spawns if you need to. That's cool. If Boston are going to get some time, albeit some really good time over towards P3, I think they maybe been a little bit overzealous for sitting back as far as they did, especially if you can't contain Purge. It's a big gunfight win. P4 is looking pretty much under lock and key. I mean, you kind of take that, but at the same time, probably giving Boston a little much.
Well, let's be honest. To the eyes of the critic, there is something to be said about that P3 from the side of Movistar KOI. Boston on the other side, and their Breach fans are looking at that saying, hey, okay, we had a slow start, and we're now right back in this game and have a threat early to break P4. Abe with the shutdown, though, just in the corner. No cares, no problems. Gets 3. 12-9 start. Rocking it with Joe Deceives from Movistar KOI, and they are off to the races to 100 points.
Lights out from Joe so far, 16-7. Not even a rotation finished. Incredible work from him. And as mentioned as well, Abe has been there to pick up some really solid kills for the squad. Kami is about to find his ex-teammate. Wasn't for the car bomb that comes through. Purge is there to find another one, but once again, Abe left on his own, and he just needs himself and his armors. Incredible work, 7 in a row. Movistar KOI with a very, very solid lead heading into the second rotation.
And a Hellstorm. Yeah. And a Hellstorm. And they're already off P4 and into P1 again. Abe is still cooking on this spree, making the life of our observers really easy. You can just say, just give me number 2 and hold it there. How long can he find this? As Awakening is trying to hit a pinch. Abe in a perfect spot. Good discipline. Take the attention forward. Not able to find the rest of Snoopy, who takes the secondary challenge. And wow, what a call that is for Boston. They get into contest, but the lead is still a significant one for Movistar.
Yeah, Boston really did need this time. And they're getting good opportunities to be allowed to do so. It feels like Movistar are the ones kind of dictating this map, but Boston are saying, right, okay, well, when you give us our chance, we're going to pick up every single second we can. They'll find themselves around 60 behind. P2 rotation is going to be there just about. Their Insight finds himself in a deep spawn. The rest of the team here with him now as well. Will need to clear out, though. The pressure will be there from side of Boston Breach, but Movistar KOI in a good spot for P2.
Yeah, and I was going to say, another moment where you look at Boston and you say, if you were to do the job of counteracting what has been good money hills for Movistar, it's do the job on the neutral hardpoint. So far, P1, P3 has been great for Boston. Chance to try to thread the needle, moving on into P2, and they will be able to get Snoopy in with a little bit of assistance. Spawns are still close, though, for Movistar. Nice long-range shots from Insight. Joe following up inside the hard point, has Snoopy weak, and that's enough for CleanX to finish things off, and it's quickly KOI back into the P2.
And this is a big 40 seconds potentially now. The thing is, with Movistar, they still had presence over towards the van and coming in from the close spawn. If you're Boston, you have spawned way out, and you've got to go into 4 guns that are up and ready to deal with you. Purge, big gunfight win. Snoopy was there to help out. He finds a second as well. CleanX in aim to pick up the pieces. That's 20 seconds uncontested. 20 seconds more, still off them. My goodness me, if Abe is shooting like this, I mean, what, 21-13 from him. Joe's slowed down a little bit. Abe very much picking up the rents.
Yeah, pep in his steps, brings off the diving board, already looking for some pressure on rotation. How about these young guns, these former Stallions members just taking over at the top level? 22-13. Little wiggle, little wag. If he gets Awakening there, throw your PC out the freaking window. Unreal stuff. But Boston still in towards a little bit of time at P3, trying to keep themselves alive.
CleanX at a 5 spree eventually will fall. Great transition from 2 to 3 from him. Pressure's still there, but for all this talk, it feels like we've been talking about Movistar a lot. It's a 50-point game, right?
Yes, exactly.
That are being really resolute, very gritty in their approach yet. Over towards this first map. Vault is one of those, though. It's so mixy at times, and you can just pick up 20 or 30 here and there if you find a 4 dead. Yeah, right. You work with that.
Yeah, Boston's doing what they have to do to counteract the success that Movistar has had at P2 and P4, the money hills. I'll give you this, though, and I'll wager the house on it. If Boston doesn't win a P2 or a P4, they're not going to win this map. Like, they just have to win one of those 2 hard points, especially upcoming as we look over towards the map and see P4 about to unlock. And who's spawning up? It's Movistar KOI. So, again, 50-point game like you mentioned, but it could quickly get out of hand here if Boston can't manage a break.
Inside should be here for the cuts as well. Should be the spawn towards the back. Inside for 2, looking for Snoopy. Awkward gunfight. Snoopy eventually does get taken down, but once again, these big money hills, it's always Movistar KOI there first. Abe 28-16, everybody doing their job right now. Him and Joe have been lights out every single time we go with Abe stunned up. No cover, does not matter. Eventually will drop, the pressure starting to come through. Boston need to start doing something shortly and just cannot find that final kill.
Yeah, but they do get an opportunity here to kind of spawn a little bit closer towards mid, but Abe fills the gap so beautifully. Oh man, there's so much to say about the maturity of these younger players. 31-17, and Abe is barking. opportunity here for Movistar CoD to put the game out of reach.
10 seconds remaining on P4, and that is all sewn up here for the side of Movistar CoD. They're going to find themselves around 40 away. At the time we get into another rotation, you remember that Hellstorm he got a hold of as well? Still
hanging it.
Hasn't had a need to use it. Everybody literally firing Hellstorms out of their Jackals right now. All right, but Joe Deceives, this is incredible work from them. P1 on offer. Let's see if Boston can do their typical, get some of that scrappy point. But that lead that was 50 is now 100 and growing. CleanX has the SMG out there looking to put this one to bed.
Yeah, very comfortable across the board for Movistar CoD. And as mentioned, Boston have done a nice job of keeping themselves in the game by surviving through some key moments on P1 and P3, but struggling to find rotation success towards our money hills. They would have to have that here in the tail end of P1. 220 to 103. Comfortable days looking like it for Movistar CoD, and they even got Abe, again, playing the long game for the new rotation. I'm telling you, in terms of like passing the eye test, he's got the exact role that this Movistar CoD needs to play off of. An objective-focused entry SMG who's 31 and 19, holding down hardpoint time. It allows Joe to do what he wants to do. This is everything you could possibly want for the Movistar CoD system.
I mean, I think if you think away about the last time that a big objective SMG player came in, reminds me of Hixie.
Oh, the Hixie.
Yeah. But Abe's putting up huge numbers right now alongside of it as well. No disrespect to Charlie, of course. There's two coming in from the Hellstorm. This one, he's done and dusted out.
Feels that way. So outside of a very miraculous P3 and a better P1 the next time around, this was all Movistar CoD. Controllers are already down for Boston. And now we could do some good, diligent service here to talking about Abe, and maybe it's not even just Abe. Let's talk a little bit deeper about what that Ultra system was when they had to fill an emergency sub, beans out, Mercules in. You start to think, okay, does the kid have it? Yes, but also, what does the back end look like of this Movistar CoD organization? Can they fit a player in seamlessly and quickly step up their game? They did with Mercules. They are now with Abe as well. And I know they didn't put up the most incredible numbers in their first series, but the fact of the matter is, he pops off here, and this Movistar CoD team with a brand new player with like maybe a week or so of practice is looking to get into tomorrow, or not even tomorrow, but into the playoff bracket.
I mean, how far back do you want to go with
Let's go all the way back. Let's go all the way back.
You think to yourself, like, when the inception of the CDL came around, they were the first team to just start signing hella players.
Yeah, 10, I think, Modern Warfare 2019.
Yeah, 10. Yeah. You're thinking of some of that Heretics roster they were kicking around in there. You're thinking of some of the European talent that was there. They were all there. You think of Abe, you think of Joe Deceives kind of coming in a certain kind of way, of course, from a different route, but they're bringing him up in a good way as well. But then you think of Hixie, you think of Scrap.
Yep, immediately.
No, like, as far as nurturing talent, nobody else has done it like Ultra.
That's so factual. Because it is one of those things, like, of course, you have your stars, but you also have your staples that have been there since essentially day number one.
I mean, these guys, right? I mean, yeah. Look, for me, as a European Call of Duty guy, obviously we knew inside CleanX all the boys were very good players.
Yeah, back in the Singularity days.
To see how much they've raised their level, especially like towards Cold War, like the talent selection. You know what? And I'm going to give a real big shout out to the staff on there as well, and some of the staff who aren't there anymore. You think about Marky B and the guy that guy's been around Europe for a long time. I've known Marky longer than I've known my wife, right? This guy knows Call of Duty. He's been around a long, long time. And the talent selection from everybody in that entire organization, tip-top stuff.
Great stuff. Definitely proves a point. But we're going to send things off to a brief break before we start discussing and breaking down what's to come in map number 2. Don't go far. We've got more EWC featuring Black Ops 6 right after this.
was never meant to stay. It was you that put me in. Promised me that we'd be okay. All of your lies I was believing. You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. But I gotta end this way. Why is there always a struggle for you to let me go? You got me like crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Baby, where did our love go? Crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Attention. Where did our love go? You would always break my fall. You were meant to be here forever. Remember when we used to have it all? We were so good together. Why can't we both feel the same way? Why do I need to explain? You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. But I gotta end this way. Why is there always a struggle for you to let me go? You got me like crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Baby, where did our love go? Crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Attention. Where did our love go? Crazy. I used to need your care and attention. Crazy. I used to need your care and attention. I used to need your care and attention. Crazy. I used to need your care and attention. Crazy. Baby, where did our love go?